that is loved by the masses. So who am I? You are the star of that show, the absolute protagonist. The world revolves around you. Is everyone else fake? You are real. Hence the multitude of people watching you. Take my advice. The outside world is as fake as the world I gave you. It has the same lies, the same deceits. But in my world, you needn't be afraid. I know you better than you know yourself. You can't install a camera in my brain. You're scared, so you can't leave. That's okay, I understand. The producer at this moment, surprisingly tender. I have watched over your life, from the moment you were born, from your first steps. I remember when you started first grade, and the day you lost a tooth. The producer even laughed. His laugh was particularly gentle. He even stroked the image of Truman in the camera. You can't leave, Truman, stay with me. He looked like a kindly elder, patiently coaxing his child. Truman was silent. The producer's smile suddenly disappeared. Answer me. Speak. You're on live TV. You're broadcasting worldwide. In the movie, the audience nervously watched the screen. Outside the movie, the theater representatives were also staring intently at the screen. Truman suddenly turned around. He suddenly laughed. If I never see you again, good morning, good afternoon, and good night. His right hand across his chest, he slightly bowed, taking a final bow. That's it. With that, he walked briskly out of the dark door, the destination unknown. In the movie, the whole world is cheering. In the theater representatives clenched their fists tightly, their mouths turning upward. Their joy came from deep within their hearts. It was as if the Truman who escaped Eastfield Village was them. The Truman Show off the air. The final shot of the movie. The security guards who were eating fast food and watching The Truman Show suddenly asked, "Are there any other shows? Let's see what else there is." Inside the theater, the cheering crowd, with their joyous cheers, gradually died down, as if by agreement. A moment later, inside the theater, everything returned to utter silence. Chapter 677, 643. Did you move the snacks department here? _1. This ending. Pan Lei gave a bitter smile and said, in the end, the life of Truman was merely an entertainment show for them. How many in the movie truly cared about Truman? Aren't the audiences in the movie just like us? Yi Hong Yu spoke softly. Even for you, me, and the entire cinema, this is just a movie. The two could not continue the conversation. Applause sounded all around them. The two soon joined the clapping crowd. Over at Starlight Film Club, O.L. Zhou and others joined their hands and celebrated. There was no need to worry about the screening arrangements anymore. The reaction from the on-site audience had said it all. But the world outside did not know anything about what happened at the screening of The Truman Show. In the following days, as Starlight worked overtime to promote it, the discussions around The Truman Show gradually increased. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan took out time to finish the soundtrack for Plants vs. Zombies and handed it over to Sun Yaohua. Received. After receiving the soundtrack, Sun Yaohua suddenly asked, "Junior, do you want to watch a movie?" "Which movie?" "Of course, your movie, The Truman Show." "Sure." Lin Yuan thought for a moment and agreed. It was rare for Lin Yuan to go to a cinema for his own premieres, having already watched the final product at the company, but he occasionally wanted to experience the feeling of watching a movie in a cinema. "I'll book the entire theater." "No need." "Understood," Sun Yaohua voiced out. And so, March 10th finally arrived. The long-estranged audience finally entered The Truman Show. Sioux City, City Center, Lumiere Cinema. Lin Yuan and Sun Yaohua were fully equipped. Face masks, sunglasses, hats, their faces secured tightly. Such was the trouble of being celebrities. Walking on the street, they could easily be recognized and cause unnecessary incidents. At the time of ticket checking, Sun Yaohua smiled and said, "Junior, you go in first. I'll come later." Lin Yuan nodded. Upon entering the cinema, Lin Yuan took a seat in the middle of the 8th row. Both tickets were bought by Sun Yaohua, both located in the 8th row. What? Surprised Lin Yuan was. Though the cinema had plenty of audiences, it seemed like the 8th row only had him as an audience member. Did the Blue Star audience dislike the 8th row? In a standard cinema, for audiences with normal vision, the 7th and 8th rows should be seats with the best viewing experience. However, where Lin Yuan was sitting, all the other rows were filled with the audience. except for the 8th row, where he sat alone. Maybe the other audiences of the 8th row hadn't arrived yet. Lin Yuan didn't think much of it. 2 minutes later, Sun Yaohua walked in, carrying several bulky bags. Junior. Sun Yaohua sat next to Lin Yuan's right side and put the bags down. Choose what you want to drink: milk, tea, cola, juice, coffee, anything you like. Cola. Cola. Sun Yaohua handed a bottle of cola to Lin Yuan and then took out the rest of the stuff from the bags one by one, placing them on the empty seats surrounding them. Popcorn, chips, biscuits, duck neck, chicken wings, sausages. There seemed to be Jell-O and egg yolk crisp. All kinds of snacks were available. The audience in the rows behind stared in surprise at the 8th row. Were these two came to watch a movie or have a picnic? No wonder I couldn't get tickets for the 8th row. It seems like these two have booked the entire row. How extravagant for just a movie. It's not that people hadn't seen such extravagance before, but it was the first time they had seen. Someone put on such a show for a movie. Look at the snacks on the seats. Did these two carry the snack bar with them? Mommy, I want to eat. A child sitting in the row behind, likely with his parents, started crying out of desire. What do you want to eat? Lin Yuan turned around and asked. Sausage. The child answered without hesitation. Here you go. Lin Yuan handed the sausage to the child. Oh, how could I? The child's mom quickly refused. Want to eat? The child was getting impatient. No worries, it's non-toxic. Lin Yuan took a bite of the sausage himself, then handed it to the child. See, it's okay. Mom. The kid. Noticing this, Sun Yaohua quickly smiled and said, There's more where that came from. As he said this, he pulled out another sausage. He'd bought more than a dozen of them. Say thank you to the uncle. Mom didn't refuse this time. Thank you, uncle. The child happily accepted the sausage. And thank you too, young man. The mother looked at Lin Yuan. Thank you, young man. As long as there was something to eat, the child was game. Sun Yaohua. The junior brother is a young man. But how did I become an uncle? Aren't we both supposed to be uncles at our age? I want some too. More than one child in the back row seemed to notice the wide variety of snacks in the 8th row. Might as well share. Lin Yuan looked at Sun Yaohua. Sun Yaohua immediately stood up and began to pass around the snacks. There's enough for everyone. If we run out, I'll go buy more. Thank you. The other viewers were all taken aback briefly, then collectively began to thank him, albeit with somewhat baffled expressions on their faces. Is the movie theater having a promotion? By this time, the big screen darkened down. The movie was about to start. Everyone's gaze turned to the front. Occasionally, the sound of the children munching on snacks would ring out, but it wasn't very loud, as their parents had clearly reminded them to keep the noise down. Lin Yuan was also watching the movie, though his heart wasn't really in it. He was more focused on observing the audience's reactions. Sun Yaohua, on the other hand, was watching quite intently, but didn't forget to hold up the popcorn for Lin Yuan. In the movie, when it was revealed that their world was actually a reality show, Lin Yuan noticed that the audience's eyes were wide open. When the character Truman desperately tried to escape, Lin Yuan saw the viewers in the adjacent seat frowning. When Truman's wife was almost exposed but still took the time to advertise a product, some members of the audience burst out laughing. Every move of Truman was constantly drawing the hearts of the viewers in the movie. At the same time, it was also affecting the atmosphere in this cinema hall. The biggest climax of the film was undoubtedly Truman's venture out to sea. In the violent storm, Truman screamed madly. Kill me, Lin Yuan. Noticed that the girl in the front row was discreetly wiping away her tears. When Truman ultimately chose to leave Eastfield Village, there were whispers throughout the hall. That lasted until the end of the movie. The whispers in his ear had finally turned into countless discussions. This is the most shocking movie I've seen this year. The security conversation at the end of the film was really ironic. If you were Truman, would you choose to escape without hesitation? I don't know. If I were Truman, I wouldn't leave. Just follow the rules in Eastfield Village, and Truman's life can actually be very happy, happier than most of us. Well, that depends on your definition of happiness. If the price of happiness is the loss of freedom, but is the real world we live in truly free? As the audience trickled out, these discussions gradually reached Lin Yuan's ears. Lin Yuan grinned. He knew that the purpose of this movie had been achieved. Wait a minute. Besides him and Senior Yaohua, no one else is sitting in the 8th row. This means the viewers who bought tickets didn't come. What a waste of money. Lin Yuan thought with a hint of regret. Chapter 678. 644 Chu Min is Sun Wukong_1. After the first round of audiences finished watching The Truman Show, the reviews immediately blew up. My goodness, the imagination of Xian Yu is terrifying when you think about it. I watched the whole movie with my mouth wide open. It was simply too shocking. Despite the absurd and bizarre plot, it somehow manages to stimulate countless thoughts and power. Who says Xian Yu can't win awards? I refuse to believe such a movie doesn't deserve the Dragon Award. This is the first time I feel like we might have underestimated Xian Yu's filmmaking skills. When Truman yelled, "What else have you got? Kill me," I was moved to tears from the initial humor to the bone-chilling cold later on. After the movie, all that was left was boundless shock. Perhaps we are all countless Trumans living in this era. Our fate is controlled by others, but most of us have not yet realized it. Fish Papa, this movie is the most fascinating art film I've ever seen in my life. I watched it with my mom, and at the end of the movie, when Truman opened the door leading to the unknown, she said that perhaps it's blissful for him to live in this little box and to unknowingly live in a lie his entire life. Then I said, a chosen misfortune is better than an imposed happiness. My mom sighed and said that she knew I would fly far away someday. I'm the kind of child that can't be stopped. Not everyone would want to escape if they were Truman. At least, my mom thinks it's not bad. The producer is truly disgusting and terrifying. Being an oblivious protagonist in Eastfield Village is more terrifying than being abandoned by the whole world. This is his real life. If he doesn't discover the truth until he dies, all the supporting characters are forced to stand alert on the edge of this virtual reality, eat, drink, poop, and sleep, consumed by billions of people. Apart from this, the only difference in life is there's no camera pointing at them. There's no need to distinguish between real or fake. It turns out madness and reality are only a hair's breadth apart. If you are determined till the end, you win. It's just that most people cannot fight to the end like Truman. A carnival of voyeuristic satisfaction for the masses. The ending is too ironic. They grieve for Truman, they cheer for Truman, but in essence, it is their way of releasing their emotions. Truman is just a medium for expressing their feelings. Countless discussions. This movie hits a lot of people's feelings, because many people have once fantasized about it, or something similar. We fantasize, we are the hero of the world. The world around us might be completely different from what we perceive. Our encounters are prearranged by an invisible hand. We all exist just to please and satisfy a certain demand. Our whole life is under surveillance. At this moment, Starry Skynet, movie page. Although it just premiered, over 230,000 viewers have already rated The Truman Show. The rating of this movie is 9.4. Any movie on Starry Skynet that can break 9 points represents countless people considering it a classic. Among all of Xian Yu's movies, the only one which consistently scored above 9 points was Hachiko. This is the second movie by Xian Yu that has received such universally high acclaim. The media also stirred up. The first movie of the year with explosive reviews appeared. Xian Yu's new work, The Truman Show, Life is a Play, and a Play is Life. From birth he was under the world's scrutiny. Xian Yu's The Truman Show showcases the brilliant fill of plot holes. Don't miss Xian Yu's new film. Perhaps it's the biggest surprise the film industry has for audiences this year. A film that's bound to make the Dragon Award take note. Winning in rankings, explosive movie reviews. Xian Yu is on a roll. Reviews. Reports. Spreading throughout all realms. The Truman Show is the talk of all nations. This was a movie that was destined to draw countless attention as soon as it was released. And when some film critics were recommended to watch it, a feast of interpretation began. In a certain online movie report show, a number of film critics had a heated discussion about The Truman Show in a live broadcast. This isn't the first time Xian Yu has explored human voyeurism. Remember The Initial, The Tuner? The male lead voyeuristically explored the true nature of humans by pretending to be blind. Perhaps, since then, The Truman Show had already been foreshadowed. Only this time, Xian Yu played a bigger game. He presented us with voyeurism on a national scale. Countless people worldwide watched Truman's reality show, Only Truman Was left in the dark. The show wasn't interesting, but the satisfaction of voyeurism made people passionately follow it for many years. Many philosophers have researched reports saying that voyeurism is universal. Everyone wants to know what the true state of human existence is like. If you remove all societal packaging, everyone has a lot of secrets. Voyeurism allows us to see the real, the secrets. Maybe in the embarrassment of others, we can get a comforting sense of superiority, or under the positive energy of others, gain inspiration, strengthen the power of our minds, or in situations similar to ours, get a feeling of not being alone. Understanding other people's privacy often gives some psychological satisfaction. It reminds me of the journey to the West and the fanfiction called The Legend of Wukong. When the passage of 500 years is just a scam, the so-called journey to the West is actually just a calculation and arrangement by a group of noble gods. Why do the people in this scam rejoice and grieve? How similar is this to Truman's experience? Everything is arranged. An invisible hand is manipulating destiny. What you lost, what you gained, all prepared in advance for you. So, I firmly believe that The Truman Show is actually an extension of the conspiracy theory of the journey to the West. This group of film critics are very good at divergent thinking. They actually associated this film with The Tuner, and even thought of The Journey to the West. The truth of the matter is far from it. But when the audience saw the critics' discussion, they believed it unquestioningly, even thinking that they have seen the tip of the iceberg of Lin Yuan's creative thinking process for this film. So that's how The Truman Show came about. So Lin Yuan had already discussed people's shameful innate desire for voyeurism with everyone in The Tuner. So, The Journey to the West was also a source of inspiration for Lin Yuan's script. Is the audience the male lead in The Tuner? And Truman is in fact the journey to the West, or rather, Sun Wukong in The Legend of Wukong. Sun Wukong failed, but Truman succeeded. Could this be considered Lin Yuan expressing dissatisfaction with Chu Kuang? After all, the Monkey King, Sun Wukong's journey to the West, was orchestrated by Chu Kuang. The whole journey to the West was a tragedy, while Lin Yuan gave Truman a perfect ending. That makes a lot of sense. Look at Truman. Why is he called Truman? This name must be associated with Chu Kuang. In this film, Lin Yuan is subtly implying to Chu Kuang he shouldn't have let Sun Wukong become the loser in the scam. When Lin Yuan got home and went online, he was dumbfounded seeing these so-called experts' discussion. It's understandable ranting about The Tuner. But how could these people be ranting about The Legend of Wukong now? Didn't you know The Legend of Wukong was released when the film had already been finished? And another thing, what the heck is the connection between Truman and Chu Kuang? Are you freaking kidding me that Truman equals Sun Wukong? But hold on a second. If I were to follow these people's line of logic, it seems to make sense. If Lin Yuan wasn't part of it, he might have actually believed it. Chapter 679, 645. Lin Yuan is going to hold a concert _1. In the following days, the movie Truman's World continued to be popular, with a fairly pleasing box office performance, sparking various discussions and interpretations among the audience after watching. However, Lin Yuan didn't pay much attention to it. For him, the performance of the movie after its release was up to the audience. Whether people like it or not, the movie had been made in any case. Meanwhile, in an office of Starlight Entertainment, Assistant Gu Dong was speaking to Lin Yuan. "Mr. Lin, more media want to interview you." "Decline it." Lin Yuan reflexively rejected it. It's well known in the circle that Lin Yuan never accepts journalist interviews. But over the years, the media has never given up on requesting interviews with Lin Yuan. All right, Gu Dong had gotten used to it. Also, there's one more thing. The company wants to organize a singing concert for you. What's your opinion, Mr. Lin? A singing concert? Lin Yuan was taken aback. Gu Dong tentatively said, "Since you showed your singing skills on The Masked Singer, fans online have been repeatedly asking for you to hold a concert. After all, there's been very little interaction between you and your music fans, so the company asked me to ask for your opinion. Personally, I think it could be considered." Lin Yuan didn't say anything. A concert should be quite exhausting, right? But it had been a while since he himself had sung on stage. The last time he sang was on the stage of Our Song, as a replacement for Fei Yang. He found the experience very enjoyable. "All right, then let's do it." Lin Yuan thought for a moment and responded. "You agreed?" Gu Dong was overjoyed. Mr. Lin was not the type who enjoyed being in the spotlight. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rejected countless interviews over the years. For him to agree to hold a concert was nothing short of a miracle. Lin Yuan nodded. Although he naturally disliked troublesome affairs, his love for singing was deeply ingrained in him. After not singing for a while, he was starting to miss it. With a concert, he would have the opportunity to sing to his heart's content all at once. So Lin Yuan agreed. It was something he was interested in doing. I'll tell the company to start preparing. Gudong, afraid that Lin Yuan might back out, hurriedly left the office. 10 minutes later, many senior members of the music department learned about Lin Yuan's willingness to hold a concert. Suddenly, the entire music department leapt into action. OL Zhou, as a representative of the music department, came trotting over with a wide grin. I heard you agreed to hold a concert? Yeah. How about we hold it in Qin continent? Sure. How many shows? Depends. All right then, let's fix it that way. I will arrange the highest standard concert for you, with top-notch facilities. Okay. How about we set the date for April 10th, a Saturday? It's a day off, and it will be convenient to sell tickets. Okay. Let's book the Grand Stadium in Qin continent. That's where the king and queen of singing hold their concerts. Let's be conservative. We'll first try selling 50,000 tickets to test the market. Okay, then I will make the arrangements. Remember to share the company's official announcement on the Tribe Network. We'll release the news tonight. Okay. Lin Yuan cooperated throughout. OL Zhou came in smiling and left just as gleefully. Lin Yuan's cooperation was somewhat surprising. It seemed like the kid was really interested in holding a concert. Speaking of which, this should be the first time a maestro composer in Blue Star is holding a solo concert, right? Of course, there are other maestros who can sing. It's just that no other maestro-level musician has been born with a voice as perfectly suited for singing as Lin Yuan's. Having decided to hold a concert, Lin Yuan definitely needed to prepare a bit. He thought himself to be fairly dedicated. How should I choose the songs? After some thought, Lin Yuan decided that for most of the concert, he would sing the songs he had written himself. There must also be new songs. The audience should feel a sense of gain. But he still needed to further study and decide on the exact songs. While Lin Yuan was contemplating which songs he would perform at his concert, Starlight Entertainment announced it online. Teacher Admirable Fish will be holding his solo concert at the Grand Stadium of Qin Continent on the 10th of next month. At 8 o'clock this evening, various ticket sales websites will officially open for ticket purchase. 50,000 tickets will be available online. We look forward to your participation. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. This announcement from Starlight Entertainment attracted the attention of countless people instantly. Fish Papa's concert. Never thought I'd see the day Fish Papa would hold a concert. Enough said, start selling the tickets. Damn it. I don't mind eating dirt next month. I need front row tickets. My wallet is already thirsting for it. 8 o'clock, right? I'm buying 5 tickets, bringing along my family to listen. I thought I'd never watch a concert in my life, but Fish Papa's concert, I must go. I thought Admired Fish would never hold a concert, considering his main job is a songwriter. Admirable Fish's fans were exhilarated. Ever since Lin Yuan revealed his face on The Masked Singer, Admirable Fish's fans have been urging Starlight to organize a concert for him. There were always people in Admirable Fish's Tribe comment section asking if he could hold a concert or not. But Admirable Fish himself never responded. Starlight also did not dare to preemptively promise on Admirable Fish's behalf. The company noticed that after Lin Yuan finished participating in Our Song, he hasn't shown up in public, hence they tentatively sought his opinion. From Starlight's perspective, the senior management definitely wanted Admirable Fish to make more public appearances. However, the company didn't hold high hopes for the concert. Everyone was accustomed to Admirable Fish's low-profile nature. Admirable Fish saw himself as someone behind the scenes. A songwriter, a scriptwriter, they are all behind-the-scenes professions. The company never anticipated that Admirable Fish would agree to the concert so readily. The news, once officially announced, instantly spread all over the internet. More and more people were becoming aware that Admired Fish was going to hold a concert. The music industry also got wind of it. For a while, many musicians were a bit taken aback. Admirable Fish is holding a concert? He's actually a songwriter. Although Admirable Fish has sung some songs, he can't even be considered a mainstream singer if we were to base this on a singer's identity. Initially, they decided on 50,000 concert tickets. Will they be able to sell out? If they can't sell out, wouldn't it be a bit awkward? Looking at the fans' reactions, they seem pretty enthusiastic, but it's hard to say how many tickets they can actually sell. Admired Fish is not a conventional singer after all, but he is indeed very popular. His status is more unique than any other singer who has held a concert. The music industry. In a small circle, someone was analyzing. Admirable Fish's identity is indeed unique. So unique that when he announced he was going to hold a concert, everyone instinctively felt that something seemed off. But upon careful thought, it seemed rather okay. Admirable Fish is an amazing singer. After all, he's the champion of The Masked Singer. At this moment, someone suddenly said in the group, "Don't just wander around. Let me ask you guys, what was your first reaction when you heard that Admirable Fish was going to hold a concert?" In the group chat, many music professionals were stunned. First reaction? They followed their hearts and truthfully replied one by one. Buy the ticket. Buy the ticket. Buy the ticket. Buy the ticket +1. Buy the ticket +10086. The entire group chat turned into a broken record. There you have it. The music professional who asked the question sent a laughing emoji. Who wouldn't want to attend Admirable Fish's concert? End of the topic. The group chat quietened down afterwards. However, when the time came around to 8 o'clock in the evening, or to be precise, around 8:05, this small music industry group chat suddenly blew up again. Holy beep. You're telling me 50,000 concert tickets sold out in the blink of an eye? Not even a full second passed. Chapter 680, 646. Movements in all directions _1. Yes, in the blink of an eye, 50,000 tickets to Lin Yuan's concert were sold out. At this moment, it's only been 2 short hours since Starlight announced that Lin Yuan will be holding a concert. All the major ticket-selling websites Starlight collaborated with were dumbfounded. This was the fastest time tickets were sold on their platform. The server in the back office has a precise time display. From the opening of the ticket purchasing channel to all the tickets being sold out, it unbelievably only took a single second. That's considering everyone's internet fluctuations and purchase times. Among them, 2 larger ticket-selling websites' servers crashed at 8 o'clock exactly. Everyone thought at the time that their own internet was having issues. But when the servers were back up, they were shocked to discover. They waited 2 hours just to buy one single ticket to Lin Yuan's concert, only for countless people to meet disappointment in the end. Where are the tickets? Where the heck are the tickets? Didn't Starlight claim to have 50,000 concert tickets? You're selling fake tickets, aren't you? Smashed my mouse to pieces and still didn't manage to snag a ticket. Darn it. Who are you looking down on? Do I look like someone who lacks the money for a ticket? The chat room imploded. The netizens exploded. The entire music scene blew up. What the hell? Did Lin Yuan's concert tickets sell even better than the tickets of the reigning king and queen of pop combined? Are all ticket buyers single and desperate, rushing to purchase like their life depends on it? Wake up, people. Lin Yuan is just a songwriter. He's not a professional singer. Do concerts by songwriters sell even better than those by singers? Is it me who's off, or is this world off? The music scene was shaken. Even the great king and queen of pop could sell 50,000 concert tickets. But nobody could ever sell out in just a second. This was the highest record of selling speed for a Blue Star concert. And yet Lin Yuan wasn't even a singer. Being a singer was just a side job, or rather, a hobby for Lin Yuan. Anyway, Lin Yuan's identity as a singer was hardly as eye-catching as his screenwriter identity. If we were to categorize it as a side job, it would only be his third side job. On the other hand, Starlight Entertainment. The higher-ups in the music department watched with dumbfounded expressions. Sold out. In just 1 second? What kind of rhythm is that? Explore stories at. Originally, Starlight had plans in place to boost the concert's promotion. Forums ads, car ads, subway ads, city center ads. Anyway, they wanted to let more people know about the news of Lin Yuan's concert. The marketing department even prepared related marketing plans. This was a very normal thinking process. Starlight had held concerts before. Past concerts were all promoted this way. And because this was company's Crown Prince Lin Yuan's concert, Starlight took the matter more seriously, and the promotional budget was based on the highest standard. After all, Having prepared 50,000 tickets, it would be kind of embarrassing if they didn't sell out, as it might imply that Xian Yu's commitment to his singer persona wasn't all that professional. Now, all these plans were of no use. Why the heck would they still need to promote? All the *****ing tickets were sold. Out. Who's the one to be awkward now? It's not Starlight, and certainly not Xian Yu. The awkward ones are those singers. You must know. When the news of Xian Yu holding a concert was released, there were singers who sneered in private. Don't use your hobby to challenge our livelihood. This was the thought of some singers. But it turns out, Xian Yu really did challenge all singers' livelihood with his hobby. Of course, not everyone failed to buy tickets. The 50,000 concert tickets indeed all had their own buyers. Taking my girlfriend to watch Xian Yu's concert in April, a certain guy triumphantly flaunted his tickets on his social media feed, and it was 2 tickets. He already knew just how valuable Xian Yu's concert tickets are now. This post was purely for showing off. He bragged about his relationship and showed off his quick fingers. He wanted to prove to everyone in his circle of friends with concrete evidence. Even non-singles like him can snag a ticket, and even managed to snag 2. To his surprise, several female friends left similar comments under his post. This guy's life was at its pinnacle. Do you mind switching to another girlfriend? 5 minutes later, the original post and comments appeared online. The ones who didn't manage to buy tickets broke down. Their mental state shattered to pieces. I thought I only missed out on Xian Yu's concert tickets, until I realized what I really missed out on was a girlfriend. Even those who only bought 1 ticket were stunned. Would life have taken a different turn if they'd bought 1 more ticket? Right then, some netizens were puzzled. Why are you all fighting over Xian Yu's concert tickets? He's just a songwriter. Then followed countless replies. So, are you willing to give me your ticket? Indeed, Xian Yu sings terribly, like absolute trash, and still manages to make money off his concerts. You guys should totally not buy his concert tickets. Let me take on this burden. Xian Yu cannot sing. His singing is literally torture. If you have a ticket, give it to me. I'll bear this pain for you. He's really not popular. Please stop fighting for the tickets. Just give them to me. Who has a Xian Yu concert ticket? Overnight delivery. You don't have to deliver it. I can airdrop it. The one above, dream on. You're not worthy. Even if I remain a virgin for a lifetime, I wouldn't give my ticket to you unless you perform the ritual 3 times. Women are nothing in front of Fish Papa's concert. So many people failed to get a ticket. Some of them were rich tycoons. Rich tycoons are upset when they can't buy tickets, but they have their own strategies. I'll buy Xian Yu's concert tickets at triple the original price. You poor guy, I'll buy them at 5 times the price. Does anyone have VIP tickets? You'll be satisfied with the price I offer. Buying Xian Yu's concert tickets at 10 times the original price. As many as you have, money is not an issue. Where are the scalpers at? Quote me a price. I pre-ordered concert tickets for Fei Yong, Lin Yuan, Shu Yu, and 7 other kings and queens of singing a while ago. Which brother can swap one of these for a Xian Yu's concert ticket? The scalpers wanted to cry. They tried to buy the tickets, but they couldn't outcompete others. They didn't know if those who got the tickets were cheating. How could they be so fast? Xian Yu's concert tickets were so hard to come by. Easily, on the internet, the price of a Xian Yu's concert ticket already increased several times. Even at these prices, there were no tickets to be sold, because many people were reluctant to sell the tickets. Starlight realized it couldn't go on like this. The audience that failed to buy the tickets started to gather under the official Starlight platform to complain about the scarcity of tickets. Should we increase the scale? As soon as OL Zhou began to speak, the Starlight music department collectively approved. Let's add another 50,000 tickets. Director Zhou, save me a few more. And me. Our phones have been blown up by everyone asking for tickets. Everyone had to turn their phones off at that point. They had no choice, since they worked for Starlight. Right now, it felt like the whole world was after Starlight workers for tickets. Their phones literally blew up from the calls. My mother-in-law is also asking me for tickets. My sister-in-law said if I can't get a ticket, my wife should divorce me. But judging by the situation, even an additional 50,000 tickets might not be enough. The problem is, the Grand Stadium only has a maximum capacity of 100,000 seats. Open a stage on all 4 sides to accommodate 100,000 people. That's the maximum limit. Even for top singers, stages were usually opened on 3 sides. Stages open on all four sides were rarely used. For those who don't attend concerts, you might not grasp this concept. A four-sided stage is a type of a stage. Four-sided stages are placed right in the center of the venue. There are no blind spots for the audience on this sort of stage. They can see every detail of the performance on stage. But compared to a three-sided stage, it's much simpler for the event staff to manage things. A four-sided stage puts a huge test on the control of the live event. On this kind of stage, generally, only the performer stays. They can only gain access to and from the stage through an elevator. Once they step onto the stage, they have to control everything happening on the scene by themselves. For instance, the world-famous Hong Kong Coliseum is a four-sided stage. The venue Lin Yuan booked this time was of very high standards and was capable of accommodating a four-sided stage. Let's do a four-sided stage then. OL Zhou said seriously. We need to communicate with the venue. The security staff should be doubled. No, tripled. Furthermore, don't forget to have proper communication with the officials. We must ensure the control over the security issues. A four-sided stage with 100,000 spectators is extremely dangerous. If a stampede occurs, it's going to be a disaster. Not just a stampede. With 100,000 people present at the venue, even a slight disturbance could become greatly magnified. Therefore, this level of concert must have official cooperation, and mediation in this respect must be taken very seriously. As a matter of fact, the Qin continent officials had already started their mobilization. An emergency meeting was called. A constable coughed. Can I apply to be in charge of the security inside the venue? Leave it to me. I'll take care of the internal security. It's too hard. It's much easier. Outside. Exactly. There are hardly any people outside. Everyone is inside. I can handle this tough task. The captain, with a stern face, trying to get in without a ticket. Want a freeload? Don't forget your people's constables. Everyone was ashamed. The captain casually stated, I'll take care of the internal matters. Everyone, you're really a good constable of the people. CNU's concert stirred the whole world. Chapter 681, 647, 100,000 audience _1. Evening. As soon as Lin Yuan returned home, he heard his excited sister say, You're holding a concert? Yes. Are there tickets? Yes. Though there were 50,000 concert tickets, not all of them were put up for sale. Starlight still kept some for themselves. Like for the chairman. Like for department leaders. Lin Yuan also had a few. For his own concert, he needed to get a few tickets for his family and friends. Give me one. His younger sister's voice came from the side. I'll go too. Their mother said with a smile. His sister also added. And me. Lin Yuan nodded and handed over the tickets he had prepared in advance. He really hoped his family would come to see his concert. His family happily accepted the tickets. Then, in the group chat, Jian Yi tagged Lin Yuan. I couldn't get a ticket, you know what I mean. I'll give it to you tomorrow. Lin Yuan replied in the group chat. His sister exclaimed, Your tickets sold out so fast. With your popularity, 50,000 tickets are far too few. Lin Yuan replied, I'll add another 50,000 tomorrow. OL Zhou had already communicated with Lin Yuan. The plan was to have a stage open from four sides, expecting around 100,000 audience members. There's more. His sister's eyes lit up. What time tomorrow? Lin Yuan replied. At 8 o'clock, the official announcement will be out soon. His sister got excited. I'll grab the tickets as soon as I get to the office tomorrow. Lin Yuan was puzzled. Don't you already have one? His sister excitedly explained. Once I get the ticket, I can resell it and make a lot of money. Lin Yuan. As Lin Yuan said, Starlight officially announced on the same night that they would release an additional 50,000 tickets for CNU's concert. Suddenly, the whole internet was boiling. Especially those netizens who didn't manage to get tickets the first time were eager to try again. Switching to fiber optic network overnight. All family members have their phones ready, and also 3 laptops. I don't believe I won't be able to get the tickets tomorrow morning. As long as you don't compete with me for tickets. Fish fans are family. Dare to snatch tickets with me. I'll turn you all into shredded pork and fish fragrance. Scientifically speaking, the Grand Stadium area in Qin continent is not very safe. It's better not to go there. Doghead emoji. Thanks to CNU for helping me kick my habit of oversleeping. Alarm clock set for tomorrow morning at 8. Let's go. The first batch of the audience didn't realize the importance of getting the tickets quickly. This time, they wouldn't repeat the same mistake. The scalpers were also eager to try. The opportunity to become incredibly wealthy was just right before them. However, soon after, all the major ticket-selling websites launched a series of restrictive rules. No using software to snag tickets. No purchase of more than 10 tickets from the same network address. Strictly no. All these rules were targeted at speculators. Just like that. The time came to the next day. 8 o'clock, the second round of ticket sales finally began. Whoosh. In less than a second, the additional 50,000 CNU concert tickets were sold out instantly. I've got a girlfriend. Someone's scream broke through the silence. Thanks to the prompt from yesterday's friend circle, everyone understood. CNU's concert ticket equals girlfriend. But more so was the painful howling of those who failed to get the tickets. 50,000 tickets, considering the vast number of people trying to buy tickets, were just too few. This time, the tickets sold out even faster than the night before, just a fraction of a second quicker. Once again, CNU broke the record for the fastest concert ticket sales, even though he had just set the previous record the night before. Can you add more? Give it another try. Try one more time, and I'll definitely get it this time. I didn't get any tickets even with my 1 gigabyte of fiber optic. This is insane. Only God knows how many times I clicked the purchase button in that 1 second. My mouse actually broke down, so I not only didn't get the tickets, but also lost a $300 mouse. Totally ripped off. You guys are really incompetent at making money. Do you see my bulging wallet? Give me a ticket, and all the money is yours. Countless netizens who weren't able to get the tickets all left comments under the official Weibo post of Starlight. This was the collective resentment they were expressing. Just at this moment, Starlight's official Weibo account released a video. Sorry to those who couldn't get tickets. The venue can only accommodate 100,000 people. We'll release a full video of the concert in the future. If you're really upset, just watch this video to relieve your stress. The netizens were stunned. Stay updated with. We're all upset here, and you're giving us a funny video to watch. Someone clicked in and then burst out laughing. In the video, CNU was seen starting intently at the computer screen. Sir, it's 8 o'clock now. Hurry, help me get one too. The voice of a person who seemed to be CNU's assistant rang out, and then CNU began clicking the mouse like a madman. Tap, 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 tap. 2 seconds later, a pop-up box appeared. On the screen. Sorry, the tickets for CNU's concert have been sold out. CNU froze. A caption popped up in the video. This is not a still image. That's right. This was a video of CNU trying to get tickets for his own concert in the morning. And what made everyone both laugh and cry was that CNU couldn't even get a ticket to his own concert. Ha ha ha, what the hell? How is it possible that CNU couldn't get a ticket to his own concert? My goodness, this is exactly what happened to me just now. I relate to this so much. This is definitely me who was trying to get the tickets. CNU, I don't have a ticket. Can I still go to the Grand Stadium to sing? Is there such a thing where a singer can't even get a ticket to his own concert? All right, I'm not mad anymore. At least this morning at 8 o'clock, I was synced up with Idle Fish. Fish Papa. Oh no, 100,000 people are waiting for me to sing at the Grand Stadium, but I can't get in because I don't have a ticket. CNU commanded, and 100,000 netizens flocked to the Grand Stadium, the result being that CNU couldn't enter due to not having a ticket. This video really did relieve my stress. I feel better now. Countless people reposted this video. The fact that CNU couldn't get a ticket to his own concert even made it to the top of the trending searches. And the person who filmed this video, Gudong, laughed until their face went numb. This video was filmed by Gudong, who had suggested it, and Lin Yuan had agreed. Lin Yuan thought, with his ability to type tens of thousands of words in a day, getting one concert ticket would be a piece of cake. The result was a complete failure. As for why Lin Yuan joined the ticket-grabbing frenzy, you know the reason. In any case, the dramatic ticket-snatching battle had come to an end. Starlight managed to dissolve the resentment of the netizens who hadn't been able to snatch the tickets by sharing the video of CNU's unsuccessful attempt. Both those who got the tickets, and those who didn't, began to look forward to CNU's concert. After all, Starlight said, those who didn't snatch the tickets could watch the complete video of CNU's concert later. Before long, Gudong suddenly said to Lin Yuan, Sir, In addition to singing at the concert, performers usually showcase some other talents. Otherwise, the performance might be too monotonous. How about learning some dance moves or something? Dancing? Lin Yuan hesitated. Seemed like it's indeed the case. Most singers, when holding a concert, not only sing, but also perform some other talents. Should he try learning some dance moves? Chapter 682, 648. Finally have a dance_1. Lin Yuan was very interested in singing. Most people who love to sing also have a desire for good stage performances. If dancing could enhance the song, why not do it? Those classic stage performances, with cheerful beats accompanied by fitting dance moves, always bring a comfortable experience to the audience. Lin Yuan also wanted to bring this feeling to his audience. Let's give it a try. In the end, Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. Gu Dong smiled. Any matter related to the concert was met with great enthusiasm. Let's head to the dance room. The dance teachers are there. However, the specific dance content may need to be tailored to the type of your songs. We have top choreographers in the business. Lin Yuan nodded his head. They arrived at the dance room. The dance teacher stated, "Teacher Admirable Fish has no dance foundation. We may need to start from some simple basics." The dance teacher had seen Admirable Fish sing. For some songs like Dalaba, Admirable Fish would casually perform some small dance steps. However, it could be seen that those dance moves were completely disorganized, totally out of chaos. Like some people who go clubbing, they don't know how to dance, they just lose themselves in the rhythm of the music. Okay, Lin Yuan knew dancing wouldn't be easy. He only had 1 month. He definitely couldn't make himself a master dancer in such a short period. But Lin Yuan still underestimated the difficulty of learning to dance. Bend lower. Don't worry, it's normal for your legs to be sore. That move was not standard. Teacher Admirable Fish, just now you used your hand and foot simultaneously. It's better to make small errors in the movements than to make big mistakes. At least the mistakes won't be so obvious. Step with your right foot first. Teacher Admirable Fish, your right side is the hand that you use for eating. Seeing Lin Yuan making the gesture of holding chopsticks and then slowly moving his right foot, the dance teacher could only shake his head with a bitter smile. Gu Dong standing at the side couldn't help but facepalm. Lin Yuan's body coordination was too bad. Mixing up directions while dancing was a common problem. What was worse was that he often used his hands and feet simultaneously, which looked extremely awkward. After dancing for half the day, Lin Yuan only learned a bit of surface stuff, able to barely do 2 simple movements. It's okay. Gu Dong comforted after dance class. There will be professional dancers accompanying you at that time. If you really can't dance, just focus on singing. Lin Yuan. He knew that dancing would be difficult, but he didn't expect it to be this hard. Probably because the original Lin Yuan mostly stayed indoors and rarely made large movements due to his poor health. Now that he is in such good physical condition, he should progress with continued practice, right? Lin Yuan thought so. However, the concert would start in the next month. He wondered if there was enough time to learn. Let's confirm other things first. Gu Dong smiled and said, Director Zhou asked me whether you want to invite guests for the concert. Inviting guests to the concert is a common trend. The range of guests can include friends of the singer, teachers who have supported them, or even their idols. These guests can also be backup singers or even perform duets with the singer. Of course, it's also fine not to invite guests. There's no rule stating that guests must be invited. Yes, Lin Yuan felt that his first concert in his life was quite significant. He not only wanted his family to participate, but also hoped his friends could be there. This was something he had planned early on. How about inviting the singers from the Yu dynasty? Of course, not a problem. Gu Dong's smile was meaningful. I bet their schedules for next month are quite open. Have you decided on your songs yet? The first one is already set. Which song? Big Fish. Jiang Kue to open? I will sing a duet with her. Enjoy exclusive adventures from. Lin Yuan had been practicing his falsetto and had made noticeable progress recently. With Lin Yuan's current level, he could hold up Big Fish entirely on his own, and the effect of him singing it solo would be amazing for sure. However, the song mulled over by the two of them was quite interesting, and Lin Yuan wanted to interpret a completely new version of Big Fish. This time, he'll play the supporting role. Okay, Gu Dong continued. Also, there are some interactive segments in the concert. How do you plan to handle them? There are several backup plans from. The creative department, like the audience song request segment. That's a good idea. There are countless songs in Lin Yuan's prepared music library. Even if the audience had strange requests, Lin Yuan could handle it. If push comes to shove, he could always play some new songs. Besides the invited guests, there will surely be many other celebrities at your concert. They might be given a highlight, and it's best if you could greet them. No problem. In Lin Yuan's opinion, Jian Yi would definitely come to watch his concert. Jian Yi even mentioned wanting to interact with Lin Yuan during the concert in the group chat. By the way, Gu Dong smilingly shared, I've heard that your fans are discussing custom-made merchandise based on your concert. They plan to wear fan shirts and bring banners with your pictures. So, you'll need to work with the company later to take some photos. Okay, we can discuss the details later. For now, just try to learn as much dance as possible. If you can't learn it, that's okay. After all, people are coming to see your singing, not your dancing. Lin Yuan nodded. He was really eager to perform the dance well, deep inside. Ding dong. At this moment, the system interjected. The host wants to create an unforgettable concert. Yet, he struggles with the dance part. The host just has to make a gentle dance customization request to the system. Dance can be customized? Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment. Wasn't this system a real, full-time artist? It provided game customization last time. Now it even arranges dance. It's possible, but the price is slightly high. Money is no problem. As soon as Lin Yuan finished this sentence, he regretted it. How could he say such an arrogant phrase? Wasn't this just a clear reason for the system to take advantage of him? As expected, the system got excited. Here, we recommend Michael Jackson's The Moonwalk and the Robot Dance, etc., which are great for concert effects. The price. Lin Yuan saw the price. That's too expensive. System, it's all for charity. Lin Yuan asked, with all the customizations done, did I benefit a lot of people via charity? You will know in the future. I understand. Lin Yuan just gave himself a sufficiently convincing reason, which could make him less distressed when spending money. Let's order it. As the powerful magic of the system took effect, Lin Yuan suddenly felt his body lighten. Then he subconsciously twisted the soles of his feet. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lin Yuan's body seemed to tilt at an incredible angle. Then, he stepped forward, but eerily, although he was walking forward, anyone nearby would scream. Because Lin Yuan was actually moving backward, it gave a very magical visual effect. With one step, two steps, like claws, it was the devil's steps. The dance for the concert was set. Originally, Lin Yuan didn't plan to perform too much dance. Something simple would do. After all, he wasn't a singing dance artist. Dancing was just a means to serve the stage performance. He would still reserve 80% of his energy and concentration on singing. His aim was to create a perfect concert. Chapter 683, 649. The ultimate showdown between Journey to the West and the primordial chaos _1. The following day, Lin Yuan once again came to the dance studio. The dance teacher sent by the company took the initiative to say, considering your performance yesterday, I've adjusted your learning plan. We will start with more basic movements. Lin Yuan started by saying, I'm sorry. The dance teacher didn't expect Lin Yuan to be so polite and hurriedly said, Teacher Admirable Fish doesn't need to blame himself. Indeed, learning dancing at the beginning can be quite difficult. No, Lin Yuan said, I played a joke on you yesterday. Actually, I know how to dance. Well then, the system suddenly assigned a dance to Lin Yuan. There's no way to explain this, so Lin Yuan had to come over to rectify it. You can dance. The dance teacher was full of disbelief, thinking that Lin Yuan was joking with him. Lin Yuan performed the movements taught by the dance teacher the day before, each movement executed very precisely and accurately. The dance teacher was dumbfounded. Was the Admirable Fish pretending not to be good at dancing yesterday? Was he really joking with me? The famed Maestro Jr., the crown prince of Starlight, spent several hours yesterday messing around with a mere dance teacher like me? I'm sorry. Lin Yuan's apology was very sincere. This incident was his fault. Even though he really couldn't dance yesterday, he indeed wasted the dance teacher's time. It's okay, it's okay. The dance teacher smiled awkwardly. I was originally planning to teach you and then get an autograph for my daughter, but now, can I still get that autograph? No problem, Lin Yuan assured very briskly. The dance teacher was embarrassed. I didn't mean your autograph. Lin Yuan was stunned. Ah. The dance teacher was increasingly embarrassed. Of course, if you can help with the autograph, it's not a problem. I am your fan. Lin Yuan understood, but... The dance teacher coughed. But my daughter is a fan of Chu Kuang. She really likes teacher Chu Kuang's works, but his autograph books are too hard to get. So I thought, given your good relationship with him, perhaps you could get teacher Chu Kuang's autograph for me. Lin Yuan. The dance teacher's voice gradually lowered. If it's not convenient for you, it's okay. It's convenient. Lin Yuan started. I'll have Gudong send it to you tomorrow. Which book would you like autographed? Ideally, Alice in Wonderland. All right. The dance teacher was overjoyed. Can I also get an autograph from Shadow? My son is a fan of Shadow. Lin Yuan. His feelings were complex. For a moment, he wasn't sure whether to be happy or bemused. In the end, he agreed to everything. The dance teacher likes admirable fish. The dance teacher's daughter likes Chu Kuang. The dance teacher's son likes Shadow. Rounding it off, the whole family are his fans. He surely can't be jealous of himself, right? Returning to his office, Lin Yuan began to sign autographs. Admirable fish, regular script. Shadow, running script. Chu Kuang, cursive script. 3 different styles of characters to distinguish between the 3 identities. Shadow's first autograph being in running script seems rather fitting, as the style of running script is just right between regular and cursive script. It isn't too neat, nor is it too flamboyant. Lin Yuan has professional calligraphy skills obtained from the system's treasure box. The 3 styles of writing he uses form 3 distinctly different handwriting styles. Now, the reason for distinguishing the autographs is mainly because Lin Yuan doesn't want to be exposed because of his handwriting. Better safe than sorry. Using the same font for autographs, even if they deliberately vary the handwriting style, there is still a risk of being caught out. After asking Gudong to deliver the autographs to the dance teacher, Lin Yuan spends the following days busy with the concert preparations. He needs to first determine the songs required for the performances and the order of singing. Settling on the songs now will facilitate rehearsals in April. As March roared past, the broadcast of Journey to the West finally made its way onto the agenda as April approached. At the same time, the new version of the television drama, The Primordial Chaos, which rivals Journey to the West, is also about to be aired. Fans from both sides are already eager for this. Since the inception of Journey to the West, the dispute between Journey to the West and The Primordial Chaos has never ceased. From the quality of the novels to the theme songs of the TV series, and even the recent fan fictions, they have all been used by both sides' fans for various comparisons. And now, the confrontation between the 2 dramas has been viewed by fans as the ultimate battle between Journey to the West and The Primordial Chaos. This time, we are sure to win. Fans of The Primordial Chaos are claiming this with overwhelming enthusiasm. Before the emergence of Journey to the West, The Primordial Chaos was undoubtedly the top myth series on Blue Star. But after the emergence of Journey to the West, The Primordial Chaos was suppressed at every turn. In terms of the quality of the novels, Journey to the West is superior. In terms of the treatment of the novels, Journey to the West was officially recognized and promoted by the Literature and Art Association. The theme song of the TV series, that song, Wukong, angered the fans of The Primordial Chaos. Even the numerous classic fan fictions that The Primordial Chaos prided itself on were overshadowed by a Ian fan fiction called The Legend of Wukong. Fans of The Primordial Chaos have been suppressed for too long. They need to vent their feelings. They need a big win to prove The Primordial Chaos is still as strong as before. And indeed, the TV series is the best chance for The Primordial Chaos to win, given that The Primordial Chaos has deep roots, and the people of Blue Star have feelings towards the story of The Primordial Chaos. Just like on Earth, Journey to the West was repeatedly put on the big screen, but its IP value still stood firm. People just eat this up. If Journey to the West wants to surpass The Primordial Chaos, it will have to wait another 20 years. Find your next adventure on. Fans of The Primordial Chaos now gradually acknowledge the status of Journey to the West, but at the same time, they think Journey to the West needs countless years of brewing to reach the height of The Primordial Chaos. In response to this, Journey to the West, fans naturally won't surrender. Journey to the West has won so many times, which has given its fans confidence. Even if the primordial chaos has a profound heritage, Journey to the West fans now think that the Journey to the West TV series may not be inferior to the primordial chaos. Both sides have started the final confrontation. At this moment, fans of Journey to the West are nervous yet excited. But speaking of those who are most excited at this moment, it is not the fans of Journey to the West. Neither is it the fans of the primordial chaos. Actually, the most excited are those singers and composers who are preparing to take the charts by storm in April. The reason is simple. Because after dominating the charts for 3 consecutive months, Admirable Fish finally took a break. Right up to the last day of March, Starlight did not promote any new songs from Fish. This means that there will be no new songs from Fish in April. The 3-month chart domination has caused many in the music industry to develop fish phobia. Some unlucky ones, who had been tormented by Fish multiple times, were even seeing their fish phobia almost reaching an advanced stage. The fact that they could get rid of Fish's dominance in April caused many to heave a big sigh of relief. It must be the broadcast of the TV series and the preparation of the concert that diverted Fish's attention. A singer planning to hit the charts in April said thankfully. A certain top female singer also guessed. Or it may be the continuous #1 hits for 3 months that temporarily exhausted Fish's reserves. Enough of this. I'm going to watch Journey to the West tonight. I must support Fish's new drama. To express my gratitude for Fish's mercy of not releasing a new song, I will definitely contribute a view to Journey to the West. Let's go, let's watch together. Meet at 7 o'clock tonight. Don't miss Journey to the West. Though I'm also interested in the primordial chaos, in consideration of Fish not releasing any new songs in April, let's binge watch Journey to the West. Official announcements serve as the weather vane. For composers at the level of Fish, the release of new works would certainly be accompanied by some promotion. There are exceptions if Starlight wouldn't promote, then everyone would default to that Fish is not releasing any new songs. But it turns out that everyone hasn't realized that the lack of promotion this time is also an exception, because the TV series itself is the biggest promotion. Chapter 684, 650 thump, 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 thump _1. March 31st, 7:10 in the evening. At a barbecue restaurant in Blue Star's Chin continent, Jack was munching on a large piece of kidney, oil dripping from his mouth. The barbecue here is much more satisfying than in our Han continent. In Han, we only have beef and chicken for barbecue, and the only seasoning used is salt and black pepper. Your tastes are more Chin than Han. His agent found the greasy barbecue to be only passable. Each continent has its own style of cuisine. The turkey and steaks popular in Han continent were seemingly not as well liked here as the skewered barbecue. Jack was a 2-time king of singing winner from Han continent. After being severely outperformed by Xian Yu in Mandarin and English versions of Farewell Kiss, in February, Jack had not given up on expanding his market in the territories of Qin, Qi, Chu, and Yan. Lately, he had been participating in some musical events in Qin continent, so as to familiarize the local audience with him as much as possible. However, the effects weren't significant yet, or else Jack wouldn't be able to dine undisturbed at a Qin barbecue restaurant without attracting any attention from the crowd. Nobody recognizes me here. Jack looked around, continued munching on his kidney, and mumbled, "When I win the seasonal chart next month, people should start to recognize me. Then we won't be able to enjoy our barbecue so peacefully and undisturbed." April looks very promising. The agent's interest was piqued. The most important thing is that Xian Yu isn't in the April seasonal chart. Without his interference, we would have clinched the championship in February. Steer clear of what you can't overcome, Jack stated without any burden. He and his company had been observing for a long time, only daring to release a new song after confirming that Xian Yu wasn't releasing one in April. They aimed to secure the April seasonal chart championship. Whilst chatting leisurely, the big TV in the barbecue restaurant was turned on. In the buzzing environment, an ad appeared on screen. Journey to the West will be broadcast in 5 minutes. Don't go away, the excitement is about to begin. Change the channel, boss. One of the customers at table 2 yelled displeasingly. Watch the primordial chaos, it's also on today. This customer was clearly the Primordial Chaos fan. The boss hesitated. Which channel is airing the Primordial Chaos again? The customer at table 2 was about to answer, but the adjacent customer at table 3 was not pleased. Why change the channel? Let's watch Journey to the West. Turns out, this patron was a Journey to the West fan. The customer at table 2 glared. Only you want to watch Journey to the West. Me too. The customer at table 1 objected. A voice also came from table 6. I want to watch Journey to the West too. I love seeing you. It was a little girl. Then, the customer at table 4 chimed in. Let's watch the Primordial Chaos. It's better. Table 3. It must be Journey to the West. Table 5. Isn't the Primordial Chaos on point? Like a chain reaction, the barbecue restaurant erupted in lively chatter. Some were clamoring to watch Journey to the West. Some were clamoring to watch the Primordial Chaos. It appeared that there were many fans of both series present. The online debate between the two parties seemed to have spilled over into the real world. Of course, the majority were simply chiming in, stirring up some fun. After all, not everyone enjoys watching television, and not everyone is a fan of either Journey to the West or the Primordial Chaos. Not to mention that many people in the barbecue restaurant were slightly tipsy. Alcohol tends to make people a little more animated. Even the introverted ones become extroverted in this situation. The boss threw up his hands. There's only one TV. Jack was slightly surprised. Journey to the West is Xian Yu's drama, right? The agent nodded. I read part of the novel a while ago. It's really good. Then let's watch Journey to the West. Jack yelled out. Agent, why were you adding to the commotion? Jack laughed. Xian Yu isn't releasing a song in April, so I should be thankful to him. For some reason, the agent felt that made sense. Indeed, he even showed mercy to us in February. If God is a Girl had been released in February, we Han people would have been utterly defeated. The barbecue restaurant was still filled with arguments. Those calling for Journey to the West, those calling for the Primordial Chaos, none were giving way to the other. In the midst of the stalemate, the drama is finally going to air. The patron at table number 2, who had asked for the Primordial Chaos after drinking who knows how many rounds, started to stagger to his feet, saying, Let me tell you. Before he could finish, the theme song of Journey to the West began to play, effectively drowning out whatever he was about to say. Whoosh, boom, boom. Wait, wait, wait. The voice at table number 2 paused for a moment, as if suddenly sobered up by the music. The audience felt a shiver run down their spinal cords, their attention immediately drawn to the television by the captivating music. In the lens, the waves are crashing violently. The mountains are towering. A massive mountain peak suddenly explodes in this majestic landscape. Waves roar into a storm, and the rhythm of the music rolls in like thunder. Stay connected with Earthquake. Among the flying grit and stone, a golden light shoots towards the sky. A monkey rolls and leaps into the sky, disappearing among the deep clouds. The bass guitar starts to play. The orchestration and percussion combine, beating against the audience's hearts, growing increasingly intense. Almost instinctively, people begin chewing the barbecue in their mouths. Electronic music with a jumpy rhythm, drenched in psychedelic hues. With every earthen tremor and mountain shift, the corresponding sound is illustrated through music. The electronic music mixed with a variety of classical instruments, resulting in a harmonious blend rather than a chaotic mess. The guzheng, pipa, and bianzhong. The instruments resonate and complement each other. Either due to the top-notch special effects or the abrupt music, everyone swallowed their food forcefully, forgetting what it tasted like. The atmosphere is magnificent. The five-finger mountain turns to dust. Yellow talismans float away into the distance. Amid the dreamlike mist, Buddha stands solemnly, his single hand pointing skyward, his sacred aura enveloping everything. Lotuses blooming. Fiercely, Kuan Yin, tender and compassionate. For figures traverse desolate mountains and regions. Wolves and leopards lurk nearby, the setting sun splintering through the dappled shade onto the ground beneath them. Unidentified creatures hide behind the roadside trees. Dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum. The music takes a sudden turn, merging electronic beats with the rhythm of drums. accompanied by the Guzhing's trembling notes. It sounds both sturdy and soft, like undulating mountains, each following their own course, yet maintaining perfect harmony. Lost souls in hell hovering. The Monkey King swings his golden cudgel. Gods and demons scurry. The earth shakes, and mountains tremble. Silver-armored heavenly soldiers and generals swarm in masses, their intimidating gaze fixed on the mountain of flowers and fruit. The muscular titan beats his drum frantically. While atop the mountain peak, a monkey draped in a billowing red cape sits quietly. Ah, ah, ah. The ethereal female vocals begin, tender and melancholic, which only amplify the dazzling magic weapons. As the world changes color amidst the grand battle, a large golden fillet sweeps across, resulting in a rain of blood. Ah! The only sound left in the barbecue restaurant was the music. Everyone had forgotten to continue eating. Their mouths hung slightly open, their eyes seemingly frozen. Some people's mouths were still half full of partially chewed food, which was still slightly warm. Boom, 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 boom. At every beat, fleeting images of intense battles flashed on the screen. The Monkey King's eyes were filled with undying flames. The universe seemed to shake with the rhythm of the battle. These were pieces of the westward journey. Demons danced wildly. Evil spirits ran amok. Finally, all the musical instruments converged brilliantly, and the harp flowed out like running water, merging beauty with solemnity. 2 minutes and 53 seconds. The duration of a piece of music. 2 minutes and 53 seconds ago, the barbecue restaurant was noisy and chaotic. 2 minutes and 53 seconds later, the restaurant was dead silent. The normally busy hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. What is this? Who knows when? Jack stood up. The man next to him, who was presumably his agent, struggled to swallow his saliva. He pointed with a shaking hand to the swiftly disappearing information on the screen. There were a few lines in blue text, which were particularly noticeable. The music of the Cloud Palace. Composer, Xian Yu. Guzhing, Wang Li, Pipa, Zhang Xie, Orchestra, Lu Ran, Bianzhong, Li Keki, mezzo-soprano, Ning Mimi, harp, Han Han, violin, Lala, trumpet, Xiao Gang, harp, Zhou guitar, Ping Dehai. Boom, boom, boom. 3 large golden characters replacing the flurry of images, and thus leaving an everlasting impression on everyone's memories. Even years later, many people would still cherish their recollection of it. Journey to the West. Chapter 685, 651. Is this something I can watch without spending money? _1. Inside this quiet barbecue shop, no one brought up the topic of switching channels again. The customer who was previously clamoring to watch the primordial chaos at table 2 had sobered up considerably and had returned to his seat without anyone noticing. He called out gruffly, "Boss, bring another pound of lamb. I want it insanely spicy. Let's have some pork over here. Add some lettuce to mine. 2 more grilled lamb kidneys." The barbecue shop returned to its lively state. It seemed everyone's appetite had greatly increased. At this time, Jack sat frozen like the stone monkey in the first scene of the TV series. Meanwhile, online, as if cold water had been poured into a hot, boiling pot of oil, with the start of the music of the Cloud Palace, all the major forums exploded. Numerous posts directly overwhelmed the forums with comments. Watch Journey to the West. The start has already blown my mind. The song, the music of the Cloud Palace, stunned me. Combined with the visuals, it was mind-blowing. Just 2 minutes ago, my parents were indecisive about whether to watch Journey to the West or the Primordial Chaos tonight, but they reached a consensus after 2 minutes. I'm floored. Xian Yu's work is phenomenal. How did he come up with the idea of composing the theme song for Journey to the West? Using electronic music? It's extremely pleasing to the ears and perfectly complements the visuals, making it explosive. The primordial chaos, danger. I thought I was at a concert just now. I didn't expect that the combination of electronic music, folk music, and an orchestra could produce such a wonderful chemistry. Just for this theme song, I must follow this TV series. Netizens enthusiastically shared their posts while watching the TV series, whereas those preparing to compete in the April season rankings were collectively dumbfounded and hopeless. Their reactions were identical to Jack's at the barbecue shop. What the heck is this? Experience more tales on. What's the point of playing anymore? I'm having a fear of fish outburst. I don't know whether the primordial chaos is in danger or not, but I know that we've already lost the season rankings for April. This song will definitely join the competition. We're all just ordinary people amidst unparalleled talent. I'm cracking up. Didn't we agree not to release songs in April? Does electronic music not count as a song? What's key is that the song's lineup is outrageous. Let's put Xian Yu, the composer, aside for now. The guzheng was played by Wang Li, the pipa was played by Zhang Xie, the orchestra was overseen by Lu Ran, the bell part was wielded by Li Keki. The soprano was the Queen of China, Ning Mimi. Harp by Han Han, violin by Lala, trumpet by Xiao Gang, harp by Zhou Li, guitar by Ping Dehai. How can we compete when these talents come together? It's not just that Xian Yu's song is amazing. All the different instrumentalists are top-tier powerhouses within the industry. With this kind of lineup, even the king of singing has to bow down. None of the people on the April season ranking can dare to have a stroke of luck. Everybody was dumbfounded. The Primordial Chaos team was dumbfounded. The simultaneous broadcast of Journey to the West and the Primordial Chaos meant that the Primordial Chaos team was naturally attentive to the start of Journey to the West. As a result, all the main creators of the Primordial Chaos were caught off guard by the opening theme of Journey to the West. The drama hadn't even started yet, and Journey to the West had already delivered a heavy blow to the Primordial Chaos. As the old saying goes, the main creators of the Primordial Chaos clenched their teeth, encouraging each other. Maybe Journey to the West is also poorly produced, so the theme song is so impressive. After all, everyone knows that a crappy film is notorious for having a brilliant song. A crappy film producing excellent music? Although they were just encouraging each other, everyone had not only heard the music, but also seen the opening of Journey to the West. Judging from the quality of the visuals, there's something off about this show. This show was indeed off. When people gradually emerged from the shock of the music of the Cloud Palace and turned their attention to the storyline of the TV series, they experienced an even greater shock. Mountain of flowers and fruit. Magnificent. The entire mountain of flowers and fruit was shrouded in mist, like a land of immortality in the human realm. This was shot in a top-rated scenic spot in Qin continent, employing multiple helicopters, which achieved stunning results. Sun Wukong goes airborne. The heavenly court trembles violently at the emergence of the stone monkey. This scene was shot with a long, wide-angle lens that encompasses the whole heavenly court, showing a tracking shot from the southern heavenly gate to the front of the Jade Emperor's throne, making all viewers feel immersed. Glorious. Majestic. Impressive. The stone columns carved with dragons, the coiling bodies of the dragons seem to be alive. The immortals of the heavenly court each have unique looks, from their costumes to the special effects. Everything is movie quality. The Jade Emperor looks down upon all living beings from a high position. The Primordial Chaos fans were bewildered. Is this a TV show? Is this damn thing really a TV show? Are you belittling us for not having seen a movie? All the audience widened their eyes. The visuals in this series were too beautiful. It seemed that any frame could be directly screenshot and used as a screensaver. From the texture to the special effects, everything was movie level. What kind of play is this? Eventually, the main creators of the Primordial Chaos couldn't stand it anymore. How much money did the Journey to the West crew put into it? Was it worth it to invest so much in just making a TV series? Weren't they afraid of losing everything in the end? In all the major forums, the audience of Journey to the West also realized that the special effects and scenes of Journey to the West were exaggerated beyond the scope of a TV show, even qualifying as a movie. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. I'm about to cry. How was it filmed so well? This series perfectly recreates my imagination of the Heavenly Palace and the Immortals. From the Jade Emperor to the Immortals of the Heavenly Palace, all are experienced veterans. How much money does it take to get this effect? A TV series with conscience. Is this the same Xian Yu who was notorious for cutting corners on special effects? Even though it's just a TV series, Xian Yu is shot it according to movie standards. Is this really something I can watch without spending money? I'm not worthy. I'm begging for it to be paid. Is there a big shot who can estimate the cost of this episode? For the first time in my life, I'm seeing a TV series with such elaborate production. Can Xianyu recoup the cost with this move? I estimate it's at least 50 million. It's definitely more than 50 million. Just the fees for these actors alone is a scary number. The Jade Emperor is just a supporting role, but Xianyu directly hired a best actor to play it. Can any other series on Blue Star dare to be this extravagant? I'm losing my mind. How can there be such a considerate TV series? I really love Xianyu to death. If anyone says Xianyu likes to use small tricks to achieve big gains, I will lose it. Is this what you call using small tricks to achieve big gains? Everyone was shocked. Even people who don't know about TV production could tell the production level of Journey to the West. This is definitely the highest standard in the history of Blue Star TV series. Never has a TV series been able to achieve this level of effect, and the shock is even more terrifying than the theme song. The most apt summary is this something I can watch without spending money? Chapter 686, 652, the highest record in TV drama investment history _1. With Sun Wukong setting out to sea in search of immortality, the first episode of Journey to the West finally comes to a close. This episode lasted a staggering 1 hour and 23 minutes, equivalent to the length of 2 episodes of other TV series, so the rest of the series will be broadcast daily. With the end of the first episode, the internet has set off a Journey to the West frenzy sweeping across the 5 continents. 8 of the top 10 trending topics were related to the series. Of all the topics, the 2 most heated ones were the TV series theme song, the music of the Cloud Palace, and everyone's curiosity about the production cost of this series. In the first topic, countless musicians are expressing their thoughts on the music of the Cloud Palace on different platforms, offering their critiques from various angles. Among them, some accomplished maestros even praised the song. Undoubtedly, the music of the Cloud Palace pioneers blending electronic music with traditional folk and orchestral music in a television series. Its innovative musical composition, beautiful melody, and perfect melding of plot and music are unbeatable in the history of television series music. Indong. I was probably one of the first lucky ones to hear this piece. I was deeply shocked when I first heard it. But after watching the Journey to the West series today, I think awe-inspiring would be a better description. Zheng Jing. For those who missed Journey to the West tonight, as a TV series enthusiast, I believe it's a television feast not to be missed for Blue Star's audience. As for the theme song, the music of the Cloud Palace, I think it would be a classic piece that many proficient electronic musicians should dissect and learn from. Yi Zhiqiu. Even Yang Zhongming expressed his thoughts on the platform. I'm not surprised that Xianyu has such a profound understanding of electronic music. What surprises me is that electronic music can blend so perfectly with a mythological story like Journey to the West. Such an out-of-box idea probably would have been beyond my capabilities. Some people think this is Yang Zhongming's modesty. But with so many maestros praising the music of the Cloud Palace, it indeed gives people a deeper understanding of the level of this piece. There were many musicians analyzing various aspects of the music of the Cloud Palace during this process. In their analysis, every instrument in the music of the Cloud Palace seems to have its own unique emotional expression. The notes are actually a depiction of Journey to the West in a form of artistic language. In contrast to the first topic, the second topic has an even broader reach. Countless people are asking under Starlight's official Weibo, what is the actual cost of Journey to the West TV series? When people praise a TV series as good, they often describe it as having a movie-like quality. But when it comes to Journey to the West, even this praise seems insufficient. This series can be described as surpassing movie quality. Even compared to movies, the first episode of Journey to the West is not a bit inferior. At that moment, Starlight suddenly released an interview titled, Exclusive Interview with Zhou Weiming, the producer of Journey to the West. The production cost of Journey to the West sets a new record for Blue Star's TV series investment. Holy crap, a new record. Even though everyone already anticipated it, this still shocked everyone, and they all immediately clicked on the interview. In the interview, the host laughed and said, Tonight, the first episode of Journey to the West was broadcasted, and its popularity has reached a terrifying peak. Perhaps the TV king of this year has been born ahead of schedule. Now, we've invited Zhou Weiming, the producer of Starlight's Journey to the West, for an interview. First of all, I would like to ask a question that everyone is curious about. How much does this series cost? The first season of Journey to the West, a total of 10 episodes, was invested with $700 million, which averages to $70 million per episode. Zhou Weiming started off seriously. The host drew in a cold breath. This must be the highest record of Blue Star's TV series production, right? Zhou Weiming responded proudly. Yes, for example, the upcoming episode of Sun Wukong wreaking havoc in the Heavenly Palace could even be screened in cinemas without any problem. The host asked, Starlight has invested so much money. Are you confident about getting a return on your investment? OL, Zhou burst into laughter. A TV series with an investment of $700 million. You're asking me about return on investment? The host. OL, Zhou paused his laughter. The series is going to lose money, big time. If it hadn't been for Xian Yu's insistence, our planned budget for the series would have been around $100 million. The host wore a strange expression. Didn't anyone try to dissuade Teacher Admirable Fish? OL Zhou, as if recalling something, suddenly got excited with his spit flying all over and his arms waving. Who says there weren't any objections? I objected. For half a month, more than a dozen high-level executives at Starlight took turns persuading him not to take such a big risk. In the end, even the chairman of the company personally stepped in, but could not persuade him. Instead, Xian Yu added another $100 million to the investment. The host was stupefied. That information was pretty heavy-duty. Looking at Zhou Weiming's expression, the host could almost imagine the sense of despair the Starlight executives must have felt at the time. Teacher Admirable Fish has a lot of sway in Starlight, the host said, trying to keep her voice steady. OL Zhou's voice was mixed with complex emotions. He's the crown prince of Starlight. At first listen, this comment seemed to voice dissatisfaction with Xian Yu. But upon closer inspection, the host could clearly hear a note of pride and satisfaction. This was the first time the outside world got a glimpse of Xian Yu's position in Starlight. So, Starlight knew they wouldn't be able to recoup the cost, but still went ahead with the production, simply because of Teacher Admirable Fish's insistence. Yes, but it's not just that. OL Zhou said. Xian Yu mentioned that the future development of Journey to the West might not just be limited to a TV series. In the future, there may be animations and even movies related to Journey to the West. This is a grand scheme. Maybe, one day in the future, we would be able to recoup the cost of this TV series. Anyway, that's how Xian Yu explained it. We dare not say anything. We dare not ask. That's so exciting. The host looked forward to it, then said, Any interesting experiences during filming? OL Zhou looked a little blank, very desperate. Every day when I woke up, I was greeted with the smell of burning money. The host. OL Zhou twitched the corner of his mouth. Just kidding, even though it's true. As for interesting experiences, I guess Xian Yu insisting on casting a newcomer as Sun Wukong counts. The host nodded. That decision was very adventurous and crazy. OL Zhou shared the sentiment deeply. It truly is madness, which is why Xian Yu's choice to cast a newcomer in a $7 billion TV drama lead role also drew opposition from the company. But judging by today's results, it seems we were wrong. The charm of Sun Wukong is not whether the actor is a star, because Sun Wukong can easily make one a star. The interview lasted for half an hour. OL Zhou revealed a lot of behind-the-scenes stories from Journey to the West. After the interview ended, discussion went wild on each continent. Damn it, 7 billion. Is it okay to wake up every day smelling the scent of burning money? 70 million per episode on average. They even dare to shoot a TV show that is bound to lose money. Typical of Xian Yu. With an average cost of 70 million per episode, if it was early on, Xian Yu could have used that much to shoot several films. Is Xian Yu the crown prince of Starlight? Fish Papa is badass. Ha 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 ha. This director looks fun. He must have been tormented a lot by Fish Papa. We dare not say. We dare not ask. Please, you're a senior executive at Starlight. Why are you so humble in front of Fish Papa? What do you mean, senior executive? Didn't she say that even the chairman courteously discusses investment matters with Xian Yu, and in the end, she had to add another 100 million? It's just too much. You call it the crown prince? This is clearly the supreme emperor of Starlight. Fish Papa is the company's favorite. This director might be complaining about Fish Papa, but he cares a lot. You guys think he's complaining about Xianyu, but actually, he's just indirectly praising him, playing with words. Just look at how much Zheng Jing and Yang Zhoming spoil Xianyu to guess the company's attitude. Netizens were in a heated discussion. When the production team of the Primordial Chaos saw this interview, they almost couldn't catch their breath. A total investment of 7 billion? 10 episodes in total. You guys burned 70 million per episode? Are you guys doing charity? Is that necessary? This is a behavior that breaks industry rules. It seriously messes up the market atmosphere. You guys wouldn't be trying to ruin us regardless of the cost, would you? What a huge grievance. The Primordial Chaos is really about to get ruined. Actually, the investment in the Primordial Chaos is not low, close to 2 billion. But the Primordial Chaos shot a full 50 episodes. There must be some watering down. It's an industry norm for TV dramas, and the audience is used to it. If Journey to the West didn't exist, everyone would feel that watching the Primordial Chaos was a good value. But, being broadcast at the same time as Journey to the West, the comparisons present themselves. After watching Journey to the West, and then watching the Primordial Chaos, they always had the feeling that their props had a plastic feel, 50-cent special effects, very cheap. Ironically, this was a choice made by the Primordial Chaos itself. If the Primordial Chaos had evaded Journey to the West, not insisted on challenging Journey to the West, they might have had a good harvest. In fact, the shock this interview brought was not only to the team of the Primordial Chaos and netizens, but also to the whole film and television circle. Investing 7 billion in a TV drama is truly madness. Even a movie wouldn't dare to gamble that much. If it were on Earth, the investment level of Journey to the West is slightly more than the later seasons of Game of Thrones. In fact, when Lin Yuan shot Journey to the West, he was aiming for that kind of blockbuster. But will Journey to the West really lose money? Well, Zhou is not stupid. His words were purely to win the favor of the audience. As long as the drama is popular enough, it won't lose much, because if this drama maintains its heat, there would be an extension of a series of interest chains. Like games, like movies, like animations, like merchandise, like... At the time, the company was not happy with Xianyu gambling so much, purely because they lacked confidence in the show's success. Note, super hit. If it doesn't reach the super hit level, only a normal hit, it's definitely not okay. The standard of a super hit is everyone following the drama. Neighboring Earth's Game of Thrones recouped its cost and earned a lot of money because it was a super hit. The only difference is that the money-making cycle of Journey to the West is longer. But at the same time, the money that Journey to the West will earn is definitely more than Earth's Game of Thrones. Regarding this, Lin Yuan had full confidence. Chapter 687, 653, Progress of 12 Consecutive Championships 1/3_1. During an interview, OL Zhou revealed lots of interesting inside scoop, like how Starlight specifically set up a TV department to film Journey to the West. Before this, Starlight only had a film department, without any layout in the TV drama industry. Regarding many Xianyu-related matters, even a fragment of information is enough to set people's imaginations wild. Like why Xianyu wants to stage such a grand production for Journey to the West. Talking about subsequent development, I believe, but it's definitely not all the reason. There's another critical reason that he didn't tell everyone. That is, the author of Journey to the West is Chu Kuang. Yes, a lot of spectators think this is a testament to the friendship between Xianyu and Chu Kuang. The rationale behind him investing so much, from getting a film emperor to act, to personally making the top-level soundtrack, has a lot to do with the fact that the author of Journey to the West is Chu Kuang. The relationship between these two is too good. It can be described as a bromance made match in heaven. After all, Xianyu has never been so generous with his own scripts. Everyone in and out of the circle knows that Xianyu's approach to filming movies is to save wherever he can. Isn't this exactly how I treat my girlfriend? Someone resonated, saying, I would rather eat instant ramen myself and let my girlfriend eat her favorite Chu continent cuisine. Xianyu would rather cut his own movie investment costs to make Chu Kuang's novel become the best TV series on Blue Star. This theory is quite popular. Xianyu and Chu Kuang's mutual fans have started to rave about it. In the words of another netizen, it's another day of fun without shadow. In the final analysis, this is a carnival for Journey to the West fans. Journey to the West, filmed by Xianyu, perfectly fits everyone's imagination of this novel, even over-delivered. But for the Primordial Chaos fans, it's a night of torment. People of discerning eyes know it. Once again, the Primordial Chaos was crushed by Journey to the West. Journey to the West fans didn't even bother making fun of the Primordial Chaos, because it's no longer necessary. The TV series from both sides are simply not in the same league. This is the ultimate crushing victory. The mythological paradigm of Blue Star has changed. From now on, Journey to the West holds the title of Blue Star's #1 myth. The Primordial Chaos can only step aside. A diehard fan of the Primordial Chaos lamented, "The excitement is theirs, we have nothing." Enjoy exclusive content from. Who said that? Some fans of the Primordial Chaos quickly chimed in. We can join the excitement too. This part of the Primordial Chaos fans demonstrated to everyone what it means to have unyielding mettle, what it means to have unswerving loyalty. Hand in hand, they cheerfully switched sides. The turncoats came in droves, and it started with just a few fans of the Primordial Chaos braving internal pressure and criticism, mildly praising the TV series Journey to the West for its efforts. Later on, it developed to countless fans of the Primordial Chaos sneakily watching the Journey to the West TV series. The straw that broke the camel's back was when some fans of the Primordial Chaos clipped a few snippets from the opening song of the Journey to the West, where Sun Wukong and Erlang Shun were fighting. This is the Erlang Shun in my heart. In the video snippet, there was a sky-shattering battle between Sun Wukong and Erlang Shun, with eerie screams and off-the-chart special effects. The insolence of the monkey and courageous Erlang Shun. Both characters were irresistibly charismatic in this battle. How ironic. The image of Erlang Shun in the Primordial Chaos TV series was obliterated by Erlang Shun from Journey to the West. The fans of the Primordial Chaos even thought Erlang Shun in Journey to the West is more handsome. A diehard fan of the Primordial Chaos who was an assistant to a certain screenwriter almost cried. What's the difference between this and my wife asking me to put on a Spider-Man mask and applauding for our love together? Oh boy, this is outright humiliation. When the time transitioned to 12 o'clock and April finally arrived, netizens unexpectedly saw the music of the Cloud Palace on major players. With a surge, the download volume of this song shot up. The inevitable had happened, what those musicians eyeing the April chart had feared the most. On the 4th month, Xianyu did not drop out. Through the TV series theme song, he released his April new work. Plus, not just one. Besides the music of the Cloud Palace, the ending song of Journey to the West also seized the 2nd place on the season chart. The song is called Where is the Way? As the ending song of Journey to the West, Where is the Way can hardly be considered a song suitable for the chart. Speaking of music, after watching the TV series Journey to the West, the song that left the deepest impression on everyone was the music of the Cloud Palace. This is evident from the discussions about it. Because Journey to the West spawned so many topics, it caught countless people's attention. Comparatively, not as many people discussed Dare to Ask Where the Road Is. But there's no defying the popularity of Journey to the West. With the cost of the first episode exceeding expectations, many people felt like they were watching a movie, not a TV series. Therefore, when the end credits song started, everyone couldn't bear to leave, so they sat through it all. In combination with the storyline, the flavor of this ending song came out. You carry the shoulder pole, I lead the horse, greeting the sunrise and bidding farewell to the sunset, paving the bumpy road into a great thoroughfare. Again we set off after fighting the dangers. La 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 la. Seasons come and go, a mixture of sweet and sour. Dare to ask where the road is? The road is beneath your feet. The simple lyrics directly depicted the footprints of the master and the 3 apprentices. Especially for fans of Journey to the West, they found this song to be to their taste. That's why this song came in 2nd on the seasonal download chart, only 2nd to the music of the Cloud Palace. This is the case for many songs. When singled out, they aren't that special. But when it's part of the original soundtrack for a TV series, the lyrics combined with the storyline make for a big hit. This was a heavy blow for musicians targeting the April seasonal chart. After Xianyu finished eating, he didn't even leave us any soup. Actually, upon hearing the music of the Cloud Palace, everyone already knew who would take home the crown song for the April seasonal chart. Despite a wave of disappointment, many still entertained the idea of striving for second place, until Dare to Ask Where the Road Is appeared. Also an original soundtrack from Journey to the West. There wasn't anything special when listened to alone, but thanks to the popularity of the Journey to the West TV series, it firmly grasped second place. Just great. The other musicians on the April seasonal chart could only compete for third place now. Suddenly, someone in the music industry screamed, "Xianyu has already won the seasonal championship for 4 consecutive months. Is he going for a 12-win streak?" A 12-win streak. Everyone was stunned. No one had considered this before, because it's been too long since anyone in Blue Star attempted a 12-win streak. Although this is a way to become a maestro, among the 3 paths to becoming a maestro, this is the most difficult one. Yet, with Xianyu reaching the top for 4 consecutive months, everyone can't help but think in that direction. Could it be? It's only been 4 months. If he really wants to strive for a 12-win streak, he still has to continuously win the seasonal championship for 8 months. Who can handle that? Especially the Battle of the Gods in December. Besides, now Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, 5 continents are competing for a spot on the seasonal chart. Could the other maestros just stand by if Xianyu wants to become one? True, Xianyu probably isn't planning this. If he wanted to become a maestro, the easiest and fastest method would be to produce a hit song. After all, he's good at promoting others. It's just that the current situation is rather startling. Let's observe for another month. If Xianyu still wants to be number 1 in May, he might genuinely have this plan. For the first time, the music industry had considered that Xianyu might be aiming for a 12-win streak on the seasonal chart, but at the same time, they didn't really want to believe it. As the various continents of Blue Star were continually merging, the competition on the seasonal chart was becoming increasingly fierce. It's been too many years since anyone's taken this path. The difficulties that one would face while aiming to top the list with a 12-win streak to become a maestro were too numerous. Not only the ominous battle of the gods at the end of the year, there would also be targeted attacks from other maestros halfway through. This is an unspoken rule of Blue Star. Any composer who wants to go for a 12-win streak would face all sorts of attacks in the end. The music industry wanted to observe for another month. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan didn't bother about the online trends anymore. He successfully took the 4th season. The progress of the 12-win streak was already 1/3 of the way through. He began to seriously prepare for his concert this month. The songs were basically set. He also prepared many backup songs. He was about to start the stage rehearsals before the concert. Chapter 688, 654 Dance at a 45-degree tilt _1. The secret rehearsals for the concert were underway, with the specifics of the performances not revealed in advance. During this process, Lin Yuan did not only rehearse the songs, but also customized some special shoes for his dance performance. He would perform Michael Jackson's dances like the moonwalk at the concert. No further explanation is required here for Michael Jackson's status in the world of Earth entertainment. He is a top-tier entertainer of the Earth's entertainment industry. The moonwalk, one of the dances of this top-tier entertainer, is familiar to countless people. Among them, Michael Jackson has one dance move that's out of this world. He is able to perform a dance move tilted at a 45-degree angle. When this dance move first appeared, it shocked the world with countless people asking, how did he do it? Surely even Newton is spinning in his grave. The answer is, even though he was a world-class superstar, it was impossible for a normal human being to achieve a 45-degree tilt without external support and defy gravity. To explain humorously, yes, Michael Jackson cheated sometimes. The secret lay in the shoes. It was a pair of special shoes. The heel of the shoe had a recess, specifically designed to latch onto a fixed point on the floor. Once latched on, the performer could lean forward 45 degrees without falling. However, at a concert stage performance, it takes time to locate the exact spot and quickly connect. So when Michael Jackson was looking for the spot, He would use some light and shadow effects and intersperse other performances to divert the audience's attention, allowing the performer to make other operations under these disguises. Of course, he could directly adjust his position and design scenarios that make his behavior appear reasonable. These setups all require backstage control to create a smooth scene transition for the best results. For this, Michael Jackson even applied for a patent. If anyone thinks that they can perform this move with just these shoes, they are naive. Having the shoes alone is far from enough. When the body's center of gravity leans forward, the waist supports all the force. The performer needs strong back muscles. In addition, the strength of the legs is highly demanded. So without training, it can't be imitated. Even Michael Jackson has made mistakes during his concert performances. Lin Yuan, thanks to system, could perform this move which would be impossible for him to do without it. Even if he knew the principle of it, it would still be impossible. For Lin Yuan, this was like a magic trick for the audience. After solving the mystery of the magic, it may not seem special, but the first time everyone witnesses this magic trick, they will definitely experience the shock of their perceptions being overturned. It's hard for ordinary people to figure out the principle in an instant. Of course, this was just one of the little surprises Lin Yuan prepared for the concert. The appearance of the moonwalk was more lethal than the 45-degree tilt, as the tilt relied on props, whereas the moonwalk purely relied on skill. On Blue Star, a similar dance style has not yet appeared. Not to mention, for this dance, Lin Yuan even prepared a new song, an original piece by Michael Jackson himself. Meanwhile, while Lin Yuan was secretly preparing for the concert, the TV drama A Journey to the West was also airing at a pace of 1 episode per day. By the 3rd episode, as Monkey Sun wreaks havoc in the heavenly court, the internet completely blew up. The special effects were off the charts. In every frame, viewers could practically hear the sound of money being burned. There were scenes of the earth shattering. The sun and the moon lost their light. Every combat scene was so extravagant to the point of absurdity. Even for supporting roles, the production team did not skimp at all, reaching the peak with electrifying and stunning effects. People who read Journey to the West have countless times imagined the scene of the heavenly court battle, and in this TV show, it has been perfectly restored and presented. The popularity of this show completely spread across the 5 continents. Streets and alleys were filled with countless people discussing. Even the vendors in the market couldn't help but bring up the latest episode of the Journey to the West television drama that was broadcast the previous night as they opened their stalls in the morning. I am Sun Wukong. Take this blow from yours truly. Even the children playing house in school have transitioned from narratives like Snow White to Journey to the West. Every day, there were a bunch of rambunctious kids quarreling over who gets to play the role of Sun Wukong. They delightedly imitated Sun Wukong's movements, not finding it embarrassing at all. Some boys growled from their throats and energetically scratched their faces, as if they were home to a tuft of peach-shaped monkey hair. Other boys had their right hands perched near their left ears, striking a looking out into the distance pose. Moreover, some boys picked up branches pretending they were golden cudgels and flailed them about, only to end up being spanked by their parents. The children were all imitating the classic postures of Sun Wukong. Every household on Blue Star contained a computer. Many people have the ability to follow dramas online. If there is no internet, and one is forced to watch it on television, perhaps then the broadcast of this drama would recreate a scenario scene on Earth where everyone is glued to their screens. Worth mentioning is the distinction between Lin Yuan's version of Journey to the West and that of the CCTV lies in its more systematic nature. The original strength level was rather all over the place. Sun Wukong's performance of strength seemed to fluctuate inconsistently. After all, the emphasis of that drama wasn't on how powerful Sun Wukong was. Lin Yuan strives for meticulousness when setting the performance levels for the Journey to the West. Therefore, he created an invisible chart for the characters, dictating who was stronger and who was weaker based on their initially set corresponding performance level. Even if Sun Wukong encounters demons that he couldn't defeat, Lin Yuan would come up with an excuse to get himself out of the dilemma. Of course, in the early stages, Sun Wukong basically had no competitors. Although Sun Wukong wreaked havoc in the heavenly court, Lin Yuan didn't script the Jade Emperor being afraid and hiding under a table. This doesn't comply with the original. In the original, it wasn't as if Sun Wukong threw the entire heavenly court into terror. It can only be said that a great majority of the gods felt apprehensive at the sight of this monkey punching through the heavenly court. Even with Erling Shun, Sun Wukong couldn't do it. In Lin Yuan's design, the Jade Emperor is simply the Jade Emperor, with his reputation off the charts. Even if the gods couldn't restrain Monkey Sun, the Jade Emperor losing composure wouldn't appear. Speaking of the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, Lin Yuan also designs him to be more mysterious and inscrutable. In the scene where Sun Wukong is refined in the 8 trigrams furnace, Lin Yuan implies through some shots that the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord has profound intentions and his goal is not to kill Sun Wukong. Additionally, when Sun Wukong confronts the heavenly court, Lin Yuan also arranges for Bodhi to secretly assist Sun Wukong. This leads to the Buddha taking action. In the CCTV version without Bodhi's help, it was indeed in the CCTV's animated version of Journey to the West, where Bodhi secretly assisted Sun Wukong. Lin Yuan thought this point in the animated version was well designed, so he adopted it. In summary, this is a television drama that both children would love and adults would not find childish, and it even provokes thought. Lin Yuan filmed various metaphors without any explicit explanation, trusting that the audience would understand, since the world's viewers are indeed very good at reading between the lines. And indeed it is. During the broadcast of this drama, while everyone is admiring the special effects and smooth plot, there are also countless people discussing the underlying metaphors in some of the shots and getting goosebumps. The Journey to the West television drama has become a phenomenal success. At this moment, people haven't forgotten. Xian Yu's concert is set to begin in a few days. On the internet, while countless people are discussing Journey to the West, more and more people have started discussing Xian Yu's upcoming concert happening in a few days. Chapter 689, 655. Chu Kuang and Shadow also come to the concert _1. The Xian Yu concert is about to start. Just 5 more days. Sadly, I didn't manage to get a ticket. I wonder what songs Xian Yu will sing at the concert. Maybe there will be new songs released at the concert. That's what I'm most looking forward to. Will Xian Yu dance on stage? Ha ha, give Fish Papa a break. He's talented, but I doubt dancing is his forte. Looking at Fish Papa's past performances, there were some dances like when he sang Dralabunga, but he just moved a bit. It's more like he was shaking about on stage, not really dancing. Fans have been constantly fantasizing about Xian Yu's upcoming concert. The basis of their fantasies stems from Xian Yu's performances on The Masked Singer. Of course, there were also a few performances during his time on Our Song. In any case, everyone was exceptionally focused on Xian Yu's concert. Even those who couldn't get tickets were enthusiastically discussing it. As for those who did manage to get tickets, they were beside themselves with excitement. The hearts of these people wished they could already be at the concert venue several days from now. 10,000 fans have bought tickets for the Xian Yu concert. Of these 10,000 fans, only a small portion reside in Sioux City. The vast majority of the audience will rush to Sioux City on the day of the concert after pre-booking hotel accommodations. This particularly applies to fans from Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han. To watch the concert, they must necessarily leave their continents. So a few days before the concert, some fans had already started heading towards Sioux City in Qin continent, in the vicinity of Grand Stadium in Qin. The prices for hotel rooms have multiplied many times over, yet they still remain fully booked. Many people have no choice but to stay even further away from Grand Stadium, planning to set off early when the concert begins. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was also constantly adjusting his physical and mental state. His concert will start at 7 o'clock on the evening of April the 10th. It's estimated to run for just over 3 hours. A continuous 3 to 4 hour performance is a great test of stamina and vocal strength. So in preparation, Lin Yuan did nothing else in the ensuing days and simply participated in some rehearsals. The rest of the time, he surfed the internet alone. The topics he recently browsed were all related to him. A few days ago, it was mostly discussions around Journey to the West. Now it's primarily about the upcoming concert. As he was browsing, Lin Yuan suddenly saw a trending topic on the hot search. The topic was boldly titled #FindShadow and Chu Kuang #Shadow, Chu Kuang. Lin Yuan was taken aback, immediately clicking on the topic. Attention all fans heading to Xianyu's concert. It's highly possible that this will be your closest encounter with Shadow and Chu Kuang. They will certainly be sitting in the audience watching the concert with you. The initiator of the topic seemed to have channeled both Poirot and Holmes. I believe many of you have guessed why I said this. Do you think that given the deep camaraderie between Xianyu, Chu Kuang, and Shadow, would these two be absent from Xianyu's concert? That was the entire content of the topic. The topic successfully sparked enthusiasm in many people who hadn't even considered this before. Holy cow, that makes so much sense. I almost forgot about the relationship between old rascal Chu Kuang, Shadow, and Xianyu. While I can't say with 100% certainty for Shadow, I'm sure Chu Kuang will definitely attend Xianyu's concert. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Shadow will definitely be there too. With the three brothers being so close, there's no reason for them to miss Xianyu's concert. So, does that mean Chu Kuang and Shadow might be seated right beside me? No, those in the back row can forget about it. Chu Kuang and Shadow could definitely get VIP tickets from Xianyu. If you want to find Chu Kuang and Shadow, just look towards the VIP seats. Right? You just need to look for two men attending the concert together. Sounds like they shouldn't be too hard to find. It would be so interesting if they were actually found by everyone. Both Chu Kuang and Shadow are very mysterious people who have never appeared in public or had any personal information leaked online. Yet, they are extremely famous. Especially Chu Kuang, his fame and popularity rival even that of Xianyu. So, everyone was extremely curious about these two. For a moment, many people had the idea of trying to spot Chu Kuang and Shadow among the audience. This was also the reason for the topic trending. For fans, even if they couldn't find Chu Kuang and Shadow, just the thought of them sitting among everyone in Grand Stadium to watch Xianyu's concert filled them with a strange sense of joy. Lin Yuan was somewhat dumbfounded. The fans had indeed guessed it right. Chu Kuang and Shadow would indeed be present at the concert. Find exclusive stories on. However, the way these two would appear was bound to be something no one would have expected. In the company, Gudong also couldn't resist gossiping with Lin Yuan. Will Chu Kuang and teacher Shadow really come? Lin Yuan smiled. Yes. Gudong, even though he had anticipated the answer, couldn't help but become more excited. So we might actually encounter Chu Kuang and Shadow at Grand Stadium. Yes. Lin Yuan also felt a playful mood coming over him. Although this certainly won't cause any harm to him, he still had a rather peculiar feeling. Are there chances of these two being found by everyone? Possibly. Lin Yuan blinked. Gudong was instantly more excited. Because of Chu Kuang and Shadow, the concert felt like it had an Easter egg hidden within. Those who hadn't managed to get tickets were even more heartbroken. Chu Kuang and Shadow are also going to watch Xianyu's concert? This is a total loss. Everyone missed the chance to encounter Chu Kuang and Shadow at close quarters. For a moment, the resale price for Xianyu's concert tickets rose even further. Many people still hadn't given up on the possibility of obtaining scalped tickets at high prices. According to media reports, the VIP tickets for Xianyu's concert have been reported to have been sold for as high as 400,000, with actual transactions taking place. For 100,000. This is unimaginable for ordinary people. Someone was actually willing to pay hundreds of thousands to hear Xianyu sing for just 2 to 3 hours at a live concert. With money, one truly can do anything. This price also managed to claim the record for the most expensive ticket in Blue Star concert history, breaking the highest record for concert ticket prices. A genuinely sky-high price for a ticket. There were also people regretting. If they had initially got Xianyu's VIP concert tickets, wouldn't this be an opportunity to strike it rich? It's like looting a bank. All the news combined furthered the anticipation of the audience who had managed to buy tickets. And amidst everyone's anticipation, time finally arrived on April the 10th. On this day, Xianyu's concert was finally about to start. Chapter 690, 656, an epic start with the Siren's Song _1. In the afternoon, at 6 o'clock, the Qin Continent Grand Stadium, the huge crowd began to enter the venue. Several separated lanes had been pulled open, stretching for thousands of meters. Just about every few steps, there was a uniformed security officer maintaining order on the periphery of the barriers. 100,000 spectators were arriving. The streets surrounding the Grand Stadium were already heavily congested. Groups of traffic police were maintaining order on the streets, everyone communicating road conditions in real time via walkie-talkie. And not just traffic police. The police were also deployed in large numbers. City surveillance was heavily concentrated in the Grand Stadium area. In the security check area of the concert, countless security personnel and police officers shared the responsibility. Inside the Grand Stadium, Tong Shuwen was also coordinating the work of various departments nervously. Tong Shuwen was the director-in-chief of CNU's concert. As the chief director of music, variety shows like The Masked Singer and the Our Song series, Tong Shuwen was top-notch when it came to stage coordination. Starlight had asked him to take charge of CNU's concert to bring out the maximum brilliance of the stage. At this moment, Tong Shuwen was both nervous and excited. When he initially received the invitation to be the director-in-chief for CNU's concert, Tong Shuwen had instantly agreed without much thought, considering it as a payback for CNU's participation in his 2 shows. Normally, Tong Shuwen would not accept offers to manage concerts. His position in the world of show directing was quite high. Concert directing was not on par. Only CNU could have the prestige to invite him. But at that time, Tong Shuwen considered this to be a regular job, just acting as a chief in charge for a concert. The job was not too challenging, far less challenging than Our Song. But after Tong Shuwen finished the first rehearsal, his body and mind were greatly shocked. This concert, it was unbelievably incredible. A 4-sided stage, welcoming 100,000 spectators. Maybe this was destined to be a crazy concert. This concert would also be a huge test for his professional career. If successful, it would be a bright highlight in his career. Therefore, Tong Shuwen was placing extra emphasis on this concert now. His level of seriousness and commitment was comparable to when he directed the finale of The Masked Singer. His gaze turned to the backstage of the directing room. Tong Shuwen saw that CNU had already started his makeup. A few of the industry's top makeup and stylist artists were working for CNU. Many reporters outside are live broadcasting the interview. The assistant director of the concert informed Tong Shuwen nervously, "The heads of the traffic police team and public security department will come to communicate with you. There's no problem with security outside, right? No issues have arisen at present. Small traffic disputes have also been resolved by the traffic police team. Okay, when will all the spectators enter the venue? In about half an hour. Many people are now buying support props and posters. The time schedule won't have any problems. Okay. Keep paying attention. Report to me immediately if there's any situation." Tong Shuwen's gaze swept over the monitors in the directing room. Each department was doing its job. The preparations related to the concert were progressing in an orderly manner. And when the time reached 6:50, all of the 100,000 spectators finally entered the venue, and all departments were in position. Get ready to start. At this moment, Tong Shuwen's voice was tinged with a hint of fanaticism. On the scene, while waiting for the start of the concert, the audience was engaging in heated discussions. It's about to start. In the 3rd row of the East Side grandstand, Zhou Ming glanced, at the time on her phone, her face filled with anticipation. Just a few more minutes. Zhou Ming was a hardcore fan of CNU. She came with her boyfriend, Wang Yu. For this, the young couple had both taken leave from their respective companies. Wang Yu, her boyfriend, laughed and said, "I wonder what song Fish Daddy will sing first. I want to hear him sing Exaggeration again." Zhou Ming laughed along. "I'm most looking forward to a chuckle across the seat." A nearby spectator joined in the topic. "Will the ending song be The Ordinary Road?" Another spectator joined in. "I won't beat around the bush. I want to see Fish Daddy dance." "Ha ha. Come on. It's good enough just to listen." Everyone burst into laughter. They were all fans of CNU. The atmosphere at the venue was lively. Unfamiliar audiences communicated with each other, seemingly not feeling awkward at all. This might have had to do with everyone being there for the same person. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, an unanticipated sound, akin to the onslaught of a tidal wave, echoed through the venue. The audience instinctively raised their heads. The stage's giant screen featured an enormous fish circling high in the sky, eclipsing sun and earth. Shortly thereafter, a beam of light descended. With a thud, an ocean formed on the stage floor with multicolored fish swimming freely. In the midst of these stunning special effects, your next journey awaits at. A distant voice started to hum softly. The silent waves bury the nightfall deep, flooding all corners beyond the sky ends. The song echoed from afar, drawing closer. Jiang Kuei gradually appeared on the stage lift at the center. Applause poured from the audience. It wasn't surprising to see Jiang Kuei on stage. Concerts typically start with a warm-up act by a guest performer, mainly to avoid the audience having to wait aimlessly, which is why there is always such an arrangement before the official start of the concert. The selection of the song, Big Fish, was in fact an original composition by Lin Yuan, popular amongst the fans. Everyone enjoyed the familiar melody and lyrics flowing from Jiang Kuei's lips. Each and every tear is flowing towards you, returning to the seabed in the sky. Amidst the applause, the audience started discussing. What beautiful effects! Based on the various concerts I've attended, Lin Yuan's special effects are by far the best. These effects alone are worth the ticket price. Jiang Kuei warming up the crowd seems fitting. I never get sick of the song, Big Fish. Many singers have covered this song, but I must admit, Jiang Kuei's version is definitely the most beautiful. Jiang Kuei's version is indeed unsurpassable. Moments after everyone started their discussion, the music at the concert suddenly stopped. This was a specially designed break in the music arrangement to catch the audience's attention. The crowd instinctively paused their discussions. One by one, they raised their heads to watch Jiang Kuei gently step forward on stage. Jiang Kuei's deep humming. The colossal fish soars over the sea. At that moment, a heart-stopping voice unexpectedly emerged, its haunting harmony touching even the most somber hearts. Ah, ah, ah. Hawk. Mist twirled around the stage lift as the voice emerged from the midst of the fog. Once the fog cleared, a familiar slim figure was now revealed to everyone through the stage and the giant screen. It was none other than Lin Yuan. The mesmerizing entrance of Lin Yuan caused Zhou Ming to feel a buzzing at the top of her head. Goosebumps covered her entire body in an instant. Almost unconsciously, she let out a scream at the top of her lungs. Wang Yu was screaming too. But no matter how loud their screams, they were merely part of a tidal wave of ecstatic screams from the crowd, culminating in a collective euphoria. I'm in awe the moment he opens his mouth. This is what divine singing sounds like. My ears are pregnant. How can it sound this good? My whole body is numb with excitement. This isn't Big Fish. This is a marine siren. This is the most explosive entrance I've ever seen. If there's a version that can surpass Jiang Kuei's Big Fish, it can only be a duet by Lin Yuan and Jiang Kuei. Lin Yuan is the greatest backup vocalist. What a grand opening. If I were the richest person in the world, I would pay $1 billion just to hear Lin Yuan sing for me all day. Right at 7 o'clock sharp, the personal concert of Lin Yuan officially began with the enchanting song of a marine siren. Chapter 691, 657. 100,000 audiences sing for Lin Yuan_1. Everyone thought it was Jiang Kuei warming up the stage, but the sudden appearance of Lin Yuan gave the audience a huge surprise. This stage entrance was brilliantly executed. The greater surprise was Lin Yuan's siren serenade. It was like the sound of heaven. The unexpected excitement on site instantly created a memorable scene at the opening concert. Perfection. Backstage in the director's room, the chief director Tong Shuwen slapped his thigh forcefully. Originally, Lin Yuan planned to appear on stage with Jiang Kuei. The idea of making an entrance in the middle of the music beat was Tong Shuwen's. He thought it would be more dazzling this way. And indeed, Tong Shuwen pulled it off. But the basis for such an explosive effect was that Lin Yuan's entrance had to be impressive, capturing the ears of everyone instantly. And Lin Yuan did it too. By the time Big Fish was over, the venue went into a complete frenzy. Jiang Kuei bowed and exited the stage, her eyes sparkling. This was her first time singing on a stage of 100,000 people. This opportunity was given to her by teacher Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan did not leave the stage. He picked up the microphone and smiled. Thank you everyone for coming to my concert. I see many familiar faces. Cut to the celebrity shots. Backstage, Tong Shuwen immediately called out. This was the instinct of a concert director. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Lin Yuan started speaking, The camera quickly panned towards the audience, showing one familiar face after another. Xia Fan, Zhao Yinggu, Wei Haoyun, Chun Jiyu, Sun Yaohua, and Jiang Kuei, who had just warmed up the crowd with Lin Yuan. All the members of the Yu dynasty were present. Even Fei Yang and the White Swan Shu Yu were there. Quite a few people from the film and television industry also attended. For instance, Lin Yuan's good friend, Spider-Man Jian. Also the comedian He Sheng, who just starred in The Truman Show. The extremely popular budding actor Run Yin, who played the main character's son Wukong in Journey to the West. The movie Emperor of Starlight, Zhang Xiaoming, who played the male lead in Hachiko. There were even some celebrities whom Lin Yuan did not recognize. This group seemed to all be Xianyu fans. They were actually holding glow sticks in their hands. Besides, several big shots from the composer circle also attended, all of whom had decent relationships with Lin Yuan or had crossed paths with him before. Your adventure continues at Indong, Yi Zhiqiu, Zheng Jing, and Yang Zhongming. The camera even gave Yang Zhongming a close-up shot, and Yang Zhongming cheekily raised his eyebrows at the camera. The entire audience screamed. With 100,000 people on site, everyone didn't know who all were seated in the front rows until the camera panned to them. Father Yang is here. A lot of top stars from the film, TV, and music industries are here. Is this still a concert? It's clearly a star-studded gathering. I see King Fei, Film Emperor, King of Singing, Queen of Singing, Maestro, and I think I saw a movie queen just now. This lineup is insane. Fish Papa's powerful influence. How many celebrities are actually fans of Fish Papa? Seems like Fish Papa has become an idol to many celebrities now. Was Shadow given a shot, or did I miss it? Where is the old rascal Chu Kuang? Show yourself. So many big shots are here with me, watching Fish Papa's concert. A galaxy of stars. Even if they couldn't find the people everyone was anticipating, Shadow and Chu Kuang, seeing so many top stars at Xianyu's concert was enough to stir up excitement. In the midst of countless excited screams, Lin Yuan suddenly placed his hand over his mouth. In an instant, the entire audience went silent. The hustle and bustle was as if it never existed. Splendid. In the director's room, Tong Shuwen slapped his thigh forcefully. This was a crowd control technique that some top stars employed, but most people wouldn't dare to try, as the chances of it going awry were too high. Just imagine, if the audience is enjoying themselves, and a star suddenly makes a silencing gesture, but the crowd continues to chat as if they didn't see it. Wouldn't that be extremely awkward? The audience would probably feel awkward as well. Only when a star's prestige reaches a certain level can the audience show such cooperation. And as the venue quieted down, a piece of music suddenly started playing. Dong, dong, dong. 3 consecutive notes. The mixture of the synthesizer and electric guitar together brought the silent venue back to life. It's exaggerated. Admirable Fish had written many songs, all of which were widely discussed. But if you were to gauge his most popular song, Exaggeration would certainly be at the top. So, when this song sounded, the audience was thrilled. Everyone seemed to be transported back to the stage of The Masked Singer, once again witnessing Admirable Fish's hysteria. In the evening starry sky, Lin Yuan picked up the microphone and started to sing. As he started singing, the same song erupted from the audience. In the evening starry sky, you only spot the brightest star. Lin Yuan laughed. He stopped singing. He pointed the microphone towards the audience. This was suggested by the director Tong Shuwen. During the concert, if it's a song that everyone is very familiar with, you might consider giving the audience a chance to sing along. And the audience indeed complied. The average Admirable Fish fan could sing this song. Among the crowd, you admire the one who is most often talked about. Maybe only a few thousand people were singing at first, but as the chorus progressed, more and more people joined. Those prying eyes, those gossiping mouths, entertained themselves after each meal. The climax had arrived. This part must be sung by himself. Lin Yuan tried to take back the microphone, aiming to sing it himself. But before he could take it back, nearly 100,000 audiences were singing in unison, deliberately stretching their voices to the highest pitch. Must we exaggerate? Meaningless right and wrong, true and false. Watching the audience sing with all their might, Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment. Is it not over yet? Am I going to sing, or are you? His expression was twisted, looking like a microphone dominator in a KTV who had his microphone taken. Seeing everyone sing so passionately, Lin Yuan didn't have the heart to take back the microphone and could only listen to everyone continue to sing. One of the most annoying things in KTV is when you snatch the microphone or switch the songs when others are happily singing. Lin Yuan was too embarrassed to do such a thing. Ha ha ha. Noticing Lin Yuan's distorted expression, Zheng Jing bent over laughing. Little fish is too cute. The stars around him also couldn't hold back their laughter. I am going to die of laughter. 100,000 people are singing for admirable fish. He can't even sing now even if he wanted to. The audience only wants to sing their own song. They don't want to listen to him sing. This scene will definitely make headlines when the concert is released. Earlier one, he had the audience under his control successfully, but he couldn't maintain his charm even for 3 seconds. The audience began to laugh too. Zhou Ming smirked and said, "We are not here to spend money to listen to a concert, but to sing songs to admirable fish." Subjectively, objectively, there are too many obstacles, good and bad. You have to bear it yourself. Alas, they started to sing again. A true mass choir of 100,000 people. While everyone was singing, they were having the time of their lives. Inside the broadcast room, Tong Shuwen was left in tears of laughter. I told you to lead the audience to sing along, not to make 100,000 audience members your fans. Hey, does this count as a performance accident? The assistant director, repressing his laughter, coughed before speaking. Even if it is a performance accident, it is the most spectacular one. Immediately capture the close-ups of admirable fish's facial expression. We have our second highlight. Tong Shuwen commanded excitedly. Admirable fish's expression appeared on the big screen in an instant. At that moment, the whole audience burst into laughter. Innocently bewildered, admirable fish's expression was the hit of the evening. Amidst the background singing, the audience was laughing their heads off. The on-site singing mixed with laughter created a loud noise, continuing till the end of the song. Throughout the song Exaggeration, Lin Yuan, from beginning to end, sang just the first line. Well, half of it. He didn't even finish a sentence. In the ending notes of the song, Lin Yuan stood on the stage. The microphone was pointed towards the audience, and for a moment he looked rather confused. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Who's performing the concert? Chapter 692, 658. Sing Exaggeration again _1. Xian Yu's confusion. Xian Yu's indecisiveness. Lin Yuan's cluelessness. All these misunderstood expressions appeared in close-up on the stage's large screen, causing the audience's laughter to continue far after the end of the song, Exaggeration. The atmosphere was even more lively than when Xian Yu started his siren song. Poor Fish Papa is having a hard time. In the last song, Jiang Kuei was the main performer. He chanted a bit, there were no lyrics. And then at the start of the second song, the audience finished singing the whole song before he could. He didn't get a chance to sing, really now? Fish Papa must be afraid to pass the microphone now. Fish Papa's expressions are too funny. I feel like we could make a bunch of memes when the show airs. How did the style become so hilarious? I, myself, was singing and laughing so hard that my stomach hurts. Everyone was excitedly engaging in discussions. Just as the audience was eagerly discussing, the stage lights suddenly dimmed. The music that played next left everyone stunned. Dang, dang, dang. The sound of electric guitar accompanied by the effects of a synthesizer. That prelude is unmistakably from the song Exaggeration again. Uffed. In an instant, the entire venue burst into laughter again. Zhou Ming was laughing so hard that she squeezed her boyfriend's thigh. Fish Papa is so shameless, he's actually going to perform Exaggeration again. Her boyfriend, Wang Yu, grimaced. After all, he didn't get to sing it earlier, the audience sang it all. Ha ha, Fish Papa is awesome. Who let you guys sing first? Fish Papa won't admit defeat. Xian Yu declares. This is my concert. You all have to listen to me sing it again. The audience is laughing hysterically. Look at what Xian Yu has been driven to. The same song is going to be performed twice. The celebrities in the front rows were quite taken aback. Is this necessary? Because the audience sang earlier, and he didn't get to. Is Xian Yu planning to perform Exaggeration again? Backstage, in the director's room, Tong Shuwen looked sly yet secretive, saying mysteriously, An accidental happening produced an unexpected result. Don't forget, Xianyu is very adept at playing two different tunes with the same prelude. The same prelude had everyone believing Xianyu would perform exaggeration. Again, no one felt dissatisfied. Everyone found this whole situation hilariously entertaining. The cameras panned over the audience. The faces across all four sides of the stage were beaming with smiles. Some were even prepared to sing along with Xianyu again. At that moment, Xianyu began to sing. Some ask and I will respond, but what if there is no one? I am longing yet helpless. I have things to say yet no accepting ears. My feelings like a bottle waiting to be uncorked, but my mouth is cultivating moss. In the crowd, the more reserved I am, the more I am ignored. I have to stir up some surprise. The audience's laughter instantly froze. Some wanted to sing along, but found that the lyrics didn't match at all. Everyone glanced at each other. The scene went quiet. A few seconds later, the entire venue went wild, especially the audience from Qi continent. It was exaggeration, but this wasn't the Mandarin version of exaggeration. Xianyu had prepared a Qi language version of exaggeration, and he could actually sing in the Qi language. The same melody, but a different style, instantly captivated everyone's ears. On stage, Lin Yuan's voice was magnetic, like suddenly singing. Anywhere could be a four-sided stage, wearing the shiniest shirt, acting so emotional. If someone takes a picture, remember to pose with a pocket. Lin Yuan belted out the song, while the high overhead camera swiftly moved across the stage, projecting images on the large screen, capturing the audience on all sides. At the same time, Lin Yuan's voice suddenly deepened, potently striking everyone's heartstrings. You may think I'm exaggerating. Exaggeration just because I am really afraid. Does speaking as woodenly or stone-facedly get any attention? I fear being forgotten, so I play it up. I am uneasy, can't be elegant. Does the world still praise silence? Your next read is at not making enough of a blast. Why won't you let me exaggerate? To be a great entertainer? The Qi language lyrics appeared on the large screen, each word and each sentence piercing the heart, as if there were a thunderous explosion on the scene. Boom! Amidst the wild screams, countless audience members held up their cheering signs. This is the Qi language version of exaggeration. Zheng Jing was astonished. Why does it sound so good? Yang Zhoming took a deep breath, serious expression on his face. It's even more complete than the Mandarin version. Next to him, Yi Zhiqiu was tearing at his hair. Yin Dong remained as expressionless as always, but his mouth was now wide open, seemingly unable to close. One song in two languages. Everyone knew that Extravagance was one of Xianyu's representative works, hence why people could happily sing along. Yet, no one expected that. Today, Xianyu had brought a brand new version of Extravagance, artfully demonstrating a single song in two languages. And the impact was even more explosive. Is Qi language, perhaps, the correct way to sing this song? No one knew if this assessment was correct, but they felt a tinge of goosebumps on their scalp. They couldn't sing along, even if they knew the melody by heart. Everyone had even forgotten the Mandarin lyrics, with only the Qi language lyrics displayed on the big screen intensely captivating their gaze. That year as a nobody at the school dance at the age of 18. With tears, I swore that all of you must notice me. There are too many paths of mundanity in life. Which of these houses in the village do you live in? The neglect I've suffered in work and love is too much. My dignity has suffered greatly. Appreciation can quell hunger. Having never received it, you'll know why. I make such grand gestures, committing these mistakes. Do people think my desire to be seen is a disease? This was Lin Yuan's first time singing a song in Qi language, but even Zhou Meng, who was from Qi continent, had to admit at this moment. Xianyu's Qi language was even more authentic than the natives. What was scarier was that, after singing this song in Qi language, it seemed to transform and take on a new form. The lyrics were too good. It was even more explosive than the Mandarin version. Not just Zhou Meng felt this way. Zhou Meng's boyfriend also agreed. He had to shout to make his girlfriend hear him. Why do I feel like it sounds better than the Mandarin version? At this moment, no one noticed. Sun Yao's eyes were slightly red. It seemed like the lyrics of this song had entered his heart. In fact, not only Sun Yao, several singers' expressions more or less blushed with emotion. Who hasn't experienced moments of insignificance and humility? Who hasn't sworn in their hearts to make a name in the entertainment industry? Perhaps we were all once underage or not, but many of us had indeed been the overlooked nobodies in the lyrics. There are not many fortunate people. If you've never been one, you'll understand why I exert 10 times the effort to be outstanding. Is it enough for me to be rich for your discussions? The familiar instrumental interludes arrived. Then the third chorus shocked the entire venue again. Everyone was drenched in sweat. Call me extravagant if you wish. A few more boos won't scare me. If I make a mess on stage, will you still watch my performance? Is it outrageous enough to water the flowers with my tears? All I wish for is to surprise you. Is my past as if it never existed? Increase the stakes. Even my veins are showing through. Say, do you acknowledge my existence now? The same lyrics, different impacts. People felt as if they were listening to a brand new song, crazily spreading to every corner of the venue. Lin Yuan was not singing about himself, but a song in itself was a performance. He had his character positioning. Without deliberate effort, his voice echoed the core of the lyrics. His current voice had a grainy character with a hint of huskiness. Stare at me. Don't just look at the ceiling. I may not be your cup of tea, but you can still drink freely. Don't forget someone's wasting his voice for you. At this moment, who dares to say that humans don't share the same emotions? These so-called big shots in the front row seem to have heard their own stories in the song. Their personal stories might vary, but one by one, their eyes turned red. The camera panned over their faces. Their emotions infected every single viewer. In the Mandarin version of Extravagance, Lin Yuan sang about his own experiences. But for the Qi language version of Extravagance, Lin Yuan seemed to have created it for the ups and downs of everyone in the entertainment circle. The entertainment circle entertains people and makes fools of itself. The harsh reality of the industry was vividly pierced by the ruthless lyrics. When the song ended, the hysteric screams marked the nearly perfect performance. Lin Yuan's voice resonated in everyone's eardrums. Xianyu, Xianyu, Xianyu. The four sides of the stage filled with wild screams. After claiming his victory in The Masked Singer, Xianyu once again stunned the crowd with Extravagance, winning over 100,000 people. The original version of Extravagance was sung true to its roots. It shook the world during Xianyu's concert. The audience then realized, turns out, big fish can be even better to hear. Turns out Extravagance can be even more shocking. Chapter 693, 659 pleading Fish Papa to write a song in Chu language _1. Bang! Watching the surging atmosphere on the spot, Tong Shuwen fiercely slapped his thigh for the third time, then grimaced. Ouch! Can't slap it anymore, or else my thigh will go numb. Tong Shuwen rubbed his leg and drew in a cold breath, then laughed like a 180-pound child. Come on, sing it again. Here's your microphone. Join me in the chorus. At this moment, Tong Shuwen was full of devilish delight. Amidst the bustling voices on the spot, screams accompanied the waves of discussion. This version is astonishing. I feel like it's even better than the original. Daddy Fish sings so well. Mainly, the feeling this song gives is so compelling. Daddy Fish is truly a musical genius, using the same melody but playing it differently like early versions of Red Rose and White Rose, which were in Mandarin and Qi language. Then there was the song for Sun Yaohua, 10 Years, which also had a Qi language version called Next Year, Today. Not to mention the English version of Farewell Kiss, which was made to slam the Han people's face. Truly, no one knows how to two-time a song better than Daddy Fish. What a blessing for the Qi people. Even us Qi people can't find anything wrong with Daddy Fish's level of Qi language. If I didn't know Daddy Fish's identity, I would almost think he is a Qi person. No wonder Daddy Fish's Qi language lyrics are so good. Stay connected through. The atmosphere was truly lit. In this boiling milieu, Lin Yuan sang several familiar songs in succession, like Red Rose, that a viewer just mentioned. These songs were all written by Lin Yuan for other singers, and he hadn't previously sung them in public, so this continuous singing whipped the crowd into a frenzy. The next song is Rooftopped. Lin Yuan introduced the next song, which is a duet-type song. Lin Yuan can sing in both the male and female vocal ranges, which is his specialty. This vocal technique is terrific on stage. The moment Lin Yuan switched voices, it immediately triggered countless screams from the audience. And when Lin Yuan sang to the climactic part of the second chorus, he was already moving towards the edge of the stage, ready to interact with the audience. But Lin Yuan has wisened up. He can't just hand over the microphone to the audience. Otherwise, he'd be taken out of his own performance. Instead, he should just hand it to one audience member. He couldn't mess up if he tried. Lin Yuan praised himself for his cleverness. Admirable fish. When Lin Yuan walked to the east edge of the stage and gestured to hand over the microphone, the audience in that area started screaming. A short, chubby male audience member was keen to stand up and walk towards Lin Yuan. Security on standby, ready to protect our admirable fish at any time. The male spectator was intensely excited, and as soon as he got near the microphone, he started passionately singing along. I quietly closed the door and carry my hopes upstairs. Ha 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 ha, isn't that person me in my dream? Ha 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 ha. PFF, what was that? Is this a car crash scene? The audience all around was laughing their heads off. The male audience member was singing the lyrics perfectly, but he sang every word off key. Toward the end, he even broke into donkey-like laughter and quickly returned to his seat. Lin Yuan was stunned. The close-up shot on the big screen showed his face filled with confusion, seemingly unable to understand how this audience member managed to sing every word off-key. As a result, when he took back the microphone, he didn't know how to continue singing. Not only was the tune off, but he also missang several lyrics. He finished the song pinching his thigh. Ha! Daddy Fish looks so dumb. How hilarious. That guy is such a badass. He's even made Daddy Fish sing off-key. Daddy Fish should never try to interact with the audience again. He never knows what kind of oddballs there could be in the audience. Both times he's tried to interact, it's ended up being a complete gaffe. This second attempt was actually more outrageous compared to the first one. Why is Daddy Fish's concert so hilarious? It's so damn funny. When the concert video becomes public, I'm going to watch this part again for sure. I have a feeling that guy might go viral. Lin Yuan readjusted himself. The concert had to go on. The audience wasn't laughing anymore. The failed interaction was just an amusing interlude, for the audience was more curious about what song Admirable Fish would sing next. Next up, Farewell Kiss. As the new music started, some in the audience already knew what song it was. The audience was predominantly hardcore fans who were very familiar with Admirable Fish's songs. The moment the prelude sounded, they could immediately follow along. However, when Lin Yuan sang the first line of the lyrics, the audience below the stage was somewhat stunned. Nobody expected that Lin Yuan was going to sing the English version of Farewell Kiss, which means, take me to your heart, hiding from the rain and snow, trying to forget but I won't let go, looking at a crowded street. Next moment, the whole venue cheers, especially the Han continent spectators at the venue. They were extremely excited. Not everyone could sing English songs, especially for someone from the Qin continent like Xianyu. Everyone originally thought that Lin Yuan would sing the Mandarin version of Farewell Kiss. After all, before this concert, Lin Yuan never sung any Qi language songs, let alone English, which is relatively unfamiliar to everyone. Fish Papa is a newbie. Not only can he sing in Qi language, but his English is so good. Don't forget that the lyrics to Take Me to Your Heart were written by Fish Papa himself. Since he could write English song lyrics, him being able to speak English is pretty normal. The problem isn't that Fish Papa knows English. The most terrifying thing is that Fish Papa's English is too fluent. There's no difference between his and ours as Han people. Fish Papa is respectful. This language talent is really amazing. Everyone on Blue Star can speak Mandarin, but only the Qi people can speak Qi language. And English, among the 5 continents that have united so far, only Han people can speak. But Xianyu can sing both Qi language and English songs, and both sound great. For many, this is really impressive. Even on Earth, how many people can speak English, Qi language, and Mandarin all at once? Front row. Zheng Jing was unexpectedly stunned. He can sing in English? I thought the English lyrics of Farewell Kiss were composed from a reference book. Yang Zhoming said, he's a genius, his language talent is excellent. Sun Yao aside, it turns out my junior's English is so good. The English version of Farewell Kiss could actually be sung by him. Aside, Chunjiu nodded seriously, feeling a little embarrassed and lost for a moment. Teacher Admirable Fish sings better than I do. Chunjiu's English is already quite good compared to ordinary people, but when compared to Xian Yu's, it lacks some of the authentic accent. In this case, it was really kind of Lin Yuan to let him sing the song. Not just you. Jiang Kuei looked in the direction of the stage, her eyes sparkling. Teacher Admirable Fish could also sing Big Fish and other songs. If we talk about singing abilities, we singers from the Yu dynasty are not as good as him, but he has always been selflessly helping us. We owe him a lot. Most composers give their songs to singers to perform because they can't sing their own songs. Xian Yu is different. The songs he has written for many others, he could actually sing himself, and even better than the chosen singers. Sun Yao nodded. Red Rose, which Lin Yuan just sang, was really good. This is Teacher Admirable Fish. Zhao Yingji's eyes were firmly attracted by the stage as she murmured, "This is Lin Yuan." Xiafan also spoke. Her smile was warm. "What about my song?" Wei Haoyun asked curiously. "Everyone. Your song, he really can't sing it. He only knows Stay and Dance Party." At this time, on stage, Lin Yuan had finished singing Take Me to Your Heart. Amid applause, suddenly a spectator in the audience shouted, "I beg Fish Papa to write a song in Chu language." Chapter 694, 660 Lemon_1. Fish Papa, please write a song in Chu language. No one knows who first shouted these words in the venue, but without a doubt, this shout spoke for the countless fans from Chu continent. Countless Chu continent spectators in the arena joined in. Chu language, Chu language, Chu language. Fans from other continents in the same venue laughed. Is the citrus too sour? Why is the atmosphere in the venue so tardy? Listening to Xian Yu sing in the Chi language, then English, these Chu people finally become sour. But these Chu people did not go too far. They only asked Xian Yu to write a song in the Chu language, not to perform a song in the Chu language on the spot. After all, it is a universally recognized fact that Xian Yu has never composed a song in the Chu language. On the stage, Lin Yuan heard the plea of the Chu continent audience. All right, Lin Yuan agreed. Upon hearing this, many Chu continent audience members were so excited that their veins almost burst. Brilliant, Fish Papa. Many Chu people shout, merely to join in the fun. But they did not expect that Xian Yu would agree so readily. Lin Yuan said, "Up next, let's invite our guest singer, Zhao Yingge, to the stage." The guest was ready to go on stage. An important role of a guest at a concert is to help the singer transition. Lin Yuan had sung 10 songs in a row. He needed to go backstage to rest briefly and change his costume. Zhao Yingge, who was already prepared, came to the stage. The song she was going to sing was her hit song, Easy to Ignite and Explode. Lin Yuan went backstage to quickly change his clothes. Teacher Admirable Fish, Tong Shuwen rushed over. Since the call of the Chu continent audience is so strong, why not move the 16th song to the next round of singing and the 11th song to the 16th position? Lin Yuan asked, "Will it affect the rhythm?" Tong Shuwen shook his head with a smile. "We are just swapping the order of 2 songs. Leave the stage arrangement to me." "Okay." Lin Yuan nodded. The 16th song of this concert is a new song from Lin Yuan, which has not been released yet. Naturally, the new song is not the focal point. The real centerpiece is that it's a classic Chu language song, which means a song in Japanese on Earth. Yes, actually, without the suggestions of the Chu continent audience. Lin Yuan had already prepared a song in Chu language in the concert. He wants to host a concert that will impress everyone and naturally won't neglect the fans from Chu continent. In Tong Shuwen's words, this is called even distribution of rewards. Now that Tong Shuwen wants to adjust the order of the songs, it should be to give a surprise to Chu continent and other audiences on site. Lin Yuan is certainly willing to cooperate. Regardless of the music genre or language, the music style of this concert is extremely rich. He also believes that this new Chu language song will not disappoint the audience on site. A few minutes later, Zhao Yingge's performance was over. Lin Yuan had also changed his clothes. With a series of screams from the audience, Lin Yuan got on the lifting platform to take over the stage from Zhao Yingge. He appeared in front of the audience again. "I just went down for a drink." Lin Yuan's opening remarks amused many people in the audience. Amid the laughter, Lin Yuan spoke again. Next is a new song. The laughter immediately turned into cheers. There really is a new song. In the audience, Zhou Ming's voice was almost gone from the continuous screaming, but her excitement was undiminished. I knew it. How could Fish Papa, with such extensive creative energy, not prepare one or two new songs for the concert? Before the concert started, many people speculated that Xian Yu might prepare some new songs for the audience to enjoy. Although the Qi language version of Exaggeration was a surprise, it technically did not count as a new song. After all, the melody of the Qi language version is quite similar to the Mandarin version, with only a difference in arrangement. The next song should be a bona fide new song. What will this song be like? Zhou Ming's boyfriend, Wang Yu, looked forward with anticipation. All the audience are anticipating. Under everyone's expectant gaze, a string of information suddenly appeared on the big screen. Song name, Lemon. Lyrics, Xian Yu. Composer, Xian Yu. Singer, Xian Yu. Seeing this song's title, the audience from Han Continent almost jumped out of their seats. It's an English song. Another English song. Kudos to Fish Papa. Who would have thought Fish Papa wrote another English song? He's been so considerate to us fans from Han Continent. Fish Papa is so thoughtful. He must be compensating us Han people. After all, our Han music had been heavily militarized by Fish Papa before. Ha ha. No matter the militarization, as long as Fish Papa keeps releasing good English songs. Wait a minute. This song is called Lemon, which translated as a lemon. Is Fish Papa sure it's not intentional? Now the Chu people are going to sour to death. The Han people are delighted to the point of madness. Audiences outside of Chu continent are all laughing hysterically. Because the song title is in English, everyone instinctively thought it was another English song. Yamayadai. Wang Yu held his forehead. I'm so jealous of the Han people. Wang Yu is a Chu native. He also joined when the spectators from Han continent just called out to Xian Yu, hoping that he could write a song in Chu language. Didn't Fish Papa promise you Chu people that he'd write songs in Chu language in the future? His girlfriend Zhou Ming comforted. Wang Yu had a grimace on his face. That's what he said, but I still want to hear Fish Papa singing our Chu language songs at the concert. Fish Papa is not omnipotent. Zhou Ming laughed. You have to give Fish Papa some time to learn your Chu language. Wang Yu. I understand all that, but why is this song called Lemon? Wang Yu knows some simple English words and knows that lemon means lemon. It's sour enough already. Are we Chu people expected to graciously continue to eat lemons? We had enough of lemons. Wang Yu and Zhou Ming are in a long-distance relationship. Zhou Ming is a Qi native and wouldn't understand Wang Yu's feelings. In fact, Wang Yu's feelings are also the feelings of the other Chu spectators. Seeing Xian Yu sing several Qi songs in a row and wanting to sing several English songs in a row, the Chu people are really envious and hateful. Especially when they saw the song title directly translated as Lemon. The emotions of Chu people became even more complicated. At this moment, the news that the song Lemon translates as lemon has begun to circulate at the scene. The laughter on the spot is getting louder and louder. Xian Yu actually sang an English song called Lemon at the most sour moment of the Chu people. Of course, everyone knows it's just a coincidence. But this coincidence is just too hilarious. It's like a piece of dark humor. However, just as the Chu people were preparing to forget the regret of language and focus on enjoying the new song from Xian Yu with these complicated emotions, a song with a touch of confusion and sadness suddenly rang out. Mongnaraba dora hodo yokat tadishio. How wonderful it would be if all of this was just a dream. Wait ni anata no kato omunimiru. I still encounter you in my dreams. Wangreto uchuri ni guirioni. As if to retrieve forgotten things. Gubitas inavofo. Sweep away the dust that covers the old memories. Without any familiar instrumental prelude, within breaths, the melody mixed with the singing was already captivating. Instantly, the entire audience was dumbfounded. With the deepening cultural exchange among continents, no one would not be able to recognize the language used in this song sung by Xian Yu. Yes, although the song title Lemon is in English, looking at the lyrics, this freaking song is decidedly a Chu language song. Chapter 695, 661. Until today, you are still my light_1. Not an English song. Is this selling one thing while advertising another? Everyone was misled by the song title. What about Xian Yu inviting Chu people to taste lemons? He obviously delivered oranges to the Chu people. Nothing could be more surprising than this turn of events. Who said Xian Yu can't speak Chu language? A blockbuster work, Lemon. This is the first Chu language song sung by Lin Yuan on Blue Star. A super production that topped the Billboard Japan yearly chart for 2 consecutive years on Earth, breaking countless records of neon. Once out, it became a big hit, winning 6 consecutive championships, a classic filled with countless awards. Such as this song, now appearing in Xian Yu's concert in this way. There is also irretrievable happiness in this world. In the end, you taught me that. Those dark pasts never mentioned to others. If it weren't for you, they would forever sleep in the dark. There can be nothing more sad than this. I know it cannot exist. Lin Yuan continued to sing. He sang very passionately. The Chu language was standard, a complete mess. The Chu language lyrics also appear in a bilingual format on the big screen behind him, translated into Mandarin. The cold light seemed to make his shadow lonely. The dazzling chasing lights disappeared, just like the mood of this song. Sour, astringent, cold. And yet the melody doesn't go in a deep and sorrowful direction. It's very catchy, with no loss of rhythm whatsoever. This song, Wang Yu, who was Chu people, murmured as if he wanted to express something, but in the end he closed his mouth. Then he gently closed his eyes, lost in the melody. He felt the wind. The summer sea breeze was touching his face. The air was filled with a slightly salty bitterness. Just like a lemon, Wang Yu was intoxicated. It's not just Wang Yu. More and more Chu people are immersing themselves in the music. The commonality of music was fully demonstrated at this scene. Because not only Chu people are attracted by this song. Qing people, Chi people, Yan people, Han people. On all sides of the stand, the fans of different regions open their hearts quietly in the song and melody. After that, magnificent, monumental, Lin Yuan's tone suddenly intensified. The missing chasing lights became splendid again, exactly like his surging singing. The sorrow of that day, and the pain of that day, together with you, who deeply loved all this, turned into the bitter lemon scent, deeply engraved in my heart, unable to return before the sun shines. After the rain, just like a halved lemon. To this day, you are still my light. People widen their eyes, intense upheaval in their hearts. Within the golden lemon, apart from the heart-wrenching sourness, there seemed to be a faint taste of sweetness after the bitterness spread. Perhaps this is the meaning of a lemon? Because the bitterness of a lemon is followed by a trace of fragrance. That's the first ray of sunlight that finally punctures through the clouds and shines on you after great pain and sorrow. Searching for your shadow in the dark. That silhouette is still vividly engraved in my heart. Whenever unbearable pain comes, my tears inevitably surge. What have you been through? What else have they witnessed? At some unknown moment, a sea of lights connected into a hole beneath the stage. And in the front row, Zheng Jing's eyes had already changed, using a reduced 7th chord on an accented beat, a composition style more audacious than matching red with green. But it still harmonizes so well. If there is such a thing as a genius in this world, it has to be him. A textbook-level key change. Yi Zhiqiu next to her spoke softly, yet his ears were firmly captivated by the rhythm. Language has never been a shackle for Maestro to understand music. On the other side, Wu Long, a top composer from Chu continent, looked amazed. This section of the melody uses expanding and contracting techniques in its composition. The lyrics and melody are telling us that since certain people had passed away, we who are still alive should learn to let go. This is the expression of the song. If you're somewhere, like heaven, living a lonely life of constant weeping like me, please forget all about me. I wish from the bottom of my heart. Although I can't forget, because up to this day, you are still my light. Several music maestros seem to be sighing and exchanging thoughts, speaking softly, their attention actually concentrated on the song. Only Yang Zhoming remained silent. His eyes were firmly fixed on the slender figure singing passionately on the stage. There was a reflection of him in his eyes. It seemed that his pupils quivered slightly in a trance. Lin Yuan finally finished singing, and when the song Lemon ended, the thunderous applause erupted at the venue. The vast sea of lights in the four-sided stands was as beautiful as the spread of ripples. This has got to be the best Chu language song I've ever heard. Xian Yu is truly a language genius. Not only is he fluent in Chi language and English, he is also proficient in Chu language. Is there any language that Xian Yu does not speak in Blue Star? I thought he wouldn't speak Chu language, but when he sang in Chu language, I was not as shocked as I thought I would be. After all, he is best at surprising us. This time, it's more than just a surprise. Even though I can't understand the lyrics, looking at the translation with the melody, I felt my heart is a bit choked up. I suddenly recall something. What? Xian Yu lost his father when he was very young. The applause was still thunderous, and the lights were still splendid. The audience at the scene suddenly became a bit sad, even though some of their understandings were somehow mistaken. Zhou Ming bit her lip. You've recommended me many songs in Chu language, but I didn't listen to them. I must when I get back. Zhou Ming abruptly paused. Her boyfriend, who had been beside her, was already in tears without her noticing it. What's wrong? Zhou Ming held onto her boyfriend's arm. Wang Yu's voice was struggling to suppress his sobs. I miss my grandpa. Music is universal, but perhaps the people of Chu have a deeper appreciation for the sadness and sorrow in the song. The person whom you've lost has turned into a beam of light that no longer exists, but still shines on the later generations. Zhou Ming comforted him. Her gaze, however, scanning through countless people, fell once again on a line of words displayed on the big screen. I miss you deeply, even more than I can imagine myself. From now on, every memory of you is as painful as suffocation. You were once intimately by my side, but now you've gone like smoke. The only thing I can confirm is that I will never forget you. On the stage, Lin Yuan looked towards some direction in the crowd. Mom, Big Yao Yao passed a tissue to her. Mother. Her sister grabbed the tissue away to wipe her mother's tears. At this moment, Lin Yuan really wanted to step down from the stage and go to her side. But he couldn't do that. As the venue was jammed with people, any improvised action that exceeded his rehearsal plan could cause chaos. He didn't want to become a burden to the countless staff who had worked so hard behind this concert. Perhaps he could understand why she was crying. This was a song that could move audiences on a massive scale. It was also a song that could remind people of those who had passed away. Backstage, in the director's room, Tong Shuwen paused word by word. This is Xian Yu's first song in Chu language, but he had conquered not only Chu continent. This is Xian Yu's concert, and this is Xian Yu's kingdom of music. Chapter 696, 662, Confession Balloon _1. Lin Yuan finished singing the 11th song. Only about a third of the concert program had passed at this point, but the audience already experienced various emotions through these songs. Impressive enough to scream, shocking enough to lose their voice, happy enough to burst into laughter, sad enough to cry. Observing the countless fans on all four sides, Lin Yuan spoke. Next, it's the fan song request session. I will randomly pick someone from the audience to request a song. What do you guys want to listen to? Whoosh. The audience was immediately stirred up, with countless voices jumbled together. There were all kinds of song requests at once. Everyone had their favorite song, right? Within the sound of the audience, Lin Yuan said, the last song was a bit sad. I hope the fans chosen next can request less melancholic songs. I will randomly announce now the audience member at the west stand second row, seat number 6. Tong Shuwen had given him a heads up. During this session, Lin Yuan was supposed to mainly select audience members from the front rows, mainly because it's easier to hand the microphone to those closer to the stage. As Lin Yuan's voice fell, the audience turned their heads towards the west stand. At the west stand, Zhou Ming was taken aback, instinctively taking out the 2 concert tickets from her pocket. The next moment, she screamed excitedly, nudging her boyfriend, who was still lost in the melody of the previous song. Dear, you're the lucky audience member that Teacher Admirable Fish picked. You can request a song now. Wang Yu was stunned. Request a song from Admirable Fish? He did not expect to encounter such an opportunity, and for a moment, he was too nervous to speak. Meanwhile, a staff member had already approached him with the microphone. Hello, Lin Yuan greeted. Wang Yu steadied his nerves, then said nervously, Hello, Teacher Admirable Fish. Thank you so much for giving me this chance. I want to request a song for my girlfriend. We've been dating for 2 years already. Showing affection at the concert? The audience was suddenly hit with a display of love. Those who came with their partners looked on, their faces filled with envy. Even the girls were looking at their boyfriends expectantly. If you had the chance to request a song, would you request one for me? Of course, the boys replied with determination. Wang Yu, holding the microphone, suddenly turned to Zhou Meng and asked, "What song do you want to hear?" Wang Yu looked at Zhou Meng. Zhou Meng covered her mouth, her eyes slightly red, but a sweet smile gradually appeared at the corners of her mouth. She said into the microphone, "I really want to request Rooftop. We used to sing it together in the karaoke room, but teacher Admirable Fish has already sung that song earlier." "That's okay," Lin Yuan on the stage said gently. "I know which song to sing now." Lin Yuan had prepared many songs for the song request session. It wouldn't be too difficult for him to pick a love song for a couple. The audience looked on with anticipation. The people at the front rows, including Sun Yaohua, were slightly curious. They didn't have enough time to think about which of Admirable Fish's songs fit his description. Most of Admirable Fish's songs were rather sad love songs. It wouldn't be suitable to sing here, until a slightly unfamiliar and cheerful melody started playing. A new song. Zheng Jing's eyes lit up. Yang Zhoming also looked surprised. Zhou Meng was excited and grabbed her boyfriend's arm again. As a die-hard fan of Admirable Fish, she knew this was likely a new song from the moment she heard the intro, otherwise there was no way she wouldn't recognize it. Swoosh. The song's title, Confession Balloon, appeared on the big screen on stage, causing the audience to scream in excitement. The couples in the audience clung to each other even tighter. This new song was called Confession Balloon. A new song, another new song. The music paused. Lin Yuan's voice rang out. Coffee on the left bank of the Seine. I taste your beauty in a cup in my hand, leaving an impression of lips on the cup, whose name is misspelled on the rose in the flower shop. The confession balloon is blown to the opposite street. The smile is flying in the sky. So pleasant to the ear. That was the audience's first reaction. Although both were new songs, the previous one was sad, but this one is a sweet and happy song, both equally catchy. With his song, suddenly, colorful balloons rose up at the scene. This song was prepared in advance, so Tong Shuwen was able to conduct it timely. In an instant, the entire audience screamed. What a romantic and sweet scene. The appearance of this song immediately diluted the sad atmosphere left by the previous song, bringing everyone back to the emotional climax. So beautiful. Zheng Jing was a bit distracted. Where's the Seine River? Yin Dong said expressionlessly. Zhao Continent. What about the fallen leaves of Xiangxia? Also in Zhao Continent. Wu Long laughed. Yin Dong's knowledge of geography is quite good. I must say this song is really fitting. Exactly. Yi Zhiqiu also grinned and said, he is really well prepared for this concert. Yang Zhongming's eyes glowed with warmth. Another classic pop song. Perhaps it will become the couple's wedding song. The season chart next month should be interesting. On the stage, Lin Yuan was singing. Lin Yuan wouldn't sing this kind of sweet love song with a straight face. He seemed to enter the perspective of a lover, his voice slightly lowered, carrying a hint of playfulness and tenderness. You said you are hard to chase. Want me to give up? The gift doesn't need to be the most expensive. Just the fallen leaves of Xiangxia. Create a romantic date. Not afraid to mess up everything. Having you is owning the whole world. Zhou Ming looked up at the balloons in the sky, listening to Admirable Fish's singing, leaning her head on her boyfriend's shoulder. At the scene, many couples are doing similar things. The lyrics of this song aren't showing off any skills. It's just talking about the little things between couples. Accompanied by the lyrics and melody, all the sweet past of love flashes through the minds of couples. Like the first date, the first hand-holding, even the first kiss. This song awakened couples' most beautiful memory. It was filled with a sweet aroma. On the four facing platforms, not only balloons rose, but also countless pink bubbles. This is a sweet blow. Dear, love you from that day. Sweetness comes easily. Dear, don't be willful. Your eyes are saying I'm willing. When Lin Yuan sang this line, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Don't be sad. Don't be upset. There is so many beauty in this world, waiting for you to taste and discover. This is a simple song. But maybe because this song is simple yet too sweet, It resonates so much with the listeners in another space. The power of music needn't always be heavy. It can also be used to heal one's heart. Love is a kind of strong medicine. From a lover's perspective, this couldn't be a better remedy. You still have me. Zhou Ming softly said in Wang Yu's ear. Wang Yu softly said, tonight's concert is so beautiful. At that moment, maybe countless of couples were whispering into each other's ears. Maybe it's a bit cheesy, but it's also genuinely warm. On the big screen, the cameras captured the interactions of the couples on the scene. The couples, hand in hand, were magnified in the close-up. During the final melody, Lin Yuan's voice grew lighter. Dear, falling in love with you, love diary, the fragrance of the perfume is our memory, a bottle full of dreams all have you. Mixed together, dear, don't be willful, your eyes are saying, I am willing. Surprise, comedy, sadness, shock, and the sweetness of I'm willing. The lingering sound, just like the spring breeze, with the smell of flowers and earth, is refreshing. One song, Confession Balloon. The whole grand stadium seemed to be enveloped in this sweet and happy atmosphere. All the audience lost in rapture. Chapter 697, 663, 3 days and 3 nights _1. Actually, Confessions Balloon is not the most outstanding of Jay Chou's works. But in terms of popularity, this song is quite impressive. Simply put, it's a catchy love song. Especially since it was Wang Yu dedicating it to his girlfriend Zhou Ming. The sweet atmosphere was off the charts. These tickets were worth every penny. Got to hear 2 new songs from Fish Papa, and witnessed the birth of the first Chu language song by Fish Papa. The Chi language version of Flamboyant also counts as a new song, right? It was explosive live. The moment the balloons soared, it really felt like the world became more beautiful. Despite the smell of love lingering in the air, I still radiate single freshness. I almost lost my voice from the screaming. After consecutive shouts, I'm starting to feel a bit short of breath. This new song is so good. The fans were excitedly discussing. Hearing Xian Yu's new songs at the concert was something worth being overjoyed about. But what was more worth being overjoyed about was the concert was still going on. Call out to Buddha, heading back to shore. Who is playing the lute with a song of the east wind breaking? De la bin ba ban baity buter. I gaze at the distant mountains, yet miss the winding river. I've crossed mountains and seas. The sea laughs as waves surge on both shores. Xian Yu sang many classic songs, each one able to easily ignite the audience, bringing back countless memories from when the songs were released. The atmosphere was explosive. Many spectators' hands were sore from clapping. A lot of fans had lost their voices from screaming. Excitement and madness enveloped the crowd, and suddenly some attentive fans looked toward the stage. This concert duration is too generous. How many songs has Fish Papa sung? A dozen. 22. Yes, 22 songs indeed. I've been counting. I initially thought Fish Papa's concert would end around 20 songs like other artists, but it seems that Fish Papa has prepared more than 20 songs. Poor guy. He hasn't rested yet. He only took a few minutes break in between. Can he hold on physically? While his voice doesn't sound too tired, any professional singer would feel very tired after singing so many songs consecutively. Even us just cheering from below are already quite worn out. The audience gets anxious. Worries are spreading. On stage, Lin Yuan adjusted his breathing. Singing for so long was indeed tiring, but it hadn't impaired his performance. As he was about to prepare for the next song, someone in the audience suddenly shouted, "Take a break." At first, only a few spectators were calling out. Then more people joined in. Some overly emotional fans were even crying, their voices growing louder and louder. "Teacher Admirable Fish, stop singing. Fish Papa, take care of your health. We'll wait for you to recover." Yang Zhongming, sitting in the front, also frowned slightly. Xian Yu's energy must be nearing its limit. Why hasn't Tong Shuwen let him rest yet? Why not let the guest entertain for 10 minutes? Exactly. Zheng Jing was also annoyed. Even if they were afraid of breaking the atmosphere, or worried that the guest couldn't follow through with Xian Yu's momentum, they shouldn't ignore little Fish's stamina. Who has ever seen a singer perform for so long without resting? Isn't the effect of this concert exaggerated enough? Junior. Sun Yaohua had a serious expression. The other singers from the Yu dynasty also had anxious and worried expressions. Being singers themselves, they knew full well the load that singing consecutively for so long can put on the body and throat. However, just when everyone thought the show would break for intermission, Lin Yuan suddenly picked up his guitar and started to play it energetically. Then his pace started to speed up. When the rhythm hit the first climax, he had already stood in front of the microphone, his voice piercing the sky. "I'm not tired at all. I've been jumping for 3 days and 3 nights. I'm so happy that even drinking soda will make me drunk." Boom. Explosive high note. The whole venue was stunned. Zheng Jing was dumbfounded. Yang Zhongming was dumbfounded. The singers from the Yu dynasty were also dumbfounded. They had never seen Xian Yu sing so passionately. At this moment, everyone hesitated to stop Xian Yu, as if it was against their conscience. After everyone's expressions nearly froze, the whole venue suddenly erupted with terrifying cheers. A new song. Another bloody new song. And it was a very explosive new song. Perhaps influenced by Xian Yu's emotions, the concert's intensity escalated once again. Take a rest? Absolutely not. Other singers would undoubtedly collapse under this pressure, but Lin Yuan's body has been systematically transformed. At this stage, he is far from needing a break. Yes, he planned this in advance with Tong Shuwen. Tong Shuwen tried to dissuade him, but Lin Yuan was determined to create a perfect concert. He was pushing his limits. "I'm not tired at all. I can dance for 3 more days and nights. Right now, my spirits are so high. It feels like I could fly." Compared to his piano playing, Lin Yuan's guitar skills aren't as excellent, but the euphoria in the venue overshadows any flaws. Over 20 songs in a row, he is completely in the zone. Not just Lin Yuan, the bassist is also rocking out. Awe-inspiring. The drummer is shaking uncontrollably. They seem ready to launch into the air at any moment. Join my ranks. Dance from dawn till dusk. Happiness comes with no cost. No one can resist. The high notes are even more explosive. Lin Yuan is drenched in sweat, but in this state, he hits the highest note of the night. He's going straight after the original version's high key and singing at the top of his lungs. There are only a handful of singers who can reach such high notes. 3 days and nights in the dead of night. No rest for the dancers. 3 days and nights in the dead of night. Floating on the power of music. 3 days and nights in the dead of night. Sweat is all that remains. The audience has gone wild. They are screaming unconsciously. Look at him on stage, so radiant, so joyful. Find adventures at least this time. Let him sing his heart out. Let us also enjoy a fantastic show. No chance to get drunk. I will party for 3 more days and nights. My world seems like a cartoon film. Click. Dozens of fog machines kickstart. White mist rockets several meters into the sky. Amidst the mist, all the musicians are partying with Xian Yu. No one cares about their positions anymore. Nobody is concerned about order anymore. This show rides on the wave of pure ecstasy. The atmosphere is off the charts. Not tired at all. Not tired at all. In the last few lines, Xian Yu sings higher and higher. The mood at the venue soars higher and higher. The final note, sharper than a dolphin's cry and already near Lin Yuan's vocal limit. Not tired at all. The stadium is like a roaring ocean. The roof of the grand stadium is about to blow off. The audience's screaming has reached fever pitch. In the front row, amidst this craziness, Yang Zhongming is expressionless, unsure when. He has stood up, turning to an equally manic staff member. He says, "Tell Tong Shuwen to let Xian Yu take a break." The staff member wants to say something, but Yang Zhongming's expression suddenly becomes serious. Is there a problem? Feeling a sudden panic, the staff member gives a wry smile, nods, and rushes backstage. All right. Hearing the staff member's words, Tong Shuwen tries to suppress his overwhelming excitement and frenzy. "I will let Xian Yu take a break immediately." Tong Shuwen didn't expect Xian Yu to perform so incredibly either. Those high notes, combined with the audience's insane screaming, feels like it could shatter glass. Chapter 698, 664, Spacewalk, Moonwalk _1. So high. What's this song called? It says on the big screen, 3 days and 3 nights. We wouldn't get enough of Fish Papa's concert even if it lasts 3 days and 3 nights. But he really should rest now. Fish Papa is singing so passionately, it's making us all high too. This is the third new song already. Fish Papa's high notes are so terrifying. He's singing so high. Dolphin sounds are not enough to describe it. This is a high note that will destroy the world. I'd like to nominate Fish Papa's high notes as the world's strongest. This is the best concert I've ever been to. The audience breaks out into a feverish discussion. The best way to stir up the atmosphere at a live concert is to hit those high notes. Lin Yuan was fully prepared for this, of course. He had originally planned to sing in the dolphin note. But considering that 3 days and 3 nights meets the mood and status of the concert more, he finally chose this song. Lin Yuan is a slow starter. It's hard for someone with his personality to get excited. He seldom has such passionate outbursts. The last time he was this high, it seemed to be the final episode of The Masked Singer. But singing more than 20 songs in a row at the concert has completely ignited his passion for singing. His energy is being released like never before. It's time for him to step off the stage. Although Lin Yuan has not yet come to the end of his song, and his physical strength is still enough to support him, he must go off the stage to change costumes. For the next performance, the stage is then handed over to the guest singer, Xia Fan. Lin Yuan, surrounded by the excited screams of the audience, heads backstage to the dressing room to change costumes. A few minutes later, the lift platform opens up. Lin Yuan reappears on stage. Suddenly, all sides of the stage erupt in shouts of surprise, accompanied by roars of laughter. What kind of outfit is this? A new design by the stylist? White shirt, black. Cropped trousers are not a big deal. White gloves and black suit are pretty cool too, but why pair black shoes with white socks? It feels so out of place. The stylist's chicken legs are gone. Ahem, am I the only one who thinks Fish Papa looks handsome? Don't even need to ask. Fish Papa looks handsome regardless of what he wears. Even though white socks and black shoes really don't match, but can't deny that Fish Papa's looks and figure are spot on. Yes, the clothes that Lin Yuan changed into at this moment are bizarre. No one knows why Xian Yu would change into these clothes. In the audience's discussion, Xia Fan, who had not yet stepped off the stage, smiled at Lin Yuan. People told me just now that 3 days and 3 nights was so fitting, but Jianni said before I went on stage that this song wasn't fitting enough. Beneath the stage, Jianni was baffled. When did I say that? For example, the curious Lin Yuan on stage. Like in the lyrics, you have been dancing for 3 days and 3 nights, but you didn't actually dance at all. It was all the backup dancers. Xia Fan winked at Lin Yuan. Looking at you now with the headset on, it should be pretty easy for you to dance. It's not too much to ask for a few minutes when we don't ask for 3 days and 3 nights, right? That's the reason why Xia Fan hasn't stepped off the stage yet. This was a prompt from Tong Shu when he asked Xia Fan to stay on stage and interact with Xian Yu to stir up the atmosphere on the set and to lead into the next round of performances. The crowd below immediately started to boo. One dance. Hearing the cry of the audience, Xia Fan started leading the chant, one dance. In the front row, Jianni laughed. Even though I didn't say it, he has to dance for everyone. Sure, people like Sun Yaohua started to join in. In the end, even the composers like Zheng Jing started to join in the boos. In the end, the whole audience uniformly shouted, one dance. Can you dance? Xia Fan asked cheerfully. Lin Yuan thought for a bit and said, a little. Xia Fan smiled at the audience under the stage. I can only help you this much. She waved her hand and walked off the stage. Xia Fan is amazing. Did Fish Papa promise? Is he really going to dance? Fish Papa doesn't seem to dance. When he was on the variety show singing De La Bung Ba, he danced once, but you can tell he really can't dance. Ha. I also saw a video of Fish Papa dancing before. It was circulated internally at Starlight. I saw it too. What's it like? So handsome that it hurts your eyes. You're talking about that video with the same hand and leg movements, right? Even the dance teacher was stunned then. So Fish Papa still says he knows a little? Knowing a little probably means he really only knows a little. The audience excitedly discussed among themselves. Lin Yuan had learned to dance at Starlight. That dance footage was posted online by Starlight before the concert started. Many people at the scene had seen the video. Xian Yu practicing dance made a lot of people laugh. This is also why everyone wanted Xian Yu to dance. It's not for anything else, just for a laugh. Just a little joke with his idol. In the front row, Jian covered his mouth and laughed. Xia Fan is too nasty. The stars next to him also chuckled. What a steal. Zheng Jing gave a wry smile. I think you're trying to give little fish a hard time. Yin Dong joked. He can't be troubled by singing, so he can only pretend to dance. Yang Zhongming rubbed his head with a smile. There was a lively atmosphere in the audience. Amid the laughter of the audience, Lin Yuan suddenly lowered his head, his hand lightly resting on his hat. Whoa, can you believe he's acting all professional? The initial movement was made to look very serious. The audience laughed even louder. The more serious Xian Yu was, the more amusing the audience found it. Why is he being so formal? Do they really think we haven't seen his clumsy dance practice videos? Just at that moment, the music started. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Yuan moved. He was moving forward. No, he was moving backward. Why? Even though Xian Yu was walking forward, he was moving backward. This movement completely changed normal action patterns. At that moment, all laughter came to an abrupt stop. The audience at the scene was dumbfounded. It felt as though someone had clutched their throats, and goosebumps instantly covered their entire bodies. Stupefying. Crackle. Just like a chain reaction, the gazes of 100,000 spectators froze. The next moment, all the audience fell into an unprecedented frenzy. Gazes were fixed forward, not daring to blink for fear of missing what was happening. The screams reached tonight's highest decibel. Audience on the east side. Holy shit, what is this? How did he do that? What the hell kind of dance is this? Audience on the west side. Magical. It's like he's moonwalking. I'm going to die. Ah. Audience on the south side. Is this a new dance? I've never seen it before. It's too outrageous. Is Xian Yu still human? Audience on the north side. Are my eyes deceiving me? I doubt my own eyes too. Is this a real dance? Are you sure there's no special effects? Oh my freaking goodness. The audience erupted. The scene was like a nuclear explosion. Continue your journey on. Zheng Jing was stupefied. Yang Zhongming was stupefied. So were the singers from the Yu dynasty. The hair of 100,000 audience members stood on end. Everyone was stunned. Everyone felt chills on their scalp. 100,000 people on the scene fell into utter madness. Some people stood up. 1, 2, 3. Large groups of audience members stood up. All the cameras on the scene fiercely sprang into action. The reactions of these people, one more exaggerated than the other. Some even jumped up as if about to crash onto the screen. Shocking beyond belief. Backstage. For the first time, Tong Shuwen roared. Fake death my ass. Amid the hysteria and astonishment off the stage, Lin Yuan twirled elegantly, accompanied by a clear singing voice. They told him, don't you ever come around here. The iconic rock number Beat It by Michael Jackson played. Spacewalk. Moonwalk. The most representative dance of the Earth's king of pop, Michael Jackson, was brought to life on Blue Star. Chapter 699, 665. Over 100 people fainted _1. Click, click, click. All the concert lights are turned up to their maximum. The stage is ablaze in a myriad of colors, dazzling the eyes. Lin Yuan, wearing a black top hat, his voice transmitting through the microphone. Don't want to see your face. You better disappear. The fire's in their eyes and their words are really clear, so beat it. Several backup dancers suddenly appear on the stage, pursued by shafts of light. They stand on either side of Xian Yu, all dressed uniformly in black suits. Xian Yu, in white shirt, standing amid these dancers in black suits, stands out like the moon among stars. A splash of white, mightily conspicuous, unprecedented dance. The roars of the crowd match the rhythm of the music in this fantastical and extravagant scene. The stage theatrically shakes everyone to their core. Shoulder shimmy, pelvic twist, leg flick. All movements of Xian Yu are smoothly and flawlessly executed. And then, the stage seems like it's actually in outer space. All the dancers begin to slide sideways, their movements coordinated and uniform. Lin Yuan, wearing white gloves, makes a finger-snapping gesture. All of the backup dancers spin in synchronization with Lin Yuan. They slide around freely, front and back, left and right. It's as if all knowledge of physics on Blue Star has been ignored. This dance feels as if it has been infused with a soul. It's as if it's been gifted with a magical life force. Just beat it. Just beat it. The audience of 100,000 lose all sense of reason. Backstage, Tong Shuwen sings along. The only lyrics he remembers from Xianyu's rehearsals are, "Fake dead beat. Beat. Beat." As the chief director, Tong Shuwen practiced with Xianyu. Xianyu's rehearsals were phenomenal. The most thrilling and anticipated part for Tong Shuwen was the moonwalk. Yes, moonwalk. That's what Xianyu named this unprecedented dance move. Since the beginning of the concert, Tong Shuwen has been waiting for this moment. Now, the moment that Tong Shuwen has fantasized about countless times has finally become a reality. And tonight's concert has finally reached an unprecedented climax. Go crazy. Let's all lose our minds. At this moment, actually, no one cares what Xianyu is singing. Everyone in the audience. All eyes are glued on this bizarre dance move. Just as Tong Shuwen is getting swept away in the fervor, the assistant director suddenly rushes in. Trouble. What? Tong Shuwen's eyelids twitch violently. An audience member has fainted. The gasped response of the assistant director comes in between heavy breaths, his entire body heaving. Get the medical team over here. Tong Shuwen's heart races as he yells. Hurry, hurry. We can't get through. The assistant director is almost in tears. There are too many people. Tong Shuwen's head buzzes. You must get through. Ah, look. The assistant director suddenly points at the footage of the concert. Tong Shuwen directs his gaze to where he's pointing. He sees countless audience members raising their hands, carrying out fainted audience members over countless heads. They're out. They're out. Save them. Tong Shuwen's voice trembles slightly. No good. More people have fainted. Another one. And another. Why are there so many? The assistant director, watching the images playing backstage, looks panicked and frazzled. At the stadium, more and more fainted audience members are being passed over the heads of the crowd. All medical team members on the scene. Tong Shuwen quickly grabs the walkie-talkie, forcing himself to calm down. Security, maintain order. The assistant director, still pointing at the concert footage, says, More. People have fainted. Our medical team is not enough. The phone. Tong Shuwen quickly picked up his cell phone. The situation had gradually calmed down, a sign of the concert's success. We are requesting external assistance. So far, there have been more than 30 audience members who have fainted, with the situation still escalating, predicted to be on a very large scale. Please send additional medical teams. Understood. I'll contact the nearby hospitals immediately. A serious voice came through the phone. There were many on standby for this concert, and the official units deployed were even equipped to handle some major emergencies. At the scene, the stage, Lin Yuan hadn't noticed the commotion in the audience. He was still dancing. The screaming hadn't stopped despite the fainting audience members. With a crowd of 100,000, it was easy to drown out some disturbances. Many of the audience members didn't even notice that people were fainting. They were screaming obliviously. Amid this wave of screams, Lin Yuan's body suddenly froze. The next moment, surrounded by his backup dancers, his body tilted at a 45-degree angle, as if he had escaped the Earth's gravitational pull. Snap! When the already forgetful audience saw this, their jaws almost hit the ground. How is that possible? Screams. Even crazier. Hysterical. It had almost become instinctive. As this shocking scene unfolded, the number of people fainting on the scene was already close to 100. The commotion finally began to spread. Just as Lin Yuan's song and dance had ended, he finally saw the shocking scene at the venue. Many people were being passed overhead by fellow audience members to be taken out. He responded quickly. Everyone, please watch your surroundings. If there are audience members who have fainted, please assist in moving them out for treatment. At this point, he couldn't possibly continue his performance. In the safety briefing before the concert started, Director Tong Shuwen had mentioned that there was a possibility that some audience members may faint. It was not unprecedented, but it was different from what was mentioned in the safety briefing. Those who had fainted were no longer just a few. Just by looking at the evacuation operation, it was estimated that hundreds had fainted. Outside the Grand Stadium, lights were flashing everywhere. Throngs of ambulance vehicles were arriving. The nearby hospitals had obviously received the news and were rushing to the concert scene as swiftly as possible. What has happened? Outside the Grand Stadium, many people were startled by this situation. Isn't it Xianyu's concert inside? Has there been a fire or something during the concert? Otherwise, why would there be so many ambulances? Snap! Snap! The sound of photos being taken resonated from somewhere. Reporters had arrived. At the venue of Xianyu's concert, there had been a lot of journalists waiting for news. When so many ambulances arrived suddenly, the reporters went crazy. Besides, more and more journalists were rushing to the scene. Amidst the deafening noise of the crowd, countless discussions arose. What on earth had happened inside? If it was a fire, why wasn't anyone running out? Xianyu was inside. Nothing could have happened to Xianyu, could it? People's hearts were pounding. Some audience members inside have fainted. Someone who had received the news shouted it out loud. Fainted. The passerby were dumbfounded. Do you need so many ambulances for some audience members who fainted? The reporters were also flabbergasted. It was not uncommon for an audience member to faint at a concert. The experienced reporters were not surprised. But even at the craziest concert, there would only be a few audience members who fainted. So how come so many ambulances turned up when someone fainted at Xianyu's concert? The scale was terrifying. How many people had fainted? Break the news. The reporters reacted swiftly. Within minutes, countless news flash appeared online. Audience members fainted at Xianyu's concert. The exact number is unknown. Nearby major hospitals dispatched medical teams to the scene for reinforcement. Chapter 766 inside and outside the Grand Stadium _1. It was about 10 o'clock. Quite a number of people were still discussing the Xianyu concert on the internet. It must be about to end. Now, what a pity I couldn't go on site. Couldn't get tickets. Next time Xianyu holds a concert, I'm going to make sure I get a ticket. Well, we might need to resort to scalpers. The fans at the concert are so lucky. I wonder what song Xianyu is singing at the concert. It must be super lively inside. There was a live broadcast outside just a while ago. They said the noise inside was so loud it's scary. As they were discussing, an unexpected real-time news piece pops up about someone fainting at the concert. What the? Netizens were stunned and opened their mouths wide. The accompanying photo made it clear that the location was outside the Grand Stadium in Shinkantant. Police caution tapes were up, and there were countless police officers and security personnel maintaining order. There was a rush in the crowd, and a large number of doctors moving around. Explore more at. If you didn't know, you'd think something horrendous had happened there. After reading the cause and effect in the news, the netizens were absolutely dumbfounded. What's going on? Audience members fainting? Someone immediately posted, "This just doesn't make sense. I went to Fei Yang's concert last time, and indeed 2 audience members fainted, but the medical team provided by the concert was able to handle it. What's happening with Xianyu's concert? There's no need for so many doctors. Didn't Fish Papa hire a medical team for this concert?" Someone else chimed in. Looks like the surrounding hospitals were the ones that sent people temporarily. Judging by the scale, I suspect the number of people who fainted may be significant. How does one possibly faint at a concert? Because they cheered too crazily and became oxygen deprived? It's not oxygen deprivation. It's called respiratory alkalosis. Too frequent lung ventilation, hypoxia, is only one of the triggers. Are concerts this crazy nowadays? Word of mouth spread like wildfire. This real-time news quickly swept across the whole internet, and more people were left flabbergasted. The commotion was just too big. No artist's concert has ever caused such a scene before. Outside the venue, the concert's assistant director finally came out to face the press, with a crowd of microphones nearly jammed into his mouth. The outside was a mess. The concert officials needed to give an explanation to placate these reporters, or they wouldn't know what bizarre stories would get spread on the internet. Apologies. The assistant director wiped the sweat from his forehead. We're sorry for the worry. Teacher Admirable Fish's performance was too thrilling and led to the audience getting overly excited, with many suffering from respiratory alkalosis. How many people fainted? The reporters simultaneously asked the most burning question. The assistant director took a deep breath, then spit out an astounding number. 108 people. The reporters were all stunned. After coughing slightly, the assistant director hastily added, "At present, the overwhelming majority of the audience is out of danger. A few fans who were in poor health needed to be sent to the hospital. Luckily, we have the situation under control, and no new fainting cases have been reported." The reporters were so shocked, they forgot to ask further questions. 108 people fainted? What kind of joke is this? Only after a while did a reporter gather himself and ask, exactly what kind of performance could incite the audience to lose their minds to this extent? Every single one. The assistant director blurted out reflexively. Then his tone became serious. Let's not go into that now. Our first priority is to ensure the safety of the fainting audience members. Post-interview. That video clip got circulated almost instantly. Accompanying it are countless news headlines. A whopping 108 audience members fainted at CNU concert. 6 hospitals dispatch medical teams to rescue fainting audience at CNU concert. Massive case of respiratory alkalosis at CNU concert. 108 people fall into a faint. Historically crazy concert. Whole 108 audience members fainted. Report from our correspondent, CNU concert. With the real-time follow-up reports, netizens were utterly flabbergasted. 108 people fainted? Isn't this number a bit too exaggerated? 100,000 people attending the concert would not be a first for a king or queen of singing. Even the highest record of audience fainting numbers from before didn't come close to this number, right? Others struggle to break into double digits. CNU jumped straight into triple digits. What on earth did CNU do? How extreme a performance would it take for so many audience members to faint? Oh my God! Did CNU sing some unbelievably amazing new song? Seriously? Even a super hit new song couldn't possibly make over 100 audience members faint, right? Could there be a mistake somewhere? Can someone explain to me what the hell is going on? I'm so curious. What on earth happened in there? It can't be that teacher Admirable Fish performed live childbirth on stage, right? Holy shit. It must have been wild inside. I now regret so much that I didn't manage to get a ticket. I can almost imagine how phenomenal this concert must be. I hope the official release of the concert video comes soon. Even a little tidbit of the live performances would suffice to satisfy my cravings. Trending everywhere. All over social media. Countless people are joining the discussion. A total of 108 people fainted. It started with this number becoming the talk of the town. Then, the focus shifted to the question, how insane was Admirable Fish's concert? The thought was just too itching for so many people. At this moment, everyone is hoping that the concert footage will be released soon by the official media. Everyone is so curious as to what kind of performance could have driven so many people to pass out. Meanwhile, amidst the public frenzy, inside the Grand Stadium, the security is in a constant flurry of activity. Lin Yuan is still on stage, helping and guiding. As the 108 fainting audience members are gradually carried away, the situation finally comes under control. Lin Yuan's performance can finally continue. Luckily, by this time, the concert is indeed nearing its end. The break is temporary. Lin Yuan must continue. It's Lin Yuan's duty. 100,000 people paid for a ticket. The performance can't possibly end just because some audience members have fainted. Meanwhile, the excitement and screams of the audience were not at all affected by the fainting incident. The debut of the moonwalk is unparalleled. All around the stadium, the waves of discussion are in full swing. So many people fainted. That earlier performance nearly made me faint too. What the hell was that dance? So terrifying. The moonwalk. I was saying it's terrifying, but now that you mention it, it's quite an apt comparison. It's indeed like the moonwalk, an overwhelming moonwalk. The most frightening part was that 45-degree lean. That's simply beyond human capability. Why can Admirable Fish pull it off? He isn't an alien, is he? Those sloping moves of his keep playing on my mind. Was it some kind of visual effect? I was watching through binoculars. It's definitely not special effects. Who claimed that Admirable Fish can't dance? He's literally Dancing King. No, Dancing God. Is this what Admirable Fish meant by being a bit proficient? He was quite literally, mind-blowingly proficient. No one doubts that Lin Yuan can dance now. The video released by Starlight earlier was clearly a bluff. Not only the audience. The stars in the front rows are also whispering amongst themselves. Zheng Jing. No wonder the dance part didn't appear until much later. Yi Zhiqiu. If he started with dancing, who would care to listen to the songs afterwards? Xiao Fan. Right now, everyone's minds are filled with that performance. Yang Zhoming nodded. Actually, the song just now was really good, but obviously everyone only remembers the dance. Jianyi sighed. Now when I look at his outfit, white shirt and black pants, black hat and white socks, black shoes. It's incredibly classic. Chun Jiyu, excited. This image is so cool. Zhao Yinggu, with stars in her eyes, especially when he snapped his fingers and turned around. I absolutely loved it. The 45-degree lean was even more phenomenal. He was like a god on stage. I have no idea how teacher Admirable Fish managed to do it. I couldn't see any props or nails on the stage. The shock after the concert announcement was definitely nuclear level. In the midst of everyone's awe and wonder, people hardly noticed that Admirable Fish had already started a new round of performance. Chapter 701, 667, to Alice_1. The stage around. The audience, all discussing the moonwalk. Everyone's attention was greatly dispersed. Even Lin Yuan himself could not easily dispel the shock of the moonwalk on the audience, so that the next few songs were not able to fully grasp the attention of the audience. How to follow up the moonwalk's performance. Yet, all of this was caused by Lin Yuan himself. The front row. Seeing the enthusiastic discussion of the moonwalk by the audience, Fei Yong suddenly laughed somewhat strangely. Didn't expect even teacher Admirable Fish to miss his cue. Jiang Kuei smiled bitterly. That dance just now was too explosive. We couldn't follow it either if we tried. Sun Yaohua laughed out loud. Even if we couldn't keep up, it's no problem. After all, this is his stage. The effect of today's concert has completely exploded. That's true, but it's the first time I've seen teacher Admirable Fish helpless on stage. Zhao Yinggu started. Professional singers all noticed Admirable Fish's dilemma. Not to mention maestros like Zheng Jing and Yang Zhongming. Yin Dong thought for a moment and said, "Today, the only one who can defeat Admirable Fish is Admirable Fish himself." Yi Xiangdong teased, "Is that your excuse for always losing to him?" Zheng Jing laughed wickedly. Yang Zhongming raised an eyebrow. This conclusion, it's not Admirable Fish's style. Are they really going to let all the audience immerse in the ecstasy of the dance until the end of the concert? Professional musicians each had their thoughts, but the audience don't care about that much. They were still discussing enthusiastically. In the meantime, a piano had appeared on the stage at some point. In front of the piano, Lin Yuan had switched to a white suit, sitting quietly. Suddenly, his hand brushed the keys. Then, his voice spread throughout the venue. The final performance, a piano piece for everyone. Swish, swish. The attention of the audience was finally briefly attracted back, although the shock of the moonwalk kept echoing in their hearts. A piano piece. The closing performance is pure music. Could it be Mariage d'amour? It's likely that one. I absolutely love Mariage d'amour. It's Fish Papa's most beautiful piano piece. Have you guys noticed? Fish Papa is so handsome. No kidding. In a white suit, he looks like a prince straight out of a comic. I still want to see Fish Papa dance. I wish I could see Fish Papa's dance again. I will definitely learn that dance when I have the chance. The topic was back to the dance again. Even if Admirable Fish had brought out the piano and put on a white suit, he still couldn't fully focus the attention of the audience. The scene got lively again. In this lively atmosphere, Lin Yuan's hand suddenly brushed the keys. Continue your saga. On. In the flowing chapter of music, notes flowed from his fingertips. Gentle, sweet, also laced with traces of sadness. The voices of the audience suddenly weakened. The front row. The expression of Yang Zhongming slightly changed. A new song. Zheng Jing seemed to have an idea. I thought it was Mariage d'amour. Indong's gaze sharpened as he looked at the stage. Yi Zhiqiu turned serious. This song. It has a classic taste. Wulong continued with a complex tone, while the singers next to him, their expressions gradually became astonished. In front of the piano, Lin Yuan's body swayed gently. The sound of the piano was like butterflies in flight, their wings vigorously flapping, reaching the ears of all the audience. The audience in the four surrounding stages. More and more people stopped discussing. More eyes began looking toward the stage. Ordinary audience don't have the appreciation ability of maestros, but it doesn't mean they can't distinguish good from bad. This song, it's very likable. No less than Mariage d'amour. Even more catchy? What song is this? Some people widened their eyes, seemingly wanting an answer from their surroundings. But nobody could name the song, because indeed, it was a new piece. One that has never been released before. Beethoven's Paralysis. This was the piece Lin Yuan chose for the conclusion of the concert. Indeed, in order to follow the moonwalk performance, one has to take the opposite approach. The moonwalk was an extreme explosion, but Paralysis was the epitome of gentleness and silence. The soft music was like a clear stream trickling along. The piano keys shone with light. The music became ever more gentle and touching. Gradually, some of the audience gently closed their eyes. The restlessness in their hearts caused by the moonwalk began to slowly calm. At the scene, it got quieter and quieter. This was like a music concert that cleansed the soul. The classic rondos intertwined with each other, at times ascending, at times descending. Lin Yuan's speed was not fast, but the rhythm of the music wasn't dull either. No showy skills, no heavy piano sounds. The pedal under his foot blended with every rhythm. Thump, 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 thump. In the rhythm, a girl's face seemed to surface. Gentle, beautiful. The venue became completely silent. And for the first time, Lin Yuan's speed picked up. As a series of ascending triplets livened up the music, smooth semitones began to present in descending melodies. The theme was tightly wrapped around. About 3 or 4 minutes in, Lin Yuan's hand finally paused midair. The entire music piece ended in a joyous and lively atmosphere. Very short, this piece was just a little musical composition of Beethoven's. Although brief, it enjoys worldwide fame in another time and space. The audience savored the lingering charm of the piano music. They forgot for the first time the shock brought by the moonwalk. It was as if they had a bowl of plain soup after eating food that was extremely spicy. Restlessness was gone, the heart feeling calm and warm. It was as if a morning sun was cast into some parts of the grand stadium, making people feel comfortable. This was a different kind of shock. No hysterical screams, no confusing and explosive lights, and no blurry support lights swung everywhere. This concert once exploded to the point of leaving everyone breathless. But in the end, all things returned to tranquility. What everyone felt was an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. So the biggest surprise was here. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, all condensed in the grand stadium tonight. In the countless years to follow, this concert would be etched in the memory of 100,000 audience members. Applause started, and then all the audience members began clapping their hands. In the crackling applause, Lin Yuan rose to bow. He did it. The final performance managed to retain the shock that the moonwalk brought to the audience, in a form that quietly moistened like spring rain. In the front row, Sun Yaohua suddenly murmured, "Next month's season chart is going to go crazy." The singers next to him said nothing, but everyone nodded without hesitation. Several new songs appeared at this concert. The quality of these songs, appearing together on the season chart, would create a brutal massacre. Everyone at the scene could foresee this. "What's the name of this piece?" Zheng Jing asked. Yang Zhongming glanced at the announcement appearing on the big screen and said, "Paralysis." The belated announcement. As the words Paralysis, marking the end of the piano piece, entered everyone's view, the concert ended. Chapter 702, 668. Xianyu is an undercover, right? _1. Outside the grand stadium, around the isolation belt, security guards were in large numbers. Policemen in uniforms were maintaining order. Representing various major media outlets, the reporters with their camera gear flocked and blocked the exit corridors. It should be ending soon, right? It's been several hours already. There shouldn't be any more audience members fainting. My God, over 100 have fainted. What more do you want? I can't imagine what kind of performance would elicit such an exaggerated reaction from the audience. Despite the sound insulation of the grand stadium being top-notch, we can still hear the overwhelming noise from outside. This proves just how crazy the atmosphere must be inside. If only we could film inside. Not just us. Every netizen from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, and Han wants to know what's happening inside. The reporters were having heated discussions while their gazes were glued to the exit, filled with anticipation and thirst for information. Suddenly, the door to the grand stadium opened. Following that, The first batch of audience members walked out. They are out. The reporters resembled sharks drawn by the scent of blood in the ocean. Their eyes were practically glowing with greed as they stared at the approaching audience. A collective restlessness, wanting to grasp what happened inside before the officials made any formal announcements. Questioning the audience was the most direct approach. My goodness. Wang Yu and his girlfriend walked out hand in hand. A sudden intake of breath at the sight of the voracious reporters. Such a large crowd of reporters? Zhou Ming was also taken aback by the scene outside. At that moment, countless cameras turned towards them. A flurry of snapping ensued. What are your thoughts on Xian Yu's concert? The very first group of audience members to come out were immediately surrounded by reporters. The audience's expressions instantly came alive. The concert's various explosive moments had driven the crowd wild. Loud and boisterous like drunkards, their shouted responses were one louder than the other, as though they had escaped from a hospital. Awesome, explosive, heavenly, rollicking, badass, splendid, absolutely thrilling. High energy throughout. The reporters were perplexed. Fortunately, not all of the audience members had lost their senses, and some offered far more understandable responses. This will go down as the craziest concert in history, bar none. Scream, scream, and more screams. My voice is now hoarse. How can Xian Yu be so amazing? This audience member's voice was strained from all the shouting. I had no particular feelings for Xian Yu initially and only attended the concert accompanying my girlfriend. But after watching it, I've become a hardcore fan of Xian Yu. A young audience member expressed. Call him Fish Papa. The young man's girlfriend interjected. Discover stories at. Fish Papa is badass. The young man had a strong will to live. This concert was perfect in every sense. Xian Yu can make you cry, can make you laugh, can leave you speechless with amazement, and can also allow you to experience an inner peace. If Xian Yu hosts another concert in the future, I will definitely be there again. This night will be one I will never forget. If you were not there, you wouldn't be able to imagine how thrilling the scene was, with the 108 unconscious audience members lifted high above the crowd. Perhaps no other performer will be able to replicate tonight's epic moment. Zhou Ming and Wang Yu were also interviewed by reporters. Wang Yu began. Those who couldn't buy tickets won't know what they really missed out on. Zhou Ming added. Chills, near-heart stops, engorged brains, hysterical screaming, goosebumps covering my body. I should count myself lucky that I don't have a heart condition. This was absolutely insane. These interviewees are responding as if they've been injected with chicken blood. The more extroverted audience members won't stop talking during the interviews. The journalists are stunned. The audience's enthusiasm and craziness far exceed their imagination. Just when the journalists wanted to dig deeper. At the exit of the concert, suddenly, several police officers are seen escorting a person with a mask on his face. What's going on? The audience leaving the concert is flabbergasted. The interviewing journalists are also dumbfounded. Among these stunned gazes, more and more people wearing black masks are being escorted out by the police. What's happening? Everyone's heart skips a beat. What did these people do? Did they cause trouble at the concert? After a moment of stupefaction, the journalists frantically surround them, following closely behind the police officers. May I ask who these people are? Audience. The police officer leading the group maintains a stern expression. Please make way. Cooperate with our police work. These people need to be taken to the police station. All right. Everyone cooperates with the police work. But the journalists' questions don't stop. They keep following. Why are audience members being arrested? They're not ordinary audience members. The leading police officer stops, lets the other officers continue their work, and explains to the journalists, they are fugitives. One of them has been on the run for 25 years, only apprehended today. In order to attend Xian Yu's concert, they took the risk. Journalists. Fugitives in the audience? Are they playing this risky game? Is this turning from entertainment news into legal news? The surrounding audience is also confused. So, among us, there were fugitives hiding? Fugitives also attend concerts? Shit. This is big news. After their initial surprise, the journalists become excited, their voices trembling. May I ask, how did you catch the fugitives? Xian Yu's concert was equipped with the latest face recognition system, which greatly facilitated our work. In the end, The concert identified a total of 56 fugitives, including a few with particularly severe charges. We successfully carried out their arrest before the start of the concert, while some fugitives were identified in the midst of the concert, detected through a cooperative effort with our interstate law enforcement systems. In order not to cause a panic, we only proceeded now. At present, all 56 fugitives have been caught, you can rest assured. The police officer shows a slight smile. We also have to thank Xianyu here, who greatly helped our police work. Without the attraction of the concert, maybe these people would have continued to hide and would have remained a destabilizing factor in society. Journalists. Many of them were experienced senior journalists. They have done countless post-concert interviews over their careers. What have they not seen? Okay, they really haven't seen anything like this before. What in the world is going on? What kind of concert is this? You say 108 audience members fainting is one thing, but police using the lure of the concert to successfully apprehend over 50 fugitives? This is insane. All for the sake of watching Xianyu's concert? Aren't you people pushing your luck too far? Others are there to listen to music. You guys are playing with your lives. At this moment, the well-experienced journalists couldn't help but feel that their understanding of the world was being overturned. Chapter 703, 669 My Big Sword is thirsty for more _1. Not long after the news report about over 100 audience members fainting at Xianyu's concert had ended, netizens were still passionately discussing just how crazy Xianyu's concert had to be to cause so many people to faint, when a sudden piece of explosive news flash flooded across all media platforms, catching countless netizens' attention. Xianyu's 100,000-person concert officially ends. 56 fugitives captured at the scene. Find more to read at. Fugitives? How did a perfectly fine concert suddenly have something to do with fugitives? Netizens clicked on the news in confusion, only to be dumbfounded by what they read. The next moment, they burst out laughing. Fans from all states had gone crazy with laughter. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying from laughter. There's actually such a thing happening. Over 50 fugitives bought tickets to Xianyu's concert, only to be caught all at once by the police. The most absurd news of the year has been born. If there weren't video interviews, I would have thought some irresponsible editor made this up. Fish Papa's concert is beyond crazy. National peace and prosperity, Xianyu? Fish Papa isn't just some popular artist. He's clearly the fugitives' nemesis. Thank goodness I didn't go to Fish Papa's concert. Sarcastic. You wanted to go? Like you could get a ticket. Well, that bunch of fugitives are really skilled in buying tickets. I suspect they got their tickets by robbing. Crying laugh. Fugitive, there is a mole. Terminate the deal. Fish Papa is definitely a cop under deep cover. The title of Legal Person of the Year surely belongs to Xianyu. Fish Papa is definitely a cop sent undercover to catch fugitives. The netizens were really cracking up. So much drama from just a concert? Over 100 fainted and 50+ fugitives got caught. People went too far just to attend the concert. So that's why we didn't get any tickets. Compared to those brutes, we're still far behind. I'm not worthy of attending Fish Papa's concert. Fugitive, I didn't mind going to jail just to hear the song starting over when I got out. Ha ha, Fish Papa is indeed the friend of the criminals, a star living in legal news. Before, inmates sang Fish Papa's starting over upon their release. Now, Fish Papa is directly sending fugitives to prisons. The first few who got caught were the most unfortunate ones. Took the risk to attend the concert, only to be sent to jail before the concert even started. Those who got caught after the concert, it was worth it. Not only the fugitive incident, the elated reactions from audience interviews also left netizens stunned. Did these people act out as if they were drunk? Was the concert really that smooth? Thus it could be said, even if the netizens did not experience the concert in person, they were more than entertained by everything related to it. Trending. On social media. On blog posts. A few key phrases regarding Xianyu's concert flooded the internet once more, while everyone went wild discussing it. The anticipation for the public broadcasting of the concert footage reached its peak. Release the video already. I can't wait any longer. Please publicize it. I'm willing to pay. Even if I can't watch the live show, at least let me have a taste of some backstage footage to whet my appetite. Has the organizer heard the public's outcry? We want to see how Fish Papa manages to drive his fans wild. This audience is pathetic. Not a single one can dish out any real information. Where are the film editors? I'll reward anyone who can provide me with some live footage. You want to buy this from a film editor? Film editor. First, I have to get a ticket, then I have to sneak my phone in, and finally, I have to make sure I don't get caught. The audience was scratching their heads. They were even more eager now. This concert was like a tormenting pixie, stubbornly withholding the main course. Everyone was restless. They couldn't wait any longer. Just then, a member of the audience, who had watched the concert, suddenly posted a lengthy post in the tribe. Do you know about the legendary Siren's song? Do you know there's a more explosive version of Bluff? Do you know Xian Yu is fluent in several languages? Do you know about the moonwalk? Do you know how high Xian Yu's high notes go? Do you know Xian Yu's latest piano piece is even better than Mariage d'Amour? Do you know? The web users were taken aback, though they had no clue what this user was going on about. But it sounds impressive, right? What AB** starred? We asked you to give us some information about the concert. Why are you doing nothing but showing off here? Enraged, the netizens continued to gather information about the concert. Finally, they got some substantial answers. To give a rough summary of Fish Papa's concert, it started off with the Sea Siren's song, an exquisitely mesmerizing voice that makes one's ears pregnant. Then a new version of Bluff was performed with an explosive effect on stage. Plus, more than one new song was sung for the very first time, demonstrating Fish Papa's terrifying linguistic talent. The high note in one of the songs is incredibly rare on Blue Star. As for the moonwalk, that's indescribable. All you need to know is that a mass fainting occurred amongst the audience when this dance number started. The most spectacular part was the ending piano piece. Fish Papa was divine, a complete knockout. While it was substance, it was without video. Just reading the statements made the netizens utterly confused. The outcome was, far from being satisfied, the netizens became increasingly restless and itchy all over. The anticipation was off the charts. They were itching to see the concert footage now. How do we solve this? Obviously by urging the official party to release the video ASAP. A petition signed in blood, perhaps? Swipe, swipe, swipe. Countless calls to release the video were made. The outcry from all 5 continents put immense pressure on Starlight. As the overall director of the concert, Tong Shuan's tribe comment section was overwhelmed by demands for the release of the video. We are urgently working on the video, so please be patient. We will officially announce it at the beginning of next month. Tong Shuan had no choice but to pacify the restless netizens with a status update. To protect the rights of the ticket buyers, the concert video can't be released too soon. There's another crucial reason. Xian Yu's new songs performed at the concert will participate in next month's chart battles. If they are released this month, they will miss the deadline for chart entry. As per Blue Star's season chart regulations, songs released through special channels like concerts can qualify for next month's chart if they haven't been publicly released on music websites. If the concert's video is released now, these songs can only compete in this month's season chart. Because of these reasons, even if the netizens are pressuring them constantly, they must wait until the beginning of next month to see the official concert video. There's no other way around it. Helplessly, the netizens could only agonizingly wait for the arrival of May. Chapter 704. 670 Gu She Arrived _1. For the following days, the entire internet was abuzz about Teacher Admirable Fish's concert. Some videos circulated, but most of them were shaky and blurry, making for a terrible watching experience even compared to pirated movies. As a result, no major commotion ensued, and people were still eagerly waiting for the official concert video. As for Lin Yuan, he gathered the singers of Yu Dynasty at the company. All the fishes were gathered in Lin Yuan's office, but nobody knew what Lin Yuan's intentions were. They were all anxiously watching Lin Yuan. The thing is, Lin Yuan looked at the fishes without beating around the bush. At the concert, I performed 5 new songs. If any of you like any of these songs, you could give them a try and see if they suit you. If they do, you could go ahead and record and release them. The fishes were stunned, claiming the new songs from the concert. The next moment, the fishes were suddenly thrilled. You're not planning to perform the official versions of those songs from the concert yourself. You're leaving them for us to sing? Why do you always do this? You could sing them yourself. You don't have to always think of us. Plus, we can't sing them as well as you can. Sun Yaohua, Chun Jiu, Jiang Kuei, Zhao Yinggu, Wei Haoyun, and Xia Fan all chimed in. Lin Yuan was surprised. In the past, when he gave out songs, everyone was happily accepting. He didn't expect them to seem a bit reluctant this time. Maybe the songs weren't good? Clearly, that wasn't it. Feeling a bit off, Lin Yuan maintained his calm facade. His eyes, however, were on Sun Yaohua. He wasn't good at handling such situations and could only call upon Senior Yaohua for help. All right then. Sun Yaohua reluctantly stepped forward. Having been locked in by his junior's gaze, he knew what were his upcoming tasks. He wasn't sure since when, but he seemed to understand what his junior was saying just by looking into his eyes. The Qi language version of exaggerated. Sun Yaohua made his choice immediately. Even if Junior didn't give me this song, I'd still want to cover it. The first time I heard this song, I felt like it suited me very well. As for the other songs, if nobody wants them, I won't be holding back. Me. Initially, everyone was still hesitant, but seeing Sun Yaohua's thick-skinned attitude, they no longer resisted. After all, they wouldn't want all the benefits to go to Sun Yaohua. I choose 3 days and 3 nights. Zhao Yinggu was very interested in high-note songs. Next to him, Chun Zhiyu's eyes widened. I must pick Beat It. He always liked the rock genre. Can I sing Lemon? Jiang Kuei hesitated. She liked the song, but wasn't sure if it was suitable for a female voice, and learning Chu language could be a problem. Just give it a try. Lin Yuan nodded, then turned to Xia Fan. How about Confession Balloon? Xia Fan shook her head. That song is written from a male's perspective. Lin Yuan said. Then we can each release a version. Okay. Xia Fan nodded. Wei Haoyun laughed. I won't choose. My style doesn't suit competing with you guys. Lin Yuan said. I'll give you another song later. He certainly couldn't give Wei Haoyun to Alice, as that was a piano piece. However, Wei Haoyun's vocal range was quite broad, and her style was unique in the Yu dynasty. Lin Yuan had future plans for her. Thank you, Teacher Admirable Fish. Wei Haoyun wasn't too disappointed. She was a very open-minded person, and besides, Teacher Admirable Fish did say there would be songs for her later. Once the songs were assigned, everyone left. As they were getting on the elevator, Zhao Yinggu suddenly said, Sun Yaohua, why are you always so proactive? Exactly. Even though we all like these songs, I think Teacher Admirable Fish should sing these ones. His singing is clearly so good. We should think more about Teacher Admirable Fish and not keep taking advantage of him. After all, he's different from other composers. Everyone began to speak up. Sun Yaohua took a deep breath. I know what you guys are thinking. After the crazy concert we just had, I actually have the same thoughts as you all do. Teacher Admirable Fish is such a great singer, so why does he always give us the songs? Everyone fell silent. Apparently Sun Yaohua had hit the nail on the head. That was why everyone was acting so out of character today. But you're all wrong. Sun Yaohua laughed. Teacher Admirable Fish gives us songs because he holds our Yu dynasty in high regard. He's looking forward to us becoming stronger through these songs. He wants all of us to have a better life. Everyone's gaze slightly changed. Sun Yaohua gradually raised his voice. The best way we can repay Teacher Admirable Fish is to accept these songs, seize the opportunity given to us by our younger brother, and one day we will become strong enough to protect our younger brother. Have you guys ever watched Holy Light Warrior? We have. I've heard of it. It's about a few ordinary people being chosen by a deity to become Holy Light Warriors, protecting the Child of God. The Child of God provides the energy for the Holy Light Warriors to fight. I remember the Child of God being so handsome. There are also a few girls in Holy Light Warrior. They're particularly beautiful. Everyone began to speak up. Sun Yaohua snapped his fingers. So do you understand now? The Child of God doesn't take action easily, but we're the Holy Light Warriors chosen by God. We need to protect our younger brother and everyone's Teacher Admirable Fish. The source of our energy to fight is provided by the Child of God, just like these songs. It's not important that we've accepted the gifts from Teacher Admirable Fish, but what's most crucial is what kind of payback we need to provide in the future after benefiting from Teacher Admirable Fish. The elevator arrived. Everyone scattered, accompanying a few disdainful remarks. Chinibyo. Childish. So cringy. It's a cartoon I watched when I was 7. Sun Yaohua rolled his eyes. The level of awareness of this group still isn't enough. What Sun Yaohua didn't know was, When the other singers walked out of the company's front door, the corners of their lips unknowingly curled upwards. The world hustles and bustles for profit. Everyone is scrambling for profit. Experience more content on. Aside from Xiao Fan, the singers of Yu Dynasty might have had various motives for flocking to Admirable Fish initially. But unknowingly, everyone's thoughts gradually changed. Or perhaps, it wasn't so unknowingly. All changes can be traced back to its origins. Meanwhile, in the office, Lin Yuan suddenly picked up his phone and made a call. Do you want to try out a piano piece? The person he was talking to was Gu Shi. I want to. The voice on the other end of the line suddenly hurried. The opening performance of the concert later. A second voice appeared on the call. Cancel it. Gu Shi's voice decisively responded to the person, then lowered her voice to speak with Lin Yuan, her tone greatly contrasting with before. Teacher Admirable Fish, where shall we meet? You can go ahead with your thing first. I have nothing to be busy with. Just as her words ended, a third voice came from the phone. The piano discussion forum held by the 5 regions of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Cancel. Gu Shi muted her microphone. The meeting with the renowned piano composer teacher Nyo at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Cancel, cancel, cancel it all. I think I know who this person is, right? Teacher Admirable Fish, long time no see. The third voice increased, addressing Lin Yuan. If he wasn't mistaken, it seemed like one of Gu Shi's relatives, who had met Lin Yuan once before. Lin Yuan said, long time no see. Come to the company, Starlight Entertainment. Lin Yuan planned to give to Alice, to Gu Shi. In terms of piano skills, Gu Shi was even better and more professional than Lin Yuan. Chapter 705, 671. Broadcast of the concert video _1. That afternoon, Gu Shi arrived at Starlight. Getting a hold of to Alice, Gu Shi's voice trembled slightly. Teacher Admirable Fish is remarkable. Before coming, she had imagined receiving a piece of music from Xianyu. But what she hadn't dared to imagine was, this time, she would receive a piece that was even more subtly exquisite than Mariage d'amour. If she hadn't received a call, she might have even thought that Xianyu had forgotten about her. If Xianyu hadn't contacted her, she was considering implementing a new strategic plan. Fortunately, her earlier hard work hadn't gone to waste. With the birth of another classic musical composition, Xianyu had thought of her again. This piece will be released in May. Lin Yuan said, do you know the Yu Dynasty? Gu Shi hurriedly nodded. Yes. Lin Yuan said, they have piano sections in their songs, and I want you to be responsible for this. Of course I can. Gu Shi instantly agreed. In the following days, things became simple. The Yu Dynasty began to take action. Everyone took turns recording songs. Gu Shi was responsible for the piano parts. Meanwhile, on the internet, the netizens were constantly looking forward to the arrival of May. Finally, May arrives as scheduled. Countless netizens sat in front of their computers early on, filled with anticipation and nervousness. There were also countless insiders waiting for the broadcast of the concert. They wanted to know what kind of concert could cause more than 100 spectators to faint. What kind of concert could lead to the arrest of more than 50 fugitives? In such curiosity, the concert finally aired. Zhang Kuei performed the song Big Fish. Halfway through the song, Xianyu made a surprise appearance. The netizens finally understood what the term siren serenade, raved by the on-site audience, meant. Whoa, so this is the siren serenade. After hearing this part, my ears really got pregnant. This version is definitely the most beautiful version of Big Fish. It's already this exciting at the start. What's going to happen later? These 20 days of waiting weren't in vain. The concert began by stunning the audience. Following this, the Qi language version of Exaggerated exploded. All the spectators took a gasping breath. So this is the new version of Exaggerated? Someone said before that Xianyu's new version of Exaggerated is more exploding than the original. I didn't believe it, but it turns out to be true. That's too awesome. Satisfying. It feels so good to listen to. Listening to this song makes my blood boil. Then, the Chu language song Lemon was up. The audience-requested song Confession Balloon was up. Xianyu's high notes in 3 Days and 3 Nights were also up. Qi language, Chu language, English, Mandarin. Xianyu was wildly displaying his language talents. Watching this concert in front of their computers, everyone was pumped. The whole internet exploded. So exhilarating. I'm getting soaked. CNU's high notes are unbeatable. Even at home, I'm screaming with excitement. I can only imagine how crazy it is on site. I'm regretting more and more that I didn't get a ticket to go on site. CNU is so talented. He has all kinds of musical styles and knows all types of languages. Even though I'm behind the screen, he's still blown me away. At the same time as being amazed, some people started to doubt. Although the on-site atmosphere was indeed unprecedentedly exciting, was the news about over 100 audience members fainting somewhat exaggerated? Was it marketing hype? Or was it just us not understanding the insanity and passion of the crazy fans? In contrast, everyone could more or less understand the arrest of fugitives. After all, it was normal for fugitives to like CNU. CNU did have a great appeal to everyone. But the fainting of more than 100 people was indeed exaggerated. If this is marketing, then it's clearly been overdone. Everybody thought so. But that thought didn't last long. On scene, with the song Beat It playing, the moonwalks finally arrived. White shirt, black tie, black shoes, white socks, white gloves, black trousers. At this moment, all the audience in front of the screen were collectively stunned. Countless people's eyes were wide open. Countless people's mouths were wide open, as if their jaws had been shocked off. In the scene on the screen, those audience members and those in front of the computer were collectively in a massive shock. I'm on my knees. I'm prostrating myself. What kind of dance is this? Admirable Fish is forever a deity. Even gravity can't stop him now. Someone in the observer field fainted. Damn it, I would faint too if I were at the concert. Never mind being at the concert. I feel like fainting just watching from home. How can a human lean at a 45-degree angle? How I wish I was at the concert. The dance is godly. Admirable Fish is godly. All doubts cleared. No one questioned whether over 100 audience members fainting was a publicity stunt. Do we need publicity stunts for this? Such a crazy dance. Isn't it normal for the audience to faint? What is happening at the venue? I'm in awe. All were in awe, especially in some school dorms. The current screams are simply terrifyingly exaggerated. The dorm supervisors were terrified. All the audience in front of the computers had screamed until they lost their voices. Just for a concert. Some even felt that their stamina couldn't keep up. At this moment, the piano piece to Alice sounded. The audience suddenly felt an unprecedented level of satisfaction. Such a beautiful song. No wonder the audience was so excited when interviewed after leaving the Grand Stadium. I would be as well. High energy throughout. It's quite a pity I couldn't attend. I hope Daddy Fish can hold another concert. I'd brave it through hell to go. That dance is called the moonwalk. It was specially explained on the big screen. It's truly terrifying. Although this last piece to Alice is not really exciting, I feel that it is the icing on the cake for tonight's performance. Right? These songs should be available for download, right? Let's check out the seasonal rankings. I love the songs inside so much. I must download them all. Coming back to their senses, everyone couldn't wait to open their music player. Indeed, all major music players have linked the songs from Admirable Fish concert. All 6 new songs were there, though most of the singers were changed to those from the U Dynasty. But that didn't affect everyone's enthusiasm. Download, download, download. Everyone clicked download simultaneously. They couldn't even be bothered to check out the other songs released in May at the moment. At the same time, the insiders also finished watching Admirable Fish's concert. Your next read is at. For a while, the entire music industry was shocked into silence. They didn't know how to describe the concert's brilliance. Thrilling? Exploding? Cool. All of that, but also none of that. The concert gave the impression that Admirable Fish has everything you like. In the end, someone in the industry finally summarized it. Once you've seen Admirable Fish's concert, other singers' concerts are optional. It's helpless, because all the expectations and imaginations people had about concerts were basically played out by Admirable Fish's concert. What would the seasonal charts look like with this earth-shattering concert? The musicians who released music in May didn't dare to imagine. Chapter 706, 672. CNU aiming for the 12th consecutive championship _1. Yes, after watching CNU's concert, musicians releasing songs in May have foreseen the imminent bloodbath on the season's chart. There's no escape. The results of the season's chart will eventually appear before everyone in a variety of forms. 8 o'clock on the first day of May. Stay tuned with. A certain entertainment program began. The host seems particularly passionate today. Hello everyone. Welcome to Entertainment Big Events. I'm your forever host, Zhang Xiao. As you all know, every time the program is broadcast, I will summarize the recent major events in the entertainment circle for everyone. Today, the entertainment circle has welcomed a super explosive event, that is. The video of Lin Yuan's concert has finally been publicly broadcast. I believe many people should, like me, be at home watching the video because they couldn't get tickets to the concert, and I believe that after watching the 3-hour-long concert video, everyone will be as stunned as I am. It's a grand performance that made over 100 audience members faint on the spot. If I have to use an adjective to describe the shock of this concert, I would use 3 words. Epic level. What kind of wonderful performances Lin Yuan displayed at the concert is no longer needed for me to detail one by one. Any viewer who has watched the video has witnessed it. Now you just need to open the internet. All major forums are discussing the god-level performances in this concert that have been adrenaline pumping. What I'm going to share with you now is the ranking of this season's chart. For this season's chart, the number 1 piece is a piano piece called To Alice. At this point, the audience who watched Lin Yuan's concert will definitely burst out laughing without speaking. Isn't this piano piece called To Alice the closing performance that Lin Yuan dedicated at the concert? Don't rush. The season's chart of May this year, there are more songs from Lin Yuan's concert than just To Alice. Let's continue looking down the list. The song ranked 2nd this season is Lemon. 4th, Beat It. 5th, Exaggerated. 6th, Confession Balloon. 8th, 3 Days and 3 Nights. Don't doubt your eyes, you're not seeing things. 6 of the top 10 works on the May season's chart are from Lin Yuan's concert. After Blue Star initiated the merging tide, for the first time, one person has taken up 6 spots in the top 10 of the season's chart. The last time there was a situation where a composer monopolized the season's chart, we have to trace back 7 years. At that time, Blue Star hadn't started the merging process yet. If the season's chart is compared to a battlefield, then Lin Yuan staged the most inhumane massacre in May this year. Just today, he gave the entire music scene a case of ichthyophobia. Perhaps some people would say that Lin Yuan monopolizing the 6 elements of the season's chart is due to the heat edition of the concert, but no one can deny that this achievement is historical for Lin Yuan and even the entire music scene. The storm has finally arrived. The ranking of the season's chart is out. Lin Yuan alone occupies 6 spots in the top 10. On the May season's chart, all musicians have despaired. Just as expected. No suspense. No overturn. Since his debut, Lin Yuan has for the first time achieved a real chart sweep. In the top 10, he monopolized 6 by himself. For the music scene, the season's chart is like a cake supplied in a limited amount every month. Someone had divided it into 10 uneven pieces. Usually, it was a cake shared equally among all. Even if you didn't get a big chunk, you could still smear some cream on the corner of your mouth. But this month, Admirable Fish transformed into a glutton, consuming 6 pieces all by himself, leaving less than half for everyone else. Isn't he afraid of overstuffing himself? Of course, he isn't. Because this time it's a full-scale attack by the Yu dynasty. In reality, it's not just any major entertainment event. That day, almost all major entertainment programs were discussing the season's chart. Admirable Fish single-handedly takes 6 songs in the top 10 of the season's chart, but he didn't choose to perform them himself. Instead, he let the singers of the Yu dynasty perform these songs. Apart from Wei Haoyun, whose style does not match with these songs, everyone else including Jiang Kuei, Sun Yaohua, Chen Jiu, Zhao Yinggu, and Xia Fan got their own works. This might be the first step of the Yu dynasty towards conquering the music scene. The performer of the championship track, To Alice, is the talented young pianist Gu Shi. This isn't the first time she has collaborated with Admirable Fish. Gu Shi performed all of his past piano scores. The difference this time is that all the arrangement parts for the other singers in the Yu dynasty were also completed by Gu Shi. Some people believe that this beautiful young pianist who has already made it to the top art stage could potentially be the 7th member of the Yu dynasty. Admirable Fish didn't choose to perform the official version of these songs himself, because he doesn't need to. The career bonus from singing these songs would not make a significant difference. His focus now is to help the singers of the Yu dynasty grow faster. Jiang Kuei, who got the song Lemon by Chu Language, has made noticeable progress and is one step closer to becoming the queen of singing. After getting the Chi language version of Exaggeration, Sun Yaohua's popularity continues to soar. He is steadily progressing towards becoming the king of singing. If Sun Yaohua and Jiang Kuei manage to clinch the title of king and queen of singing, Admirable Fish will undoubtedly become the youngest maestro in Blue Star's history. But we have an even scarier guess. Admirable Fish is aiming for 12 consecutive wins. From January to May, Admirable Fish has constantly made moves and already secured 5 consecutive wins on the season's chart. This month, he further claimed 6 spots among the top 10. Does this mean teacher Admirable Fish is trying to become a maestro by getting 12 consecutive wins? I know this idea is surprising, but after experiencing this crazy concert, do you really think Admirable Fish would be content with becoming a maestro in the simplest way? In fact, last month people were guessing. Admirable Fish is trying to secure the position of maestro on Blue Star with 12 consecutive wins. Because this idea is too incredible, everyone thought they might be overthinking. But now, Admirable Fish has already secured 5 consecutive wins on the season's chart. This month, he dominated the season's chart. Under such circumstances, the idea that Admirable Fish is aiming for 12 consecutive wins has grown like wild weed in people's minds. More and more people have started to believe Admirable Fish is indeed striving towards this goal. The media have also been continuously discussing this speculation. Even the netizens are increasingly aligning their voices with Admirable Fish aiming for 12 consecutive wins. Then in the midst of numerous discussions and guesswork, Admirable Fish suddenly posted a status on the tribe. Just reached the 5th stage. Suddenly, all netizens were taken aback. The few words of Admirable Fish's status declaration was no different to announcing to everyone that he truly intends to become a maestro through 12 consecutive wins. He is really playing it this way. Guessing is one thing, while acknowledgement from the person involved is another. After all, guesswork always involves some uncertainty. Just like a meteor streaking across outer space. No one knows whether this meteor will land, even though its trajectory already indicates a lot. And now, the meteor has landed. Boom, it's exploded. Chapter 707, 673, Zhong Continent _1. Only made it to the 5th round. Not bad, huh? Brothers, only is the key word here. Fish Papa is so domineering. In the current era of the fusion of the 5 continents Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, and Han, the difficulty of a 12-time champion is absolutely unprecedented. If he can pull this off, it will be even crazier than holding 6 of the top 10 spots in the seasonal rankings. I knew Fish Papa was fighting hard this year. If he already has 5 consecutive championships, can the 6th one be far behind? There are definitely big shots gunning for him in the rounds to come. It's always been Fish Papa shooting others down. How many dare to take a shot at Fish Papa? Only if Yang Zhongming or a few from the Zhong continent make a move. Damn Father Yang. He must have ended Admirable Fish's 3rd consecutive win, and now this has provoked Fish, who's seeking revenge on the music industry with a 12-time championship. Ha ha ha. Yang Zhongming is the biggest villain in the music industry. The 12-time championship has always been the most difficult path to becoming a maestro. And in the era of the fusion surge of Blue Star, the difficulty of a 12-time championship is hellish. Some people in the music industry even believe that the rule of achieving the maestro title through 12-time championship has been abandoned. Because now there are too many continents merging. It's almost impossible for anyone to achieve a 12-time championship. Yet, Admirable Fish wants to take this path. This is utterly against all odds. All this has led to a massive eruption across the net. Even some maestros have been provoked. Has he gone mad? Seeking a 12-time championship in the context of the fusion of the 5 continents? I thought the 12-time championship was a thing of the past. Even Yang Zhoming can achieve a 12-time championship now. Can he? With his talent, isn't it easy to push Sun Yaohua and Jiang Kuei to be the king and queen of singing? Why does he have to challenge something of a hellish difficulty? Who the hell said that Admirable Fish was the most modest among the three brothers? I think he's crazier than Chu Kuang. Is the end of modesty self-conceit? It's always said that Admirable Fish is the top of the young generation. So is this what they call youthful audacity? Does he know how many people are going to try to take him down for making such a statement? Becoming a maestro through the 12-time championship is something that even many top maestros don't want to see. Shocking as it is, all the truly calm maestros know how difficult it is for Admirable Fish to take this path. It's almost impossible. There will definitely be maestros at the level of Yang Zhongming who will take aim at him. Why? Because some top maestros haven't made it through 12 seasons, let alone in the context of the fusion of the 5 continents. What makes you think you can, Admirable Fish? Do you think you are stronger than the top maestros of Blue Star? If you really do pull this off, where would those top maestros put their faces? Not every maestro is as good to Admirable Fish as Yang Zhongming is. Some maestros will not allow Admirable Fish to successfully pass through the seasonal charts. Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han. There might not be many people who can stop Admirable Fish, but who can guarantee that the people from Zhong continent won't make a move? Remember, the Zhong continent, being the absolute core of Blue Star, many top-notch figures in various fields are studying there. Those people are the team from Zhong continent, similar to the national team on Earth. Any one of the top big shots they pick from within is an entity standing at the apex of the pyramid. Predictably, those people will hear the wind soon. Many maestros from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han tremble inwardly. Starlight. Yang Zhongming laughs out loud, his eyes even showing a hint of madness. I did not choose the wrong man. Zheng Jing gasps. Not only does he want to break Lu Sheng's record of being Blue Star's youngest maestro, but he also wants to reach the top through 12 consecutive championships, just like Lu Sheng. Yang Zhongming says solemnly. Lu Sheng was far behind him at this age. Zheng Jing takes a breath to steady herself, then laughs. Lu Sheng had your guidance after all. Only a few people in the music industry know. Lu Sheng, the youngest maestro in the history of Blue Star's music, was half a student of Yang Zhongming before he became a maestro. But his biggest opponent is not Lu Sheng. The gaze of Yang Zhongming slightly tightens, looking eastward. That's the direction of the Zhong continent. Zheng Jing raises an eyebrow. Zhong continent will definitely make a move, but probably not now. Otherwise, those old guys will lose face. After all, it wouldn't look good for a bunch of old farts to bully a junior. Yang Zhongming speaks. What if those top figures of Zhong continent make a move? Zheng Jing hesitates for a moment. That's unlikely. Haven't they been into symphony music these past few years? They've long lost interest in the seasonal charts. I'm worried about a few guys who play piano music. Xian Yu's piano music is impressive. Yang Zhongming sneered. It would be interesting if he manages to make Zhong continent fall flat on its face. Zheng Jing. Could the team from Zhong continent be defeated by Xian Yu? Is that possible? Han continent. An airport. In front of a white piano. A man enraptured in his performance. The piece he's playing is indeed to Alice. As the final note fell, the man opened his eyes. Behind him, passengers waiting at the airport all applauded. A man in a suit came forward, only to be stopped by security. The man in a suit respectfully said, "Hello, teacher. I would like to have a photo." "No, I mean an autograph if possible." "Sure." The man at the piano stood up, autographed the book presented to him. "Lu Sheng." The man in the suit excitedly said, "Thank you, Mr. Lu Sheng. I'm your idol." "No, I mean your fan." "You're welcome." Lu Sheng smiled. "I need to board my flight now." The man in a suit hastily moved aside. Then, the crowd of passengers curiously stared at Lu Sheng. So this is Blue Star's youngest maestro. His piano skills are incredible. Did he compose that piece just now? It's so nice to listen to. No, that piece is called To Alice, and it's a work by Xian Yu. Lu Sheng is playing Xian Yu's piece? Isn't Xian Yu trying to challenge Lu Sheng's record with a 12-win streak? The hustle and bustle of conversation reached Lu Sheng's ears. Lu Sheng smiled slightly as he entered the boarding gate. Next to him, his assistant followed, matching his pace. "Mr. Lu Sheng, don't you feel like you've been challenged? Records are meant to be broken." Lu Sheng laughed. "I'm not like those arrogant folks from Zhong continent. When I was pursuing the 12-win streak, They specifically brought in a formidable veteran to target me. Fortunately, I am invincible. Assistant. Isn't this even more arrogant? Lu Sheng continued. Times have changed. Today's 12-win streak is worth much more than it was in my time. Zhong Continent doesn't even have to take a shot. Xian Yu will have enough trouble. I'm starting to get the itch too. You want to intervene? Let's first see how Zhong Continent reacts. Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow. If Xian Yu wants to become the maestro, no one is stopping him. But to do it with a 12-win streak, that might hit a nerve for some people. Let's go to Qin Continent first, have a few drinks with Master, and enjoy the show. News of Xian Yu's attempt to secure the 12-win streak spread rapidly like the wind across Qin, Qi, Shu, and Yan. Of course, the Yu dynasty also heard the news. I never thought teacher Xian Yu would go that far. Zhao Yingji's eyes gleamed with admiration. Sun Yaohuo puffed out his chest. Our junior is destined to succeed. Jiang Kuei earnestly said. If we get the chance to fight for teacher Admirable Fish, we must give our all. Xun Jiu nodded. Whether he succeeds or not, we in the Yu dynasty are committed supporters of teacher Xian Yu. But I heard, Zhong Continent might try something. Xiaofan looked a bit worried. Zhong Continent is the artistic hub of Blue Star, and the people there are not easy to deal with. Qin Continent is the land of music, yes. But most of the top musicians who gave Qin Continent its name now reside in Zhong Continent. Wei Haoyun exclaimed. Teacher Xian Yu is best at creating miracles. Find adventures on. Regular netizens just saw Xian Yu's determination to challenge the 12-win streak. But the music industry obviously sees more. Only those in the circle know just how challenging it is for Xian Yu to aim for the 12-win streak. This has become a contentious battle for honor within the circle. If Xian Yu really succeeds, the glory of winning a 12-win streak after the unification of the 5 continents would be too dazzling. Dazzling to the point where some people may find it glare to their eyes. At this moment, inside Zhong Continent, the place that many fear, in a small circle, a musician suddenly said with a playful smirk, Chung sang, the cherry blossoms are blooming in our hometown. Aren't you going back to take a look? Chapter 708, 674, Unique Rank _1. This day is bound to be anything but quiet. The uproar caused by the concert broadcast, coupled with Xian Yu's public declaration to challenge for 12 consecutive wins, swept across insiders and outsiders alike like a hurricane. The higher-ups of Starlight were left dumbfounded one after another. Are you serious? Ol Zhou immediately sought out Lin Yuan. I mean, about the 12 consecutive wins. Lin Yuan nodded. Ol Zhou was somewhat speechless. Did this kid really understand the situation? It took Ol Zhou a while to speak up. The company will definitely support your decision. But in fact, there isn't much the company can do in such a situation. In the end, you have to fight your own battles, especially when someone from the Zhong Continent makes a move. Zhong Continent. Lin Yuan was taken aback. Isn't Zhong Continent not yet included in the merger? The kid really didn't get the real picture. Ol Zhou sighed. Aren't you wondering why Zhong Continent, which hasn't been included in the merger, can participate in the season rankings among Qin, Qi, Shu, Yan, and Han continents? Lin Yuan nodded. Old Zhou didn't rush to explain, but instead turned on the office projector first. The next moment, the map of Blue Star appeared on the projector screen. Ol Zhou pointed at the map and said, there are 8 continents in Blue Star. Apart from Qin, Qi, Shu, Yan, Han, Zhao, Wei, there is also a Zhong continent. Lin Yuan said, I know that. Ol Zhou looked complicated. It's hard to tell which continent among the Qian, Qi, Shu, Yan, Han, and Zhao is stronger. It can only be said that each continent has its own dominant fields, such as Qin continent's music, Shu continent's animation, Qi continent's film, and so on. I know that. No, you don't. Under the premise of these statements, do you just assume that our Qin continent has the strongest music, Qi continent the best films, and as for Shu continent? Is it not? Yes and no. Seeing Lin Yuan's confusion, Ol Zhou chuckled. These sayings are actually built on the premise that Zhong Continent is excluded from the equation, because Zhong Continent is a league of its own in every sense. Lin Yuan was surprised. Zhong Continent's music is more powerful than Qin's. OL Zhou raised his voice. Zhong continent's music is more powerful than Qin's. Zhong continent's films are also stronger than those from Qi continent. In other words, Zhong continent dominates in every art field in Blue Star. Lin Yuan nodded vaguely. So, everyone doesn't want to compete with Zhong continent? OL Zhou couldn't help but laugh. Your way of describing it is quite fresh. Indeed, everybody doesn't like to compete with Zhong continent. That's why most Blue Star rankings don't include Zhong continent. But this is not only because Zhong continent overpowers the other 7 continents in overall strength, but also because the residents of Zhong continent are mostly migrants from the 7 other continents. How do you think Zhong continent became so strong? It's all due to the talents supplied by the 7 continents over the years. Lin Yuan blinked. He roughly understood the situation of Zhong continent now. OL Zhou looked at the map of Zhong continent. The highest government of Blue Star is located in Zhong continent, where Qin, Qi, Shu, Yan, Han, Zhao, and Wei are divided and ruled. The higher-ups have to worry that one day the 7 continents will slip out of control. Hence, they promulgated the Zhong Continent Talent Introduction Act. The top talents from each field of each continent would be requested to move to Zhong continent. These top talents are transformed into Zhong continent people after switching continents. With the resources from the 7 continents contributed over the years, Zhong continent has evolved into the strongest continent in Blue Star. Of course, we have to concede that even without the consistent supply of top talents from the 7 continents over the years, Zhong continent, as the power center of Blue Star, naturally possesses a dominance that is unmatched by other continents. This is the additional advantage of being the power center of Blue Star. Lin Yuan thoroughly understood OL Zhou's point. Zhong continent was originally the strongest region in Blue Star. And with the resource tilt from the highest government over the years, along with the Grand 7 Continents Talent Introduction Plan, Zhong continent underwent a transformation and qualitative change in power. No wonder everyone didn't include Zhong continent. Qin, Qi, Shu, Yan, Han, Zhao, Wei are all on one level. And Zhong continent is in a league of its own. Old Zhou shrugged. However, since the merger of Qin, Qi, Shu, Yan, Zhao and Wei started, the talent introduction plan paused. After all, compared to talent introduction, it seems more convenient to manage everybody when they're all together. But the power of Zhong continent has already been established. At root, it's still a political factor. Lin Yuan summarized. So, some people from Zhong continent can participate in the competition for the season rankings because some of them originally come from Qin, Qi, Shu, Yan, Han, and Zhao. Dual citizenship. OL Zhou laughed. It's very difficult to change your continent's citizenship, and it's even more difficult to gain dual citizenship. This is also one of the perks that Zhong continent initially offered to win the hearts of the talents. So in Zhong continent, only half of the residents are native middle state people. The remaining half consists of high-end talents from Qin, Qi, Shu, Yan, Han, and Zhao and their descendants. It's a mix of people, and these talents, if they have dual citizenship and their first place of origin is one of the 5 continents of Qin, Qi, Shu, Yan, or Han, can participate in the competition for the season ranks and aim for your 12 consecutive wins. Do you understand now? I see. Lin Yuan paused. But why would they want to target me? OL Zhou, does this kind of thing need to be asked? Okay then. This kind of question is indeed Xian Yu style. He could only continue. Some people, because they have not managed to achieve something themselves, do not want others to achieve it either. For instance, 12 consecutive wins. Lin Yuan furrowed his brows. This reason seemed a little far-fetched to Lin Yuan. But upon careful thinking, it seems very persuasive. If you want a challenge for the 12 consecutive wins, it is essential to study your competitors in advance. The company is helping you to filter out the potential competitors. These people must simultaneously meet the conditions of having dual citizenship and being born in one of the 5 continents: Qin, Qi, Shu, Yan, or Han. Fortunately, there shouldn't be a significant number of people who meet these conditions. Moreover, most of the maestros from Qin continent who have gone out won't make a move. After all, you are a Qin person. Old Zhou grinned. Regional rivalry exists everywhere, even in Zhong continent. The talents introduced from Qin, Qi, Shu, Yin, and Han continents by the policy of the Zhong continent all tend to stick together. In this situation, the Qin people from Zhong continent, no matter how many ideas they have, will restrain their impulse to make a move. After all, Xianyu is a Qin person, a genius emerged from Qin's people. Even if they've lived in Zhong continent for a long time and practically become Zhong continent people, the top talents from Qin continent wouldn't forget their roots in Qin. The Blue Star people have deep hometown sentiments. After explaining a few more things about Zhong continent to Lin Yuan, Ol Zhou left. Half an hour later, Ol Zhou sent Lin Yuan a list. These are the maestros from Zhong continent who might make a move against you. Lin Yuan didn't respond and casually threw the list into an idle folder. The only competitor that Lin Yuan has ever seriously studied was Yang Zhongming. After all, Yang Zhongming is Lin Yuan's half-mentor. He respects him deeply. As for the attack from Zhong continent, it's not a question of respect or disrespect. Most of the time, Lin Yuan isn't in the habit of studying his opponents. Chapter 709, 675, Future Challenges _1. System. Although Lin Yuan did not persistently research his opponent, there was still a question in his mind that he decided to ask the system for clarification. Ding dong, what's up? You mentioned last time the maestro rankings. Is teacher Yang Zhongming within the top 3? Yes. Nothing else. Would you like to customize a ranking list? The most authentic, most professional ranking. Exclusively from Blue Star. No. The system giving up. Lin Yuan confirmed his guess. It's true that Zhong continent's leading talents are incredible, but they don't own all the world's heroes. At least Yang Zhongming never went to Zhong continent. Although Lin Yuan didn't know the specific reason why Yang Zhongming didn't go to Zhong continent, it at least indicated that among the Qin, Qi, Shu, Yin, Han, Zhao, and Wei continents, there were still some low-key top bosses. Lin Yuan thoughtfully. He had a long chat with Ol Zhou. According to Ol Zhou, Zhong continent will not make their move for the time being. At least, they don't need to worry about any targeted attacks from Zhong continent in June or even July, because most of Zhong continent's maestros are elder predecessors. Among these elder maestros, at most 1 or 2 will take turns to target Lin Yuan. If they all take turns to launch attacks, it would be too obvious. The scene would be too unpleasant. Some Qin people from Zhong continent would also likely refuse to agree with this. But Lin Yuan could not count on Zhong continent holding back. To forge iron, one must make themselves strong. He had to prepare well. Now for sure, there will battlefields attacks coming from Zhong continent at the War of the Gods this year. By the way, it suddenly occurred to Lin Yuan. Since Zhong continent has gathered top talents from various fields, doesn't it mean that his other pseudonyms will also face various challenges from Zhong continent in the future? Like the manga from Shadow. There must be top Chu continent manga artists who have been attracted to Zhong continent. And the novels by Chu Kuang again. There must be powerful characters in Zhong continent can rival Chu Kuang. Lin Yuan dare not underestimate the artistic development of Blue Star, especially in the field of novels, which occupies a large part of the art category. Luckily, he still has some cards up his sleeve for the Chu Kuang pseudonym. The countless years of development in Earth's artistic field were not in vain. There are still many classic novels that he hasn't released yet. Moreover, it should be a few years before Zhong continent joins the merger. Next, it should be Zhao continent and Wei continent joining in order. Zhong continent would be the last. Most likely, this is what they are considering. After all, for the Qin, Qi, Shu, Yin, Han, Zhao, and Wei, Zhong continent is an insurmountable mountain. Once Zhong continent joined the merger in the future, it would easily form a dimensional reduction effect, causing the cultures of the various continents to disintegrate. After all, not everyone is like Lin Yuan who has the system. Without the system, I'm afraid all the 7 continents combined may not even be able to face Zhong continent. Never mind. No need to think about this for now. Lin Yuan once again called out the system. He was going to dive into his precious earth. Music library. It's a musical conflict now. If he doesn't win this 12-match streak, Lin Yuan will be depressed to death. He had already reached the 5th stage. How could he fail at the last moment? System. While Lin Yuan was diving into the library of music, the outside world was still buzzing with excitement. Not only was there his 12-match streak, but also the follow-up triggered by the concert, especially the moonwalk. This should have been expected by all the audience at the concert. The moonwalk became popular. How popular was the moonwalk? The most intuitive manifestation was that all the current topics discussed by dance lovers were the moonwalk. Countless dancers were studying the moonwalk video from Lin Yuan's concert over and over again. Learning. Imitating. They didn't just imitate Lin Yuan's dance, they even imitated his clothing. A white shirt, black pants, white socks, black leather shoes, and the ceremonial white gloves. On the internet, many dancers uploaded imitation videos of themselves doing the moonwalk. However, after users watched these videos, they felt that something was wrong. I don't know why, but Fish Papa's dance feels better. Is it because Fish Papa was singing while dancing? Not just that, but his dance was also more standard. I'm a dancer. When I first watched the moonwalk, I felt very shocked, but at the same time, I felt that the dance was not too difficult until I tried myself. Did you fall? He definitely did. The teachers in our dance club all said that this dance is very difficult. The moonwalk makes extremely high demands on the strength, flexibility, and coordination of the performer's body. Even professional dancers find it difficult to master. I believe many imitators should have experienced slips and falls. Mainly, this dance requires the brain to operate in reverse. I really don't know how Lin Yuan came up with such an amazing dance. Lin Yuan was the one who created the moonwalk. This had been officially explained by Starlight and made known to the world. As a result, people on the internet now referred to Lin Yuan as the creator of the moonwalk. And in the following days, with more and more people joining the imitation of the moonwalk, the craze began to spread more widely. In fact, they even created national fervor with the moonwalk. Even people who had absolutely no foundation in dance would try to walk according to the tutorial on the internet. Just that their movements were somewhat comical. There were also people who tried to decipher the principle of Lin Yuan's 45-degree incline. After repeated attempts had failed, everyone finally drew a conclusion. The 45-degree incline must have been accomplished with the help of props. Humans cannot defy the gravity of Blue Star. However, even if they understood the principle, everyone was still amazed at Lin Yuan's imagination. You know, the invention patent was registered for Michael Jackson's 45-degree tilt and those shoes he wore. Some people even started their journey to dance because of the moonwalk. After this imitation craze lasted for several tens of days. In the Blue Star Encyclopedia compiled by the Literature and Art Association, there was an extra line of introduction in Lin Yuan's title. Dancer. Before this, Lin Yuan already held the titles of composer, playwright, lyricist, and singer. It's worth mentioning. The Blue Star Encyclopedia compiled by the Literature and Art Association is very standardized and professional. It's not that you've done something and you can naturally get the corresponding title. You must have received widespread recognition in that profession before the association will give such an introduction in the encyclopedia. In such a situation, Lin Yuan holding 5 titles alone was indeed astounding. At this moment, Lin Yuan finally selected a few works that he thought were formidable from the system. The result, just as he arrived at the company, Sun Yaohua brought Lin Yuan a piece of news. Junior brother, our game, Plants vs. Zombies, has been officially completed and is now undergoing review. According to your request, we have added the elements of the moonwalk that you performed at the concert. Chapter 710, 676, Free Shares _1. The game has started its review process. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel excited. With the numerous challenges that he will face from the Zhong continent in the future, Lin Yuan is determined to exchange for many classic works with the system, and all these require significant financial support. He really hopes that Plants vs. Zombies can bring in a substantial profit. At this moment, OL Zhou arrived. After Gudong made a cup of tea for both of them, he left the office. OL Zhou took a gentle sip, then suddenly smiled at Lin Yuan. The company's executive meeting passed a decision today. Does it concern me? Lin Yuan knew that OL Zhou had the personality of not visiting without a reason. Whenever OL Zhou appeared in his office, there had to be some company matter, and it seemed that these issues were always communicated between OL Zhou and Lin Yuan. It matters a lot. OL Zhou seriously looked at Lin Yuan, his eyes filled with a hint of admiration, then solemnly said, "The company has decided to upgrade your contract terms again. You will soon own 10% of Starlight Entertainment shares. Shares? Lin Yuan was aghast. Jinmu had always discussed with Lin Yuan the possibility of buying equity in Starlight, even planning to negotiate with Starlight personally. Yet before the plan had even started to roll out, Starlight had already offered him shares, and astonishingly, it was directly 10%, double what Silver Blue Books had given him under the pseudonym Chu Kuang. Yes, OL Zhou. The company had long been considering this, but because the specific amount of shares hadn't been agreed on, it was dragged until today. A 10% share is a ratio that all shareholders can accept. What conditions? Lin Yuan, of course, knew that there was a deeper intention behind Starlight's arrangement. He wanted to see the conditions the company proposed first. If the conditions were too harsh, Lin Yuan wouldn't impulsively agree. There are no conditions, OL Zhou said with a strange expression. This time, Lin Yuan was not just surprised, he was somewhat shocked. Even when Silver Blue Books was trying to win over Chu Kuang, it still proposed a few conventional conditions. Starlight was offering him 10% of its shares with no conditions attached. You're giving them to me for free? OL Zhou was watching Lin Yuan's reaction, feeling somewhat nostalgic. This was the first time he had seen Lin Yuan express shock, resembling the expressions of the company's senior executives when they learned of the chairman's resolution. What is your opinion? Lin Yuan suddenly asked. OL Zhou was taken aback, before breaking into a light chuckle, a touch of warmth in his eyes. I thought you'd agree without any hesitation. After all, you were the first to dare bring a calculator to a music department meeting to calculate royalties. Lin Yuan stayed silent. OL Zhou looked at Lin Yuan and said in an unusual tone, I know you're asking for my personal opinion, not the opinion of a Starlight executive. But whether as a person or as an executive of Starlight, I suggest you accept. There is indeed no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Even this unconditional offer of shares is actually a form of emotional entanglement, but it appears before you in the most gentle form, making it hard for anyone to feel resistant. Lin Yuan didn't respond. The company didn't say that once Lin Yuan took these shares, he would have to serve Starlight for life. But Lin Yuan knew that once he accepted these shares, he would never consider leaving. Otherwise, his conscience wouldn't let him. The company is gambling. OL Zhou's voice dropped. To be exact, it's the chairman who's gambling. He's betting that you won't leave or go solo without feeling a shred of guilt after taking 10% of the company's shares. He won. Lin Yuan suddenly laughed. OL Zhou also started to chuckle. That's probably why the chairman could lead Starlight to where it is today. I can't think of any other company leader who dares have such boldness to make such a decision. If you were to leave Starlight with 10% of its shares, at most you would endure some condemnation of conscience. But for Starlight, that would be a debilitating loss. Somewhere else, Starlight's chairman, Li Songhua, looked into the distance through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the 18th floor of Starlight Tower. A voice, laced with worry and tension, sounded from behind him. Do you know how bold your decision today was? Of course. Li Songhua laughed, saying, I admit that there's a gamble involved. This might be the boldest decision I ever made in my life, staking everything on so-called human nature. If I lose this gamble, all I'll lose is 10% of the shares. But if I win, what I'll win will be Starlight's future. You think Xian Yu is being faced with an unprecedented temptation, but the temptation facing me is much bigger. 10% of the shares is trivial compared to his influence. What if you lose? No one can win all the time. But if you think I'm gambling recklessly based on instinct, then you would be greatly mistaken. If you knew the terms those external companies have offered Xian Yu. What terms? The voice from behind vibrated. Li Songhua said, so far, more than 20 entertainment companies of the same tier, or even bigger than Starlight, wish to poach Xian Yu. Their terms are even more tempting than what we offer Xian Yu. But he has always stayed. My ears haven't failed in hearing these things. Discover more stories at an emotional bond. Why not think of this as an emotional investment? When you give yourself fully to someone, don't you hope that they treat you well in return? You can say that my actions have a purpose, but this purpose does not harm anyone. Whether it's indulging or pampering, as long as he is willing to stay at Starlight, I would dare to hand over the entire Starlight to him as a playground. He possesses a value that makes me willing to give everything. Forget 10% of the shares. Even if I gave him 20% or more, what does it matter? You only see me giving away a bit of shares, but I see a future for Starlight that it wouldn't have without him. Your motives are not pure. I think my motives are pure to the point of being muddled. From now on, Starlight will follow one rule. If I can afford it, I'll give Xianyu anything he wants, because what I want, only he can give me. You still want to challenge Zhong Continent? I've given up before, but then he appeared. He gave me hope. I've seen so many stormy years and countless so-called geniuses. Only he gives me a different feeling. Also, only he makes me feel that Zhong Continent is not invincible. Think about all these years. How many people managed to catch Zhong Continent's attention? Is Zhong Continent paying him a lot of attention? Recently, Zhong Continent has only been focusing on two people. One is the novelist Chu Kuang, and the other is right here in our company. I never thought that the phrase Xianyu to the south, Chu Kuang to the north, would spread throughout Zhong Continent. Ding! Li Songhua's cell phone rang. He glanced at it, and a smile spread across his face. From now on, the direction of Xianyu will be the direction of all of Starlight. I'll be responsible for steering. Chapter 711, 677. I've shown my cards. Actually, I am, _1. 10%. In the comic studio, Jean Mu's voice rose to a shrill pitch due to excitement. He paced back and forth in the room, his mind full of exhilaration. Is it for free? Lin Yuan nodded. He felt quite happy as well, but he was not the type to express his emotions overtly. The strong fluctuations in his heart didn't show on his face. But of course, this did not mean that Lin Yuan was as expressionless as Yin Dong. Actually, there's an invisible condition. Condition? Jean Mu's mind gradually cooled down. He said gravely, Starlight's generous offer is still fundamentally aimed at keeping you obediently in the company. But rather than binding you with a restrictive contract, they've chosen to negotiate business emotionally. Lin Yuan nodded. After hearing the news, he too had seriously analyzed before understanding the reasons. That's why he had an intimate, private exchange with Ol Zhou. Ol Zhou didn't beat around the bush. He directly explained everything to him. Courage, Jean Mu exclaimed. The decision-maker at Starlight is so courageous. A 10% stake may sound outrageous. But if this were ancient times, it would be seen as a life indenture contract, especially for a boss. Accepting this stake is equivalent to a promise, a commitment to forever remain tied to Starlight. They could have simply added a hard and fast rule in the share transfer agreement, such as, after accepting these shares, Xianyu must never leave Starlight or the shares will be revoked, along with a breach of contract penalty. This highly attractive contract wouldn't seem outrageous then. But Starlight didn't add it. Surprisingly, in such an important matter, Starlight played a gentleman's agreement with Xianyu. They seemed confident that with Xianyu's character, once he accepted these shares, he would never leave Starlight. In principle, there is such an understanding. Are they playing with fire? Continue your journey on. The decision-maker at Starlight is ruthless. High EQ. These shares are for you. Low EQ. Sign this contract. Exchange 10% of the shares for your lifetime work for our company. You can never switch to another company until you retire. Just one clause. Makes all the difference. Lin Yuan saw this. Ol Zhou saw this. Jean Mu saw it. And the decision-maker at Starlight must have seen it too. There's no way such a high-level person would be a fool. In fact, after taking these shares, Lin Yuan indeed didn't consider the possibility of leaving Starlight. Lin Yuan couldn't bear to be ungrateful. From this perspective, Li Songhua had bet correctly. It's inevitable. Lin Yuan accepted it, because no matter how you look at it, Lin Yuan was the one taking advantage, and a huge one at that. It was an offer he simply couldn't refuse. Amazing. Jean Mu couldn't help but praise again and again. Because Jean Mu and his boss, Lin Yuan, had been together for a long time, he knew that once Lin Yuan accepted these shares, the possibility of him leaving Starlight would cease to exist. A bold gamble. The decision-maker at Starlight won the gamble, and the reward is indeed vast. Because Lin Yuan's significance to Starlight is not just a promising genius composer, even Maestro Jr., but also because Lin Yuan is very good at making films. All the films scripted and invested in so far have made huge profits for Starlight. Moreover, what Starlight absolutely does not know is that the boss also has two hidden identities that have not been revealed. Chu Kuang, a pseudonym in the Blue Star literary world no less illustrious than Xian Yu in the music industry, and Shadow, a genius comic artist from Blue Star. That's good luck. Starlight is so lucky. In a sense, Jean Mu, who knows all of Lin Yuan's identities, stands from a god's perspective, seeing more than the decision-maker at Starlight. Despite the limited vision, the other party was able to make such a decision, truly pulling out all the stops. It's even a bit foolish. They're too sentimental. Winning over Lin Yuan is worth any price. But this approach is unheard of. No wonder Jean Mu was totally shocked. I used to say that Starlight is not as good as Silver Blue Books. Shouldn't they have proposed the shares earlier? It turns out they were waiting for a trump card. Lin Yuan. His status had changed again. Now Lin Yuan was not only a shareholder of Silver Blue Books, but also a shareholder of Starlight Entertainment. Whether in the literary world, the music industry, or the entertainment industry, he now had more substantial capital. Perhaps this can provide a considerable help for him in his future fight against the Zhong continent. Boss, Jean Mu suddenly stated, I think you should consider being a little more honest with the decision-maker at Starlight. Since they're willing to gamble this big, we could also play a bigger game with them. Reveal one of your pseudonyms, either Shadow or Chu Kuang. It could give Starlight a sense of security. Of course, we don't need to reveal all. We should always keep something for ourselves, at least for now. Is that so? Lin Yuan felt that Jean Mu made a lot of sense. One should reciprocate kindness shown to them. Moreover, revealing one of his two identities could help Starlight. After all, both Shadow and Chu Kuang could be linked to films and animation, and films are exactly what Starlight has been focusing on in recent years. Their film business is already showing signs of overtaking the music business. The most important thing is, Lin Yuan is now a shareholder of Starlight, so of course, he must create value for Starlight. This value will directly contribute to 10% of Lin Yuan's revenue. This is the natural advantage of being a shareholder. Anyways, from now on, all copyrights of works from Shadow and Chu Kuang will be given priority to Silver Blue Books and Starlight. These two sides might even be partners, and this would require Lin Yuan's mediation. He could leave the operation to Jean Mu. Thinking about this, Lin Yuan took out his phone, made a call to Ol Zhou, but didn't state his purpose. I want to meet the chairman. Could Uncle Zhou arrange it? Uncle Zhou. New name. I like it. Ol Zhou's laughter came from the other end of the phone, and he agreed to arrange the meeting without asking Lin Yuan the purpose behind it. 3 minutes later, Lin Yuan received a message. The chairman had agreed to meet at the company office. Lin Yuan told Jean Mu, in accordance with your suggestion, I'm going to the company to reveal a card. Which card? Still uncertain. Both the identities of Shadow and Chu Kuang are crucial. Lin Yuan also wanted to know which card Starlight needed more. But Lin Yuan always felt that it would be better to play the Chu Kuang card first, because the Shadow? Ugh, forget it. Speaking more about it will only cause heartache. Chapter 712. 678 Chairman goes mad _1. Starlight. Chairman's office. Lin Yuan knocked on the door. A slightly heavy voice came from inside. Come in. Lin Yuan pushed the door and entered. On the sofa beside the office sat a man of medium stature. This man was Li Songhua, the chairman of Starlight. Li Songhua was slightly older than Ol Zhou, of medium stature. He had a neat black beard on his lower jaw, and his gaze seemed peaceful and elegant, yet somehow conveyed an aura of restrained power. Hello, Chairman. Lin Yuan greeted him politely. Take it easy, have a seat. Li Songhua said with courtesy, I heard you like tea. As he spoke, the chairman of Starlight had already poured cups of tea for both Lin Yuan and himself. Want to try? Sure. In the calming aroma of the tea, Lin Yuan took his seat across from Li Songhua and gently took a sip of the tea. The temperature was just right. Is it good? It's fine. A moment of silence filled the air. They continued drinking tea. After one cup of tea, Li Songhua spoke again. Actually, even if you hadn't sought me out, I would have wanted to talk to you. I heard you have accepted the company's shares. Have you considered participating in the board meetings in the future? Can I send someone to attend on my behalf? Other people might not be able to, but for you, it's possible. Thank you. There's no need to be formal. Treat Starlight as your own home. If you want to take your dog for a walk at the company, then take your dog for a walk. If you want to play hooky to go out and play. Go ahead. We treat talents preferentially and believe in human-centric management. Lin Yuan nodded. Li Songhua, seemingly already familiar with Xian Yu's taciturn nature, didn't mind. If you have any future suggestions regarding the company's direction, you can voice them through the board meetings or communicate directly with me face-to-face. All right. Did you come here today to talk to me about something? Yes. Do you know Chu Kuang? Asked Lin Yuan. Li Songhua chuckled. Xian Yu in the south, Chu Kuang in the north. He's a figure as renowned as yourself. Of course, I know him. I know that both of you have quite the relationship. The acquisition of Journey to the West series was due to the relationship between you two. Why are you bringing up Chu Kuang suddenly? Lin Yuan didn't immediately answer. He was originally planning to reveal his identity as Shadow, but for Starlight, Chu Kuang's importance was evidently much higher. That's because Chu Kuang's copyrighted works were much needed by the company. After all, Starlight Entertainment was now developing towards the film and television industry. Li Songhua didn't rush him. He changed to a pot of hot water and continued pouring tea for Lin Yuan. His technique was much more professional than OL Zhou's. I am Chu Kuang. Watching Li Songhua carefully pour the tea, Lin Yuan suddenly spoke. Flow, flow, flow. The tea flowed from the pot into the cup. Except for the flowing tea, the entire scene seemed frozen. Li Songhua's hand froze in midair, his face filled with confusion. In the soft patter, the tea, hanging in midair, had filled the cup and started to overflow widely. The green tea spilled, wetting the entire table and swiftly spreading to the edges. A mist rose between Lin Yuan and Li Songhua. Ah! Li Songhua came to his senses and quickly put down the teapot. Lin Yuan quickly moved his legs aside and took out a napkin to dry the water on the table. The frozen scene began to liven up again. Nobody said a word. It was not until the table was cleaned that Li Songhua, his voice trembling slightly, asked again. What did you just say? I didn't hear it clearly. I am Chu Kuang. Lin Yuan repeated his statement. In the end, he chose to play the Chu Kuang card. As Lin Yuan knew, compared to Shadow, Chu Kuang would definitely have more intersections with Starlight in the future. Whoosh! The scene froze once again. Following this, Li Songhua stood up from his seat. Lin Yuan looked up at Li Songhua. Their eyes met, and then Li Songhua suddenly moved as though he was having a fit. My legs are starting to feel numb from sitting too long. Lin Yuan picked up the teapot and poured a cup for Li Songhua as well. You're Chu Kuang. Li Songhua watched Lin Yuan's movements. His lips twitched as he asked. Yes. Aren't you Xian Yu? Is there any conflict between the two? With a thump, Li Songhua sank back in his chair, his face filled with life's doubts. He really wanted to appear calm, but it seemed like he failed. Li Songhua put his cards on the table. He no longer hid his shock. Between panting breaths, Li Songhua continued to stare directly at Lin Yuan, his eyes filled with a burning intensity. Can you keep a secret? Of course, but why would you tell me? Do me a favor, I'll do you one. Lin Yuan did not provide any elaborate explanation, just a simple sentence. He had thought deeply about it, and only revealing this news to the chairman would benefit him more than harm him. Quid pro quo? Li Songhua, for a moment, did not know how to react. He only felt an instinctive tremble in his soul. Xian Yu is Chu Kuang. This news hit him like a thunderbolt, completely dumbfounding the worldly Li Songhua. After the dumbfounding, Li Songhua was ecstatic. Excitement swept through every cell of his body. The Lin Yuan before him seemed to be not just a person, but a shining gold mine. To win over Xian Yu, he had given up 10% of the company's shares. Regardless of how bold he was, Li Songhua inevitably felt some pain. But at this moment, Li Songhua had no regrets at all. A freak circumstance, 10% of the shares. What he, Li Songhua, had gained for Starlight Entertainment was not just Xian Yu, but also Chu Kuang. Xian Yu in the south, Chu Kuang in the north. The two talents that Zhong continent feared the most were actually the same person, and now, they belonged to Starlight. If this news were to leak out, it would probably set the whole of Blue Star abuzz. At this moment. Yet today, Li Songhua had to bear this excitement alone. No wonder he was so out of sorts. Whether Lin Yuan was Xian Yu or Chu Kuang, Li Songhua's regard for him was unprecedented. Now that the talents of these two fields were actually the same person, Li Songhua's opinion of Lin Yuan was far more than just simple regard. Yes, At this moment, Lin Yuan's importance in Li Songhua's heart had surpassed everything else. In the future, Starlight could lose anyone. But Lin Yuan, he had to cling to tightly. Joy, fear. These two completely different emotions emerged from the bottom of Li Songhua's heart. He was delighted that his desperate gamble won Xian Yu's heart. He was also afraid because, if it hadn't been for this gamble, Starlight might not have captured Xian Yu's heart. Neither would they have let Xian Yu admit to his suppressed, terrifying identity. Li Songhua was not in doubt. There was no need to doubt such a thing either. An easily debunked lie was meaningless. Xian Yu had no reason to lie about this. Perhaps, his unreachable dream now has a chance to come true. Xian Yu plus Chu Kuang, in some sense, resemble an unbeatable humanoid nuclear bomb. It was only upon tasting the second cup that I realized this tea tastes pretty good. Lin Yuan did not observe Li Songhua's reaction. Instead, he picked up the second cup of tea and started drinking. He then made a remark. Read exclusive adventures at. After finishing the tea, Lin Yuan saw Li Songhua digging out a bunch of different tea leaves from various boxes and piling them on the office desk. It's all yours. Is this okay? No worries. The company has preferential treatments for talents. Besides, I'm not interested in tea leaves. A few minutes later, Lin Yuan carried a bunch of tea leaves back to his own office. On the side, several executives who were looking for Li Songhua saw Lin Yuan come out of the chairman's office carrying a bunch of tea leaves. They nodded to each other in acknowledgement as they passed by. Once Lin Yuan was gone, the executives' gazes became curious. That's Xian Yu, right? Why did he take so many tea leaves? Was the chairman robbed? Doesn't the chairman treasure tea more than life itself? It seems even the chairman's treasured collection was taken by him. Did he steal it? Isn't the chairman in the office? If he was, wouldn't the chairman have a heart attack? Several executives were freeze-framed as they walked into Li Songhua's office, only to see Li Songhua in his office doing the moonwalk. Did he go crazy? Because all his tea had been robbed by Xian Yu? Chairman, an executive hesitantly spoke up. Li Songhua paused, cleared his throat, and said mysteriously, "Forget everything you just saw." All right. Several executives swallowed at the same time. Just now Xian Yu. Oh, he likes drinking tea, so I gave him the tea leaves, O.L. Wang. Huh. An executive replied. Li Songhua continued. I remember you have a limited edition tea that you have been hoarding. Send it to Xian Yu later. O.L. Wang. The chairman really is crazy. Chapter 713. 679, Xian Yu robbed the chairman _1. Xian Yu robbed the chairman. Discover hidden tales at. The next day, this news spread like wildfire throughout every department in Starlight Entertainment, becoming the most popular gossip. Many employees who had just clocked in were dumbfounded by the news. Xian Yu robbed the chairman? What was happening? Only when more rumors began to circulate did the truth gradually emerge. I personally saw Xian Yu come out of the chairman's office yesterday afternoon, carrying countless tea leaves. He had to ask Aunt Zhang, the cleaner, to help him because there were too many tea leaves he took from the chairman's office. Some of those teas were the chairman's personal collection. Everyone in the company knows the chairman loves tea. Even the senior executives can't get a few good teas from him. But Xian Yu managed to empty out his tea collection in one go. So what was the chairman's reaction? The chairman almost went crazy. Those who passed by the 18th floor before leaving work yesterday couldn't ignore the loud noise from the chairman's office. He must have been smashing things up in there. I bet he even flipped the table. How dare Xian Yu be so insolent? The chairman must be furious, but can't say anything. After all, the company's music and film departments are dependent on Xian Yu's performance. The company accepted Xian Yu's big spending on drama production. Now Xian Yu has been thoroughly spoiled by the chairman, even daring to steal things right to his face. The rumors were as sturdy as a wall. The employees of Starlight have imagined what happened yesterday in the company. Xian Yu hinted to the chairman that he wanted to drink tea. The chairman reluctantly pulled out the tea leaves, but Xian Yu was insatiable, packing all the tea leaves to take away. How tragic. The chairman really had no one to rely on anymore, being bullied by subordinates like this. These rumors are actually related to the filming of Journey to the West. Last time, Xian Yu was determined to make Journey to the West the costliest drama production in Blue Star's history. Back then, senior executives took turns trying to persuade him. In the end, The chairman stepped in personally. But no one managed to succeed. The chairman even added a bit of investment after meeting with Lin Yuan. That was when everyone realized how humble senior executives in the company were in front of Lin Yuan. They couldn't even voice their opinions. This time, the chairman's precious tea collection was completely taken away, putting him in an even more embarrassing situation. The chairman is sure to take action soon. Lin Yuan has become too powerful, completely disregarding the executives. If this continues, it will foster Lin Yuan's arrogance. While lamenting Lin Yuan's high status, company veterans made confident analyses. Other employees agreed. No matter how powerful Lin Yuan is, there's no reason for the chairman to keep backing down. Clearly, the chairman is furious this time. Many people heard the loud noises from the chairman's office yesterday. It wasn't just some fabricated story. Starlight's crown prince or not, the chairman is the one steering Starlight. In Lin Yuan's office, O.L. Zhou, looking at the piles of tea leaves in Lin Yuan's office, was drooling. Did you really rob the chairman? He gave them to me, Lin Yuan said happily. Lin Yuan considers himself very good at reading people's expressions. Yesterday, when the chairman gave him the tea leaves, he seemed very sincere and didn't look reluctant at all. That's why Lin Yuan accepted them without hesitation. Furthermore, the chairman also mentioned that he's not interested in tea. If it were any different, Lin Yuan would hesitate to snatch someone else's interest. Wui De Hong Pao, Donghu Long Jing, Anan Tai Guanyin, Bilyuakun, Pu'er, Luan Melon Seed, Huangshan Maofeng, Jinyang Maojian, Mount June Silver Needle, Feline White Tea. These are all top-tier teas. Only someone with the chairman's connections could get a hold of them. O.L. Zhou rubbed his hands. I believe the chairman would spare you 10% of the shares, but I don't believe he would willingly give these precious tea leaves to you, unless he had set up a special meeting for you today. Lin Yuan was curious. What meeting? O.L. Zhou had a weird expression on his face. The chairman invited us to a meeting as soon as he arrived at work this morning. He told all the departments to take extra care of you, saying that you've been working too hard lately. He even asked the finance department to allocate a new car for you. Your current car costs over $1 million. What more does he want? Most importantly, it was an emergency meeting. Everyone thought there was a major issue within the company, but the meeting, lasting an hour, only discussed how to comfort you. Not only was O.L. Zhou surprised, all the executives are surprised. It seems as if the chairman opening the door to a new world for Lin Yuan. Now he's trying to please Lin Yuan constantly, making the company culture unstable. Yes, the executives know the Fish Dynasty and film department are appeasing Lin Yuan, but now the chairman and the executives are all doing the same. Is this still a serious entertainment company? O.L. Wang was almost in tears at the meeting. Just to protect his precious tea leaves. Lin Yuan. He has indeed improved in reading people's expressions. This clearly shows the influence of Chu Kuang. It seems that revealing Chu Kuang's identity to the chairman was the right move after all, but it might have been a bit too much. What if other people feel unbalanced? This can't go on. Lin Yuan said to O.L. Zhou. Uncle Zhou, pick a box you like. Can I? The light in O.L. Zhou's eyes brightened significantly. He has been coveting the chairman's tea for a long time. Lin Yuan nodded. Yes. O.L. Zhou happily chose his favorite tea and returned to his office, no longer curious about the unspeakable secret between Lin Yuan and the chairman. After O.L. Zhou left, Lin Yuan called. Gudong over. Pick some for Uncle Yang and Aunt Zheng. All right. Gudong looked at Lin Yuan. Mr. Lin seems to have changed. Where? You never used to consider these interpersonal relationships. Really? Lin Yuan thought about it, and it seemed to be the case. Maybe he learned it recently from the chairman? We can act with a purpose. As long as our behavior and starting point will not harm others, then it's good. In short, Lin Yuan has grown a bit. He probably knows his growth trajectory fairly well. Forget it. Let's not think about this right now. Let's get to work. Lin Yuan skillfully turned on his computer. Lin Yuan and Chu Kuang always have work to do. For example, with Chu Kuang, the script for Sherlock Holmes next month hasn't been written yet. Where did it leave off this month? Lin Yuan thought for a moment, and then his eyes grew serious. This is not good. It seemed like the plot was arriving at the part where Holmes and Moriarty jumped off a cliff together. Chapter 714, 680. Things shouldn't be repeated 3 times _1. Many novels feature characters that are similar to ultimate villains, and Sherlock Holmes, is no exception. The ultimate villain of this novel is named Moriarty. On the surface, he is a university professor and philosopher with a good reputation in the public eye. However, behind the scenes, he is the head of a world criminal organization, a man with no conscience or morals, and a criminal genius whose intellect matches that of Sherlock Holmes. He has created a vast criminal empire in London, England, with an underground network spreading across countries. Half of the cases in London are related to him, and after every crime, he leaves no trace, destroying all evidence unnoticed and escaping cleanly without fail. Even Holmes often hits a brick wall in dealing with him. There has never been a direct description of Moriarty in the novel. This character is mostly portrayed through Holmes's reports. The next chapter Lin Yuan is to write is called The Final Case. Moriarty, as the ultimate villain, will make his formal debut in this story. And his debut is quite spectacular. That's because this ultimate villain dies shortly after his first appearance, along with the protagonist Sherlock Holmes, from falling off a cliff. Isn't that spectacular? In other words, Sherlock Holmes is going to die and perish together with Moriarty. That's why Lin Yuan felt uneasy. He had previously killed off Biao and Hercule Poirot, causing a reader rebellion each time. Lin Yuan could almost foresee. If he kills Holmes, the readers will be furious. As the serialization of Sherlock Holmes progressed, Holmes's popularity has skyrocketed. Biao can't compare to him. Only Poirot, who Lin Yuan killed off last time, can compete with Holmes. That was only because Lin Yuan had built up Poirot's image first on Blue Star, and thus had the advantage of the first impression. In the past life, Conan Doyle caused a reader rebellion when he killed off Holmes, the most exaggerated reader rebellion in the history of Earth. The consequences were even more severe than Jean Yong's Dragon Rider incident. So severe that, under the threat of public opinion, Conan Doyle was forced to resurrect Holmes. This time Lin Yuan's plan to kill Holmes will definitely cause a big stir. But what's the saying again? Once bitten, twice shy. Despite a moment of hesitation, Lin Yuan didn't pause for long, nor did he intend to forcefully change the plot. He's well practiced now. Anyway, Chu Kuang the old rascal had been bearing the brunt for years. This time wouldn't make much difference. The readers are probably getting used to it. 2 minutes later, Lin Yuan sat down in front of the computer and started typing away. He planned to kill off Holmes according to the planned plot. This process didn't last long. About half an hour later, Lin Yuan finished writing The Final Case and sent it to Jean Mu. The Final Case? When Jean Mu received The Final Case, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. This title reminded Jean Mu of Curtain, the last chapter of the Hercule Poirot series. Is it The Final Case that I'm thinking of? Jean Mu gave Lin Yuan a skeptical look. Reason told him that Lin Yuan wouldn't manipulate readers' feelings over and over again. Last time, Poirot's death might have taught Chu Kuang a lesson. But at the same time, Jean Mu understood. A man cheats no more than 0 times or countless times. Chu Kuang has played with readers' feelings more than once already. Lin Yuan said seriously, 3 strikes, and you're out. Phew. At Lin Yuan's words, Jean Mu heaved a sigh of relief. That's good then. I'll send the novel to Silver Blue Books. Silver Blue Books. When the editor-in-chief of the mysteries section, Prodigy, received the manuscript for The Final Case, his reaction was somewhat similar to Jean Mu's. Is this title going to cause trouble? 3 strikes and you're out. Jean Mu replied with a smile. That's what Chu Kuang said himself. With Chu Kuang's extensive list of past offenses, anyone who sees the title The Final Case would instinctively image something dark and dredge up some not-so-pleasant memories. Upon hearing Jean Mu's assurance, Chao Daji's voice lightened. That settles it then. It seems like even Chu Kuang has learned from the past 2 reader rebellions. Great. After hanging up the phone, Chao Daji began to read the novel. Not long after he started reading, Chao Daji's eyes lit up. The ultimate villain of the Sherlock Holmes series, Moriarty, has finally made his appearance. Many Sherlock Holmes fans have been waiting for this day. Who wouldn't want to see the protagonist face off against the biggest villain in the book? Interest and anticipation suddenly skyrocket. Chao Daji turned the pages with delight, reading on rapturously. The process was still interesting. Sherlock Holmes and Moriarty battled wits and courage. Even Holmes' house on Baker Street was burned down in the process. But after all, Sherlock Holmes is still the protagonist. Through his precise calculations, he gradually took the upper hand, and Moriarty's gang was eventually arrested. The only regret is that Professor Moriarty escaped. Sherlock Holmes was very annoyed. He continued to chase Moriarty with all his might. Could this chapter be the grand finale of Sherlock Holmes? As Chao Daji was reading this part, he thought of the title of this chapter, and his mood suddenly plummeted. Sherlock Holmes was too hot of a topic now. He was the second super detective to be famous all over the world after Hercule Poirot. The end of such a novel would definitely have a huge impact. But Sherlock Holmes has been serialized for so long that it seems to be time for the story to conclude. Even though the current popularity of Sherlock Holmes is at its peak. But would Chu Kuang care about this? When it comes to ending a novel, he never holds back, no matter how popular the novel is at the moment. Moreover, compared to his previous works, the Sherlock Holmes series has already had a lot of episodes. No wonder this chapter is called The Final Case. Chao Daji felt a bit restless, and he subconsciously wanted to immediately call Chu Kuang to confirm. If his judgment is correct, this will be a news that shocks the entire novel world. But out of curiosity for the following plot, he continued to read on. After all, he was almost at the end of this chapter. Sherlock Holmes arrived at a place called Reichenbach Falls. The depiction of this waterfall in the text was ominous, and Chu Kuang spent quite a bit of effort presenting this waterfall. Could Moriarty be hiding somewhere near the waterfall? The experienced Chao Daji felt that something was caught. All of a sudden, his already heavy heart suddenly felt covered by a shadow, with the feeling that something bad was going to happen. Chu Kuang won't. Impossible. Chao Daji shook his head fiercely. This is Sherlock Holmes. When has Sherlock Holmes ever made a mistake in arresting a criminal? Even if the other person is Moriarty. I have to say, the image Sherlock Holmes has left for readers is too powerful. It's so powerful that everyone thinks that it's only natural for Sherlock Holmes to always have the last laugh, including Chao Daji. Chao Daji even started to laugh. How could it be possible? Even if the novel is about to end, teacher Chu Kuang wouldn't dare to commit such a huge mistake. Some people laugh when they watch horror films. Experts analyze that this is actually the audience relieving their fear rather than really not being afraid or finding it funny. Nothing comes in threes, right? Chao Daji muttered to himself as he laughed. This is what teacher Chu Kuang said himself. It's pretty much a spoiler. That's annoying. Chao Daji continued to read the novel with laughter. 3 minutes later, explore more stories at. The smile on Chao Daji's face completely froze. In the quiet office, a breathing sound gradually grew heavier. Standing out against the veins that popped out, Chao Daji's rationality was gradually swallowed by anger and resentment. At the same time, Jinmu also finished reading the content of The Final Case in the studio, staring at Lin Yuan like he was choosing someone to bite. What about the nothing comes in threes promise? Biao was the first, Poirot was the second, Sherlock Holmes is the third. Is this the supposed nothing comes in threes? Jinmu looked at Lin Yuan through gritted teeth, and his voice seemed to come out between his teeth. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Lin Yuan quickly cleared off all the dangerous objects from the table, and then looked at Jinmu. This is absolutely the last time. Following Biao and Poirot, Sherlock Holmes became the third ultra-popular character to fall foul of Chu Kuang. Chapter 715, 681. How are you so skilled? _1. When the final volume of The Great Detective Hercule Poirot was released, Silver Blue Books made a lot of effort in promoting it. Knowing full well that the Poirot series was about to end, they published its last volume. But it's different this time. Perhaps the lesson from the last time was too profound, or maybe there were other concerns. Anyway, Silver Blue Books didn't do any flashy endings or gimmicks for the promotion of The Final Case this time. The company didn't even inform the readers in advance that this story represents the conclusion of the Holmes series, but, unusually, published the last volume of the Holmes series quietly. Everything was as calm as ever. Some readers didn't discover the new book from the great detective Sherlock Holmes until they walked into the bookstore. With surprise, they spread the news to others. As a phenomenally popular detective series, each new installment of the Holmes series could stir readers' enthusiasm to the highest degree. Whether Silver Blue Books promoted it or not, the news would spread amongst the reading community in no time. Obviously, The popularity of this installment is no less than the previous parts of the great detective Sherlock Holmes. Even hotter, in fact, because with the merging of Qin, Qi, Chu, and other continents, the fan base of Holmes has expanded to an exaggerated extent. The influence of Holmes has spread across each of the 5 continents. The number of readers across the 5 continents is almost unimaginably vast. The impatient readers, after buying the latest Sherlock Holmes volume, couldn't wait to start reading. And before they started reading, the title, The Final Case, certainly made many readers' hearts skip a beat. But no matter what assumptions they made in their hearts, such as the possibility that this might be the final installment of the Holmes series, couldn't suppress readers' enormous passion for Holmes, until they witnessed Holmes and Moriarty perishing together, with only a puff of a noise, like a raging fire suddenly extinguished by a downpour, leaving only charred ashes, with barely a few wisps of lingering smoke. Sherlock Holmes is dead. When the questioning sentence turns into a confirmed one, the readers of the Qin continent were dumbfounded. The readers of the Qi continent were dumbfounded. The readers of the Chu continent were dumbfounded. All the readers on each of the 5 continents were dumbfounded. Quickly, all the major bookstores, as if they had agreed, changed the newest volume of the great detective Sherlock Holmes promotional posters to a somber, gray series. The poster covers had words like shocked, grief, regret, unacceptable written in large sizes. And the image of Holmes with his hat and pipe looked more lonely than ever before. Under the gray backdrop, the scent of sorrow almost ran into you. Silver Blue Books appeared to have foreseen this. The company's official microblog immediately changed to a gray image of Holmes and posted a status update. Deeply mourn the death of Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Less than half an hour. Previously quiet internet across all states suddenly became noisy. Like it was hit with a nuclear weapon, social networking platforms went into a frenzy of refreshing. The internet experienced a massive surge of activity. On each forum, the words Holmes dies appeared at an unprecedented rate. The bewildered readers gradually came to their senses. Back to old habits. This old rascal has started killing again. He used the pen that killed Biao and Poirot to kill the beloved Holmes. The scars that had barely healed from the previous 2 times were torn open again. The readers have completely lost their minds. You old scoundrel Chu Kuang, I'm going to fight you. You've murdered the faith of billions of readers worldwide. 3rd time. It's the 3rd time already. Chu Kuang, please, be a human for once. Chu Kuang, you old scum, I will never trust you again. You're a malicious executioner, a heartless demon, a maniacal psychopath. This can't be true. This must be fake. Rewrite it. I'll pretend I've never seen this nonsense. Final Case. I had a bad feeling when I saw the title. I didn't expect you to dare to do it. How could you possibly dare to do this? Whoever the readers like, you will kill. If you don't change the ending, I will never read your books in my life. Chu Kuang, I implore you to be kind. Return my Holmes. I've seen this plot. Poirot died the same way, dying with criminals due to some excuse. Chu Kuang, you old rascal, have you run out of ideas? I really am a fool. I actually got hurt by the same person 3 times in a row, and each time it's more outrageous than the last. When I saw that Holmes died, I was shaking with anger. Even in this hot weather, my whole body is cold and sweaty. Hell is empty and the devil is among us. Will Chu Kuang ever stop? What do we readers need to do to satisfy you? Tears are streaming uncontrollably. Chu Kuang's books are filled with oppression against the readers. When will the readers truly stand up? Chu Kuang's tribal comment section has been overwhelmed. Silver Blue Books comment section, too, has been overwhelmed. The readers have gone crazy, judging from reactions on the internet. It's even more extreme than the last time. The hatred and pain from Poirot's death back then has been stirred up again. Boom, boom, boom. A great upheaval has occurred in the entire book industry. All the peers were dumbstruck. Has Chu Kuang lost his mind? Continue your saga on. There's no author crazier than Chu Kuang in the entire Blue Star literary world. This man really doesn't act human. You killed off Biao, you killed off Poirot. Have you tasted the sweetness of it? Other authors are trying their best to please the readers. Only you are persistently playing with the readers. It seems like when other authors are researching how to write books that would satisfy the readers, you Chu Kuang, you old rascal, have only been figuring out how to deliver a huge blow to the readers? Showing off now, are you? Oh, you can really show off. The peers don't know whether to say they are envious or frightened. How can there be such a ludicrous author in this world? You are ending a popular book unnecessarily. You take no interest in any real money. If you are ending it, then just end it. At most, people will complain a bit about it being too short, but you had to kill off the protagonist while ending it. Compared to this, the end is nothing. This is Holmes. This is the Holmes that helped you alleviate the sorrow brought by Poirot's death. Everyone remembers how the readers collectively rioted when Chu Kuang killed Poirot last time. If it weren't for the publication of Holmes, who knows how long the readers would have yelled at Chu Kuang. But Chu Kuang seems to have forgotten so quickly. He actually killed off Holmes too. Chu Kuang, you old rascal. Are you happy now? Are you satisfied now? Do you know how much we love you now? The readers want to give you some local specialties to comfort you. How are you so skillful at this? Chapter 716, 682. This car is bulletproof _1. Online. As more readers found out about the death of Sherlock Holmes, the criticism became even more fierce. Inside the studio, Jean Mu's voice trembled. Although he had anticipated this scenario, he was still rattled by the response. This isn't good. Silver Blue Books just contacted me saying that their customer service phones are exploding. They want you to change the ending. Readers are even threatening to cancel their subscriptions to the entire Great Detective Holmes series if you don't, and even to never buy any publications from Silver Blue Books again. Please remain calm. Lin Yuan comforted him. Everyone is just momentarily struggling to accept the fact of Holmes' death. Death is irreversible, so it will certainly take time for everyone to recover. Everyone will be all right once they regain their composure. Experience Tales at. Didn't everyone also react fiercely when they first heard of Poirot's death? Didn't they eventually come around? Besides, this plot leaves room for adjustment. If it really comes to it, why not just resurrect Holmes? After all, that's what the original author, Conan Doyle, did, hence the return of Sherlock Holmes. But on further thought, unless absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan will not resurrect Holmes. Ending the novel here is actually quite good. Just because Conan Doyle couldn't endure the pressure, it doesn't mean that Chu Kuang can't either. After all, when it comes to dealing with readers' revolts, Conan Doyle definitely doesn't have as much experience as Lin Yuan does. After all, Conan Doyle had never faced such a situation in his life, while Lin Yuan has already experienced it twice. Practice makes perfect. This time it seems a bit different. I feel that the reader's patience with you has reached its limit. Look at the click rates and the number of comments on these online news articles. It's clear that this is more severe than the previous incidents. Jean Mu presented the online news to Lin Yuan. Sherlock Holmes dead. Chu Kuang sparks third readers. Revolt. Why is that old rascal Chu Kuang so passionate about killing off his most popular characters? Time and again, Holmes' death has thoroughly angered the audience. Mourning the death of Sherlock Holmes. Once again, Chu Kuang has hurt the feelings of the readers. After Poirot, the second great detective, Holmes, has also died. Is Chu Kuang an angel or a devil? Thousands of people signed a letter demanding Chu Kuang change the ending. Regardless of which news report you clicked on, the reader comments were filled with condemnation, highlighting a general mood of anger. There were even readers clamoring to find Chu Kuang's home address, threatening to smash his windows among other things. Don't panic, it's no big deal. Lin Yuan felt this was quite normal. After all, the final case was meant to be the conclusion to the Holmes series. Conan Doyle, unable to withstand the pressure, continued writing The Empty House, arranged for Sherlock Holmes' resurrection, and started a new installment known as The Return. But it must be said, the overall plot of The Return was somewhat inferior in quality compared to the earlier parts of the series. That's why Lin Yuan felt there was no issue with ending it here. This is no big deal. Jean Mu, like someone stepping on his tail, jumped up in anger. They might really start mass cancellations. The bookstore can't withstand so many readers. In the end, it will backfire on Silver Blue Books. Wait a few more days. Lin Yuan felt Jean Mu was overreacting. The reader's endurance was not that fragile. Jean Mu, hating Lin Yuan's nonchalance, gnashed his teeth. After all, he's a fan of Sherlock Holmes too. Just then, Jean Mu's phone rang. Whatever the caller said made Jean Mu's face turned terribly pale. What happened? See for yourself. Jinmu picked up the remote, switched on the studio's TV, and changed the channel. In the live broadcast on TV, hundreds of people were blocking the entrance of Silver Blue Book's headquarters, holding up huge red banners. Protest. We protest strongly. Old rascal Chu Kuang. Give me back my Sherlock Holmes. We won't leave until you change the ending. Bring out Chu Kuang to give us an explanation. Don't think we can't find his house. I will fast until you resurrect Holmes. We're not leaving. The crowd is heated. A reporter at the scene is saying from behind the crowd, "This is a live broadcast from the Chin Entertainment Weekly. Chu Kuang's Sherlock Holmes series of novels came to a grand finale this morning. Holmes' death has triggered a massive riot among readers. 10 minutes ago, hundreds of readers started to demonstrate on the streets. They blocked the entrance to Silver Blue Books, the publisher Chu Kuang is signed with. They demand Chu Kuang to change the ending. As we can see from the live pictures, Silver Blue Books has called the police. A large number of police officers are on the scene, but even they couldn't calm down the irate readers. They claim to stay there until Chu Kuang changes the ending of the novel. The reporter's expression is dramatic. This is probably a situation seldom faced by journalists in their lives. Lin Yuan is dumbfounded. It didn't happen like this last time. Why is this time different? They have blocked the publisher's entrance? This has blown up now. Jinmu's face is pale. More news is coming in about this. Lin Yuan hesitates. The reader's reaction has exceeded his expectations. Just as Jinmu said, have they reached their limit? Then Lin Yuan's phone starts ringing. After he answers, he hears O.L. Zhou's voice saying in a strange tone, "Come to the office." Okay. Lin Yuan looks at Jinmu. "I'm going to the company. Be careful on your way there." Jinmu glances worriedly at the live broadcast on the TV. If the readers find out that you are Chu Kuang, things will get out of control. It shouldn't be a problem. Only the chairman of the company knows he is Chu Kuang, and he had promised to keep it a secret. 20 minutes later, Lin Yuan arrives at the company. As soon as he reaches the entrance, he is taken aback by a car parked there. It's a brand new black car, showing utmost dominance, one of Blue Star's high-end car brands. It's parked at the entrance of the company and attracts everyone's attention. It obviously costs several millions, if not tens of millions. Even Lin Yuan, who doesn't know much about cars, can sense its extraordinary features. "Xianyu." A voice comes from behind. Lin Yuan turns around and sees the chairman, looking at him with a complex expression. "This is your new car." Not only the chairman. The staff of Starlight are also watching, looking rather shocked. Previously, rumors were spreading in the company that Xianyu stole the chairman's tea and strutted around the company. Everyone expected the chairman to strike hard at Xianyu. And this is the result? Does this look like punishment? It looks more like he is pampering him even more. Lin Yuan doesn't stand in shock. He opens the car door and takes a look at the luxurious interior. "Thank you, Chairman. But wasn't my previous car quite good? This one is different." "What's different?" "This car is equipped with bulletproof glass. The safety measures meet military standards." The chairman seems apprehensive. With a serious face, he looks at Lin Yuan like the previous car had a safety issue. "As long as it's not under heavy weapon attack, you will be absolutely safe in it." With those words, the chairman steps forward and pats Lin Yuan's shoulder vigorously, almost knocking him off balance. "That's as far as I can help. Get in the car now. I fear I won't be able to resist." Cut to the chairman's office. The latest printed copy of the great detective Sherlock Holmes is spread out on the desk. The last page of the novel has been torn to shreds by someone. Lin Yuan. Chapter 717, 683. Who can bear this? _1. Why is even bulletproof glass necessary? And a car with such high security levels that it matches military standards? Is this not a modern city? Who on earth would wage an attack on me with weapons? As an ordinary citizen, do I deserve such a treatment? Lin Yuan wanted to protest, but considering how good this car actually was, he gladly accepted it in the end and even thought of getting a driver's license. Lin Yuan doesn't have a driver's license. Before, Sun Yaohua drove for Lin Yuan, and afterwards, it was Gudong. This car is even better than the chairman's. Old Zhou retorted jealously from the side. The news that the chairman got a new car for Lin Yuan had spread throughout the company, and more employees came out to watch the spectacle. Could I possibly sit in there? With a face filled with envy, old Zhou asked, "This car is even more high-end than our chairman's." "Of course." Lin Yuan nodded. Old Zhou happily sat in it and gave a good feel to the seat. "Damn, it's so satisfying. This car's been modified. Chairman, what about my car?" Out of the blue, Zheng Jing appeared, looking at Li Songhua with a resentful gaze. "Your car is not bad." Li Songhua backed off half a step guiltily, only to bump into someone. Yang Zhongming had arrived. Yang Zhongming said, "I am not interested in cars, but you only gave me 2 ounces of that tea last time I asked, thankfully. Teacher Admirable Fish sent me a whole pound more." Cold sweat broke out on Li Songhua's forehead. Teacher Admirable Fish's situation is special. "Give me another 2 pounds of tea. I will choose." Yang Zhongming stared at Li Songhua, occasionally glancing at the stunning black car. "No problem." Li Songhua gritted his teeth. "I don't know anything about tea, but I heard that the chairman's office has a real masterpiece from Teacher Nanfeng. I am sure the chairman knows that I'm a simple man who only has an interest in composing music and painting. I'll have someone deliver it to you." Li Songhua felt as if his heart was bleeding as he braced himself to appease the 2 maestros in the company. "Chairman, Old Zhou also wanted to take advantage of the situation. "Get out." The domineering side of Chairman Li Songhua was completely revealed. Old Zhou wilted instantly. The company treats its talents with privileges, while it only exploits its executives. Continue reading at. The company's employees watching nearby are all grinning bitterly. Is this the corporate culture of Starlight? O.L. Wang. Li Songhua looked at a senior executive nearby. O.L. Wang understood and glared at the employees. "Break up. Don't you all have work to do?" The crowd dispersed all at once. Zheng Jing also got into the car, deliberately choosing to sit in the passenger's seat, admiring the central console along with the excellent atmospheric lights, and exclaimed, "No. Wonder Men love cars. They truly are beautiful." Seemingly knowledgeable about cars, Old Zhou tapped on the glass and said, "This glass is no ordinary glass. It must be of bulletproof standard. Looking at the physique of the car, it's probably of military grade." "Military grade?" Zheng Jing was startled. She blurted out to Lin Yuan, "Little fish, you can lend the car to your good friend for a ride." Lin Yuan was confused. "Good friend? That old rascal Chu Kuang." Zheng Jing swiftly gritted her teeth. "If I meet him, I swear, I will shoot him in the head." "Are you also a fan of Sherlock Holmes?" Old Zhou was excited. "That old rascal's actions are so despicable. He deserves to be condemned. Should we go protest in front of Silver Blue Books?" "What are you talking about?" Yang Zhongming suddenly spoke up. Old Zhou snorted. "Oh well, Yang must not read novels. Chu Kuang wrote a novel called Great Detective Sherlock Holmes, and he killed off the protagonist. This is already his 3rd time." Yang Zhongming suddenly chimed in. Old Zhou and Zheng Jing were astonished. "You knew?" Just by hearing this, it was clear that Yang Zhongming was also one of Chu Kuang's readers. Yang Zhongming took a deep breath. "Very memorable." Old Zhou laughed loudly. "Oh well, Yang, you also read novels." Zheng Jing smiled. "The influence of Sherlock Holmes is impressive. That B***starred Chu Kuang is utterly wicked. You won't be angry with me for saying this, right, little fish? In my opinion, your friend is far worse than you." Lin Yuan looked at them blankly. While they were busy focusing on the car, they also vented their anger against Chu Kuang. Suddenly, another employee ran over. "Teacher Admirable Fish, there are so many express packages for you today." "Express packages?" Lin Yuan didn't get what was happening. That employee looked at him weirdly. "There are notes on the package that seem to be from readers of Chu Kuang. They are asking you to pass them on to teacher the old rascal Chu Kuang." Lin Yuan. He suddenly understood the profound reason why the chairman had given him this car. Lin Yuan trudged back to the studio in a daze. On the way back this time, his eyelid kept twitching. As soon as he entered the door, Jean Mu exclaimed loudly, "It's over." After the Qin continent readers surrounded the entrance of Silver Blue Books, readers in the other continents also began to protest. Lin Yuan quickly went into the studio. Jean Mu didn't lie. Everyone from every continent is marching. Qi continent. Chu Kuang the old rascal is unpardonable. Change the ending, old rascal Chu Kuang. We do not accept the death of Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes must be resurrected. Chu continent. Old rascal Chu Kuang, apologize. Reject all of Chu Kuang's novels. Support Qin continent. Overthrow Chu Kuang. Make Chu Kuang the old rascal feel our pain. Yin continent. Death to the old rascal. Paying a high price for Chu Kuang the old rascal's address. Silver blue books. Hand over the old rascal Chu Kuang. I want to return the book. Han continent. We protest. Accuse Chu Kuang of murder. Do not accept the ending of Sherlock Holmes. If you don't change the ending, the march won't stop. Respond to the readers of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, resist together. The readers are too crazy. It's not just marches on the streets. Even crazier readers have marched to the headquarters of the Literature and Art Association. Many pedestrians who hadn't read Great Detective Sherlock Holmes were shocked by the situation. People from all continents are boiling with indignation. If you didn't know, you would have thought Chu Kuang committed some atrocious act that was offensive both to man and gods. Those who knew were even more dumbfounded. It's just a novel. Do you have to go so crazy? Huh. You say Chu Kuang is a 3-time violator? He used to like killing everyone's favorite characters? Huh. Serves him right. Do we readers have no temper? Blue Star has had 3 reader riots. One because of Chu Kuang, another also because of Chu Kuang, yet another one again because of Chu Kuang. The spectacular reader riot and the considerable force of the marches across all continents have startled Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han. Countless news stories are swarming social media. Jin Mu's phone has completely exploded. One call after another, it went from full power to automatically shutting down. Then Lin Yuan's own mobile phone was also relentlessly bombarded by the executives of Silver Blue Books. Even the Literature and Art Association called to inquire. The industry. Everyone is shocked beyond measure. Not only was the entrance to Silver Blue Books blocked, even the headquarters of the Literature and Art Association was not spared. A grand march by readers from 5 continents. An unprecedented wave of protests. This reader riot will go down in history. This time, the old rascal Chu Kuang has really made it big. So thrilling. About to have a heart attack. If I were Chu Kuang, I wouldn't even be able to eat in peace at this time. Still eating? If he can breathe smoothly, I'd say he's got big guts. I don't know why, but I'm kind of jealous. A novel can have such an impact. I have no regrets in this life. To be an author to this extent, damn impressive. Keeping up with the movements of each continent through the internet and TV, Jin Mu almost cried. Boss, I really can't hold on. Lin Yuan opened his mouth blankly. Today's experience is so bizarre that his entire mind is buzzing. What is all this? Is it just because of changing the ending? Can I change it? Lin Yuan was resigned. Who can stand this? Upon opening the Tribe app, Lin Yuan finally published a status update, condensing countless emotions into one word. Change. Chapter 718. 684. Change_1. Change it. No choice. The reader's reactions completely exceeded expectations. Lin Yuan could only resurrect Holmes. Although some of the chapters in The Return of Sherlock Holmes were inconsistent in quality, there was still a solution. The simplest way was to only pick out the chapters with high quality and publish them. After all the readers wanted was a somewhat happy ending. Finished posting the update, Lin Yuan put down his phone and said, "Contact Silver Blue Books and plan to publish a few more stories as the ending to the Sherlock Holmes series. Don't panic. There isn't a big problem. I am already soothing the readers." You've decided to change the ending? Jin Mu, who was sitting next to him, was stunned, but quickly became ecstatic. He quickly pulled out his phone, opened the Tribe app, and said with excitement, "How did you pacey?" Screech. When the page on the Tribe app was displayed, Jin Mu abruptly stopped speaking, as if the power had been cut off. Lin Yuan looked at Jin Mu. Why did he suddenly stop talking? Catching a glimpse of the mobile screen, Lin Yuan's face also changed. He didn't feel well. Damn it. The post with the word change he had just posted wasn't made by someone named Chu Kuang, but it showed a familiar name. Xian Yu. Because the readers' responses were too exaggerated, Lin Yuan was a bit flustered and didn't have time to think. He accidentally used Xian Yu's account to respond. How many times have you logged in the wrong account now? Jin Mu looked at Lin Yuan and spoke in a gloomy tone. 3 strikes and you're out. Lin Yuan started to feel guilty. Was this really the third time he had logged into the wrong account? Actually, after the first 2 times he logged in the wrong account, Lin Yuan had been very careful. This time, things escalated so quickly that it ended up causing trouble. Jin Mu gave Lin Yuan a headache look. Then he opened up the comments section of Xian Yu's post. After reading a few comments, his expression turned strange. He muttered as if he was relieved. No big deal. Lin Yuan also opened the comment area, and then he realized why Jin Mu's reaction was so strange. The same as the last 2 times. Not a single reader guessed that this was a mess created by a nested doll-like figure. The comments were rather intriguing. Good job, Fish Papa. Didn't expect Fish Papa to be fed up too. Fish Papa really distinguishes right from wrong in critical moments. Didn't choose to remain silent because of his relationship with Chu Kuang. Furious praise to Fish Papa. Chu Kuang, old rascal, doesn't have any decency, but the friend he made is reliable. Fish Papa is the light of justice. Chu Kuang is cold-blooded, while Fish Papa has always been warm. Chu Kuang, learn from Fish Papa. Chu Kuang, old rascal, doesn't deserve our trust as readers. Fish Papa stood against Chu Kuang for us. You can always trust Xian Yu. These readers have such a rich imagination. Even when Lin Yuan messed up for the 3rd time, no reader could detect the truth. And yet Xian Yu accidentally received applause and furious praise from countless netizens? If these people knew the truth. Jin Mu looked at Lin Yuan, his voice shaking a bit. Absolutely not. Lin Yuan interrupted Jin Mu, his attitude unshakably firm. Chu Kuang is evil. Xian Yu is righteous. This will never change. The netizens are cursing at Chu Kuang, old rascal. What does that have to do with me, Xian Yu? Stay tuned for updates on. In a restaurant outside of Starlight Entertainment, Ol Zhou, Yang Zhongming, and Zheng Jing were having lunch together. Halfway through the meal, all 3 of their phones rang simultaneously. Picking up his phone, Ol Zhou laughed. Zheng Jing, Yang Zhongming. Xian Yu updated his status, causing all 3 phones to ring at the same time. Because all 3 of them had set up special alerts for Xian Yu on the Tribe app. Zheng Jing puzzled. Could it be that little fish decided to let Chu Kuang change the plot because of what we said? Ol Zhou agreed. It might also have something to do with a batch of packages. Yang Zhongming spoke. It's roughly like that. A warm current suddenly welled up in the hearts of the 3 people. Xian Yu's remarks quickly spread all over the internet. All major news outlets reacted instantly, firing off countless reports. Chu Kuang's fans got super excited upon seeing the news, celebrating and discussing within the ranks of the parade. I love Xian Yu. We're not alone after all. Fish Papa is our comrade too. Fish Papa is definitely our best supporter. Teacher Admirable Fish must be the strongest supporter in history. Who doesn't know about the relationship between Fish Papa and Chu Kuang? Even their close friends spoke up. Would Chu Kuang have the audacity to refuse? Swish. A multitude of Holmes fans seemed to get the cue and flooded to Chu Kuang's comment section. Chu Kuang, old rascal, did you see that? You're great, buddy. Xian Yu wants you to change the plot. Now tell us, will you do it or not? If you don't, your bromance is over. You may not care about us, but you surely won't dare to neglect Xian Yu, would you? Would Fish Papa openly pressure you to change the plot if he couldn't bear it anymore? This time, it's righteousness that's pushing him. Shadow is silent. All eyes must land on Fish Papa in critical moments. The readers kept up the pressure. The screenshot of Xian Yu's change had been spread by countless netizens. Of course, this screenshot also glaringly displayed in the comment section of Chu Kuang's tribe, securing the most likes. For a moment, everyone's eyes were glued to Chu Kuang's tribe updates. It is said that even the editor can't control old rascal Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang has seldom changed the fiction plot because of readers' complaints. The global parade didn't get a response from Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang is too cold-blooded and ruthless. When has he ever cared about his readers? Clearly, he's a guy who's impervious to persuasion. Would Xian Yu's statement really make a difference? The Holmes fans didn't know. They just did everything they could to fight for Holmes's resurrection. However, just 1 minute after Xian Yu posted his status, under the scrutiny of everyone, Chu Kuang's tribe update shockingly changed to exactly match Xian Yu's. Change. Swoosh. All those who had been following Chu Kuang's updates were stunned. Under this lightning-fast submission, Many didn't even have the time to react, only coming back to their senses one after another after several seconds of confusion. Did he agree? How did he agree? All the online criticism didn't make him back down. The collapse of his comment section didn't make him back down. The global reader parade didn't make him back down. Blocking the main entrance of Silver Blue Books didn't make him back down. The official intervention from the Literature and Art Association didn't make him back down. Just one word change from Xianyu. And he immediately agreed to change the plot? Yes, this outcome could only be credited to Xianyu. Otherwise, how can one explain the fact that Chu Kuang agreed to change the plot just 1 minute after Xianyu spoke? Boom. The industry was shocked. Readers around the world were shocked. There's actually someone who could so easily make old rascal Chu Kuang, stuck in his own ways, capitulate so easily. Holy shit. Followed by an ear-piercing scream from someone in the parade, many people began to yell. Xianyu rules. Chapter 719, 685. The cunning and deceitfulness of the old rascal _1. The protest in Qin continent disbanded. The protest in Qi continent disbanded. The protest in Chu continent disbanded. All the protest marches in the various continents called it quits after Chu Kuang made his declaration. But the impact of this event didn't simply end there. It continued in another form. Yes, Chu Kuang, who stood firm under the pressure of protests from readers of 5 continents, changed his stance abruptly due to Xianyu. This had a huge impact on the netizens. Is this what they call a bromance? The anger of millions of readers is not as powerful as one word, or even one letter from Xianyu. Even the most ruthless man has his soft side. The intestines are warm too. Chu Kuang. For fish, I'm willing to reconcile with the world. I'm flabbergasted. Holmes fans are countless, but the man who couldn't be persuaded by readers all over the world was persuaded by Xianyu. Stay connected through. Fellow upstairs, seems like to say is multifaceted, dog-headed. I used to not believe when people said Xianyu and Chu Kuang were so close they could share the same pair of pants. I thought everyone was kidding, but reality slapped me hard. Shadow is indeed a god of war in the garage. Stop being upset. Why can't Shadow stand up? Today's incidents explain everything. What a divine friendship this is. Who would have expected that Chu Kuang agreed to change the plot just because his best bro wasn't happy? The web was boiling. Moments later at a restaurant close to Starlight Entertainment, O.L. Zhou, scanning the news online, his face is filled with astonishment. That was resolved pretty easily? Zheng Jing, her face smug. Isn't this indirectly facilitated by us? Probably was because he couldn't refuse. Yang Zhoming commented, even though Xianyu rarely asked anyone for favors. But if Xianyu did ask, it seemed nobody could refuse this kid. Well, from now on, readers shouldn't bother protesting. If you're upset with Chu Kuang, go to Little Fish and complain. Sheng Jing burst into laughter, clearly entertained. Is this a bromance? No. This is the power of a beloved figure in a group. People say Xianyu in the south, Chu Kuang in the north. Now it seems that the one in the south carries more heft when he speaks. Inside the industry, nobody expected the passionate readers' protest would end in such a laughably anticlimactic way. What the hell is happening? Are you saying Chu Kuang is easily swayed? The readers protested across 5 continents, rocked half of Blue Star, and even the Literature and Art Association got involved, but still couldn't persuade him. Are you saying Chu Kuang is stubborn and can't be influenced? Then why did he promise to change the plot due to Xianyu's one sentence? The speed of this sudden face change can be described by 2 words. Efficient. This is a book you're writing. Can you take it seriously? Doesn't the author have any integrity? When Biao died, did the readers' protest not use the right methods? When Poirot died, would things have changed if Xianyu had spoken? Nobody knows. The tribe website. The followers of Xianyu skyrocketed. Most of the new followers turn out to be Holmes fans. His comment section was incredibly lively. Thank you, Fish Papa. Sending a banner to Fish Papa. Fish Papa is the benefactor of us all, the Holmes fans. It was Xianyu who saved Holmes' life. Fish Papa is a good person. The old rascal is truly fortunate to have a good friend like Xianyu. Next time Chu Kuang stirs things up, please, Fish Papa, lend us a hand. Don't worry, Fish Papa, I'll definitely support your new song next month. Agreed. To repay Fish Papa's life-saving debt to Sherlock Holmes. Unconditional support for Fish Papa's new song. Just look at these comments. Those who are unaware might think that Xian Yu has recently been performing acts of bravery. Amid the various reactions, many netizens are discussing how Sherlock Holmes's ending would be altered. Would forcibly changing the plot be too jarring? The chapter on Sherlock Holmes's death has already been published. With so many sold, surely they can't ask all bookstores to take them back, right? This isn't an online serialization that the author can change at will. At this moment, one netizen suddenly cursed. Damn, we fell for it. That old rascal Chu Kuang is truly deceitful. Fell for what? Other netizens were stunned. This netizen was filled with rage. That old rascal Chu Kuang is too cunning. He had a backup plan from the start. You guys remember when Poirot died and his dead body was found, right? The netizens' gazes changed. Many people have read and reread the final case. Now, upon being reminded, many people discovered a huge oversight. Sherlock Holmes and Moriarty fell over a cliff together, but the search team only found Moriarty's corpse. But what about Sherlock Holmes? His body was never found at all. No way. Can you even play it like that? If the body was not found, that old rascal could find any excuse to bring Sherlock Holmes back to life. The old rascal had set up the foreshadowing long ago. At first, I thought it was strange. He agreed to it so quickly. Sure, Xian Yu was a factor, but the most important thing is that the old rascal left himself an escape route. Is this a test from the old rascal? If we accept Sherlock Holmes's death, he could set this plot in stone. But if we don't, he could find a reasonable excuse to bring Sherlock Holmes back to life. Advance and retreat at will. Why is the old rascal so crafty? What a sly old fox. Netizens were totally speechless. Chu Kuang could have written that they found Sherlock Holmes's body, just like how Poirot's death was arranged. Not writing that the body was found. Isn't this another plan? Otherwise, this setting that the body couldn't be found is completely unnecessary. The arrangement of Poirot's death stands as glaring evidence. This old rascal isn't a great person. But damn, he sure has a way with writing. If not for this, readers from the 5 continents wouldn't have such love-hate feelings towards him. Studio. Jin Mu also looked helplessly at Lin Yuan. Boss, did you plan this a long time ago? Lin Yuan's face remained unchanged. Better to be safe. Conan Doyle was also testing the reader's reaction when he killed off Sherlock Holmes. But when the readers rejected it, he naturally brought Sherlock Holmes back to life. This move indeed was crafty. Unlike the lady next door, who declared Poirot's death without leaving any room for maneuver. You can't have Poirot pretend to be a zombie, right? Jin Mu. He had always thought Lin Yuan was so innocent that it bordered on naivety. Now thinking about it, how could the boss, who wrote so many beloved characters under the name of Chu Kuang, be such a simple person? It's frightening when you think about it. Looking at Lin Yuan, who seemed lost in thought, Jin Mu suddenly felt that his boss was unfathomable. Jin Mu doesn't know, at this moment, what Lin Yuan was contemplating. Should Xian Yu write a song related to Sherlock Holmes and participate in next month's chart competition? He has been pondering on what song to use for next month. But now all the Sherlock Holmes fans have claimed that they will support him in next month's charts. So should he take advantage of this rare opportunity? Xian Yu truly hit the jackpot with this move. Chapter 720, 686. Knight's 7th chapter _1. Chu Kuang is Chu Kuang. Xian Yu is Xian Yu. Though there is some overlap in their fan bases, because novels and music are completely different forms of art, their main fan groups are certainly not the same people. Under normal circumstances, it's difficult for Chu Kuang's fans to buy Xian Yu's songs. Similarly, Chu Kuang's novels don't usually incite much enthusiasm in Xian Yu's fans. The effect of each borrowing the other's popularity is relatively limited. But this time it's different. Due to an unexpected combination of circumstances, Xian Yu might actually be able to fully capture Chu Kuang's popularity. Lin Yuan's mind started turning rapidly. There are quite a few songs about Sherlock Holmes, even including some instrumental music. But considering this song not only needs to satisfy Holmes fans, but also cater to the general public worldwide, it's safer to lean towards pop. In this case, perhaps there's only one choice of song. The name of the song, The 7th Chapter of Night. A work of director Zhou. This song is definitely one of director Zhou's most representative works, holding an extremely high status among his fans. Director Zhou himself also places great importance on this song. Right. Because energy is limited, it's completely normal for singers to prioritize some of their songs over others. Being impartial is unrealistic. The reason director Zhou places so much importance on this song is because he sought out Zhong Xinmin and Michael Lin, two master arrangers. Zhong Xinmin and Michael Lin are among the top arrangers in the Celestial Dynasty on Earth. Most of director Zhou's classic songs involve these two. They have thus earned the label of director Zhou's go-to arrangers. However, they don't often collaborate. When these two joined forces to arrange the 7th chapter of Night, their collaborative work transcended their individual talents. If this song is an examination, they have almost submitted a perfect answer sheet. Later, on a show called The Strongest Brain, director Zhou proudly brought up this song. He said that being able to create this song made him the strongest brain. This shows how satisfied he was with this song. Zhong Xinmin, one of the arrangers, also mentioned in a large lecture that he charges the same for all his arrangements, and that he worked for over 7 months on this song, making a huge loss. These details are enough to show the power of this song. The song narrates the story of the famous detective Sherlock Holmes with a suspenseful tone. The prelude consists of a hurried typewriter sound, setting the stage for the investigation. Holmes' diary hides various clues. The highly artistic classical music and relatively trendy electronic music styles blend together, accompanied by fast-paced rap. The singer seems to embody Holmes, leading the audience to uncover the truth of the murder case. In the song, the singer's purposely low and coarse voice, paired with a soft high female voice, suggests the detective's calmness and the killer's madness. In the end, the song finishes with a falsetto, showing a rare cinematic arrangement style in pop music. It has a strong sense of imagery. This is a song that places a strong emphasis on imagery. Listening to this song, it's as if you are watching a detective movie. In the lyrics, the various references to plot lines from the Sherlock Holmes novels recreate many classic cases. Those who have read the Sherlock Holmes novels would surely immerse themselves in it. What's more, even those who haven't read Sherlock Holmes would be attracted to this song by its atmosphere and melody. Participating in the June chart competition with this song couldn't be more appropriate. You should know, just the frightening number of Sherlock Holmes fans alone could sustain the market for this song. Not to mention Xian Yu's influence in the music scene and among fans, as well as the high quality of this song itself. Ultimately, the quality of the song is the key. Otherwise, even with popularity to exploit, topping the season chart isn't an easy task. Eyes shining, Lin Yuan made up his mind. He went ahead and placed a request for the song with the system. Of course, having agreed to change the ending, he still needed to continue writing the Sherlock Holmes series. Lin Yuan planned to select a few classic chapters from The Return of Sherlock Holmes to create the finale of this novel. Lin Yuan thought, perhaps for fans of this work, listening to the 7th chapter of Night, after reading the finale of the novel, may feel more ceremonial. This is a reflection of the entire novel, brimming with nostalgia and powerful emotions. Perhaps this song will become an important reason for more people to recognize Sherlock Holmes. Lin Yuan's bedroom. The tick-tock of keyboard keys echoed incessantly. The order of cases solved by Sherlock Holmes and the chronological order are not the same, so the novel does not have a clear finale. However, Lin Yuan still summarized a finale based on the original order. Sherlock Holmes pushed Professor Moriarty off a cliff, and then Moriarty's criminal associates began hunting Sherlock Holmes to avenge the professor. Sherlock Holmes, disguised and returned to Baker Street with the help of Watson, plotted and captured Moriarty's associate. One year, Sherlock Holmes's assistant Watson passed away due to illness. With the loss of his assistant and close friend, coupled with the decline of energy due to old age, Sherlock Holmes decided to retire to a village to keep bees and live in seclusion. This part of the plot isn't very long. Lin Yuan wrote a third of it that night. Getting up the next day, he continued writing, finally giving Sherlock Holmes a relatively complete ending before sunset. After finalizing it, Lin Yuan sent the ending to Jean Mu. Your next journey awaits at. This time Jean Mu was not going to blindly trust Lin Yuan. He first read the finale of the novel with a cautious attitude, then released a heavy sigh of relief. Phew, it certainly seems reliable this time. The ending of the novel was complete. Holmes' method of resurrection was also natural, with the logic being very smooth at first. Feigning death was to evade the pursuit of Moriarty's associates. Although Moriarty had died, the dark forces he left behind were powerful, so Holmes had to find a way to eradicate them. Second, this ending is quite satisfactory. Sherlock Holmes can finally retire peacefully. Although Watson dies, it's acceptable to readers because he dies of illness, not from plot development. In fact, if Chu Kuang had written that Sherlock Holmes died of old age, perhaps readers would have accepted it. After all, it is an ending all humans must face. Having verified that there were no problems, Jean Mu posted it on the Silver Blue Books website. That night, Silver Blue Books announced that the great detective Sherlock Holmes will officially come to an end this month. While readers naturally felt a sense of regret, none were jumping up and down with dissatisfaction. Compared to the mutual destruction of Holmes and Moriarty, a regular ending to the novel was more anticipated by everyone. Readers' demands of old rascal Chu Kuang are actually not high. At the same time as the great detective Sherlock Holmes announced that it would end this month, CNU suddenly released a status update. The June news song will pay tribute to Sherlock Holmes in the form of a theme song. At this time, the topic of CNU, Chu Kuang, and Sherlock Holmes were closely linked together, so this status update quickly drew the attention of the entire network. South Xian Yun North Chu Kuang once again collaborated as great buddies. Is CNU going to challenge the June seasonal champion with the Sherlock Holmes novel theme song? Chapter 721. 687 Actively Increasing Difficulty for Oneself_1. What a show, Fish Papa. Just love your collaboration. Is this song a compensation for Chu Kuang? Helping him write a song because Chu Kuang obediently changed the plot? This fairy friendship, love it, love it. Supporting the new song because Fish Papa saved Sherlock Holmes. Admirable Fish writes original songs for novels. Only Chu Kuang's novel gets this treatment on Blue Star. Shadow has drawn several comics, but Admirable Fish hasn't written any related songs. Sherlock Holmes is a popular topic recently. Admirable Fish's collaboration has completely rode on this popularity. Netizens are having a lively discussion around this matter. And just when everyone was in the middle of heated discussion, a music industry professional called Towards the North of the Sun suddenly posted a status. Isn't teacher Admirable Fish aiming to win 12 consecutive championships this season? In this case, the song in June is crucial. Is a song composed for a novel really suitable for ranking? This person is quite active online, with a considerable number of followers. His post quickly attracted the attention of netizens. After some thought, many netizens responded immediately. Of course, there were some netizens expressing confusion. So, Towards the North of the Sun patiently explained. I'm not belittling Sherlock Holmes, but we have to face the fact that not all music listeners have read Sherlock Holmes. Can listeners who haven't read the novel really feel the charm of this song? Everyone got the point. For a moment, the comments section of this blogger heated up. Almost forgot about that. Admirable Fish is indeed aiming to win 12 consecutive championships. If it is the theme song for a novel, wouldn't it be too niche? Enjoy new adventures from the top in June. This song must satisfy both book fans and those who have not read the novel. Isn't the difficulty too high? Perhaps. Admirable Fish is intending to ride on the popularity of Sherlock Holmes to rank. The idea is certainly good. After all, the popularity of Sherlock Holmes is an intangible foundation, but it has also increased the difficulty of song creation. Trying to satisfy both sides often results in favoring one at the expense of the other. I'm reminded of Fairy Tale Town. Wasn't that song written by Fish Papa for Chu Kuang's novel? That's right, Fairy Tale Town is a case in point. Although the song is very nice, it's a bit of a stretch for it to top the season list nowadays, especially when Fish Papa needs to secure himself the June champion song title. Normally, seeing Chu Kuang and Admirable Fish collaborate would be a delight to netizens, but with Admirable Fish evidently aiming to win 12 consecutive championships, this song seems a bit risky. Because of this statement, more and more people joined the discussion. Seeing that his statement attracted the attention of netizens, Towards the North of the Sun became more active. Music themed on Sherlock Holmes. The core audience is obviously Sherlock Holmes fans. They can account for a significant download volume. With teacher Admirable Fish's contribution to Sherlock Holmes, this download number is bound to be even higher. But the downside is also clear. Teacher Admirable Fish has confined himself to a circle. His goal is to top in June, which cannot be achieved only by the support of Sherlock Holmes fans, unless countless people who have not read the novel also like this song, which means Teacher Admirable Fish's song needs to break through the circle and go out. Isn't this difficulty too high? That's why I say Admirable Fish's decision is a bit adventurous. I hope Teacher Admirable Fish can consider carefully. After all, I'm also looking forward to Teacher Admirable Fish continuing to win the championship. This musician did not belittle Admirable Fish. He simply shared his viewpoint objectively. This statement did not upset the fans of Xian Yu and Chu Kuang. On the contrary, it gained numerous approvals. Some people even commented on the announcement for Xian Yu's June song release, expressing hope that Xian Yu could steady his hand. After all, breaking out from the mainstream is so hard. Meeting both the expectations of Holmes fanatics and ordinary music fans is not an easy task in and of itself. Just think about Fairy Tale Town. The quality of that song isn't one of the highest in Xian Yu's discography. Without the hype from the novel, that song, out of all Xian Yu's works, could even be considered just average or below average. It's clear. This is why Xian Yu was caught between attempting to satisfy both the reading fans and the listening fans, leading to some kind of restrictions in his song creation and hence, an average performance. By comparison, Sherlock Holmes would be more challenging. This novel isn't a fairy tale. Its style is very distinctive. Should anything go wrong here, Xian Yu might fail to meet the expectations of not only the general music fans, but also the Holmes fanatics who may feel the vibe is off. At this point, someone retorted, "Isn't the piano piece, To Alice, that topped the charts this month, and that Xian Yu created based on Chu Kuang's novel, really good?" Xian Yu's concert had recently ended. The closing song of the concert, To Alice, won the champion of this month's seasonal chart. Judging by the title, everyone believes this song is a tribute to Chu Kuang's fairy tale work, Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, even though Xian Yu himself has not provided an explanation. But the name is too coincidental. The vast majority of people are willing to believe that there's a connection between the song and Chu Kuang's Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. Almost immediately, this musician, who goes by the username Towards the North of the Sun, responded to the critique. Teacher Admirable Fish had mentioned that he will be releasing a song in June. Songs and piano pieces have a significant difference. With songs, a wider array of instruments are utilized and lyrics are involved. The lyrics for a Sherlock Holmes song wouldn't be easy to write. Even though To Alice is excellent, I personally believe that this music piece isn't related to Chu Kuang's novel. True, even though everyone believes the song, To Alice, is associated with Chu Kuang's Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, many also feel that the artistic conception of the song doesn't match the story. Therefore, some insiders believe that it's merely a coincidence of the names, and in fact, Xian Yu's piano piece has no connection to Chu Kuang's novel. With the ongoing discussions and controversy, people gradually recognize the crux of the matter. First, the audience's reception is a concern as Xian Yu's new song tries to accommodate both music fans and literature fanatics, which is tough. Secondly, how would the narrative style of Sherlock Holmes translate into song lyrics? Third, there's the issue of style. The somewhat dark tone of Sherlock Holmes could easily lead to the song being niche. Fourthly, in brief, there are many problems and challenges. A countless number of netizens believe that for Xian Yu to top next month's seasonal chart with a Sherlock Holmes tribute song is incredibly challenging. And during this collective brainwave among netizens, this musician, Towards the North of the Sun, chimed in again. Even though I have listed so many challenges, there's a great chance for Teacher Admirable Fish to top the charts, given his popularity and talent. I believe many people want to help him achieve his 12th win. If Sherlock Holmes fanatics are satisfied, they will definitely give huge support. But the real question is, do you think other maestros would just sit by and watch if Teacher Admirable Fish aims for his 12th continuous win? According to Blue Star Platform Convention, Any composer who wants to achieve a 12th win will face competition. This is an inevitable challenge for those who aim for the 12th win. In the following months, the competitor's teacher Admirable Fish faces will become increasingly competitive. This is the law of the musical world, and if teacher Admirable Fish fails in June, all the effort put into the last 5 months will be in vain. Is it necessary for Xian Yu to make things even more challenging for himself when it is already so daunting? Chapter 722, 688, Stay Calm. Don't be reckless _1. Netizens agreed thoroughly with the analysis. Not only towards the north of the sun, but also many musicians started to voice their opinions. They viewed Xian Yu's adventurous decision to use this song from various professional perspectives, which gave Xian Yu's fans shivers. Everyone began to understand the risks Xian Yu was taking with this song for June. Fish Papa, stay steady, don't be impulsive. Sure, a song themed around Sherlock Holmes can be released, but Fish Papa shouldn't pin such an important task as ranking on this song. Narrowing down his creative scope is like crippling himself. Enjoy exclusive content from writing a song for Sherlock Holmes. Isn't that essentially custom music? Although I know that Fish Papa is doing this for his friend Chu Kuang. After all, Chu Kuang changed the story ending for you, but you can't write a custom song just for the sake of collaboration. You have just won the 5-time champion. We should play it safe in the future. Who has ever made it to the top of the charts with a tailored song? Even though Sherlock Holmes fans say they'll support you unconditionally, you can't take all of that seriously. At least half of the readers will decide whether to download based on the quality of the song. If the quality isn't up to par, they'll just think you don't understand Sherlock Holmes. Fish Papa, please don't be stubborn. If a capable songmaker takes part, you could easily lose your early advantage. Making a song featuring a dark theme like Sherlock Holmes is difficult, and it's easy to end up putting in effort without gaining approval. Comments section of Xian Yu's fan community. Many fans started to advise Xian Yu to play it safe. The mainly cited reasons were professional music industry analysis. Indeed, these analyses were rational and justified. One of the netizens jokingly sighed, "For the sake of Xian Yu's 12-time champion, we are really breaking our hearts." Result: the very thing they were afraid of happened. Xian Yu hadn't replied yet. A songmaker named Chun Heshuan suddenly announced on the tribe's official site, "The fact that Erling lost to Xian Yu has always been my regret. Why not have another match in June with Xian Yu? By the way, I am a fan of Mr. Sherlock Holmes too." Someone did indeed step up in June. Moreover, it was Chun Heshuan, who had previously lost to Xian Yu. Chun Heshuan was the composer of the Primordial Chaos promotional song, Erling. At the time, the Primordial Chaos and Journey to the West were battling in the ring, so Xian Yu wrote a song called Wukong to compete with it. In the end, Chun Heshuan's song's popularity, assessments, etc., all lost to Xian Yu's Wukong. Is this revenge? With Chun Heshuan's joining, the internet instantly became lively. At this moment, another female songwriter named Lu Rumei made her announcement. Originally, I wanted to claim the #1 spot in May, but was defeated by To Alice and reluctantly took the 2nd place. Since that's the case, I can only strive again in June. Stir. The internet became even more lively. Lu Rumei is one of the few females in the songwriter business. She released a new song this month and ended up taking 2nd place. The 1st place went to Alice. Now, Lu Rumei was planning to confront Xian Yu again in June. Another one seeking revenge. Netizens summed it all up quite cleverly. However, it seemed like things weren't over yet. After Chun Heshuan and Lu Rumei, a songwriter named Shun Lang also stepped up. I participated in our song, along with teacher Xian Yu before, and ended up losing to Xian Yu 3 times. Only teacher Yin Dong had a worse fate than me. But in our Blue Star, there's a common saying that mishaps thrice repeated may not recur. Wouldn't it be my turn to win in June? Oh my God. Netizens were totally speechless. Shun Lang too? And what's this about mishaps thrice repeated may not recur? You 3 must have planned this together, right? Choosing to confront Xian Yu at the same time? There can't be any more, right? Just when everyone was having this thought, the 4th songwriter, Hua Li, dramatically appeared. This maestro is named an Xin. When Mariage d'Amour was released back then, it suppressed us 6 maestros from Chu continent, me included. I was in 2nd place at that time. Several years have passed, but I still can't forget that incident. So why not take advantage of June to compete with Xianyu again? If I lose to Xianyu this time, I'll avoid him whenever I see him in the future. Oh my gosh, are they all here for revenge? Netizens were completely stunned. Looking at what these four maestros said, those who didn't know would think Xianyu had offended many maestros. After their shock, countless people burst into laughter. All the other maestros were so domineering. Why do these four maestros sound so melancholy? It seems they were all beaten by Xianyu and bear a grudge. Normally, you guys wouldn't dare to challenge Xianyu alone, but now you all seem eager to do so. Are you sure you're not seeing Xianyu being a bit reckless in June and want to take the opportunity to end his 6 consecutive wins? Alright, all fun aside, don't joke about the maestros. After all, they are maestros, and there are 4 of them. Although no new maestros appear to seek revenge on Xianyu, the lineup with these 4 maestros is already quite formidable. Remember, in a normal month, even if the 5 continents of Qin, Qi, Shu, Yin, and Han were combined, usually only 1 or 2 maestros would step forward. They would all usually avoid each other tacitly. This kind of situation where 4 maestros participate in the same season is very rare. Nobody dares to underestimate them. Not to mention that Xianyu himself is also a maestro, one that other maestros fear. It's just that he hasn't received that official honor yet. This means the battle in June will involve 5 maestros. And it's clear that these 4 maestros who stepped up one after another are coming for Xianyu. This battle is actually a siege by 4 maestros against Xianyu. In an instant, the whole network is buzzing. What the hell? I was very worried about Fish Papa at first, but after reading the testimonies of these 4 maestros, I find myself wanting to laugh. These 4 maestros are too straightforward, aren't they? They didn't keep anything back, popping right in and explaining why they chose to act now. Avengers assemble. The timing of their attack is ingenious. After all, Xianyu's next song is based on Sherlock Holmes. It's like dancing with shackles. Won't Xianyu change his song? If he doesn't change the song, facing 4 maestros at the same time, his 6-win streak might come to an end. Experts were right. The 12 consecutive wins, the more difficult it gets towards the end. It's only June, and 4 maestros have taken action, and they all directly call out to Xianyu. I'm impressed by the reasons these 4 maestros gave for their actions. The speeches of the 4 can be collectively translated to, "I'm here for revenge." A lot of people couldn't help but laugh and cry. Speaking of these maestros being tricky, one by one, their dynamic statements are worse than the last, immediately mentioning their tragic past of being beaten up by Xianyu. Speaking of their tragedy, this round of theirs is clearly aiming to take advantage of Xianyu's vulnerability. Even ordinary people can see the difficulty of creating music around the theme of Sherlock Holmes. The maestros certainly understand it even better. They chose to attack Xianyu in June when they knew Xianyu's performance would be limited by this song. They're clearly trying to take advantage of the situation. Why hasn't Xianyu said anything yet? Does he really want to face the 4 maestros who seek revenge while dancing in shackles? That's a bit risky. He's only had 5 consecutive wins. Hold on, don't rush. Chapter 723, 689. The Determination of a Holmes, Fanatic_1. Lin Yuan couldn't possibly be oblivious to the commotion on the internet. Although he wouldn't go so far as to look up news about himself, when Lin Yuan surfed the internet, news related to him would easily pop up in an attention-grabbing way. 4 maestros gang up on Xianyu. Xianyu's 6-game winning streak to be ended. Chen Hushuan forms the Avengers. Will Xianyu switch songs under pressure? How hard is it to hit the charts with a customized song? How to write a song from a Sherlock Holmes novel? Upon seeing the words, The Avengers, Lin Yuan was stunned for several seconds, thinking something was wrong with the world. He only realized this Avengers was not that Avengers after he finished reading the news. Such a misunderstanding. At this moment, there was a brief knock on the door. Lin Yuan looked up and recognized the company's chairman Li Songhua, who had previously sent him a car and tea leaves. "Chairman, find your next read on." "Switching songs?" Li Songhua asked with a smile. Lin Yuan shook his head. To his seemingly unsurprised response, Li Songhua took out a boxed phone with a somewhat resigned expression. "This is a highly secure phone. You should take it and stop using one phone." It's too easy to log into the wrong account. Lin Yuan silently accepted the phone, not mentioning that he actually had two phones already. The mix-up between Xianyu and Chu Kuang had evidently been guessed by the chairman. Thank you. Keep going. Li Songhua turned to leave, then hesitated slightly. Those four maestros are all friends of Yang Zhongming and Zheng Jing. Lin Yuan was taken aback. Leaving, Li Songhua added, if they strike in June, it will be inconvenient for others. If you lose to them, it means you were not destined for the 12 consecutive championships. Lin Yuan remained silent. So that's the case. No wonder when the four maestros called for revenge, Lin Yuan felt something was off. Everyone didn't seem to hold such substantial grudges. Now he understood. Yang Zhongming and Zheng Jing were helping him secretly. It was better for these four people to make a move than for some more formidable maestros to act. Yes, Lin Yuan had heard music from all four maestros. If we were to rank them, these four would probably be among the weaker ones. Their stepping forward prevented other maestros from specifically targeting Lin with a 4-on-1 situation. It was indeed quite dramatic. With this in mind, Lin Yuan decided to record the song. The 7th chapter of Night was not easy to sing. Neither Qin Jiu nor Sun Yaohua from the Yu dynasty would match the style, and the other singers were all female. So this time, Lin Yuan planned to sing it himself. He was confident in mastering the melody of the song, but he needed a woman's high notes in the middle of the song. Who should he choose? After brief hesitation, Lin Yuan called Jiang Kuei. She was the most promising female singer in the Yu dynasty, bound to become a singing queen in the future, so Lin Yuan wanted to help her as much as he could. 20 minutes later, in Lin Yuan's office, Jiang Kuei's clear voice chimed. Teacher Admirable Fish, you wanted to see me? Lin Yuan looked at Jiang Kuei. Will you record a song with me? You sing the chorus. This wasn't a duet. The part Jiang Kuei was responsible for took up only a small fraction of the whole song, more akin to a cameo. Sure, not everyone had the opportunity to collaborate with Xianyu. Jiang Kuei nodded vigorously, her pigtails flaring out as she asked excitedly. Is it about the Sherlock Holmes song? This song. Jiang Kuei glanced at Lin Yuan and hesitated to speak. Recently, Lin Yuan had improved his ability to read people's expressions. You also feel that this song is not secure enough to compete with? Jiang Kuei hesitated slightly, then said nervously, a little bit. Lin Yuan smiled, then listened to the demo. As he spoke, Lin Yuan turned on the office stereo. It was a sample of the song he had finished the night before. The stereo played a simple melody, and then the vocal came in. Although this was the most simplified version of the song, it quickly caused a change in Jiang Kuei's expression. A singer of her caliber has a strong judgment for music. A minute later, Lin Yuan looked at a somewhat stupefied Jiang Kuei. Any questions? Jiang Kuei instinctively shook her head. Lin Yuan laughed again. I'll give you the lyrics and the music score. Take some time to familiarize yourself with it. We'll record it later. Jiang Kuei nodded vigorously. The recording was somewhat delayed. Because Lin Yuan had high demands for this song, it took a whole week to fully record the song. During this week, the grand finale of the novel The Great Detective Sherlock Holmes was finally officially released, serving as a prelude to the song release in June. As expected, the audience's acceptance of this ending was much higher than that of the final case. At least it did not cause any riots. Although everyone's beloved Watson died, it was believed that this was due to Chu Kuang's petty jealousy. He could have written it without killing him off. On the internet, around this official ending, countless readers were engaged in intense discussions. Within these discussions, the topic inevitably touched upon Adorable Fish's new song next month. After reading the novel, I feel a sense of loss, suddenly looking forward to Teacher Admirable Fish's new song. Really curious what kind of song he will write for this novel, Sherlock Holmes. I thought Teacher Admirable Fish would change the song. Looking at Teacher Admirable Fish's tribe, there doesn't seem to be any movement. It seems like he doesn't intend to change the song. It must be for that detestable Chu Kuang. It's also for us, the readers of Sherlock Holmes. I've said it before, Teacher Admirable Fish saved Sherlock Holmes' life. So no matter whether his new song satisfies me or not, I will download it in support. Same here. Teacher Admirable Fish has been so persistent for us fans of Sherlock Holmes. We fans of Sherlock Holmes must repay him. Let's go, guys. We must let everyone see the influence of Sherlock Holmes. The date was May 31st. The countdown to the release of the 7th chapter of Night had already begun. By the time it was evening, the heads of various music apps had already received the official audio file of the 7th chapter of Night. This is the perk of running a music app at the headquarters of a company named Cool Cat Music. Inside the director's office, the man chuckled lightly. The man had an encrypted music file on his computer called the 7th chapter of Night. The man's name was Su Tao, the director of Cool Cat Music. The 7th chapter of Night. A trace of curiosity flashed across Su Tao's eyes as he put on his headphones. As a diehard fan of the great detective Sherlock Holmes, a fan of adorable fish, and a professional musician, Su Tao was immensely curious about what this song would be like. What was the reason for Adorable Fish's insistence on not changing the song in the face of a targeted attack by four maestros? Was it merely because of Chu Kuang? Maybe it wasn't just that. Smiling, Su Tao clicked the play button. Chapter 724, 690. Shattered knees on the ground _1. Lyrics, Xian Yu. Composer, Xian Yu. Arrangement, Xian Yu. Singer, Xian Yu. The captions denoting the song information drift about Xian Yu's style. All round and familiar. Float by as Su Tao closes his eyes slightly. Inside the slightly dim office, the prelude of the song had quietly begun. In the melodious music box, notes from a violin weave in strangely. The mysterious cello constantly reappears in discordant notes. A tense atmosphere quietly permeates. And then comes the sound of a typewriter, both orderly and chaotic, followed by the official singing of the song. December 1893, the alley is clear. The 7th chapter of Night. The typewriter continues, advancing closer to the next line of truth. The smoke from the elder tree pipe wafts towards the withered tree, crying out to me silently. The circular square adjacent to Baker Street. The iris badge on the armored knight's arm shines faintly. The sound of an empty carriage echoing in the night visit. As the first line of the main song begins, Su Tao's just-closed eyes suddenly fly open, filled with surprise and admiration. Is it actually rap? Such a strong sense of rhythm. Not a hint of sluggishness. This must be Xian Yu's first time trying rap, right? No, this is not pure rap. The majority of rap is sung in a monotone. But Xian Yu's rap is definitely based on a melody, with an overabundance of lyrics added, making every word in a stanza take up very little time, saturating the lyrics with literary charm. Listening all the way down, there's no harshness or grating sounds. Instead, it flows naturally. No wonder he's the masked singer who defeated numerous top singers. Su Tao thought to himself. He had always wondered what kind of music should accompany Sherlock Holmes stories. Now Xian Yu has given the answer. He has actually composed a fast-paced rap song, and once again demonstrated his all-round vocal skills in this song. Su Tao had no idea this was the unique style of zhou rap. The song is still continuing by his ear. In Victoria's Moonlight, evil makes a bloody start. The missing gun, the burnt walking stick, the melted wax figure. Who wasn't there? The symbols on the jewelry box are but illusions conflicting, leading into his meticulously built dead end. The evidence is perfectly buried. That smirk mocking the Scotland Yard. Shifting his attention back to the lyrics, shock gradually spread across Su Tao's face. These lyrics. The starting date is the day Watson died, and the lines that follow point to the Mazarine stone case where Holmes deduces that Angel was Windibank through the incomplete letters on the typewriter. The elder tree pipe is Holmes's usual smoking apparatus. Shock gradually spreads across his face. Su Tao sees even more details. The line in the lyrics, wafting towards the withered tree, actually refers to the case, the Musgrave ritual, where Holmes finds the missing crown by measuring an old elm tree that was struck by lightning at the Musgrave estate. And a bloody start refers to a study in scarlet, the first case Holmes and Watson worked on together. When they first met, Holmes was conducting an experiment on the sedimentation of hemoglobin. But there's more than just that. For instance, the melted wax figure, who wasn't there, refers to the empty house. For instance, on the jewelry box, a symbol's illusion refers to the adventure of the 6 Napoleons. For instance, Su Tao was frightened. These lyrics are incredible. They're obsessively twisted. Almost every line corresponds to a scene of Sherlock Holmes. Such an ingenious lyrical ability. How starkly different from Lin Yuan's previous style of lyrics. This time, the artistic conception he created in his writings, with its grand narrative style, is enough to cause an uproar in the heart of any diehard fan of Sherlock Holmes. Su Tao felt exactly this way. Listening to this song, he felt as if he was reminiscing through Sherlock Holmes all over again. The novel's settings had completely transformed into a delicately produced movie. And just as his feelings surged, a sudden, ethereal female soprano appeared, causing his heart to shake violently in tune with the singing and the lyrics. If evil was a gorgeously cruel movement, I would personally write its finale. Morning dew drying the last line of sorrow. Black ink stains tranquility. Su Tao almost jumped out of his seat. If the lyrics from the main verse were enough for a Sherlock to pay respect and homage, then the tearful refrain would surely leave any musician awestruck, even reverential. How spectacular! How astounding! Jiang Kuei's voice, full of distinguishable undertones, perfectly meshed with Lin Yuan's rap, propelling the song to its climax. Su Tao was brought to his knees. What kind of song is this? The dark tone, astounding lyrics, tantalizing climax, even just having listened to the first part, was enough to stir up everyone's emotions. The lights dim, red curtains fall. Facts can only pierce through untraveled ground. Sudden delicate scent of flowers, attention-grabbing clothes. Everyone wears a different mask for different reasons, lies. There's only one name for motive, it's called desire. The singing continues. There is only sound and lyrics, but it seems like more and more stories are unfolding before Su Tao, taking on the form of vivid images. The song tells a tale. The tale becomes a drama. The drama is filled with songs. The blend of classical aura and modern rhythm is perfect, rapping complementing the melodious singing. Tinges of chill amongst etherealness. Violin strings, eerie yet vibrant notes, holy prayers, and various instruments clash wildly. By now, the song has played for around 3 minutes. There was a momentary pause in tempo, and then a flurry of piano notes suddenly emerge. Cycling from high to low, the string arrangement drives the song towards an even higher climax. This is the refrain, but this time, it's Lin Yuan's voice, both wildly emotional and lyrical. If evil was a gorgeously cruel movement, I would personally write its finale. As if the lyrics and expression were perfectly merged together, giving a feeling of the present reality suddenly merging with the song's timeline. The refrains before this were all sung by Jiang Kuei. This is the first time in the song that Lin Yuan was in command of the refrain. After being continuously highlighted by the previous female refrains, Lin Yuan takes the song to its finale by increasing the pitch by an octave. The combination of strings and piano drives the song to its zenith. Finally, everything calms down in the sound of the violin. Su Tao sits blankly with his headphones on. In the dark room, only silence remains. It feels like some mystical ritual. At this moment, find your next adventure on. The time ticks to midnight. As the clock officially strikes for the 1st of June, the 7th chapter of Night is officially released on all major music platforms. All the fans waiting in front of their screens, especially Sherlock fans, eagerly started this song. And then, we're a room full of battered knees. Chapter 725, 691, The Full Army Strikes _1. This night, in countless people's headphones or speakers, a song called The 7th Chapter of Night was all playing simultaneously. Click, 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 click. Behind the sound of the typewriter, the dark, luxurious melody was mysterious and clear, with great impact. It was as shattering as a soul crying out. As the song ended, the huge fan groups of Sherlock Holmes blew up in silence. Just as Su Tao had predicted, no Sherlock Holmes fan could possibly remain unmoved after hearing this song. The shattered knees were destined. My God, fell straight to my knees. So this is the theme music Fish Papa created for Sherlock Holmes? I got goosebumps all over my body. Almost every lyric symbolizes a story in Sherlock Holmes. I had worried about whether Lin Yuan could manifest the essence of Sherlock Holmes through the song. As a fan of Fish Papa, I can only say, you know nothing about power. Church bell, classical piano, and the accompaniment of organ, bass drum, pirate ship whistle, constant violin in the background. Who doesn't know that violin is Sherlock Holmes' favorite instrument? This song is an absolute perfect depiction of the novel world. The atmosphere of mystery in the song is superb. Listening to the song, I feel like I could become Sherlock Holmes and solve cases. The eerie and sinister feel under the mysterious atmosphere. I've heard songs from Xian before, but none of them had this sense of darkness. Definitely the best theme song for a novel. It's like goddamn movie soundtrack. Listen to this, and I want to replay Sherlock Holmes. Even though I graduated from Yin Continent Music Academy, I feel empty after listening to this song. Those 5 years of my university life, this song will undoubtedly become a masterpiece in the heart of all Sherlock Holmes fans. Why the hell aren't we rushing for it yet? Even if it's not for the friendship between Fish Papa and the old rascal, or the fact that Xian saved Sherlock Holmes, the quality of this song alone is worth all the Sherlock Holmes fans to go all out. Sherlock Holmes fans are shocked. This is a moment of celebration for Sherlock Holmes fans. Yet, at this moment, who else but Sherlock Holmes fans love this song? Even those who hadn't watched Sherlock Holmes became captives of this song. This song is super incredible. No wonder Fish Papa is not changing the songs. With this quality, why on earth would Fish Papa change songs for the ranking? Was directly blown away by Xian. Love Fish Papa's rap, love it. When the main song started, I knew that I had my loop for the next few days. It's an unprecedented music style. I can hardly believe that this is the same Xian that wrote Red Roses. Jiang Kuei's chorus is astonishing, perfectly complementing Fish Papa's finale like a god descended. Those who were worried that they might not get this song because they haven't watched Sherlock Holmes can rest assured now. Even though your critiques are high, I think it's just okay. Plus one upstairs, I feel like the song is a bit complex. Fish Papa is really something. Following Yukong led me to watch Journey to the West, and this song directly prompted me to order a collection of Sherlock Holmes novels in the middle of the night. Ordinary music fans are also shocked. However, unlike Sherlock Holmes fans, some of the ordinary fans had doubts about this song. In fact, at this juncture, it's not Sherlock Holmes fans, but music professionals who can truly appreciate the awe of this song. Xian wants to clear the 12 seasons. The 4 maestros gang up on Xian for revenge. How could music professionals not pay attention to such a grand event? After listening to this song, the knees of the music world are truly the most heavily burdened. Is this his answer for June? It's near perfect. The execution of grace notes is superb. The design of the counterpoint is unbeatable. You're all correct, but the most kick-ass part of this song is inevitably the arrangement, particularly the chords after 2 minutes and 52 seconds. They're simply explosive. This is the first time I've felt that Xian arrangement skills match his compositional abilities. The key is in the chords. You haven't seen Sherlock Holmes. If you'd read the novel, you'd have a higher opinion of the lyrics. Some of the lyrics in this song use filmic contrast. I can't think of anyone else who could write lyrics like this. After all, not everyone is as well-versed in both music and film as he is. The way he sings is also crucial. That's what I wanted to mention too. The way he sings this time is quite unique. I've never before heard him personally or any other Blue Star artist sing this way. Perhaps only this kind of singing can bring out the special flavor of this song. But this song has a big problem. Yes, this problem is a regret that all singers can't avoid. The appreciation threshold has increased. An increased difficulty in song creation could very likely cause the song's popularity to increase inversely. Xian previous pop songs focused a lot on being catchy, but he chose a dark and mysterious style for this song. Under such circumstances, it's easy for non-fans to be disinterested in this song. People in the music industry also identified the problem. At the root of it all is anxiety over a previously worried problem. If you make a song themed on Sherlock Holmes, the main audience will be enthusiasts of Sherlock Holmes, and those who haven't read the novel will inevitably have some limitations listening to this song. Even though Xian has done such a great job, even though Xian has taken into account varying tastes on a broad scale. But there are some fundamental problems that are definitely difficult to avoid. You can see a glimmer of this from the comments sprinkled with a few unanswered voices. In the end, you can't satisfy everyone perfectly. This isn't Xian problem. No composer could achieve the perfect blend for both these audiences. After all, Sherlock Holmes' narrative is inherently mysterious with a hint of darkness. In fact, Lin Yuan also knew about this problem. In the bunch of songs most highly acclaimed by director Zhou, among Earth's elite, someone would mention the seventh chapter of Night. But when it comes to catchiness, this song still falls short of Balloon of Confessions. But Lin Yuan still has confidence in this song, because there are always some songs that can change the music industry's value of based primarily on catchiness. There are always some songs that don't need anyone to sing along to. If it just lies quietly in a playlist, you can still experience its abyss-like stare. The most crucial point is, Blue Star's situation is different from Earth's. What are the differences exactly? Let's start explaining with some simple data. At this time, it was 1 a.m. The June season chart finally updated. When countless people opened the season's rankings, the first thing that caught their eye was undoubtedly Xian Yu's new song, the seventh chapter of Night. First place. The data for this song left the second, third, fourth, and fifth places far behind. And in those second, third, fourth, and fifth places were the tracks of the four other maestros who released new music around the same time. They were all stunned. Everyone was stunned. This had left everyone in the music industry in complete shock. Could a song that's fated to lack popularity top the charts? They searched through the comments and all kinds of responses on the internet about the seventh chapter of Night, until they finally found the essential truth in a series of slightly crazy comments. A clue can be found in Chu Kwang's comment section. The top comment, with the highest likes is, "Guys, for the seventh chapter of Night, let the world see the allure of Sherlock Holmes. Loyal fans of Holmes, unite. Holmes fans, unite." Explore more stories at All Out Attack. Chapter 726, 692. Calm on the surface, but actually panicking inside _1. The Holmes fans are making their move, and it's a full-on onslaught. The result? Thanks to these bookworms, they've managed to push the download numbers for the seventh chapter of the Night and secure Xian Yu's top spot on the music charts. Their enthusiasm is unmatched. They're rallying each other. We can't let Fish Papa's efforts be in vain. It's time for the Holmes fans to repay Xian Yu. As a Holmes fan, I've switched 6 music listening apps and downloaded the seventh chapter of the Night 6 times just to support Fish Papa in the charts. The seasonal chart competition focuses on download numbers. An individual can contribute to multiple downloads, because you can use different music listening apps to download the same song. This is a common practice when supporting an idol. 6 times is nothing. I've already switched to the 8th music listening app. People are saying online Fish Papa's Holmes themed song is too niche to make the charts. But this month us Holmes fans will show just how popular Holmes really is. Even solely based on our Holmes fans' support, this song can top the charts. With all the Holmes fans banding together to support, who cares if non-fans don't appreciate it? I absolutely adore the seventh chapter of the Night. It's a song tailor-made for Holmes. Fish Papa has done so much for Holmes. It's time we repaid him. Located in Qin continent, our Holmes fan group has 600 members, and we've already contributed 853 downloads. You guys are lacking. Our Qi continent group of 300 has contributed over 700 downloads. Well, the Chu continent Holmes fan club is picking up the pace. We'll scare you with our numbers later. The Yin continent fan club is also stepping up. Let's see who has the fiercest fans. If we're talking about fierceness, our Han continent isn't to be trifled with. Fish Papa was kind to us when he released his English songs. Now all our Han continent Holmes fans are raring to join the fight. While trying to make it to the charts, the fans from different continents have also started a rivalry. The 5 continents are competitive with each other while continuously rallying fans to support the seventh chapter of the Night. It's quite rare. It's seldom seen that a group of non-ordinary fans supports, with their utmost dedication, a song to make it to the charts. In fact, the goal of these Holmes fans is not only to help the seventh chapter of the Night top the charts. At the same time, this is the first time the Holmes fans are flaunting their terrific influence to the world. They want to prove how massive the Holmes fan group is. So enormous that solely by their efforts, they can help a song achieve the seasonal championship. Isn't it said that Xian Yu handcuffed himself by composing a Holmes-themed song? Sorry, we Holmes fans are not Xian Yu's handcuffs. We're seeing Yu's powerful boost, an unprecedented boost, even a decisive force. Let us determine the trajectory of the sixth season championship of the music world. Under this passionate atmosphere, the download numbers of CNU's The Seventh Chapter of the Night are skyrocketing. The top spot is becoming more and more unshakable. Music professionals are known for analyzing music, not adept at analyzing the market and public opinion. Who would have thought that the power of Home's fans would be so tremendous? CNU's decision to allow Chu Kuang to change the ending of Homes has finally reaped its rewards. In their shock, some music industry insiders even exclaimed, "Who the hell can tell me exactly how massive the number of Homes fans is? This is just too fierce. Just because CNU saved Homes? This is quite the repayment." It's not just repayment. The fact that Homes fans are helping so ardently to make the charts. The decisive reason is because the seventh chapter of the night conquered the Holmes fans. If you don't watch Sherlock Holmes, you definitely can't appreciate the charm of this song. But those who have watched Sherlock Holmes will find this song is so much more than just a song. It happened to be released at the time when Sherlock Holmes was just finished, when the fans were flooded with sentiment. A quality song related to Sherlock Holmes suddenly emerges, directly triggering their collective climax. No wonder it's a novel that sparked massive marches from readers across 5 continents just because of its unhandled ending. The fans of this novel, they are freaking fierce. The previous music analysis was actually not bad. It would be hard for CNU's song to top the charts. Not because of the song itself, but the audience of the work. In terms of music style, the dark and mysterious theme is indeed a bit niche. But everyone overlooked the power of Sherlock Holmes fans, and also underestimated the impact of this song on them. Before this, who would have thought that just relying on Sherlock Holmes fans could make the seventh chapter of Night top the charts? What else needs to be taken into account? Who cares if ordinary music fans aren't impressed? As long as CNU can satisfy Sherlock Holmes fans, that's enough. More so, who said ordinary fans aren't impressed? Ordinary fans are impressed too. It's just that compared to CNU's previous songs, ordinary fans might be a little less enthusiastic about this one. But this still can't hide the fact that the quality of the seventh chapter of Night is excellent. With these factors combined, this song finally topped the chart. CNU's 6 wins in a row, done and dusted. And this was why Lin Yuan insisted on not changing the song. On Earth, when the seventh chapter of Night was released, despite the support from Sherlock Holmes fans, the impact was minimal. After all, the majority of his fans are foreigners who don't usually listen to songs in Chinese. Besides, the song was released long after Sherlock Holmes had ended. But the Blue Star is different. CNU does have a connection with Sherlock Holmes. Plus, Sherlock Holmes had just ended recently. The number of fans is terrifying. Not to mention, there are no foreigners on Blue Star. All the people in this world understand the songs in Mandarin. With these conditions, are you still afraid that Sherlock Holmes fans won't fall into the trap? Besides, CNU's popularity is there. Everyone knows that chart performance isn't just about the song. It also depends on the popularity of the singer and the songwriter. How popular is CNU? The concert last month said it all. For some fans, as long as CNU is the one singing, they would support unconditionally. This group is also quite large. More so, due to the formation of their worldview and other unique factors, the aesthetic appreciation of the Blue Star is higher than that of Earth. Discover more stories at. Therefore, even ordinary listeners can appreciate the excellence of the seventh chapter of Night more easily than Earth listeners. These reasons combined have given Lin Yuan the confidence not to change his song. The facts prove that Lin Yuan's judgment and analysis were not wrong. Cough. If Lin Yuan hadn't secretly prepared another song, ready to replace the seventh chapter of Night at any time, his operation would have been even sharper. Indeed, someone may seem calm on the outside, but he's freaking out inside. Chapter 727, 693 Extremely High Professional Recognition _1. Yes, in order to secure his 12th consecutive win, Lin Yuan is now being very steady. So despite saying that he wouldn't change his song, he actually prepared a new one on the sly. He was afraid that the seventh chapter of Night would not meet his expectations. It's a good thing he didn't have to use it. Otherwise, there would have been more complications. By the time day broke, When people started to wake up and go to work and reopen the season's ranking, the seventh chapter of Night had already firmly secured its position at the top. Six-time champion, halfway to a 12-time championship already. Not even four maestros could prevent Xianyu from claiming the top spot this month. Xianyu has proved more than once that he has the abilities of an advanced, even top-tier, maestro. After all, he once had a 300-round battle with Yang Zhongming. But it has to be said, the seasonal chart has become increasingly brutal. Fish Papa's goal is a 12-time championship. There will certainly be maestros aiming to take him down. It was very touch and go this time. Enjoy new tales from. Yes, if it weren't for the support of the Fu fans, perhaps this song wouldn't have had the success it does now. It was quite a close victory. The netizens are discussing the results of the seasonal chart. In the minds of many, the seventh chapter of Night is a song that was forcibly pushed to the top by the Fu fans. Like an official endorsement, there was a big element of luck in reaching the top. Without the Fu fans, perhaps the four maestros could really have achieved their revenge. However, just as this perspective was being formed, Chen Hixuan, one of the four maestros, surprisingly posted a status. I am happy to lose to the seventh chapter of Night. If I had won, I would have felt uncomfortable because for music, audiences are a benchmark and professional musicians have another set of standards. If the professionals in the industry voted on the seasonal chart, Xian, you should have been the champion. The netizens paused for a moment. Immediately after, the other three maestros who released songs this month also spoke out. An Xian, there's no such thing as luck. The seventh chapter of Night should be number one. Even if it hadn't topped the seasonal chart, it would still be, in my mind, the deserved number one for this month. I don't like to use popularity as a standard to evaluate the quality of a song. Lu Rume, losing is losing. I wish Xian you continued success in the coming months. By the way, the arrangement of this song is one of the most outstanding works in recent years. Shenlang, this is a highly professional piece of music that is so sophisticated it risks being too advanced for some. I have added it to my playlist. Maybe not everyone can appreciate this song, but among Xianyu's works, this is my personal favorite. The netizens were shocked. They thought the four maestros would be upset, even disgruntled, because the majority of the data contributing to the song's top place was provided by the Fu fans. However, they didn't expect the four maestros to praise the seventh chapter of Night highly, without showing the slightest bit of resentment. After all, netizens are not professional musicians. Even if their aesthetic level or appreciation ability is good, their overall impression of a song can only be roughly divided into two categories: good, bad. Only after seeing the four maestros' evaluations did they realize that this song seemed to be quite amazing. Indeed, this song is amazing, because with the voices of the four maestros, even more music professionals gave their evaluations of this song, including some maestros who had some interactions with Xianyu. The one and only dark-themed song by Xianyu. This song can be named a piece of art. Yang Zhongming. If we don't talk about Xianyu's piano composition, this song is probably the second one that makes me feel Xianyu has the potential to reach godly status after the sea laughs. Zhongjing. From all of Xianyu's songs, Boastful is my first favorite. This one comes second. Wulong. Among all Xianyu's songs, May You Always Be Well ranks first in terms of lyrics, and this song stands second. Of course, this is for the Fu fans. If you're not a Fu fan, it's just okay. Mike. Among these reactions, the musician, Towards the North of the Sun, who previously thought Xianyu released a song in June themed on Sherlock Holmes, also posted a status. I was slapped in the face by Fish Papa. This lesson tells me that we mortals should not try to speculate the limits of these immortals. Fish Papa's reason for not changing the song must have been to prejudge the reaction of Sherlock's fans. As long as this song can sweep all of them, the ranking will not be bad. But I don't want to talk about rankings now. I just want to say, this song is mind-blowingly awesome. Probably the kind that will be repeatedly analyzed by the music world across 5 continents. Netizens are a little stunned. Is it really that incredible? Once a certain trend forms, it's hard for people to swim against the current. More people will just follow the trend. If professionals are saying this song is awesome, and I can't see it, wouldn't that show my aesthetic is too low? Incredible. Really incredible. Such powerful, Composition. The arrangement is genius. The more I listen, the more amazing I think it is. Goodness. No one mentions how this song was crowned the champion by Sherlock's fans. Everyone has become a fan of Fish, to the point where some people even say this is Lin Yuan's most incredible song, somewhat overzealous. Of course, some are mindlessly praising, and some are not. Some professionals even made specific videos and articles, properly explaining to netizens the fantastic aspects of this song. On Earth, the initial reaction to the 7th chapter of Night, when it was first released, was nothing exaggerated. Having said that, this may also have to do with the fact that all the other works in this album are utterly astonishing. As everyone knows, Director Zhou's first few albums are all gems. Because the first few were so powerful, the many songs Director Zhou wrote afterwards have all been described as mediocre. The explosive professional reputation of this song started with analysis from various GOAT. Similar analyses can be found in abundance on various video websites. Blue Star was not an exception. For some musicians, popularity seemed to have little to do with the depth of their work, but they were certainly experts in analyzing how incredible the 7th chapter of Night was. This only made the song even hotter. The difference between this song and Lin Yuan's other songs is that Lin Yuan's other songs, such as Red Roses and The Like, are often selected in karaoke lounges. Only this one, which was the champion of the season, is almost never chosen in KTV. It's just too difficult for ordinary people to sing. The industry's analysis of the song's popularity problem, in the face of this fact, obtained compelling evidence. However, most songs that have problems with popularity can hardly achieve good results. This song is one of the rare exceptions, and this was beyond what Lin Yuan had expected. He didn't expect the 7th chapter of Night to experience another surge of popularity because of its rave reviews. Is the soaring number of downloads really from people who love it? If everyone really loves this song, would they love Director Zhou's next professional dark-themed mega hit even more in the future? That song is said to be an upgraded version of the 7th chapter of Night. Well, no need to fuss about that now. That song doesn't need to be brought up just yet. What Lin Yuan needs to think about now is, should Shadow make a move? And after Chu Kuang finishes The Great Detective Sherlock Holmes, what should he write next? Chapters 728, 694, Trinity_1. Over the next few days, the 7th chapter of Night continued to hold its champion position steadfastly. On the internet, various discussions revolving around the song hadn't ended yet. Just when the discussions were at their peak, the official account of the Qin Continent's Literature and Art Association suddenly announced a piece of news. Today, Lin Yuan is officially a rising first-line singer at Blue Star. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn to it. At this point, no one went on discussing the 7th chapter of Night. Countless topics suddenly shifted back to Lin Yuan itself, accompanied by many netizens' amazement and surprise. A hashtag called #Lin Yuan becomes first-line singer hashtag shot directly to the trending list. Lin Yuan has become a first-line singer. He's plainly a songwriter, isn't he? It's well known that out of hobby or something, Lin Yuan sings some songs on his own. And surprisingly, he has established himself as a genuine first-line singer. Exactly. Despite Lin Yuan often competes with the singing kings and queens from various continents, being a first-line singer in the music industry is still a high-profile position that not just anyone can achieve. Therefore, seeing Lin Yuan becoming a first-line singer, many people's expressions became peculiar. Probably even Lin Yuan himself didn't expect that he would become a first-line singer in the music industry as a songwriter, did he? Fucking hell. Lin Yuan becomes the first-line singer. Consider it this way. Fish Papa is the best singer among all the composers in Blue Star. At the same time, he is the best composer among all the singers. Fish Papa, I'm obviously a composer, but I accidentally became a first-line singer. I fucking didn't realize at all that Fish Papa has sung so many popular songs unconsciously. If Fish Papa is willing to sing more songs, wouldn't he pick up the title of King of Singing on the way? So the old saying is indeed correct. Fish Papa doesn't need to aim for the 12 consecutive championships. If he wants to become maestro, just prop himself up to be the king of singing and push Zhang Kuei to be the queen of singing, right? If you have to admit, it won't be difficult for Fish Papa to become the king of singing, right? After all, Both Xian Yu and Jiang Kuei have already reached the level of the king and queen of singing in terms of their strength. It's just that the sales of their personal performance works haven't caught up yet. Besides, Fish Papa is stronger than Jiang Kuei. After he sings, he has significantly bested quite a few kings and queens of singing. What is called being awesome? This is called being awesome. He can obviously accomplish becoming maestro in the easiest way, but he chose the hardest road. Your journey continues on. Not to mention the netizens. Even Lin Yuan himself didn't expect that he would unknowingly become a first-line singer. Just as the netizens analyzed, for Lin Yuan to become the king of singing does not seem to be a difficult thing. He just needs to release more songs of his own performance. In the entire music history of Blue Star, no one has ever simultaneously held both the titles of maestro and the king or queen of singing. If Lin Yuan can accomplish this, he would probably also set a precedent in the music industry of Blue Star. Get the title of maestro first, then turn myself into the king of singing? This idea springs in Lin Yuan's heart. He has always been clear about his own positioning. Even after regaining his voice, Lin Yuan does not intend to be a singer as his main profession. He is still a composer. But if he could create an interesting history, he wouldn't mind realizing it at some point. Could this also be considered as a reward for his passion in singing? In fact, what shocked everyone was not that Xian Yu became a first-line singer, but how he did so effortlessly. For other first-line singers, they could finally become a first-line singer through continuous efforts in their careers. However, for Xian Yu to become a first-line singer seems to be just by the way. Exactly. It's just by the way. Many have struggled for a lifetime, but still could not reach their pursuit of goals. However, Xian Yu achieved this without anyone being aware of it. Unexpected, but reasonable. This is probably the best summary of Xian Yu becoming a first-line singer. The unexpected aspect is that Xian Yu wasn't seen to be particularly active as a singer. Many even occasionally forgot about his identity as a singer, because his halo as Maestro Jr. is too dazzling. The reasonable aspect is that starting from The Masked Singer, Xian Yu has sung quite a lot of songs on his own. All these songs were hits. The accumulated popularity and data together have established Xian Yu's status as a first-line singer. I suddenly had a terrifying thought. On the internet, a netizen posted, "Everyone knows that there are 3 ways to become maestro. Do you think Fish Papa could possibly achieve all of these at once? That is, he won the 12 consecutive championships, brought up the king and queen of singing, and also won an award from the Literature and Art Association for one of his works, becoming the first ever 3-in-1 maestro in history." This post instantly garnered a significant number of discussions. If he really makes this, can Fish Papa's status directly reach the level of Yang Zhongming? No way. Firstly, the 12 consecutive championships is still an unknown. This month's The 7th Chapter of Night is clearly struggling to win the championship. Without the help of Fumi, Fish Papa might have overturned on this. Saying Fish Papa could bring up the king and queen of singing and become maestro based on this is still possible. As for some of Fish Papa's works directly getting the recognition from the Literature and Art Association, the difficulty of this is just a tiny bit easier than Fish Papa making it through the 12 consecutive championships. The only universally accepted way to become maestro now is to bring up 2 singers of the king and queen level. Not talking about reaching Father Yang's level. As long as Xian Yu achieves 3-in-1, he would directly make it to the top 10 composers in Blue Star. Though I am Xian Yu's fan, I can only say, this thought is too insane. Absolutely unrealistic. How many composers can do this in Blue Star as of now? I just counted a bit. Currently, only 3 people are being able to do this. Like Father Yang, currently with 2-in-1, he has brought up several kings and queens of singing, reaching the standard of maestro. And he also has a song that received official recognition by the Literature and Art Association. But Father Yang has never won the 12 consecutive championships. I think it's because Father Yang has never tried to go for the 12 consecutive championships. Among the top 10 composers in Blue Star, several of them should have the potential to hit 12 consecutive championships. It's just that they chose not to do so due to reasons like their personal energy. This post indeed stirred up some attention. But the ultimate conclusion is that Xian Yu can't do this. This is not a matter of whether he has support or not anymore. Purely because there are too few people in Blue Star who have helped him realize this. Any person who can achieve this is at the top of the pyramid in the music industry of Blue Star. Saying Lin Yuan, at his current age, can achieve this would be almost like a wild flight of fancy. Everyone does acknowledge this Maestro Jr.'s strength, but that doesn't mean everyone also acknowledges that. Xian Yu's level has already reached the apex of Blue Star's music industry. Chapter 729, 695 Shadow is going to start business _1. Lin Yuan also noticed this post. The 3-in-1. For him, this indeed seemed hard to achieve. Handing over a king of singing song was not a difficult task, but the journey towards 12 straight wins was only halfway through, and it was hard to predict what would happen next. And the uncertainty was even higher for a single work to win the highest award for a single song, depending on the judges' tastes. However, while it may be difficult, it's not impossible. In the future, for the sake of reputation, Lin Yuan might try to achieve this goal. With such thoughts in mind, Lin Yuan stopped paying attention to the online trends. As for becoming a first-tier singer, it didn't have any impact on Lin Yuan's life. He had too many identities. The priority of being a singer wasn't high. There were still 2 pseudonyms waiting for work. The first one was Chu Kuang, who had just finished Detective Conan. Chu Kuang had been writing for several years without any rest. According to usual practice, Lin Yuan should be considering Chu Kuang's next work. But these days, Lin Yuan thought about giving Chu Kuang a break for a while. As a result, it was time for Shadow to get to work. Primarily because Shadow had been resting for too long. If Shadow doesn't start working soon, his low-profile persona would become even stronger. If this continues, everyone would probably forget that Shadow is one of the 3 brothers. Right. Shadow's task was definitely still to create manga. As for the theme of Shadow's next manga, Lin Yuan already had a general idea. He wanted to draw a detective manga based on mystery elements. However, when it came to the specific choice of manga, Lin Yuan was somewhat hesitant. He had 2 works that were quite fitting. One was a manga paying homage to Detective Conan, also known as Grim Reaper Elementary Student. Well, its real name was Detective Conan. The other was the relatively niche The Kendaichi Case Files. If considering only the breadth of the audience, he would definitely choose Conan. But when considering the professionalism of deduction, The Kendaichi Case Files was more impressive. The professionalism of deduction in this manga reached novel-level standards. Many national films and TV detective cases have imitated Kendaichi's work, including The Celestial Dynasties, The Young Detective, and various criminal police case-solving dramas. Lin Yuan was torn by this choice. If it came to making money, he would definitely look to Conan. However, Lin Yuan is no longer the penny-pinching young man he once was. For Shadow, reputation is also vital. However, Lin Yuan only wavered for 10 minutes before finding his answer. Only children make choices. Grown-ups want it all. He might as well draw both manga. Popularity would come from Conan, while reputation from the Kendaichi doing both jobs at the same time. At most, he would just tire a little. Although now Luo Wei and the studio assistants have improved a lot. With their help, Lin Yuan could still take it easy. Having decided on this, Lin Yuan arranged for these 2 manga with the system. In terms of pricing, Grim Reaper Elementary Student outclassed The Kendaichi Case Files. As expected, having a broad audience was crucial. Then, Lin Yuan told Jin Mu about his plans to start a new manga. Jin Mu laughed. You finally remembered that you're also a manga artist. Lin Yuan. After teasing Lin Yuan for a bit, Jin Mu asked, what kind of manga are you planning to make this time? Mystery. Mystery. Jin Mu was stunned. Mystery is a popular element in novels, but it's quite niche in manga. Niche, you say? Lin Yuan looked at Jin Mu. Jin Mu tapped his forehead. Sorry, I was not thinking straight. If it's you, even a mystery manga could become popular. There shouldn't be any issue. That's right. Even after following Lin Yuan for so long, Jin Mu still subconsciously thought according to conventional rules. But who is his boss? Does his boss ever care about whether the theme is niche? Even the coldest of themes always become popular under Lin Yuan's hands, don't they? Take Chu Kuang's novels, for example. Though they all have cold themes, they all end up creating a massive impact. Even Xian Yu's songs have started featuring niche elements. Who would have thought that the recent The Seventh Chapter of Night, which had a dark and suspenseful style, would be a hit? Even for Shadow, wasn't King of the Net a niche theme? Yet, didn't it end up exploding in popularity? What the boss excels at is turning something considered niche into something popular, leaving everyone dumbfounded. As if he wouldn't be able to show off how powerful he is without making a niche theme popular. Moreover, shadow drawing a mystery manga. What a great topic. Following in Chu Kuang's footsteps. Who knows, maybe he could even pull a paying homage to Conan stunt like Xianyu did. That's decided then. Alright, what's the manga's name? The Kendaichi Case Files. Lin Yuan planned to release the Kendaichi Case Files first, and Grim Reaper Elementary Student would follow suit. Strange name. Jinmu commented, then pulled up his phone. I'll contact Tribe Comics about it. Our contract should be upgraded once again. Tribe Comics was the undisputed #1 online manga site in Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han. With the backing of Tribe, the site's traffic crushed other manga sites. With Lin Yuan launching a new manga, Tribe Comics, a platform they've been working with for several years, was the default option unless something extraordinary happened. Lin Yuan nodded. While Jinmu was contacting Tribe Comics, Lin Yuan summoned Luo Wei. You're going to draw a manga? Luo Wei, upon learning of Lin Yuan's decision, started, jumping excitedly. Only heaven knew how long she had been waiting for this moment. Yes, let's get to work. As Lin Yuan spoke, he began designing the characters for the Kendaichi Case Files manga. He was designing and conversing with Luo Wei at the same time. Lin Yuan, with his master-level drawing skills and high artistic vision, wasn't satisfied with the original work's art. It wasn't that the original work was bad. The main reason was that the manga's original art style was too old-fashioned. It had the look of a very classic manga style. Even when copying a manga, one couldn't just mindlessly copy everything. The art style still had to be more in line with the aesthetic tastes of the audience of this era. The plot didn't need to be changed. The original manga's plot was impressive. After discussing for a while, Jinmu suddenly walked into the drawing office. Tribe Comics has agreed to negotiate a contract upgrade with us. The contract upgrade shouldn't be a problem, but it seems like something happened over their side. Continue reading on. What happened? The person in charge at Tribe Comics has been replaced. Who was it before? Hanjime. Oh, Lin Yuan recalled the female director. Jinmu lamented a little. Working with Hanjime was quite pleasant. However, for some unknown reason, Hanjime has left Tribe Comics. That's their internal affairs. Lin Yuan didn't care who their person in charge was. It was their internal matters. Yes. Jinmu nodded. He was just making an offhand remark. Chapter 730, 696 Polarization_1. In the following few days, Lin Yuan, along with Luo Wei and their assistants, worked on creating the Kendaichi Case Files in the studio. 1 week later, Jinmu finalized a new contract with Tribe Comics, which offered better terms. After the contract negotiation was completed, Jinmu said to Lin Yuan, negotiations were not very smooth. The new manager of Tribe Comics is not as straightforward as Hanjime, but thankfully they agreed to our terms in the end, so it all worked out for us. Lin Yuan nodded. You've worked hard. I wouldn't say it was hard. Jinmu laughed. The difficulty in reaching this contract was not just because Tribe Comics changed their manager, but also because Tribe Comics' influence has grown exponentially these few years. The top comic creators are all gathered on this site. They've almost monopolized the resources of comic authors. Even if any author were to leave the site, they wouldn't have anywhere else to go, as they've taken all the traffic from other comic sites. It's precisely because of this that they dare to manipulate the authors. This is quite normal. Back when Tribe Comics was in its early stages, they were the ones seeking out comic creators. Now, Tribe Comics leads the industry in traffic, and they dictate the market trends, which has caused the comic creators to seek them out instead. Of course, for comic creators like Shadow, the impact isn't particularly large. Tribe Comics still values its top comic authors and is still willing to make concessions in contracts, though the size of these concessions is certainly smaller than before, and negotiations concerning the distribution of profits have become more difficult. It's normal. Lin Yuan speaks up. He feels this is because Shadow's influence isn't quite big enough yet. If Shadow had the same industry influence as Chu Kuang and Xianyu, then there would definitely not be any similar issues, as the terms Jinmu proposes are practically never too harsh. Chu Kuang and Xian Yu never had any problems concerning contract negotiations either. Perhaps things will change once Detective Conan is released. The promotion will be launched tonight. We should confirm the exact release date for our comic. Let's do it tonight then. Over the past few days, Lin Yuan, Luo Wei, and the other assistants have created enough drafts for the early issues of the comic. All right. Jean Mu continued to liaise with Tribe Comics. Finally, the message that Shadow was releasing a new comic was officially announced on Tribe Comics' official platform. Teacher Shadow's first mystery comic, The Kendaichi Case Files, will be officially released on the Tribe Comics platform at 8 o'clock tonight. Please look forward to it. This sudden surprise hit Shadow's fans hard. This lazy guy Shadow is finally releasing a new comic. Since the end of Death Note last year, Shadow seemed to have disappeared, with no news of any new works. Until today, people have been asking online where Shadow had gone. Why isn't Shadow drawing new comics? Some of Shadow's fans even went to the comment section of Xian Yu and Chu Kuang, Shadow's two good bros, to ask why there had been no news from Shadow. Unfortunately, neither Chu Kuang nor Xian Yu responded. About this, Shadow's fans could only guess. Read latest stories on. Shadow's laziness must have kicked in again. Don't forget that Shadow has a history of this. For instance, even though he has exceptional drawing skills, the two comics before Death Note were not drawn earnestly. Without the criticisms from the Chu Continent comic creators that year, he probably wouldn't have displayed his best drawing skills in classics like Death Note, but instead would have continued to half-heartedly create. Never seen such a willful comic creator before. Now seeing news of Shadow's new work, the fans finally breathe a sigh of relief. Looks like he's still alive. Among the three bros, Xian Yu is the most diligent one, but even Chu Kuang, whose reputation is so rotten, is very diligent in updating his novels. Shadow, however, always thinks about how to be lazy despite his immense talent. I almost thought he had switched his career to become an illustrator. Ever since Death Note was completed, only when Chu Kuang was writing his novels could we see Shadow's name under the column of illustrators. And his drawing skills are still incredibly good. However, the theme of this new comic is really interesting. It's a mystery comic. Are there any popular mystery comics in Blue Star? There has never been a popular mystery comic. Would Shadow end up drawing a detective comic after having watched The Great Detective Sherlock Holmes? Is this some kind of collab with that old rascal Chu Kuang? Xian Yu's The Seventh Chapter of Night is the definition of a collab. At most, Shadow is just riding the coattails of the detective fad. I have to admit, even though I have no interest in detective stories, when I heard that Shadow was going to draw a detective comic for his next work, I was intrigued. After all, the quality of his comics is undeniable. Who would have thought that Shadow would also dip into detective stories? He's like the Chu Kuang of the comic world, mastering all themes. In terms of their diverse range of themes, the three brothers are all rather talented. Looking forward to the Kendaichi Case Files. Despite his nearly year-long hiatus, Shadow's popularity hadn't diminished in the slightest. The number of his followers was still high, given that his three prior comics were all successful. In his fans' anticipation, the comic was finally launched and published on schedule at 8 o'clock that evening. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Shadow's fans were the first to open up the comic. On the newly popular chart, this comic, named The Kendaichi Case Files, quickly soared up to the top 5. This is the bonus that fame brings. Regardless of the theme of the work, as long as the author is renowned, the minute it's published it can instantly attract numerous readers. Not just readers. Some fellow comic artists on the Tribe website, out of curiosity, opened up this comic as well. If this was an ordinary detective comic, or if it was by another author, everyone would undoubtedly underestimate it due to its niche theme. But the themes of Shadow's earlier comics weren't exactly popular either, yet they all became more successful than the last. Given this, no one dared to make an offhand guess on whether this comic will be a hit. However, when the insiders, the comic artists, finished reading the initial content, their expressions changed almost in synchrony, becoming hesitant. How should they put it? This comic is amazing. The storyline is of superior quality. The detective aspect is rather hardcore. But it seems like Shadow hasn't entirely broken away from the niche aura emitted by detective comics? Or perhaps only partway. Anyway, It feels different than what they had expected. Maybe it's just because the plot hasn't fully unfolded yet. The fellow comic artists were lost in thought. The comment section of the comic. It was bustling with activity. But the two most popular posts with the highest reply rate revealed two drastically different reader attitudes. The first view. Shadow is indeed badass as always. Just judging by the opening chapter, this is definitely the best detective comic I've ever read. The detective aspect gives a taste of orthodox mystery. The plot setting is extremely precise. The artwork style is impressively cool as always, and the first story arc is full of twists and turns. Looking forward to the future developments. The second view. The artwork style undoubtedly reigns supreme, as does the detective aspect. But somehow I just don't enjoy detective stories. I tried to read it, but I felt only mildly drawn to it. I'll wait and see if there will be any interesting twists later. The reviews weren't bad at all. However, the two divergent attitudes in the readers' comments were rather thought-provoking. At that time, Lin Yuan was sitting in front of his computer, not at all surprised by the commentary. This comic is best suited for building up reputation and earning acclaim. If he wants a hype explosion, he still needs Detective Conan. The story of Grim Reaper Elementary Student is perfect for family entertainment. Even those who do not like detective stories can enjoy it, because the character design and story threshold of Conan are very low, and the badass atmosphere and satisfactions are quite popularized. I'll roll out Conan in a while. As he switched off the computer, Lin Yuan had already come to a decision. Chapter 731, 697. Applauded but not popular _1. In the days to follow, the Kindaichi case files continued to be serialized, with more and more new content coming out. On the Starry Sky website, the rating was out. The manga called the Kindaichi case files had unbelievably achieved a rare rating of 9.5 points. The reviews were through the roof. It was the highest rated of all the manga Shadow had released, with readers becoming more and more satisfied with its plot twist. Even many people claimed that the Kindaichi case files was the best quality detective manga among all Blue Star comics. But what was odd, despite being the best reviewed of all Shadow's published works, this manga's popularity didn't seem to explode in relation to its ratings and reviews. On the contrary, while Kindaichi's reputation continued to rise, the popularity of this manga actually dropped slightly from the first day. Yes, it was dropping. Continue reading stories on. On the new work chart, Kindaichi gradually slipped from the first day's top position to the second. The one to surpass Shadow was a new work from a less famous mangaka. It looked like the third place was closing in on Kindaichi fast. Maybe it could push Kindaichi to third place in a few days? The situation was now clear. Shadow's new manga was critically acclaimed, but not popular among readers. On one hand, there were waves of positive reviews and ratings, but on the other hand, there was a daily decline in rankings and popularity. In the past, this would have been an impossible situation. No one ever thought Shadow's manga could end up being critically acclaimed, but not popular. The industry finally stopped hesitating and doubting. After all, detective stories are niches. Even Shadow cannot save this category's low popularity and attention. No matter how good the reviews are, insufficient sales still make it pointless. This time Shadow chose the wrong theme. Shadow thought he could draw a niche detective story and readers would still be interested, but in the end, he has proved to be overly arrogant. The artwork is really good, the plot is really good, everyone acknowledges that this manga is excellent, but such a theme is destined to not be universally popular. The reason for the high rating is that those who don't like this manga have given up. The high score is because those who gave up on this manga couldn't give it bad reviews, because everyone knows the work is actually great. From the plot and artwork you can tell, like a director's heartfully made movie, the scenes and shots are top-notch, but unfortunately not everyone finds it intriguing. Shadow flopped. In fact, this achievement is pretty decent for an average mangaka. But for a manga artist of Shadow's caliber, this result is absolutely a flop. In terms of popularity comparison, out of Shadow's 4 manga, the most popular one is Death Note. The least popular one is Kindaichi, even though Kindaichi's reputation surpasses Death Note. Almost a year without a new manga. The long wait did not cause Shadow's fans to leave. However, because the Kindaichi case files was of a niche and unpopular genre, it led to a loss of Shadow's fans. Considering this, those readers and fans who like this manga even started to worry. Would Shadow end up cutting short the Kendaichi case files? Manga readers were well experienced. They knew it well. Some manga artists, when facing disappointing sales of new works, often stopped the unsuccessful work to start a new one. Especially a manga artist like Shadow, who became super popular right out of the gate. The previous 3 manga, each more popular than the last. Suddenly the 4th manga was underperforming, successful in reviews, but unpopular among readers. Under such a huge drop, could Shadow withstand such a blow? Of course, Lin Yuan could withstand such a blow. Whether it was a flop or not, the Kendaichi case files was clearly a popular manga. It's just that everyone subconsciously benchmarked the popularity of this manga with Death Note. Compared to his previous work, the performance of this manga was not satisfactory. But in the whole manga circle, this manga was still very successful, not to mention that the reviews were so positive. Anyway, Lin Yuan had no plans to stop this manga. It would be too hurtful to those readers who truly love this manga. He'd just keep going with the serialization. As a matter of fact, not only that, readers were worried about Shadow's serial absenteeism. Seeing the success of the Kendaichi case files, Luo Wei and Jinmu also tested Lin Yuan's attitude. Have you considered starting a new project? Lin Yuan nodded. Jinmu's face changed slightly. Luo Wei hastily asked, "What about the Kendaichi case files then?" Lin Yuan replied matter-of-factly, "Continue to release." Jinmu breathed a sigh of relief. "Then you are still considering starting a new project?" Lin Yuan countered. "Who said we can only work on one project at a time?" Jinmu was shocked. Luo Wei was also taken aback. "Two at once." Lin Yuan laughed. "That's the idea. Anyway, the Kendaichi case files will definitely not be cut." The expressions on Luo Wei and Jinmu's faces became strange. Just as the two were about to say something, Jinmu's phone rang. Jinmu went out to answer the call. After the call, Jinmu returned to the office. His face looked somewhat uneasy. Luo Wei asked, "What happened?" Jinmu snapped. "Tribe Comics hinted at us abandoning the Kendaichi case files to start a new project." Luo Wei was drawing. Her hand paused suddenly. She no longer wanted to continue drawing. She spoke coldly. "Didn't Tribe Comics always refrain from meddling with authors' affairs? The contract also stipulates that the website should not interfere with the author's creation. Their hint to cut off the comic is very unfair to readers who are waiting for updates." Luo Wei still loved the Kendaichi case files very much. From her personal feelings, she absolutely did not want to abandon this comic. Although this piece did not perform as well as Shadow's previous 3 works, it was nowhere near discontinuation. Lin Yuan also frowned slightly. Tribe Comics had somewhat overstepped their boundaries. Jinmu sighed. "They understand the contract, so it was just a suggestion. I've already declined it. This is pure capitalist behavior. They think we can make more money by starting a new project than the Kendaichi case files." Luo Wei pursed her lips. "But they can't just think about making money. They have to respect their own users. They have a new person in charge." Jinmu was helpless. If Han Jimei were still in charge of Tribe Comics, this would not have happened. "This new manager is not very capable," Lin Yuan suddenly said. "Then let's start a new project and communicate with them." "Are we really going to take on 2 projects?" Both Jinmu and Luo Wei were somewhat worried. Lin Yuan nodded. Luo Wei said, "Then the update speed of both comics will be affected." Jinmu added, "Taking on 2 projects at the same time could also lead to insufficient creative energy, making it easy to pull each other down and not focus on one comic. You must know, the Kendaichi case files, this kind of comic is very plot-driven. If there isn't enough time to brainstorm, the quality of the plot may suffer." "It's okay." Lin Yuan had already made up his mind. Jinmu has always had no power to sway the decisions of his boss, so he did not continue to insist. "What is the theme of the new project? Cuisine? Competition? Or continue following the successful path, drawing a cunningly crafted intellectual comic like Death Note?" "Mystery," Lin Yuan spoke. Poof! Luo Wei almost fell over. Jinmu was also utterly confused. "What?" Lin Yuan had to repeat himself. "Mystery." Luo Wei. Jinmu. "The new project is still a mystery comic? Teacher Shadow, is it us, or is there something wrong with you?" Chapter 732, 698. He said he doesn't accept _1. Tribe Comics. In the meeting room, the new manager, Lin Yuan, stated with a stern face, Tribe Comics is currently the highest-ranking website in the industry, but I don't want us to grow complacent, as we still have plenty of room to grow. The issue I want to raise today is that our company's contracts with top writers are too lenient. I'm not suggesting that my predecessor did a poor job. Quite the contrary. They did an admirable job attracting over 90% of the industry's outstanding comic artists to our site under the most favorable terms, making our site grow rapidly. However, now that our site has developed and we can provide better resources for the authors, shouldn't they contribute more? This is where my predecessor fell short. Business isn't run on goodwill, and no company can sustain itself on it alone. No one speaks up. The new manager began drastic changes in the company's systems soon after taking over, showing a clear trend towards dehanjimization. This was only to be expected. The new manager didn't want to be seen as picking low-hanging fruit at Tribe Comics. Eager to make the website better, he wanted to prove that he was more suitable for his current position than Hanjime. After the opening remarks, Lin Yuan turned to his deputy editor on the right. How did the negotiation with Shadow go? The deputy editor replied with difficulty. They are unwilling to cut the Kindaichi case files in half. Lin Yuan frowned. Didn't you make our point clear? I can offer them the best contract, but Shadow's current work does not match his treatment. I need him to deliver greater value to justify the company's concessions in the contract. I made it clear. The deputy editor forced a smile, but Teacher Shadow doesn't listen to our company. Ms. Han. Cough. Hanjime also once stated that Tribe Comics would give Shadow the greatest creative freedom. What I hate the most is the disobedience of my subordinates. Do you all understand now? Lin Yuan scanned the audience. My predecessor spoiled these comic artists, especially the top-tier ones. If Shadow wants to continue drawing, he can do so, but his promotion power will be reduced until he realizes that his achievement doesn't justify his treatment. My philosophy, I believe, is clear to you all. Reputation is worthless compared to sales. This will also be the philosophy of our website from now on. Well, the deputy editor began, but Shadow has agreed to start a new comic. A double launch? The other editors expressed surprise. One of them hesitated a little and said, if Teacher Shadow has decided to do a double launch, it means that although he hasn't completely followed your requirements, he has still made a concession. In his previous 3 comics, Teacher Shadow never made any concessions to the company. Many others nodded in agreement. Many seasoned editors who had been there during Hanjime's tenure were present. These senior editors knew that Shadow had a strong stance in his interactions with Tribe Comics. Before the release of Food Wars, Shokyuji no Soma, Hanjime had tried to persuade Shadow to change his mind, as the market for food comics was tough. But Shadow flatly ignored her advice. This time, Shadow's willingness to do a double launch was indeed a rare concession. Double launch, huh? Lin Yuan's face softened slightly. It seems he's being sensible. If that's the case, then we can work with it. These comic artists are not unlike snobbish literati. They cherish their pride, which I understand and can give them. If only pride could be used to pay for meals. What's the theme of the new work? Detective story. The voice of the deputy editor was faint. What? Lin Yuan thought he had heard wrong. Detective story. The deputy editor's voice became even fainter, like a mosquito, but everyone in the room heard it clearly. The audience's faces changed instantly. Lin Yuan's eye twitched drastically. Are they messing with me? Continuing with detective stories? Isn't it obvious that the Kindaichi case files isn't doing well because it's a detective story? This niche is too small, and yet his new work also dwells on detective stories, as if he wants to prove something with his obstinacy. I think I can understand Shadow's choice. He is very accomplished. His resolve to continue drawing detective comics must be because he has learned from the lessons of Kindaichi case files. The editor who had previously said that Shadow had made a concession bravely spoke. Shut up. Lin Yuan interrupted him coldly. Either change the theme or decrease the contractual terms. Besides, forget it. I will personally take over the negotiation this time. But I don't want to repeat myself. Lin Yuan spoke coldly. You call this a concession? This is a provocation. He's not trying to solve the problem, but walking further down the problematic path. Everyone fell silent. Vaguely, Everyone could hear Ling Kong growling the word mad. The office became even quieter. The leadership styles of the two managers of Tribe Comics were worlds apart. Han Jimei was lenient and cared about goodwill. She got along well with the comic artists. The downside was that she sometimes cared too much about goodwill, treating the comic artists more favorably than the industry standard. Ling Kong put profit first and cared about rules. His collaboration with comic artists was purely business. There was no room for favoritism. In fact, the previous department under Ling Kong's management was very successful. He was not a weak person who replaced Han Jimei due to company ties. If he had any flaws, the whole company knew that Ling Kong was the kind of person who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. This was how Han Jimei had lost her job. However, there were even larger reasons behind it. Inside the Shadow Studio, Luo Wei turned to a group of assistants. The updates for Kandaichi case files need to speed up. Everyone needs to contribute to the drawing. As you've been learning from Teacher Shadow for so long, you should have developed the capability to draw independently by now. Meanwhile, we need to dig another hole for a new project. The group responded with excitement. This brings us to the everyday life of the studio. Lin Yuan is a manga creator and chief artist, as well as Luo Wei's teacher, regularly teaching her traditional Chinese painting. Apart from traditional Chinese painting, Lin Yuan also teaches Luo Wei how to draw manga. Under the teacher's halo, Luo Wei's manga drawing skills improved rapidly, to the point where she is now worthy of substituting for Lin Yuan. In his downtime, Lin Yuan also teaches other studio assistants how to draw manga. After activating the teacher's halo and years of instruction, his assistants' drawing skills have vastly improved. Everyone is now eager to put their skills to the test. God knows to what extent they have learned from Teacher Shadow. There's a reason why Lin Yuan is doing this, of course. He has many manga to release in the future, and it's too much for one person, even with Luo Wei's help. So he must train more helpers. Under normal circumstances, Lin Yuan wouldn't be able to produce a group of master painters in just a few years. No one can. But Lin Yuan has the teacher's halo, an unorthodox external aid. So now, every assistant in the studio possesses an impressive level of drawing skills. If these little helpers from Shadow Studio were to go out there, even if they don't independently create manga, they'd at least be more than capable of being excellent pure painters. If these people were to collaborate on a creation, the rate of production would be unprecedented. In other words, Lin Yuan's studio boasts a Heavenly King-level lineup of artists that no other manga studio in Blue Star could match. This small studio, nestled within it are a group of artists who, under Lin Yuan's teacher's halo, have quietly honed their skills for several years without making their debut yet. And now, these assistants are about to make their debut. Double publication is not the limit. What about 3, 4, or 5 issues at once? If Lin Yuan can keep up with the plot and storyboard, even if more series are launched, Lin Yuan can still maintain control. As for Lin Yuan, would the plot and storyboard be a problem? For other manga artists, this may require deep reflection, but in Lin Yuan's mind, these are already settled. With a slight smile on his face, Lin Yuan watches Luo Wei rally the others. Meanwhile, Jin Mu receives another phone call. It's from Tribe Comics. Saying this, Jin Mu goes to the next room to take the call. Lin Yuan, while watching Luo Wei interact with the assistants, leans in the doorway and listens in for a while. The discussion between Jin Mu and the other party seems quite unpleasant. Faintly, Lin Yuan hears the man on the phone shouting at Jin Mu. You third-class agent don't understand human speech. You're not worthy of dealing with me. Let your boss speak to me before I lose my temper. All right. Jin Mu keeps a straight face, as if everything is normal, and looks at Lin Yuan. Boss, the new leader of Tribe Comics wants to speak with you. Lin Yuan takes the phone. This is Shadow. Teacher Shadow, I am Ling Kong, the new supervisor of Tribe Comics. I have some ideas about your new manga. No need. Lin Yuan calmly says. I've decided to cancel the cooperation with Tribe Comics. What? The other side was stunned. Jin Mu's expression changed as well. Your next journey awaits at. Luo Wei and the assistants looked at each other in confusion. What did Teacher Shadow just say? He's canceling the collaboration with Tribe Comics? Lin Yuan's tone remained steady. About the current manga collaboration, we can terminate the contract. Shadow. The voice on the other end become cold. You're not thinking clearly now. We can sit down and talk this over. I respect you. I hope you can respect me. I do respect you. Lin Yuan says, I hope you can learn to respect the Kandaichi case files, respect your website users, and most importantly, respect my agent. The other end was silent for a few seconds. His voice became very low and restrained. There may have been some unpleasantness, but I can personally apologize to him later. There's no need for harsh words like termination. If you leave Tribe Comics, you will have nowhere to go. The market is controlled by us, but our website also needs talents like you. It's a win-win situation. Don't let anger cloud your judgment and ruin your future. Combining threats and favors, he seemed well prepared. Jin Mu, hearing the voice in the phone, frantically waved at Lin Yuan. Oh, he says, he doesn't accept your apology. Looking at Jin Mu's gestures, Lin Yuan displayed an understanding expression, then curtly hung up the phone. The studio fell silent. Luo Wei and the assistants were careful even with their breathing. Could Teacher Shadow really be breaking off with Tribe Comics? Lin Yuan's expression remained calm, but everyone could sense a fearsome undercurrent of tension in the room, and no one dared to speak. Jin Mu was taken aback. Big brother. Blood brother. I'm not refusing the apology. My hand gesture was to fucking tell you not to break off with Tribe Comics. Chapter 733, 699 Full Blockade _1. The atmosphere was chillingly cold. It felt as if the temperature in the studio's lobby had dropped to freezing point. After an unknown length of time, a sudden wail echoed through the lobby. I accepted the apology. He is a high-ranking member of the tribe, and he humbled himself to apologize to a small agent like me. What makes you think I wouldn't accept it? Chuckling. The stifling atmosphere was abruptly broken, and Luo Wei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Yuan said, Isn't that equivalent to refusing? While talking, Lin Yuan imitated Jin Mu and made a dismissive gesture. Ha ha ha. The other assistants also couldn't help but laugh. What level of understanding does Teacher Shadow have? Jin Mu stomped his foot. I clearly told you not to fall out with them. I see through you now. This trick doesn't work on me. I won't be taken in by you again. Jin Mu's eyes suddenly lit up with understanding. Lin Yuan. Perhaps his performance this time wasn't convincing enough? Lifting his eyelids, Lin Yuan looked past Jin Mu to everyone else. Do you accept the apology? We don't. Luo Wei responded with a smile. The assistants turned to look at Jin Mu, then back at Lin Yuan. The room was filled with voices, all uniformly ringing out. We don't accept it. Jin Mu's eyes reddened for a moment. Thanks a lot, you guys. Just look at yourselves, so capable. Just wait until you have no place to eat. Now that we can't cooperate with the tribe, where are we going to publish our future comics? Don't listen to him. Looking past Jin Mu, Lin Yuan turned to the assistants. If there's no way to afford meals, I will support you guys. Long live Teacher Shadow. Everyone began laughing and cheering. At first, when they heard about the fallout between Shadow and the tribe, everyone had been taken aback, clearly understanding the seriousness of the issue. But they quickly regained their composure. Too small. Too narrow-minded. What's there to be afraid of? Teacher Shadow is Xianyu after all. This was a secret that only members of the studio knew. Xianyu and Shadow are the same person. When you hang out with such a demon, are you afraid of not having food to eat? Don't make this kind of brainless joke. Moreover, all the assistants present had learnt from Lin Yuan. In their hearts, they had long ceased to see themselves as merely comic assistants. Compared to this identity, they felt more like disciples of Teacher Shadow. Just like Luo Wei, Shadow taught them to draw, enabling them to reach a level of painting skill they might never have achieved otherwise. From an emotional and rational perspective, Shadow is their teacher. The bond between teacher and disciple was very important on Blue Star. Being a disciple means they must follow wherever the teacher goes. Of course, this also has to do with the group's inflated confidence. The assistants, having learned a lot from Lin Yuan, have become quite arrogant. Heaven is the greatest. Earth comes second. They rank third. Heaven represents Shadow. Earth represents Luo Wei. At least in the minds of these comic assistants, this was the ranking. The people in the studio had long been boasting that they were unbeatable. When things came to this, everyone began to comfort Jin Mu, filled with righteous indignation. Our studio is so awesome. Why would our agent be bullied by outsiders? There's no reason for it. Lin Yuan also comforted him with a smile. There are so many comic websites. We can just find any other platform. Exactly, Luo Wei said. With the reputation of our teacher's shadow, even if we go to other websites, we can still thrive. In my opinion, the reason why Tribe Comics is the #1 website in the industry is because of us. A comic assistant with hands on the hips. Once we leave, they won't be able to maintain that #1 status. That's right. The assistant next to him chimed in. Wherever we go, that website becomes #1. Luo Wei, who gave you guys this courage? You think you are invincible? Jin Mu. Since when did these little assistants become so inflated? Lin Yuan. Even I don't dare to say these things. Oh, if I try hard, it seems I might dare. Stay connected with. Lin Yuan smiled. Jin Uncle, please go ahead with the contract termination negotiations with Tribe Comics. Dealing with your shit again. Jin Mu said grumpily, but an unusual emotion was stirring in his heart. He knew who he would never betray in his life. In the afternoon, Lin Yuan entered Jin Mu's office. It seemed like Jin Mu was on the phone with a lawyer. Seeing Lin Yuan, he temporarily hung up the phone and said helplessly, "They are pulling their weight. Ling Kong was furious with us and immediately threatened to block you in the company. Ling Kong is the guy we were just talking to." Lin Yuan laughed. Us? Jin Mu rolled his eyes. Should I directly say that he was infuriated by you? Lin Yuan asked back. Aren't you angry? Jin Mu dodged the question. I have asked around. This Ling Kong is not simple. He has strong business abilities and also holds power within the tribe headquarters, but no one knows the specifics. I suspect he is the heir to a key figure within the tribe. You should be aware of how large the scale of the tribe is, and our opponent is not a small deal. When he was willing to apologize to you and me, I knew this guy was ruthless. But the tribe doesn't know how big Shadow's operation is. Lin Yuan said casually. As for the termination, if they dare not follow the rules, Xian Yu and Chu Kuang will terminate all cooperation with the tribe in the future. The stakes are too high. Will Silver Blue and Starlight agree? Under normal circumstances, it won't come to that. This is just a normal job jumping for a website comic artist. Lin Yuan didn't think the matter was a big deal. However, Lin Yuan still underestimated the seriousness of the matter. That evening, the Tribe Comics made a move. Shadow's Death Note was blocked, the reason being that its value orientation was incorrect and had been reported by parents. Immediately after, Food Wars, Shokyuji no Soma, was blocked, the reason being that it was involved in adult content, and there were numerous lascivious scenes reported by parents. Then the ongoing The Kendaichi case files was blocked, the reason being that the content was too terrifying, and it was reported by parents. Finally, King of the Net was also blocked. This time the reason was that parents reported that their children's sexual orientation had become abnormal after reading the comics. Could they find a more far-fetched reason? In short, all of Shadow's works were blocked. Shadow's official account on Tribe Comics could no longer be found, as if there was no such person at Tribe Comics. To kill 1,000, self-harm 800. This was the decision of Tribe Comics. Keep in mind, these comics of Shadows have always been making money for Tribe Comics, and both sides are beneficiaries. Now Tribe Comics is desperate to cut off Shadow's sources of income, even if it means losing their share. Banishment. Ling Kong did what he said he would. This was a full-scale ban from Tribe Comics. This was a power crush from capitalism against individual influence. Anyway, Tribe Comics could afford the loss, but most of Shadow's income came from these comics. In a flash, the entire internet was shocked by this sudden move. Nobody expected that a good person like Shadow would be banned outright by Tribe Comics overnight. Chapter 734, 700, Breaking Off _1. What the hell is happening? Shadow's ban came as sudden as his unexpected announcement of a new comic release. If the last time was a surprise, then this time it is outright shocking. So unexpected. Many people thought it was an April Fool's joke. When more and more people went to Tribe Comics to search for Shadow and found no results, the internet went into a complete meltdown. He's really been banned. What happened? Tribe Comics has gone mad. They've banned Shadow. After all, Shadow was a top comic artist. Even if Shadow's new comic didn't perform well, they don't have to do this, right? Did they dump Shadow because his new comics didn't do well, hence lost his value to them? It's already trending on Tribe. Hey, where's the trending news? Where did the news about Shadow getting banned by Tribe go? Netizens noticed that the news of Shadow's ban quickly reached the top of the trending topics, only to disappear immediately after. The topic that replaced. It was about some female celebrity's affair. Damn, we don't care about the female celebrity's affair. We only care about why Shadow was banned. The reasons given for the removal of those comics are absurd, especially the one for King of the Net. It's evident that it was a ploy by the Tribe officials. And then, in the midst of the uproar, Tribe Comics released a statement. Due to unsatisfactory contract conditions for both parties, Teacher Shadow has volunteered to terminate the contract with our company, which we have agreed to. From now on, Tribe Comics and Teacher Shadow are no longer connected in any way. As soon as the statement was released, Shadow's fans were outraged. If they terminated the contract, then why did they remove Shadow's comics? What's the meaning of this? Were they reported? In this day and age, which comic hasn't been reported? As long as it's not a matter of principle, this kind of issue is obviously easy to handle. But obviously, Tribe doesn't care about these disputes. To be precise, it's not that they don't care at all. There is a comment in the comment section of the statement. Someone claiming to be an insider at Tribe Comics commented, "The company told me to avoid this controversy, but I can't help it anymore. Shadow's manager is too greedy. He made very unfair contract demands. That agent even dared to swear at us when the negotiation reached a deadlock. I admit that Teacher Shadow's comics are great, but I strongly disagree with the rest. I don't believe that the manager's actions behind the scenes don't reflect Teacher Shadow's interest, so canceling the cooperation might be the best outcome. I will surely get scolded for this comment by my superiors, but I don't care. Shadow's fans can scold me if they want. This is inside information." Many netizens were puzzled when they saw this comment. Was it because Shadow was brooking controversy? Or was his agent causing trouble? Things started getting confusing. Nobody was sure about how much truth there was in Tribe Comics' words. This kind of dispute is always unresolved. Meanwhile, inside Shadow Studio, when Lin Yuan saw this comment, he directly gave Jin Mu a thumbs up. Damn, Jin Mu was upset. "I can't believe how awesome I turned out to be. Me, a small manager, dared to swear at the people from Tribe Comics, really? They really know how to shift the blame. It was actually I who was verbally abused by Ling Kong. If I had recorded it on my phone at that time." Of course, there were no recordings. Jin Mu had rather go all out in the melee, publishing an article to explain that it's smearing from competitors, while also accusing Tribe Comics of domineering behavior. After doing all this, Jin Mu turned around and found Lin Yuan was also logged into Tribe. "What are you doing?" "Nothing. Let me see." Jin Mu took a closer look and was shocked. Lin Yuan just posted a status update on Shadow's account. The content of the post read, "Effective immediately, I am permanently exiting Tribe and terminating all cooperation." Calm down. Jin Mu started to panic. "Quickly delete this post. We have indeed severed ties with Tribe Comics, but Tribe Comics is just a division under Tribe. We don't have to pick a fight with Tribe as a whole." Too late. Lin Yuan remained calm. Jin Mu wanted to keep things within control, but he knew this was not just about the grudge against Tribe Comics. Obviously, it is a verbal war where both parties defended their points. Especially after seeing Shadow announcing his break with Tribe, public opinion was already in confusion. Although Shadow's influence isn't comparable to Chu Kuang and Xian Yu, he is still a well-known name in the comic industry. The conflict between him and Tribe Comics became the headline in major media outlets for a time. But, as public opinion spread, netizens still stand with Shadow after all. The fact that Tribe Comics blocked Shadow's comics and removed Shadow's related hot searches is indisputable. This domineering capital behavior is something that everyone detests. The fact that Shadow has been suppressed is also undeniable. No matter how you look at it, Shadow seems to be at a huge disadvantage in this situation. Shadow is so defiant. Who would have thought he would want to quit the Tribe? Tribe Comics is the industry's top comic website. If Shadow is banned by the Tribe, where else can he go? He can only continue his comics on some smaller websites. But the problem is, those small websites can't handle the traffic, and you can't expect them to depend on Shadow's single comic to generate popularity. What comic website relies on a single comic artist to survive? That's unrealistic. Even if the comic is super popular, it won't work. The tribe has all the popular comics on them. Moreover, Shadow's new comic isn't even that explosive. In fact, it's rather disappointing, not as popular as his previous works. So is Shadow done for? Now that I think about it, I totally distrust Tribe Comics. Unless there was a special reason, why would Shadow willingly leave Tribe Comics? This choice brings no benefit to him at all. All one can say is an individual's power is truly limited when faced with the might of capital. Indeed, Shadow's influence, after all, can't contend with a behemoth like the tribe. Seeing Shadow making such a firm decision, the public is pessimistic about his future. At this moment, someone suddenly said, "Isn't Shadow good friends with Chu Kuang and Xian Yu? I wonder what reaction they will have." The friendship of the three brothers is well known. They have stood together on numerous occasions. But this time, they wouldn't be able to stand together, right? While Xian Yu and Chu Kuang may not care about Tribe Comics, behind Tribe Comics is the tribe itself. The power this capital can disseminate is too terrifying. We can't play the moral card here. Regardless of how close they are, Chu Kuang and Xian Yu can't directly sever ties with the tribe. Yes, the stakes involved are just too huge. Are you kidding? Xian Yu and Chu Kuang won't break off relations with the tribe for Shadow's sake. There are so many interests involved, and they have companies behind them too. Do you think those companies would agree? I fear people would say that Xian Yu and Chu Kuang aren't being loyal if they don't go against the tribe. This isn't something to be taken lightly. As netizens were discussing, they subconsciously turned to Xian Yu and Chu Kuang's tribe accounts. Then, all of a sudden, countless people almost popped their eyes out. Xian Yu, effective immediately, permanently leaving the tribe and terminating all cooperations. Chu Kuang, effective immediately, permanently leaving the tribe and terminating all cooperations. At this moment, everyone's blood rushed to their heads, and they couldn't help but tremble slightly. Fuck, the break has happened. It really happened. Chu Kuang and Xian Yu have actually simultaneously announced a split with the tribe. The content of their announcements is exactly the same as Shadow's. Boom. The music circle exploded. The novel world also exploded. The comic world is boiling over. A terrifying wave of shock swept the country, and Xian Yu and Chu Kuang's posts directly shook all media outlets. This is Xian Yu and Chu Kuang we're talking about, after all. These two actually chose to stand or fall with Shadow in the face of such a terrifying behemoth, seemingly unconcerned with the huge impact this event will cause. This is insane. The tribe must be crying. They never expected that by offending a small character like Shadow, they simultaneously dragged two prehistoric monsters from different fields into this battlefield. In fact, neither did the netizens. This is not just about deep feelings. The three brothers, if you provoke one, they all go berserk. For Xian Yu and Chu Kuang, the loss brought by breaking with the tribe is huge. But for the tribe, the loss from severing ties with Chu Kuang and Xian Yu is no less significant, right? How many billions of fans do these two have combined? Can't even count. But the influence of Xian Yu and Chu Kuang can definitely be classified as atom bomb level, regardless of the sphere. In fact, people from the tribe are already crying. From the moment Xian Yu and Chu Kuang announced their departure from the tribe, an irritating shout of rage filled with infinite anger and frustration erupted in the representative office of tribe literature. Fuck Tribe Comics. Chapter 735, 701 Acts of Sending a Person's Head _1. As one of the top-tier behemoths on the 5 continents, Tribe is involved in many more industries than just comics. There's always a fair bit of competition between the different departments. So, when Shadow and Tribe Comics had a fallout, the other departments were simply bystanders. Let's not kid ourselves, we're all part of the same company. What does the comics team's troubles have to do with the rest of us? Would Ling Kong hand out salaries and also include a late-night snack for us all? But who would have thought? There is indeed a connection. Chu Kuang and Xian Yu actually left Tribe. Let's not talk about Xian Yu, because Xian Yu didn't have much to do with tribe literature anyway. Xian Yu leaving Tribe would be a headache for the other related departments and key leaders. But Chu Kuang is different. Chu Kuang's short stories have always been a secret weapon for tribe literature. Have you forgotten? How did tribe literature suppress blog literature? Was it not Chu Kuang's classic short stories that pulverized blog literature until it was out of steam? That's right. Chu Kuang did help blog once. And then tribe literature experienced the horrifying pressure blog faced when dealing directly with Chu Kuang. He's a freaking freak. Whichever side he joins, he can just lie there and the rest will follow. Although Chu Kuang hasn't made a move recently, his presence is something tribe keeps a close eye on. Beyond any doubt, Chu Kuang has a deeper bond with tribe literature than with blog, which at most occasionally tosses him a bone. As a consequence of a daring move by Tribe Comics, hitting the bull across the waters, appearing to target Shadow but actually aiming at Chu Kuang. They pushed Chu Kuang away. Tribe literature has suddenly lost its daddy. Chu Kuang will never collaborate with Tribe again in the future. Blog must be laughing their asses off right now. If they don't welcome Chu Kuang as a father with open arms, then their leaders' brains must be filled with sulfuric acid. Will blog literature not stir up trouble in the future? If Chu Kuang moves, how many in tribe literature would dare to fight? The current head of the literature department, a man named Wei Long, was so furious he was cursing and smashing cups, wishing he could quarter Ling Kong. Yes, Wei Long was the editor in charge of Chu Kuang earlier. After Han Jimei resigned, Wei Long, using the achievements brought by Chu Kuang and some personal maneuvering, became the head of the literature department. Those who know Chu Kuang best are his former teammates in tribe literature. As the editor once responsible for Chu Kuang, Wei Long had fought alongside him. No one in the department understands Chu Kuang better than Wei Long. Therefore, at this moment, the angriest person is Wei Long. He has been severely screwed over by the people at Tribe Comics. Outside the office, Wei Long heard wailing. We're screwed. Chu Kuang left. There's a traitor. Where will Chu Kuang go? He's definitely going to blog. Are we going to fight with Chu Kuang? Who can handle him? Shall we call upon the Buddha? Buddha, your sister. Isn't Buddha just those few heavyweights? How many times can they intervene? Besides, would it be assured even if they do make a move? Wei Long's face turned black as coal, and he stormed out of the office. We can't go on like this. He has to report this to headquarters. Tribal turmoil is kicking up. After Xian Yu and Chu Kuang announced their departure from Tribe, their fans, surprisingly, displayed an unprecedented unity. Their cohesion was frighteningly strong, and countless discussions actually supported the decision. Fish Papa is the reason I'm playing Tribe. Without Fish Papa, I won't play. Wherever Fish Papa goes, I go. Blog seems like a good place too. Although the old rascal Chu Kuang rarely posts, I still find him darn entertaining here. For sure I'll follow him if he moves to another platform. I have always been a fan of the three brothers. I will for sure follow them this time. For Shadow, the most I consider him is the third party, but since I like Xian Yu and Chu Kuang, I have to follow their lead. Just for the friendship of the three brothers, I have to follow. This is brotherhood. Chu Kuang and Xian Yu will probably delete their accounts soon. Let's wait for them to settle down on another platform. Damn, what a bombshell. What happened now? Hurry and check out the posts by the Yu Dynasty celebrities. Netizens were stunned before they quickly clicked on the tribe site of the Yu Dynasty. Sun Yaohua, no more playing Tribe. Jiang, Kuei, I don't want to play Tribe either. Zhao Gu, sorry, Tribe account will be closed. One after another. Though not as absolute as Xian Yu and Chu Kuang's announcements of permanently ending the collaboration, all singers from Yu Dynasty declared they were leaving Tribe. Not just the Yu Dynasty. Jian Yi, Qinggong, and others also put out similar announcements. The internet users are baffled. They're playing a really big game. The people of Yu Dynasty truly regard Xian Yu as their everything. With Xian Yu gone, he's taken away the whole Yu Dynasty and a bunch of A-list singers. Is Starlight just going to let these people create chaos? Can they afford to play the game that Xian Yu and Chu Kuang are playing? Just as everyone was having these thoughts, Starlight made a post. Our company respects the decisions of our artists. One simple sentence, expressing their attitude clearly. Internet users were shocked. This is definitely the most capricious entertainment company they've ever seen. Entertainment companies rely heavily on Tribe for promotion. Without Tribe as a promotional channel, Starlight is set to lose big time. But then again, Starlight only endorsed the artist's actions and did not announce a break from Tribe. Perhaps they are leaving some wiggle room? Still, this room seems pretty small. I give up. Fish Papa does whatever he wants at Starlight. Crown Prince of Starlight, true face. Starlight, let Xianyu create chaos. Can't bear to discipline our own child, right? Ha ha ha. Starlight strives to survive, not offending both sides. I suspect Fish Papa is forcing Starlight to break with Tribe, and Starlight dares to follow. The whole Starlight Company is shaped by Fish Papa. Your journey continues at. Perhaps they also got the idea from Starlight. Not long after, Silver Blue Books also posted a statement. You know, we have never had power over Chu Kuang, the old rascal's decisions. But you should know, Chu Kuang, the old rascal is always our family at Silver Blue Books, and this will not change due to any circumstances. Well then, even the old rascal is involved. You said Silver Blue is angry? Their coverage is real good. Calling him old rascal, they're clearly expressing a supportive attitude. It's just that, like Starlight, they're not breaking away with the whole company, out of corporate considerations. Tribe has stirred up a hornet's nest. After all the chain reactions, the internet users are boiling with excitement. Xianyu and Chu Kuang are actually leading Shadow and even united Yu Dynasty to challenge Tribe, the top capital power. The companies behind both sides are fully supportive. Who said individuals can't confront capital? Depends on who it is. At the very least, the surprise attack of the three brothers could definitely knock Tribe's teeth out. They're so protective. Some of Shadow's fans have been moved to tears. With Chu Kuang and Xianyu protecting him like this, would you still be lazy in the future, Shadow? With their influence, would Tribe Comics dare bully you? Stand tall for me. What AB asterisk starred? You need to work harder in the future. Someday, you need to make a big scene for me. Otherwise, how can you live up to Chu Kuang and Xianyu's dedicated friendship? That's probably what Shadow's fans most want to see. But considering Shadow's low-key image, they know this might only be a beautiful fantasy. Amidst the commotion outside, Wei Long has already arrived at the headquarters. His anger has filled his chest. But when Wei Long saw the situation in the liaison office at the headquarters, he was completely dumbfounded. People everywhere. There were familiar and unfamiliar people. The office at the headquarters was in total chaos. In the chaos, Wei Long heard countless familiar curses. Ling Kong, I swear. Ling Kong, screw you. I'll report Ling Kong for maliciously damaging the company's interests. Ling Kong is Tribe's mole. Ling Kong must be a spy sent by the bloggers. In the hustle and bustle, Wei Long suddenly felt that the world wasn't so bad after all. Oh, the blogger must think, the air today is extra sweet and nice. How should I put it? He was initially at a disadvantage. But now, their opponents suddenly fed him a free kill. Who wouldn't be happy? Ms. Han, now is the time for revenge. Chapter 736, 702, Blessings to the Soul _1. Complaints filled the air. The tribe was in chaos. While the tribe was in complete chaos, the other platforms outside had gone crazy. The blog headquarters. The executive meeting room. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We must invite Admirable Fish, Chu Kuang, and Shadow to join our blog at all costs before other platforms take action. Give them the best treatment. The traffic brought by any of these three people joining any platform will be terrifying. Our blog has always been oppressed by the tribe. It goes without saying that Admirable Fish and Chu Kuang may be the keys to our breakthrough. We can't ignore Shadow either. These three will definitely stick together. This is fair warning. If anyone dares to screw up this time, they can get out. Even if we need to carry them on a palanquin, we have to get them here. We must treat these gentlemen as if they were our own fathers. What the hell's the purpose of this meeting? Immediately invite those two gods over here, and bring Shadow too. Let them name their price. Amid the frenzied discussion, the conference room was boiling over. The blog leaders, who were usually stern, were now totally covered with excitement, their faces flushed. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot, excitement and tension intertwined. It's happening. The tribe is starting to bring about its own downfall. Their action of punishing Shadow has offended Admirable Fish and Chu Kuang, instantly revealing a massive flaw too. The bloggers, as Wei Long predicted, unless the top brass of the blog headquarters has collectively lost their minds, they will absolutely not miss this tremendous lure from Admirable Fish and Chu Kuang. In fact, not just blog. At the same time, All of the tribe's major competitors have already taken action. Countless emergency meetings were urgently convened in a similar atmosphere. Poach talents. Hurry up and poach talents. The keen sense of the smell of capital was fully demonstrated at this moment, as all major platforms swarmed in like sharks smelling blood in the ocean. In an instant, Jean Mu's phone was bombarded with calls. All were cordial invitations from representatives of various major platforms, looking for Shadow to join them, looking for Chu Kuang to join them. Starlight's phone was also bombarded with calls. Compared to the hidden Shadow and Chu Kuang, Admirable Fish was obviously the most conspicuous target, simply the bullseye of all parties. As a result, not only Starlight's phone was bombarded, the doorstep of the company was also soon trampled over by teams sent by various major platforms. Some big shots had even come in person. Even Li Songhua, the chairman of Starlight, had to personally receive them. Half an hour later, representatives of all major platforms gathered in the reception room. As long as Teacher Admirable Fish is willing to join our Panda platform in Chu Continent, any terms are negotiable. Your Panda platform in Chu Continent doesn't have any F***king traffic. You think I don't know that your user engagement is the worst among the 5 continents? Come to our giant. Our giant has been working hard in Yin Continent for many years and can even fight against the tribe. What's so great about Giant? Our Facebook platform in Yin Continent has higher traffic. Let Teacher Admirable Fish come to us. Haha. Chairman Li should know about our special push in Han Continent. Special push sincerely invites you, Chairman Li. If Teacher Admirable Fish can persuade Shadow and Teacher Chu Kuang to come together, all future promotions of Starlight will get a special push on our platform. I'm not targeting anyone. I'm saying, among all of you present, are there platforms hotter than our blog besides the stupid tribe? That blog which was beaten into a stray dog by the tribe? How dare you talk like that? I can talk like that, what of it? Usually well-dressed big shots. Today they're arguing face to face like market antis, almost ready to fight at any instant. I need to use the bathroom. Li Songhua found an excuse, and finally managed to beat a hasty and uncomfortable retreat from the reception room amidst the crowd. Standing at the door of the reception room, hearing the quarreling behind him, Li Songhua rubbed his temples, his cheeks twitching uncontrollably. What the hell is this all about? This morning, Lin Yuan suddenly called and told him that he was going to sever ties with the tribe, not for discussion, but for notification. Li Songhua was stunned at that moment. By the time he understood the causes and effects of the incident, the declaration of Admirable Fish had already been sent out, along with Chu Kuang's declaration. The die is cast. Li Songhua could only brace himself and support them, and he didn't even dare to obstruct the actions of other followers such as the Yu dynasty. Chairman, have some water. O.L. Wang, a senior executive of Starlight, appeared and handed over a bottle of mineral water. Li Songhua gulped down most of the bottle and then grumbled. The people inside really have no manners. O.L. Wang gave a bitter smile. The influence of the troublesome darling in our company is obvious. If the 3 brothers manage to persuade even one, it's almost the same as persuading the other 2. I'm actually surprised they didn't fight over this. Li Songhua rolled his eyes. What do the other executives think? What else could they think? O.L. Wang made a face. Just look at the attitudes of the representatives of the largest online platforms on every continent. The tribe is powerful, but compared to its influence on us, Xian Yu's mood matters more. They're clear-headed. At most, they'll complain about how outrageous Admirable Fish is. Enough about that. Things are heating up inside. Do you have a preference for which platform to work with? I'd like to choose all of them. You know that's impossible. So, it's unimportant how I choose. What's important is how Xian Yu chooses. Have someone prepare an analysis of each platform situation, and we'll let him decide. Okay. Hopeless, O.L. Wang said. I have no idea what kind of shock Lin Yuan experienced. It's as though Shadow was wronged, yet he acts as if he himself was wronged. Chu Kuang is no different. Their relationship is similar to that of brothers. The folks inside say that the tribe's action of blacklisting Shadow was foolish, but how could the tribe predict this? They merely suppressed Shadow, but never expected Chu Kuang or Xian Yu to have such a strong reaction. Not only the tribe, but no one else could have predicted this result. Wait. An inexplicable flash of insight appeared in Li Songhua's mind. He had a nagging feeling, as though he was missing a vital clue. What did you just say? No one could have. Li Songhua interrupted him immediately. The previous sentence. Startled by his tone, Wang stuttered. The tribe's action was foolish. The sentence before that. Li Songhua's voice gave away his increasing urgency. Almost there. Just a bit more. He could almost grasp the idea. Li Songhua stared at Wang intensely, applying more pressure with his gaze. Feeling a chill go down his spine, Wang nervously voiced. Shadow was wronged, and Xianyu acted as if he had been wronged. Crack. It was an epiphany. Li Songhua's pupils shrunk drastically. The water bottle in his hand was instantly squeezed tightly. The twisted bottle cap shot off, and a third of the remaining water splashed onto Wang. Mr. Chairman. Wang, scared out of his wits, took a step back, hastily wiping the water off his face. What's happening? Having worked with Li Songhua since Starlight's inception, this was the second time Wang had seen the chairman lose his composure. The previous time was when Xianyu cleaned out his tea stash? Ha ha ha. Li Songhua's face turned red. Then he suddenly burst into laughter, a laugh that was filled with smugness and wildness. He was laughing so hard, he was almost in tears. It all came together. A terrifying secret came full circle, with dots connected by multiple clues to form a complete line. The final answer was almost unthinkable, shocking Li Songhua to his core. Mr. Chairman, don't scare me. Feeling terrified, Wang took another step back. No way. The chairman must be driven mad by Xianyu again. Everyone knows the importance of that kid to the company. The chairman can't bear to hit or scold him, keeping so many emotions bottled up inside. He must have been repressed to the point of sickness. Right. Li Songhua ignored Wang's reaction. With a flash of insight, his voice trembled slightly. That's it. Definitely. It can only be this. I should have figured it out earlier. The chairman seemed to be babbling today. Anyway, Wang didn't understand a single thing he said. He stealthily took another step back. Mr. Chairman, should we get you a psychiatrist? I don't need a doctor. Li Songhua's voice had a strange undertone. Out of humanitarian concerns, I'm thinking about express delivering some quick-acting heart-saving pills to the tribe. As he finished, he forcefully pushed open the entrance to the boardroom. With a loud noise, he made an assertive and aggressive impression. Mr. Li. The commotion halted, and the people behind the door stared at Li Songhua. They couldn't shake the feeling that he suddenly seemed very impressive. Li Songhua laughed. His smile was slightly sinister. If you want Xianyu, you might have to cooperate with us at Starlight and create a comic book website. However, deciding which platform to choose will not be up to me today, but up to Xianyu. Only he can make that decision. Only him. After all, they're all wise old foxes. What's with all these ghost stories? Given the most crucial clue, if Li Songhua couldn't catch a break, he would not have deserved today's status. If Xianyu could be Chu Kuang, why couldn't he be Shadow? Chapter 737, 703, Tribe and Alliance _1. Enlightenment. Li Songhua has totally understood. Why is it that every time Xianyu's Shadow and Chu Kuang face trouble, they move in unison, and even choose to break off ties with Tribe Comics when it's stated? As if, even if one of them becomes an enemy of the whole world, the other two would unwaveringly support that one. Because Xianyu is Chu Kuang, and Chu Kuang is Shadow. Damn it. Playing me with concluding from things of the same principle? The one Tribe Comics offended, is it Shadow? The one Tribe Comics offended is Lin Yuan. Chu Kuang, Xianyu Shadow, the 3-in-1 Lin Yuan. So from the beginning to the end, they were all one, the same person. The most insane genius that Blue Star has ever seen. The most monstrously twisted perverted entity in the history of Blue Star. Genius. Monstrous. Perverted. That's Li Songhua's assessment of Lin Yuan. And the qualifier he used for each of these assessments is the most. It's not an exaggeration. Li Songhua doesn't find these adjectives exaggerated at all. If it wasn't for him knowing beforehand that Xianyu was Chu Kuang, he would never have guessed this connection, never even if he broke his head. Even if someone thought of this, they wouldn't dare to continue along this line of thinking. After all, how could this be possible? How could this kind of thing be possible? But in Chu Kuang's detective novel Sherlock Holmes, there's a famous quote. Once you've eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. This is the truth, an incredible truth. With Lin Yuan around, who on Starlight could match him in the future? Zhong continent. Put that aside for now. In any case, this is the entirety of Li Songhua's psychological journey, and the source of his suddenly unignorable confidence when facing representatives from all the major platforms. What's there to fear? I'm not scared of Tribe Comics anymore. What makes you think I'll be afraid of you? If it comes down to it, Starlight can just change its surname to Lin. With Lin Yuan around, I am invincible in the world. At this point, Li was so inflated he was bursting. After sending away the representatives from the major tribes, he took a deep breath. Exhaling the breath, he dialed Lin Yuan's number. Chairman. Lin Yuan's voice rang. Li Songhua's voice was much gentler than how he speaks to his own daughter. Little Yuan, if you are unhappy, how about I take the company and split with the Tribe Comics? No need. Compared to this, I have to apologize, but Lin Yuan knew his decision certainly made things difficult for Li Songhua. I don't regret it. I will make up for the company's loss. Li Songhua. I will don't next regret time it dare. All right. It's not important. Not at all important. Let Tribe Comics go to hell. Actually, I did it for a reason because I'm Shadow. Li Songhua immediately interrupted with the answer. Proud. After saying that, Li Songhua realized something was not quite correct and corrected himself. You are Shadow. Silence on the other end of the phone. Li Songhua's heart skipped a beat. Damn it. What? I guessed incorrectly? Please don't. Li Songhua. Panicked. A few seconds later, Lin Yuan said, So you already knew, Chairman. You're indeed smart. Li Songhua loudly proclaimed. From the moment you decided to split from the tribe, I was 100% certain, and I've never doubted it for a second. I won't let you flatter me for nothing. Li Clever Songhua wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Yet, deep inside, he couldn't help but feel a tremendous surge of emotions. Suspecting was one thing, but having the other party admit it was another. It seemed that only at this moment did these clues finally come together, like a meteorite crashing to the ground from the sky. Chairman, you're brilliant. Lin Yuan praised him again, making Li Songhua feel lighter than air. God knows why a couple compliments from Lin Yuan made him overjoyed. After all, he heard similar flattery daily at the company until his ears were calloused. After a round of flattery, Lin Yuan said, after leaving the tribe, to publish new comics, I need a platform. We can create our own comic website. Li Songhua seemed to guess what Lin Yuan was about to propose. For promoting a comic website, you just need to affiliate it with a platform. We can start the same way Tribe Comics did. Even if the comic website only serves you, that's enough. Good. Lin Yuan hadn't expected Li Songhua to think so comprehensively. He even started worrying whether others would guess his 3 identities like Li Songhua had. But on second thought, it seemed improbable. The reason Li Songhua could guess his identity was because he knew the key clue. Chu Kuang and Xian Yu are the same person. This clue was crucial. Li Songhua reminded Lin Yuan. We need to choose the platform carefully. I choose the blog. Lin Yuan spoke. The agents for all major platforms have contacted me. After comparison and analysis, I believe the blog is our best choice. They promised to help me regain my previous comics. What do you think, Chairman? Us. Li Songhua felt light as a feather. Blog is good. Tribe is the first in terms of traffic, and blog is the second. Although the gap between the two is quite big, it will gradually narrow. Yeah. Lin Yuan said, I'll help blog increase traffic. Oh, they also promised to give me 1% of their shares. That's fate. Li Songhua seemed to hint. The blog managed to land Lin Yuan without any lead. Without the operation of the tribe against Shadow, blog probably wouldn't have had a chance to rise. It's like God spoon-fed the blog. If blog can't swallow it, it might as well close down soon. Of course, God only gave the blog a spoonful of rice. What he gave to Starlight, though, was a feast of delicacies. Even if overstuffed, Li Songhua would eat every last bit. He was increasingly reassured that his decision to grant equity to Xian Yu was full of wisdom and heroic foresight. Let's start the website then. What's its name going to be? Alliance. Lin Yuan answered. Li Songhua was curious. Why call it Alliance? Because the opponent is the tribe. Li Songhua. What is the reason for that? Is there any logical connection between the two? Forget it. It doesn't matter. As long as you're happy with it. The decision was made joyfully. That evening, the blog initiated a splash screen. At the same time, they contacted all major media outlets in Qin, Qi, Chu, and Yin for a witness. This shocking news was put front and center for everyone in Qin, Qi, Chu, and Yin. Xianyu, Chu Kuang, and Shadow officially joined the blog. And there is a subtitle. Star artists Jiang Kuei, Sun Yaohua, Wei Haoyun, Zhao Yinggu, Xia Fan, Chen Jiu, and Jian Yi leave the tribe and move to blog. After completely cutting ties with the tribe, Xianyu, Chu Kuang, and Shadow, along with the three brothers and the stars of the Yu dynasty, joined the blog with fanfare. That night, the blog's traffic exploded. For the first time in years, it surpassed the tribe in daily traffic. Countless internet users from Qin, Qi, Chu, and Yin flocked to it, with related topics sweeping the hot search rankings on blog. Chapter 738, 704. Han Jimei joins the Alliance _1. Throwing confetti. This is a great move by the tribe. Congratulations on a successful blog tower steal. The blogger really won without doing much. He got a bunch of heads sent by the tribe without doing anything, including 2 super valuable big heads. I'm also joining the blogger, following in Fish Papa's footsteps. For old rascal Chu Kuang, I'm coming to the blog. Shadow's fans are reporting in on the blog. The entirety of the Fish dynasty is here, so why am I still hanging around the tribe? I've uninstalled the tribe. After all, the blog and tribe have essentially the same functionalities, and I even created an account before. Almost all the fans of Xianyu, Chu Kuang, Shadow, and others from the Fish dynasty followed them. Although there was no sudden surge in blog account registration since many people already had blog accounts, but rarely logged in. However, there was a significant increase in user registrations that night, proving the influence of A-list stars and top influencers. The other platforms are helpless, but they can't do anything. No one knows exactly what terms the blog promised. After all, everyone laid out their conditions. They couldn't choose the 3 brothers in the end, and it could only be said that there was no fate between them, given the extreme conditions they provided. At this moment, the tribe is outraged. After the 3 brothers joined the blog, all the trending topics on the tribe were related. They wanted to suppress it by violently taking down trending topics. But they are dignified users. Their previous removal of Shadow's trend had already sparked widespread dissatisfaction, leading to most netizens standing with Shadow. They certainly can't repeat the same actions, or they will really lose public sentiment. But netizens discussing the 3 brothers joining the blog on their doorstep is like a resounding slap in the tribe's face, making them swallow their own teeth. Ling Kong is such a fool. Why did he mess with Shadow for no reason? Don't you know the relationship between the 3 brothers? Do you know how much damage the departure of the 3 brothers has caused to the traffic of our tribe? And compared to some traffic loss, the loss of our users is the key. The quantity of these people's fans is enough to make our tribe take it seriously. I suggest that Ling Kong is suspended. I have never seen such a prodigal. Since the merger of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, and Han, our tribe has been seizing all opportunities to grow and expand. The blog has been watching us jealously, but they can't do anything about us. Only this time, we suffered a huge loss. This is a disgrace for the tribe. Even the trending topics are talking about other people's business. How many people are ridiculing us right now? In the conference room at the tribe's headquarters, the scolding comes like a storm. Ling Kong stands alone in the corner, his head buried deep, and no one can see his expression. Finally, the man at the top, with slightly graying hair, spoke up. Ling Kong will be suspended for 3 days to reflect. All departments are informed to limit all topics about those who quit the tribe on the tribe. If you want to scold someone, you can. Call Ling Kong to your office to scold him or whip him. I have no objection. But the purpose of this meeting is not to seek accountability. Did you smell that? Smell what? The executives are all startled. Then look at Ling Kong with complex expressions. No one spoke again. For one, Ling Kong has always been among the most competent of the younger generation leaders in the company. He had led his department to achieve the honor of top performance for 2 years. Secondly, the man at the top stood up and looked at Ling Kong. Whether you want to cry or make a fuss these 3 days, after 3 days, I want to see the invincible Ling Kong appear in front of me again. Now, go back and reflect seriously. Understood. Ling Kong bowed to everyone, for the first time revealing his face, filled with guilt and self-blame. If all the uncles want to hit me, I have no objection and dare not have one, but I just want an opportunity to prove myself. Not to show how great I am, but to prove that I will take back what I have lost. Please, uncles. Deep love breeds severe blame. On the right of the top man, a woman with glasses smiled. You are a child we watch grow up. Everyone knows how outstanding you are. Occasionally, tripping isn't a bad thing. Nobody is going to hit you. Scolding you is to help you grow. But, after all, this is our tribe's internal matter. The attitude we should have outside still needs to be maintained. Everyone. The man at the top finally spoke. Again, he was not looking at Ling Kong or anyone else, only looking at the view outside the window. I smell the scent of gunpowder. War is about to start. Receive, receive, receive. The executives responded one after another. Ling Kong bowed again and left the conference room. The sunlight shined on his face. His expression appeared calm, but his fists were tightly clenched, and there seemed to be a faint light in the depths of his eyes. Picking up the phone, Ling Kong made a call, his voice devoid of any emotion. I'm coming to find you. It's time to respond to our teacher Shadow, who is quite good at handling relationships. Are you okay? You should be worried about them. With a cold laugh, Ling Kong ended the call. Meanwhile, in the conference room behind him, the internal meeting continued. Let's first see what the blog will do next. They have no way out by playing with comics. Ling Kong is not the kind to take a beating obediently. By the way, call over the person in charge of the tribe's literature department. The tribe is taking action. Starlight is also taking action. Website construction can't be completed overnight, but if Starlight and the blog jointly promote it, many problems can be solved most efficiently. And within the studio, including the Kendaichi case files and several other previous works completely banned by Tribe Comics, Lin Yuan officially brought out his new work, which was the comic he had planned. Detective Conan. In addition to this comic, he also prepared 2 new plots to be used later, since new sites certainly wouldn't have much traffic during their initial construction, and the personal appeal of Shadow alone couldn't support a whole site. It would be difficult to gain traffic quickly only with Detective Conan. Lin Yuan understood this common sense, and under such circumstances, he could only open a cheat code, even though this would greatly increase the workload of the studio. Then a few days later, Jin Mu suddenly brought Lin Yuan some good news. Han Jimei contacted me today. She learned that we are building a new comic website and wants to join us. I think this suggestion is good, considering that she did very well in the tribe before. The tribe comics were originally built up with her help. Most importantly, she also brought 2 cartoonists. These 2 cartoonists also had some disputes with the tribe, and their fame and ability not far behind yours. If these 2 join our new site, they could attract many readers. I think our new site has a lot of potential. Good. Lin Yuan showed a smile. Chapter 739, 705. I keep going even when I hit a wall, _1. This was good news for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan really appreciated Han Jimei's abilities. This recognition came not only from Jin Mu's praise, but also from the previous exchanges between Han Jimei and Lin Yuan within the tribe. He has a good impression of her. At least their collaborations have been pleasant, with no complications. Unlike with Ling Kong, as soon as the latter took the stage, their cooperation ran into problems. What made Lin Yuan happiest was that Han Jimei brought 2 outstanding cartoonists. Although Lin Yuan was prepared for his workload to triple, this would inevitably increase the studio's workload. Excluding Jin Mu, the current studio, including Lin Yuan and Luo Wei, has 6 people. 6 people simultaneously working on 3 comics would be doable with Lin Yuan there, but it would be tiring. Not to mention, once the blog regains the comic rights, the studio would also have to continue serializing the Kendaichi case files. With this in mind, the studio's 6 people might have to juggle the updates of 4 comics, a schedule that is bound to lead to overworking to the point of baldness. So, unless absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan still hopes that everyone would be able to work in a relaxed and happy atmosphere. Of course, Lin Yuan could also continue to hire assistants. But compared to hiring more assistants, having other cartoonists would obviously be more convenient. These 2 cartoonists, One is Tianmin, the other is Yashinshin. You should know them. After all, they were once top cartoonists of the tribe too. Jin Mu introduced. Lin Yuan nodded. He indeed knew these two cartoonists. They both have remarkable achievements. If they join the alliance, they would undoubtedly be of great help. Now it is settled. There's no need for him to stretch himself thin. If you have no objections, I'll get back in touch with Han Jimei. He paused for a moment. Then Jin Mu continued. By the way, I also got another piece of news from Han Jimei. What news? About Ling Kong's identity. Lin Yuan was not overly curious, but he decided to give it a listen. Jin Mu spoke seriously. Let me tell you this. The tribe's surname is Ling. Lin Yuan pretty much understood. High-level connections? It's probably at the very top. Ling Kong is being groomed by the tribe as a future successor. He has a younger brother, but his brother is less proficient compared to him. So unless something unexpected happens, Ling Kong will be the decision-maker within the tribe. At this point, Jin Mu's expression turned solemn. This opponent was far more formidable than he had imagined. Under normal circumstances, that high level of loss Ling Kong caused the tribe would likely result in him being kicked out. But he's the successor of the tribe. This changes things completely. The punishment that would end up on Ling Kong is likely equivalent to a slap on the wrist. After serving this punishment, Ling Kong can continue as before, and even continue to oppose them. As for burying the hatchet, ever since Lin Yuan moved his 3 pen names to the blog, it's been hard for the two sides to reconcile, because the blog and the tribe have always been archenemies. Most importantly, the blog had given up 1% of its shares to Wu Lin Yuan. Keep in mind, the scale of the blog is terrifying. 1% of shares is much more than what people initially think. Now, Lin Yuan has been completely tagged to the blog. In some ways, could the blog be considered as Lin Yuan's own enterprise? He had become one of the directors. So this was no longer a personal vendetta, but a struggle between two internet forces. There's no room for separating business from personal matters. Chances are that Ling Kong will always pose as an adversary to Lin Yuan far into the future. Lin Yuan nodded. He did not perceive Ling Kong as a threat. It wasn't that he looked down on Ling Kong. Rather, he just felt that as long as he handled his own matters well, it would be fine. Of course, Lin Yuan is not one to stir up trouble, but he's also not afraid of it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to break with the tribe. The news of the new comic website being prepared couldn't be kept secret from the industry insiders, and Starlight and the blog did not plan to. The new site lacked the most in publicity, and now is the perfect time to raise awareness. So, a week later, Starlight and the blog jointly announced the news about the new comic website, The Alliance. At the same time, the names of 2 top-level cartoonists who were confirmed to join the Alliance were also publicly announced. Suddenly, the netizens were shocked. Establishing a new comic website. A netizen mumbled, "Why does it seem to me that Xian Yu and Chu Kuang built a comic website specifically for Shadow? It's not just similar. It's blatant. This is simply too harsh. Look at whom Shadow is leaning on. These 2 guys are totally holding their ground." With the backing of Starlight, this big move is Xian Yu's masterpiece. I've always felt that Xian Yu and Chu Kuang were closer, but it seems all 3 of them have a strong bond. Xian Yu's involvement in setting up this manga website for Shadow speaks volumes about his financial strength. No. It's Starlight going all out for Xian Yu. The name of the manga site is rather meaningful. Could the union referred to be between Xian Yu, Chu Kuang, and Shadow? The thing is, neither Xian Yu nor Chu Kuang knows how to draw manga. Someone wondered, does it refer to the union of Shadow, Yashinshin, and teacher Tianmin? That's a small alliance if it's just the 3 of them. But it's not bad. These 3 top-tier manga artists, former tribal heads, are sure to draw in some attention. If Shadow were to fight solo, he would be in real trouble. Although they still can't compete with Tribe Comics, having 3 top-tier manga artists join forces at least gives them a foothold. That's right. Tianmin and Yashinshin excel at King's Path Comics. Shadow doesn't do King's Path, but a site can't do without King's Path Comics. Otherwise, it would be too niche. If it's just Shadow, then the website, even when established, wouldn't mean much. It's far from being a match for Tribe Comics. But if there are 2 big King's Path Comics artists joining the union, although the website might still not compete with Tribe Comics, At least it could attract some users. Read exclusive content at least it could make some waves. What's uncertain is, what's Shadow's new manga? Some guess Shadow would go for a King's Path manga like Death Note, once again. After all, what Shadow needs most now is popularity. And among all his works, Death Note is the most popular. Only a classic Evil Pathway manga like Death Note could compete with King's Path manga in popularity. I already have a premonition. This move by Shadow is going to be explosive. Shadow has recently been loaded with lots of topics and attention, being caught up in numerous public opinions. Under such tremendous pressure, Shadow is bound to counterattack. Even if the Kendaichi case files performed averagely, no one dared to underestimate Shadow's capabilities. Not only fans and netizens thought so. Even the manga artists from Tribe thought the same. They are also discussing Shadow's new manga theme here. They are in Tribe. Shadow is in Union. In the future, each working for their own party. How could they not pay attention to Shadow's affairs? Bringing the topic back. Even if they are not competitors, the people in the same industry are certainly keenly interested in Shadow. Then someone guessed. Perhaps Shadow's next piece wouldn't necessarily be about the Evil Way theme. Wasn't Food Wars, Shokyuki no Soma, also considered a disguised King's Path theme? This is one possibility. Amidst various conjectures, suddenly someone teased. It definitely won't be a detective genre. Chuckles. The other manga artists also laughed. Let alone if Shadow is a stubborn person. Even if Shadow is stubborn, with all the eyes on him lately, he can't ignore the downside of the niche genre. He needs this new website to prove himself. Otherwise, how could he live up to the support of Xianyu and Chu Kuang? But how can choosing the detective genre again prove Shadow's worth? Shadow has already proved with the Kendaichi case files. Even a manga artist as fierce as him can't popularize this genre. He can't possibly stumble over the same rock twice, can he? Speaking of which, Tribe inadvertently did Shadow a big favor. By banning the Kendaichi case files, they saved Shadow from taking the blame for unfinished story arcs. Being blamed for leaving stories unfinished can seriously harm one's reputation. But if it's banned, Shadow doesn't have to bear that burden. The fans of Kendaichi wouldn't place the blame on Shadow. This way, Shadow can entirely justify starting a new project, choosing a genre that he's most confident in. With this in mind, almost everyone is waiting for news about Shadow's new manga. However, just as everyone was eagerly looking forward, a post from Shadow left everyone in shock. Netizens fell into a collective daze. The new manga is still a detective one. Shadow is undoubtedly the most stubborn person on Earth. Such stubbornness. Even after hitting a wall, he's refusing to turn back. You're clearly at odds with the detective genre, aren't you? Chapter 740, 706 Detective Chu U_1. About what genre Shadow's new comic would choose, industry insiders and outsiders had all sorts of speculation, but no one expected Shadow to continue writing detective comics, which everyone thought was an implausible choice. Are you kidding me? Shadow just took a major hit in the detective genre. Now with the launch of the new website imminent, the popularity of the next comic is critical for the website's traffic. Shadow, if he has any brains, wouldn't do this. Who could have thought? This guy really is a hardhead. Is Shadow trying to pick himself up where he fell? This isn't picking yourself up. I mean, you fell and chose to lie down right where you fell. He's just pig-headed. Is he too willful? Although I am a fan of Shadow, I want to make an objective comment. Shadow is too arrogant. He does not accept his detective failure and wants to try again. Normally, this is fine, but at such a critical time, he continues to attempt detective stories, which is really inappropriate. He is risking the new site that Xianyu and Chu Kuang built for him. It's all over. Shadow can already predict that he's going to take a hit. It seems that the new site can only rely on Yashinshin and Tian Min, the experts at mainstream comics. 3 people working together might support it, but it's too forced with just 2 people. Do they really think 2 comic creators can support a whole site? But 3 people are all struggling. What if the new works of those 2 are also mediocre? After all, no one can guarantee their new work will be a hit. Even if they are highly skilled, just look at Shadow's The Kendaichi case files. Shadow should have played it safe. I give up. He prefers risky ventures rather than playing safe. And it's not just the netizens. Even his fans are out of ideas. We could say that Shadow is really pushing the boundaries with this move. Meanwhile, at Tribe Comics, the comic creators had mixed reactions. Some felt pity. Some were disdainful. Some were confused. Some laughed. Shadow must be mad, still holding on to detective stories. Maybe his pride was hurt. Seeing how successful Xian Yu and Chu Kuang are, especially Chu Kuang's detective novel Detective Holmes, which became globally popular, compared to his detective comics which were appreciated but not a hit. So he's upset and wants to prove his detective writing skills. He has his own strengths, insisting on taking a path he has failed before. Does he have psychological problems? I heard rumors that the falling out with Tribe is due to the inferior performance of the Kendaichi case files. Perhaps this is his internal struggle, so he wants to overcome and prove that Tribe is wrong. No matter what reason, he's clearly out of his mind. Actually, I can understand. I'll analyze his mentality for you guys. Shadow's friends are Xian Yu and Chu Kuang, these top-tier ones. Their common characteristic is that since their debut, everything has been smooth sailing, with basically every work being a big hit. The failure this time is unusual for Shadow. You guys should know, for a genius who has never experienced failure, how huge this failure is to him. Hence, he's pushing himself into a corner. Netizens think Shadow is too willful. The industry insiders, however, believe that Shadow's mindset is the problem. It might be due to the pressure from the tribe, or being provoked by the influence of the two big brothers. Or it could even be his first failure in life. After all, the so-called genius usually has poorer stress resistance. Yes, Tribe's comics and the newly established alliance will surely become competitors. But the authors of Tribe Comics don't really have any grudges against Shadow. In the future, it's merely a matter of serving their respective masters. If anyone dislikes Shadow, some comic authors from Chu Continent might not be so fond of Shadow. Because once upon a time, Shadow, representing Qin Continent, dealt a severe blow to the comic circle of the Chu people. Apart from those who dislike Shadow, many actually found it a pity. I don't know if Shadow can pull this off this time. Someone voiced out. If a creator's mentality has a problem, it could possibly take years or even a lifetime to get out of it. No matter how outsiders discuss the genre of Shadow's new comics, time continues to roll forward without caring about human will. The construction of the new website is running smoothly. And several days later, inside the Shadow studio, Lin Yuan and his assistants were working hard. Upon the completion of the content for a new episode, Lin Yuan suddenly said, "Take a break." Phew. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. The studio indeed faced a significant challenge this time. For this, everyone was giving their all for creating the comics. The days of continuous work left traces of fatigue on everyone's faces. Of course, the fruits of their labor were richly rewarded. Now, Detective Conan has already completed over 50 episodes. This speed is terrifying. Probably no other comic studio in the industry could do this. I brought everyone milk tea, coffee, and some beverages. Snacks are in the hall. You can help yourself. "Thank you for your hard work," said Luo Wei with a smile. Everyone cheered and went into the hall. They were drinking their beverages and chatting, thoroughly enjoying the rare break time they had squeezed out of the continuous working days. Chapter 741, 706. This work will surely overturn the entire industry's understanding of detective comics. One of the assistants said confidently while sipping his coffee. Unlike the pessimistic opinions from the outside, all the assistants in the studio had participated in the creation of the new comic, so they deeply understood its quality. Speaking of that, when they first learned that Teacher Shadow would continue to create detective comics, even these overconfident assistants were extremely nervous. What if the new comic also failed to deliver despite being well-received, like the Kendaichi case files? It wasn't until everyone was exposed to the script and officially began creating that these worries gradually disappeared. In recent days, what replaced it is the newly resumed powerful confidence. In not too long, the industry will witness a detective comic that is starkly different from the Kendaichi case files. This time we are invincible. Actually, regarding the quality of the cases, I still think our previous detective comics were better, but our current works are more popular, and popularity means mass appeal. Even I, who doesn't understand detective stories well, am attracted by this story. I laughed to death at the first chapter. Conan becomes a child after drinking the potion and surprisingly changes his name to Chuyu. Teacher Shadow is such a joker. But must admit, the name Chu Yu sounds powerful, as if Chu Kuang and Xian Yu are combined. The assistants excitedly discussed. Lin Yuan chuckled to himself aside. Yes, he had added some personal touches in the comic. In the original Detective Conan, the protagonist's real name is Kudo Shinichi. For some special reasons, Kudo Shinichi drank a shrinking potion and renamed himself Idagawa Conan. In the comic setting, Kudo Shinichi is a fan of Sherlock Holmes. His pseudonym, Idagawa Conan, pays tribute to the author of Sherlock Holmes, Conan Doyle, and Neon's top mystery writer, Idagawa Rampo. However, in the Blue Star world, Chu Kuang is the author of Sherlock Holmes. In this case, Lin Yuan would definitely not rigidly have Kudo Shinichi rename himself as Conan. There's no need for that. With a stroke of his pen, he made Conan the original name of the protagonist in the comic. After drinking the shrinking potion, Conan, in order to hide his identity to find the mastermind behind the scenes, changed his name to Chu Yu. The reason is, Conan is a fan of Sherlock Holmes. He really likes Chu Kuang, so there's a Chu in his new name. As for you, because when Conan was coming up with a new name, he happened to hear someone playing a song called The Seventh Chapter of Night. This is a song by Xian Yu, a Sherlock Holmes-inspired song. Coincidentally, Xian Yu is also one of Conan's favorite composers, and he is quite familiar with this song. So, the protagonist had a flash of inspiration, and the detective Chu Yu was born. Although it contains some personal touches, it won't affect any of the comic's plot. Therefore, Lin Yuan felt free to do this, otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered. It's as if Shadow is pulling some strings for Xian Yu and Chu Kuang to collaborate. It feels pretty good to be quirky. For the readers, this will also become an Easter egg that everyone will enjoy discussing. Just like the origins of the name Idagawa Conan, on Earth has been discussed over and over again. As for the name of the comic, of course, it also needs to change to Detective Chu Yu. Does it sound a little strange? Of course it's strange. Fortunately, Lin Yuan knew. This is just prejudice on my own part. There's no need for preconceptions. For those who are encountering this comic for the first time, the name Chu Yu is not strange. It's just a normal and even somewhat attractive name. Inserting this into the plot does not feel out of place at all. Agent Jin Mu has arrived. He looks at Lin Yuan with a worried expression. There's a lot of controversy about the theme of your new comic, and it might affect the popularity of the site on its opening day. Don't worry, the quality of our comic will prove everything. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei nearby says optimistically. She also believes that Detective Chu Yu will definitely become popular. This isn't about quality. I certainly trust your abilities and discernment, but there are some misunderstandings about Shadow's decision. We need to eliminate all potential issues at the bud stage. Jin Mu says with a serious expression. There's a way. Lin Yuan asks, when exactly will the site launch? Jin Mu immediately replies, in another week. Actually, we can launch now, but since it's impossible for you three alone to run a comics website, we are actively recruiting middle and lower class comic artists. Many contracts are being signed urgently. Even if they simply add to the numbers and fill up the comic library, that's fine. 1 week is enough. Lin Yuan smiles lightly. Have you forgotten how the comic king of the net became popular? At that time, the Tribe comic site hadn't been established. You directly published on the Tribe site for free. Jin Mu says automatically, then paused. So you want to? Lin Yuan nods. Release Detective Chu Yu in advance and publish it for free on the blog. A week is enough for everyone to recognize the excellence of this comic. When the new site is set up, we move the comic over and maintain a good update frequency. Together with the new works of the other two comic artists, the initial popularity should not be too bad. This is indeed a solution. Jin Mu's eyes light up slightly. Releasing the comic in advance can also be seen as an early promotion to draw traffic to the website. Of course, the prerequisite is that this comic can convince readers to willingly pay for it. It all depends on the quality of the comic. If it fails, it will only have the opposite effect. Can they continue with Detective Comics, really? Jin Mu looks at the assistants in the studio. Each of their faces is full of ease and vitality, chit-chatting with great enthusiasm. They are too confident. In that case, let's do it. Jin Mu makes a decision. Publish it tomorrow? Lin Yuan says softly, better do it today than tomorrow. Let's do it tonight at 8 o'clock. The original Kendaichi case files also chose to publish at 8 o'clock. Isn't it said online that Shadow won't accept it and wants to prove that he can rise where he falls? Fine. Then I will show you. See if I can stand high enough. Then it's 8 o'clock. Jin Mu says, grinding his teeth. The opinion on the internet is currently very unfavorable for Shadow. Some even say that Shadow's continuation of Detective Comics is a little unfair to the great help provided by Chu Kuang and Xianyu. This is not a good sign. This adverse public opinion must be curbed as soon as possible. In the next half an hour, Jin Mu contacted Han Jimei and other relevant personnel from the comic website and confirmed the plan to serialize Shadow's new comic on the blog. Having finished the relevant work, the blog updates again. New comic will be released on the blog tonight at 8 o'clock. Together with this update, the blog has also done the first publicity to attract traffic. Tonight at 8, Teacher Shadow's latest comic, Detective Chuyu, first read, the same reasoning. A different shock. Suddenly, the attention of the entire network is attracted over. Chapter 742, 707. He is in a hurry, _1. Under countless watchful eyes. Many were notified the moment it occurred. The controversy over Shadow's new work had yet to subside, sparking even more heated discussions. It's being released today? It's really a mystery genre. I previously thought this could be some kind of joke, merely a marketing gimmick to attract attention to the news site. But now it seems clear that Shadow's new work is indeed a mystery genre. Publishing it on the blog first. Is this to spark reader interest? The problem is, I have zero interest in mystery per se. I tried reading the Kendaichi case files, even persevered through dozens of chapters, but it truly wasn't my cup of tea. It's far too niche. Detective Chuyu? Is it a combination of Chu Kuang and Xianyu? The manga name is quite cheeky. Chuyu has to be the protagonist's name, right? I don't for a second buy the idea that this Chuyu and Chu Kuang Xianyu have no relation. Shadow is just skillfully riding their wave of popularity. However, I'm still not into the mystery genre. Why is Shadow so determined to go this route? Fellow comic artists could roughly guess Shadow's intention. He wanted to use the blog to create some excitement for his as-yet unreleased work. This surprise move does have some benefits, too. The main advantage is, people's attention could indeed be captured by the early release. So when the comics go live on the internet amidst ongoing intense debates, even the readers claiming to be uninterested in the mystery genre might give in to curiosity and have a look. But the real problem is, readers genuinely aren't interested in the mystery genre. Perhaps only some fans of the Kendaichi case files would be interested. Forcing everyone to read the new work might just have the opposite effect, increasing their dissatisfaction. The plan may end up doing more harm than good. As the recognized competitor, Tribe Comics also received news of Shadow's new manga releasing at 8 p.m. tonight. Suddenly, the entire department was clueless. Inside the director's office, Ling Kong remained expressionless. Besides Ling Kong, there was another man of average appearance in the office. The man giggled and began to speak. The early release only shows he's desperate. He knows that letting public opinion ferment wouldn't do him any favors. However, if the quality of the manga isn't up to standard, this move might further disappoint readers, even affecting the traffic on their news site on its initial day. It's now 7:40. Ling Kong sat in front of his computer with his hands clasped together. You are one of the most senior editors in the manga industry. I want to see a detailed analysis report of his new work. Stay here and watch it. Fine, the man responded. As Ling Kong's expression grew serious, the man couldn't help but reassure, you don't need to worry. From the beginning, Shadow has chosen the wrong path. It's not that his mystery manga isn't well drawn, but the problems lie in the genre itself. He thinks if he draws even better, people will be more willing to buy it. I do believe that he could indeed make it better, but the inherent weakness of this genre remains. I've been an editor for so many years, and the most popular mystery manga I've seen is the Kendaichi case files. You should know very well how this manga compares to other popular manga. Ling Kong remained silent. He believed in this veteran editor's judgment, but he believed more in the hard data. He wouldn't slack off in the slightest before seeing Shadow's new manga. After all, Shadow was the first person in many years to make him suffer a significant loss. Although the main reason behind his loss was not solely due to Shadow, but the forces behind Shadow. The fact that Shadow could influence such great forces itself was enough to show that Shadow was not to be underestimated. He would not underestimate such an opponent again. In the blogging world, there was discussion within. Shadow's new manga is being released first on our blog. Huh. I heard that Shadow's previous mystery manga flopped. Can this one succeed? I highly doubt it. I have a friend who's into manga. He said that Shadow chose to do mystery because he wasn't satisfied with something. But whether he's satisfied or not is irrelevant. The problem is that not many people like the mystery genre. If it were a mystery novel, people might be interested. But it seems that's not the case with manga. Tribe Comics must be thrilled about this. Who cares? Tribe Comics has taken a big hit this time around. Xianyu and Chu Kuang are now with our blog. Yeah, true. Shadow was just a bonus. All of this started because of Shadow, but he isn't the key. The key players for our blog are big names like Xianyu and Chu Kuang. That's true. Even if Shadow's new manga flops again, it won't harm our blog. Of course, I sincerely hope that Shadow's new manga becomes a hit. That would greatly benefit our blog. The blogging community viewed this as a casual occurrence, not taking it too seriously. The reason is practical. Because Shadow wasn't the main focus of the blog. Even though they announced the arrival of the three brothers with great fanfare, the core purpose was to give Xianyu and Chu Kuang enough prestige. Shadow just didn't make the cut. Even the influential stars like the members of the Yu dynasty couldn't compare to Xianyu and Chu Kuang. But since Shadow had a good rapport with these two big shots, why not cater to him? It also served to appease the two big shots. Having learned from past lessons, the blog would not repeat the errors of Tribe Comics. Even if Shadow served as a mascot, for the sake of Xianyu and Chu Kuang, the blog was willing to hold this mascot in high regard. Suddenly, someone said, "It's 8 o'clock." Someone nearby immediately pitched in, "Has the manga been released? Let's check it out." One of them got excited. There were teasing voices around. "I thought you didn't like manga." Well, Shadow's competitor is Tribe Comics. If Shadow's manga is excellent, it'd be a slap in Tribe Comics' face. Their discomfort would make me happy. He spoke with conviction. Everyone nodded. Makes sense. Perhaps with the same sentiment, they all clicked on this manga named Detective Chuyu. Whoa, quite the update. He's released over 20 chapters all at once. He's come thoroughly prepared. Simultaneously, those elsewhere who were following Shadow's manga also started reading Detective Chuyu. This includes Tribe Comics as well. I will finish reading it quickly. The man of average appearance said to the handsome Ling Kong while surfing through it. Ling Kong waved his hand. "No rush. Take your time and be thorough. I need your most honest feedback." Understood. The man of average appearance chuckled and began reading the first chapter. After an undefined period, the man of average appearance suddenly shifted uncomfortably in his seat, his face slightly tense. Ling Kong noticed his fleeting change, causing his eyebrows to twitch a little. Chapter 743, 708. This night begins to boil _1. The industry's judgment wasn't wrong. Releasing a new manga during the peak of external controversy is, indeed, an excellent timing, no matter if they are interested in detective stories or not. The topic controversy of Shadow's new manga, combined with the terrifying upheaval of three brothers breaking up with the tribe, has indeed attracted countless readers. In some school dormitory, the lights weren't turned off at 8 o'clock. Some students were watching Detective Chuyu on their mobile phones. Suddenly, someone chuckled out loud. The name Chuyu really is related to Chu Kuang. The protagonist is actually a fan of the great Detective Holmes. And then the 7th chapter of night comes in. So that's how the name Chuyu came about. It's pretty fun. The beginning is quite interesting. It attracts me more than the Kendaichi case files. On some subway, two young people were also reading this manga. The main character of Shadow's new manga is actually a primary school student. The key is that inside this primary school student, there's the soul of a 17-year-old genius detective. That's kind of interesting, a primary school detective? It leaves me a bit excited for the following plot. Chuyu, that is, Conan, looked handsome before he became smaller, totally cute after he turned small. This doctor seems to be a mad scientist. I like this setting. I wonder what the plot will be like later. I'll keep reading. Inside a certain company, it should be close of business at 8 o'clock. But in reality, many people were still working at 8 o'clock. However, while they were working, some people were slacking off. Like, taking advantage of having nothing to do with their hands. They were reading Shadow's new manga. This new manga that Shadow released ahead of time seems to be quite interesting. Don't you dislike detective stories? I indeed don't like the Kendaichi case files. It feels a bit scary, but this one feels a bit different. Where is it different? Can't really tell, but at least I can keep reading this one. Then I'll give it a go. Yeah, you should like it. The protagonist is a primary school student, even wearing a full set of equipment. All the sci-fi gadgets were made by a doctor to help him. Spoiler: dog won't get a house. In the internal blog, there were no breaks either, otherwise, there wouldn't be a bunch of people chatting idly. By this time, everyone had been reading the manga for a long time. There was little talking during the process, until after a certain plot sequence. This manga is kind of awesome. It's so compelling. Seeing the primary school students solving cases one after another feels so satisfying. I've been reading over a dozen episodes in a row, and I don't feel bored at all. Same here. I usually get sleepy from watching detective stories or crime TV shows. I don't know whether to say Mori Kagoro is unlucky or lucky. Mori Kagoro is hilarious, always looking confused, but turns out to be the ace detective. I like the female lead Xiaolon so much. My husband is actually by my side. I'm almost done with the updates. Damn, Shadow, update more. I want to see the plot about the organization in black. It feels like it's the main storyline of the manga. Tribe Comics. Manager's office. The nondescript man hadn't said a word. The action of flipping through the manga on his mobile phone was getting slower and slower. Ling Kong was watching the man closely. This veteran editor in the industry seemed to feel a bit hot, wiping the sweat from his forehead from time to time. Was the seat under his but a little too hot? Ling Kong had seen him adjust and shift his but to change his position 7 or 8 times consecutively. This made Ling Kong feel a bit inexplicably anxious. Weren't they saying that detective manga was a no-go? Didn't they say that Shadow was just making desperate moves? Why did he always have the feeling something's wrong? Finally, the other party spoke. Minister, speak. There was a tension in Ling Kong's voice, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tension, a touch of anger in his dissatisfaction, and a sense of urgency in his anger. This manga, Shadow, is no ordinary manga. The man hesitated for a few seconds before finally speaking. How extraordinary. Ling Kong thought he would flare up in anger, but his voice surprisingly calmed down when he spoke. However, his calm voice was now tinged with an eerie tone. The man swallowed, struggling to say, "It will blow up." How so? "It'll be an inferno." After uttering those 4 words, the man seemed to have used up all his strength. A sense of powerlessness washed over him. Who would have thought detective comics could be played this way, adding sci-fi elements and novel settings, while simplifying the complexity of the cases? The once stagnant niche suddenly sprang to life. This Shadow, he's terrifying. Suddenly, the man heard a strange laugh. He looked at Ling Kong. Was Ling Kong actually laughing? This is what makes it interesting. Ling Kong seemed to be speaking to the man, but also to himself. The game has just begun. Shadow Studio. Everyone else was still at work. Lin Yuan was sitting on the sofa in the hall reading comics. He was reading Tianmin and Yashinshin's previous comics. Given that these two intended to join their alliance, Lin Yuan wanted to better understand their abilities. He was satisfied with what he found. Both of them deserved the title of GOAT comic creators. In the next room, Luo Wei was nervously staring at her computer with her assistants. How are the responses? They haven't come out yet. It should catch on, right? I can't think of any reasons why our comic would fail. Everyone says the Kendaichi case files isn't welcoming to non-detective genre fans, but we definitely won't have that problem this time. Detective Chuyu even helps people find lost pets. A primary school student trying to act mature, Mori Kagoro providing the laugh points, Xiao Lan being prettily attractive, the cool science fiction elements. Every element of this comic is extremely appealing. Everyone indeed had confidence in the comic, but at this moment, they couldn't help but feel a bit nervous and unsettled. After all, detective genres truly are niche. That's one point they couldn't deny. However, at the same time, they all felt that this comic encompassed all the various ways a detective genre could be played with. If this diversified detective comic doesn't hit big, then it could only mean detective comics are beyond redemption. Click. As Luo Wei refreshed the comment section on her screen, her smile finally surfaced. At the same time, the other assistants widened their eyes in surprise, expressing their joy. So many comments. A quick glance, and it looks like there are barely any negative reviews. Luo Wei refreshed again. Suddenly, several more pages of comments appeared. Try again, Luo Wei said, refreshing the page every few seconds. And each time she refreshed, more comments would appear. Ms. Luo Wei, you're refreshing too fast. Let us look at what the netizens are specifically saying. One of the assistants couldn't help speaking. On the surface, the comic seemed to have received a great response. But for more specifics, they needed to look at the comments. All right, Luo Wei stopped refreshing. The group of people huddled around the computer, going through the feedback comments for their comic one by one. In the hall, Lin Yuan put down the comic he was reading and stretched. The moon had disappeared. The night began to boil. Chapter 744, 709. We were the first ones in the tribe _1. In the studio, with Luo Wei no longer updating, countless reader comments about Detective Chu Yu appeared clearly in front of these shadow assistants on the blog. The comment with the most likes is, all those bastards who doubted the theme of Shadow's new comic apologize to Shadow now. The assistants burst into laughter, and the comments that followed made everyone high-five and cheer on. Because the following comments were all bloody apologies to Teacher Shadow. I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted Teacher Shadow. This comic is so good. My face has been slapped swollen by Shadow. Never knew an unpopular detective comic could be so exciting. This comic is way better than the Kendaichi case files. After reading all the content so far, I can't get enough. I don't usually like detective stories, but for some strange reason, I really like this comic. All right, I admit I was wrong. Shadow truly is a genius. All our doubts are nothing compared to the Tribe comics. Just after they banned Shadow, he came out with such an amazing new comic. I wonder if the Tribe comics has admitted defeat. Rise where you fall. Shadow really did it, against public opinion and everyone's doubts. After 2 tries, Shadow has completely conquered the detective genre. With more and more people finishing the comic, countless feedbacks finally burst out like bamboo shoots after a spring rain and swept the entire comment section like a storm, causing its popularity to explode for the first time. Everyone got slapped in the face, but no one is upset about it. If Shadow's new detective comic was met with a lukewarm response again, he would undoubtedly face severely harsh criticism. People only care about the result. The reverse is also true. If Shadow's new comic breaks all doubt, proves himself with a detective story, then public opinion will flip completely. Now, public opinion has flipped. Everyone is praising Detective Chu Yu, and those who doubted and held a pessimistic view of it have disappeared without a trace amidst countless praises. At the same time, the industry insiders were dumbfounded, especially the comic authors who are part of the tribe. Of course, these people also read Detective Chu Yu. It's not hard for professionals to see just how amazing this comic is, and that's exactly why they were so shocked. How is this possible? He actually managed to pull it off. This guy is truly a genius. The same theme, yet he managed to make such a big breakthrough. Even though they're all detective stories, he broke his usual way of thinking. The styles of the 2 comics are completely different. I won't say this comic is better than the Kendaichi case files, but at least in terms of achievements, this comic can definitely crush Shadow's previous one. Not only the previous one, it feels like even the popularity of Death Note might be surpassed by this comic in the future. Turns out a detective comic really can become popular. Only after reading Shadow's new work did I realize there's no such thing as unpopular themes in this world, only comic artists who are not skilled enough. Both inside and outside the industry are discussing, and amidst the heated discussion, Detective Chu Yu has updated a lot of content. Without hesitation, everyone excitedly clicked to continue reading the comic. Wonderful. The pull is still so great. This update is too powerful, worthy of Shadow. Did he release all his draft? Shadow is so awesome. Every time I read to the end, I look forward to Chu Yu shouting out that line. There's only one truth. There's only one truth. That's Chu Yu's catchphrase. It's so cool. I've noticed something. Wherever Chu Yu goes, a murder occurs. No, that's not a detective, that's a damn Grim Reaper. What's worse is that the guy is still in elementary school. I henceforth dub Chuyu, the Grim Reaper elementary student. Ha 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 ha, are you kidding me? The Grim Reaper elementary student, really? I think the Grim Reaper elementary student may work as an alternate title for the manga. As the updates proliferate, the popularity of the manga continues to soar. Moreover, the iconic line from the manga, "There's only one truth," has become a serious craze. Of course, the Grim Reaper elementary student joke, spawned from this manga, has been humorously parodied by countless fans as though it belongs to an erstwhile time. In the comments section, people barely even mention Detective Chuyu anymore. They just refer to it as Grim Reaper elementary student. Memes are just so much fun. So just how popular is this manga? Well, no one knows better than bloggers. As soon as the manga began its series, the number of image views explode within mere hours. At this moment, if anyone could view the traffic monitor on the blog's backend, they would be astounded to find out. Starting from the moment this manga was published, the blog's traffic showed a steady upward trend. Why is that? The answer is as clear as day. Didn't we agree at the company meeting that Shadow was just a bonus accompanying Chu Kwang and Xian Yu's joining the blog? This bonus is really something. Initially, we all thought of Shadow as an extra, with the focus being on Xian Yu and Chu Kwang. Yet before those two even started, Shadow has already brought in so much traffic. Seems like we owe Shadow an apology. We shouldn't have said that Shadow was nothing more than an accessory to Chu Kwang and Xian Yu. What kind of accessory is this impressive? You guys underestimated Shadow, but I certainly didn't. Xian Yu in the south, Chu Kwang in the north. People keep forgetting the rest. Shadow sits in the center. Who would ever think that a person that forms the three bros with Xian Yu and Chu Kwang lacks substance? Although the influence from Shadow can't compete with Xian Yu or Chu Kwang, this wave of popularity is sufficient for our company to reassess Shadow's value. That's correct. We definitely need to re-evaluate Shadow's significance to the company. The blog is abuzz with astonishment and excitement. I'm really curious about Tribe Comics' reaction now. Of course, Tribe Comics has a reaction. Compared to the netizens who don't know the behind-the-scenes story, Tribe Comics knew that Shadow was going to continue drawing mystery stories a while back. More precisely, the conflict between Tribe Comics and Shadow was instigated by Shadow wanting to juggle two projects, continuing with mystery stories. At that time, Tribe Comics thought that Shadow continuing to draw mystery stories is merely a joke. Has Shadow not learned his lesson from the Kendaichi case files? But now, the editors at Tribe Comics are silent. The other mystery manga that Shadow mentioned probably referred to Detective Chuyu, right? This manga should have belonged to the Tribe. The Tribe came into the scene first, getting to know Shadow, initiating the collaboration, or even the first to join the new website, Tribe Comics. Why did it end up like this in the end? What a waste. With a sigh, the editors at Tribe Comics unanimously turned their heads to glance towards the director's office right next door. There can be only one truth. Director Ling Kong. He single-handedly blundered what could have been a great opportunity for the Tribe. Chapter 745, 710. I will do it myself _1. Yes, everyone just got slapped in the face by Grim Reaper elementary student. The echoing sound of slaps could be heard everywhere. However, the most embarrassed weren't the ones who doubted the theme of Teacher Shadow's new manga, because the loudest slap firmly landed on the face of Tribe Comics. Tribe truly suffered. The new website has hope now. With Grim Reaper elementary students so popular, it's bound to bring enormous popularity to the new website called Alliance. With Grim Reaper elementary students spearheading the new website and the addition of new works by Yashinshin and Tian Min, the Alliance is set to soar. If the new website really does take off, the Tribe is going to be spitting blood. 3 comic artists alone cannot make the Alliance soar, but at least Teacher Shadow has ignited the momentum. Once the new website launches, it will definitely have an impact on the traffic of Tribe Comics. I am now very interested in the new website, Alliance. Even if it's just for Grim Reaper elementary student, we should go to the new website and show some support. The formerly less anticipated new manga website, Alliance, has now gained quite a bit of recognition due to the popularity of Grim Reaper elementary student. Some people are even looking forward to the launch of this new website. In the next few days, Lin Yuan didn't indulge in any more bursts of creativity. He continued to serialize Detective Chu Yu at a pace of 1 chapter per day, building up popularity for the opening of the new website. Updating too slowly? I update a lot more than others, because most serialized mangas only update once a week. Releasing so much on the first day was purely because Lin Yuan had enough drafts and wanted to make Grim Reaper Elementary Student popular as quickly as possible. The manga is indeed popular now. He had almost used up all his drafts. Lin Yuan needed to accumulate some drafts again. On the opening day of the new website, he needed to release more updates to attract more popularity. Meanwhile, when Lin Yuan was quietly preparing, the launch of the alliance was getting closer and closer. In the Shadow Studio, Jinmu said, "The website will be officially established at noon tomorrow. Are you ready?" Lin Yuan nodded. Jinmu laughed. "The Grim Reaper. Ahem, the popularity of Detective Chu Yu has already risen. Now the ones we should worry about are not you, but whether the new works of Tianmin and Yashinshin can bear the weight. Shouldn't be a problem." Lin Yuan had read their mangas. Both of them were GOAT-level comic artists. With experience in creating more than one manga, the chance of failure is very low. Of course, if they did fail, Lin Yuan had a backup plan. It's true that Detective Chu Yu is popular, and its sustained popularity will surely not be inferior to its former life. But Lin Yuan also understood deeply. Merely relying on one manga cannot support a website. Even if it could, facing an opponent like Tribe, it would seem rather inadequate. After all, in the entire manga circle, the middle and high-level comic artists were essentially people from Tribe Comics. Even if they don't compete in quality but on quantity, it's still quite terrifying. Not to mention, many of the mangas from Tribe Comics are of very good quality. Hopefully, there won't be any hitches. Jinmu was very aware of potential dangers in times of peace. He didn't think that just because Grim Reaper Elementary Student had slapped Tribe's face, the Alliance had already won. Objectively speaking, there's still a long way to go for the Alliance. After all, Tribe Comics has been around for a longer time. Under normal circumstances, there isn't a shortcut for the Alliance to surpass them. Fortunately, Shadow has strongly proven himself this time. At least the gap between him and Xianyu, let alone Chu Kuang, isn't as big as it was before. Jinmu sighed. Lin Yuan laughed. Jinmu's sighing was not wrong. In terms of status and influence, Shadow is still far from comparing with Chu Kuang, let alone Xianyu. Especially after Shadow took a break for nearly a year. The gap between this pseudonym and the other two identities has widened even more. The gap is even bigger than the gap between soon-to-be-launched Alliance and Tribe. But since all three are him, Lin Yuan didn't particularly mind. Well, he does care, just a teeny little bit. The following day, the Alliance is about to be established. Shadow posted a status. When the new website launches, Detective Chu Yu will give a small burst. Shadow has been posting statuses frequently recently. Upon learning this news, the enthusiasm of the netizens was stirred up. At the same time, the blog also helped with a countdown promotion, attracting even more attention. The launch is coming soon. Sounds like war is about to break out. Ha ha ha. It can also be interpreted that way. The Alliance is aiming at Tribe Comics. The two websites are bound to fight. Alliance can't win. Although they can't win, both Tianmin and Yashinshin will also make their moves. Along with Shadow's Grim Reaper Elementary Student, I think they still have a fighting chance. That's true. Not just for Grim Reaper Elementary Student. I am also looking forward to the new works of Tianmin and Yashinshin. The netizens were very supportive, prepared to help prop up the atmosphere, especially Shadow's fans, who are rushing to become members. Inside the studio, Jinmu chuckled. The data migration is complete. The updated Detective Chu Yu is all transferred to the new website. We just have to take it up from where we left off. We are just 5 minutes away from launching. Lin Yuan nodded. His explosive material was ready to go. Just then, Jinmu's phone rang. It was Hanjime. She was now the manager of the Alliance website. Jinmu picked up, laughing. "Manager Han, what can I do for you?" Yashinshin and Tianmin ran into problems. Over the phone, Hanjime's first words plunged Jinmu's heart into a sudden abyss. His smile vanished as he took a deep breath. What happened? Hanjime's breathing seemed erratic, fraught with anxiety. "Last night, I met with the two of them on behalf of the website, and planned an opening event. I asked them to do some interviews for the launch, but they've both disappeared. Their phones are unreachable. It's like they've evaporated into thin air. Jinmu felt as if he was falling into an icy cavern. Lin Yuan, standing nearby, had heard the gist of the phone call, his eyes narrowing slightly. I'm afraid they won't show up. Han Jimei continued, her voice full of despair. Something like this happening right before the launch of the website. Even a fool would sense something was amiss. Could it be that Yashinshin and Tianmin both overslept today? It must be the tribe playing tricks. Before Jinmu could respond, Han Jimei spoke again. Her voice, tinged with despair, was growing angry. Ling Kong is so calculating. He quietly took away our two main forces. No, they're not forces. They're fair-weather friends. Jinmu finally retorted, gritting his teeth, as if squeezing the words from the gaps in his teeth. Two treacherous bastards. If this wasn't Ling Kong's doing, he'd eat his hat. Sorry, it's my fault. Han Jimei's voice finally fell. She seemed to have accepted her fate. Our long-planned website launch might get screwed up. There's still hope. Jinmu suddenly let out his breath. He forced himself to stay calm, his voice dry and husky. Maybe when we open the site, they'll publish their new works as outlined in the contract. Hope. Han Jimei gave a bitter laugh. The call ended. Jinmu turned to Lin Yuan, forcing a strained smile. He repeated the sentence he'd just said. It sounded like he was trying to comfort Lin Yuan, but it seemed more like he was trying to comfort himself. There's still hope. Lin Yuan didn't say a word throughout the conversation. No one knew what he was thinking at that moment. Not long after, the alliance officially went online. However, as large numbers of users poured in, all they saw was Detective Chu Yu and some lesser-known authors publishing their new works. Where was Tianmin? Where was Yashinshin? These were the two comic artists many were looking forward to, but after fumbling around the new site's search bar for a while, not even a trace of Tianmin and Yashinshin could be found, let alone their works. A little while later, Jinmu's phone rang again. Looking over the two empty web pages, his spirits were crushed as he answered the call, seemingly already anticipating what would be said. There's no hope left. That was Han Jimei's first sentence. I finally got through to Yashinshin and Tianmin, but they said they're planning to break off their contract with our website. I know Ling Kong. This is his doing. Go fuck their ancestors. Jinmu rarely swore, but this time he did, and his veins were visibly throbbing. Han Jimei was no longer angry. She just sighed. They were the most important parts of our plans. Our new website needed Teacher Shadow, Tianmin, and Yashinshin to hold up the sky together. Without the two of them, we've lost half of our territory. Now, the whole site has only Teacher Shadow's comic to carry the traffic, which is not enough. Jinmu went pale. The sudden betrayal of Tianmin and Yashinshin had a devastating effect, and the two vacancies were impossible to fill. Suddenly, he gripped his cell phone tightly, his knuckles turning slightly white and his eyes turning red. All of a sudden, Lin Yuan reached for Jinmu's phone. Jinmu instinctively tried to resist, but almost immediately gave up, standing there in silence. The cell phone landed in Lin Yuan's hands. For the first time, Lin Yuan spoke up. He said to Han Jimei on the other side of the phone, "If there's a big pit, just fill it." He paused. Lin Yuan continued, still very quietly. "If one part is not enough, then two. If two is not enough, then three. If three is not enough." Boss, Teacher Shadow. Both Jinmu and Han Jimei on the phone interrupted Lin Yuan. They wanted to comfort him, but didn't know what to say. "It's okay," Lin Yuan said with a smile. His voice was too calm. Yet both Jinmu standing next to him and Han Jimei on the phone could clearly hear the intense anger hidden beneath his calm exterior. Lin Yuan was angry. When they sensed the emotion underneath his calm words, both Jinmu and Han Jimei felt a chill run down their spine, and they suddenly didn't dare to speak anymore. "I'll do it myself." Lin Yuan's smile disappeared. "If the alliance is falling apart, I'll fill in the gaps. If half the territory collapses, so what? I will hold up this sky." Chapter 746, 711. Impossible Task _1. At a club, two men are having dinner together. One of the men, after taking a bite, murmurs, "Tianmin, is this really okay for us to do? I don't want to do it either." The man across the table speaks. But the offer from Tribe is simply too good, a condition we can't reject. Yes, these two are none other than the two GOAT cartoonists invited by the new website alliance, Tianmin and Yashinshin. These are, of course, their pen names. And they prefer to use their pen names when communicating privately. Our reputation might be seriously damaged if we proceed. With this, we'll be seen like corporate spies. The alliance will be severely damaged, and Han Jime, who has trusted us wholeheartedly, will be blamed for this mess. Their moral restraint is indeed there. However, Yashinshin is more concerned about the damage to their reputations. Tianmin replied calmly, "For cartoonists, the quality of their work is the foundation of their career. If our works are good, our reputation won't be greatly affected. If our works are poor, even a good reputation can't keep us fed. As for Han Jime, she's too sentimental in her work and has a soft approach. It's inevitable for her to suffer defeat against ruthless competitors like Ling Kong. If this incident becomes a lesson for her and can help her avoid future losses, it might not be completely bad for her." Yashinshin nods. It seems to make sense. They indeed betrayed Han Jime's trust. But it would be too much to say their reputation could ruin their careers. Cartoonists work behind the scenes. They are not celebrities, and there are many creators who have bad behavior. After some cursing, it will pass. As long as the work is good, the readers won't care too much about the nasty side of business competition. What I'm afraid of is Ling Kong breaching his promise. The penalty specified in the new contract that Ling Kong gave us is sky high, and he has also promised in the contract to help us pay the penalty on the alliance's side. So, he wouldn't breach, since if he were to tear our agreement apart at such cost, no one would trust him when he tries to persuade people from other companies in the future. Tianmin isn't worried about it. Ling Kong knows the basic rules of business competition. The reason he and Yashinshin joined the alliance was to have a stronger hand to negotiate with Tribe. And now, his objective has been achieved. Now, all they are doing is choosing the best tree to perch on, sacrificing a bit of their reputation for a great reward. He just made the decision he thought was right. Yashinshin earnestly nodded. Then we can only apologize to Shadow and the alliance. A man will do anything for money, and a bird will do anything for food. We don't need to refuse Tribe's generous offer just for the sake of the alliance. After all, the reason we left Tribe and joined the alliance in the first place was because Tribe gave us too harsh contract terms. Now, even though our method isn't very honorable, at least we have obtained the contract from Tribe that we have long yearned for. As he was speaking, Yashinshin abruptly asked, "Tianmin, do you think the alliance has any hope of fighting against Tribe after such a heavy blow?" Heh. Tianmin let out a laugh with an ambiguous meaning. Several seconds later, Yashinshin also started laughing. The two of them casually raised their glasses, gently clinked them together, and each took a small sip. Everything was left unspoken. Even if the three of them, including Shadow, had worked together, they could never have been a match for Tribe. If the alliance had truly been a website where they could establish themselves and secure their future, why would they damage their own reputation and return to Tribe? Everyone has their own morality. The difference lies only in the extent. The newly opened alliance. Readers are repeatedly searching, but can't find any new works by Yashinshin and Tianmin. At first, everyone thought it was a technical issue, and it didn't cause much disturbance. But when everyone finished reading the explosive new chapter of Detective Chuyu and still saw no new works by the two, people finally realized something was wrong. Why haven't Tianmin and Yashinshin made any moves? It's been about half an hour since the new website was launched. Did they run away? Are they standing us readers up? If they've really run away, then it's not us readers they are standing up. It's the alliance. It must be a glitch. It's a new website after all. It's unavoidable. I don't think the problem is that serious. Maybe we are overthinking. Let's just wait and see. Online users are becoming suspicious. Right at this moment, a comment suddenly appeared online. Damn, something big happened. Everyone, go look at Tribe's announcement. Tribe? The users paused for a moment, then quickly opened Tribe's website. And then, a promotional announcement popped up for everyone. Tianmin's and Yashinshin's new works to premiere exclusively on Tribe Comics. Welcome home, gentlemen. What the dash? Everyone was stunned. What's going on? Did these two return to Tribe? Had my hopes up for nothing. I might as well continue reading comics on Tribe. Don't these two have any professional ethics? Didn't they say they went to the Alliance because they couldn't reach an agreement with Tribe? The Alliance is going to be screwed by these two. What kind of people are these two? Everyone was startled by the news. Shadow's fans directly cursed at them. It's just a normal job change. Some of Tianmin's and Yashinshin's fans defended them. Shadow's fans were even angrier. Changing jobs is definitely not a problem, but it is a different case if you play out this act just when the Alliance is getting started. The Alliance has no grudges against these two, so why such ill intent? Tianmin's and Yashinshin's fans retorted. Stop criticizing others from a moral high ground. It's Tianmin and Yashinshin's choice to go wherever they want. The two teachers must have paid the breach of contract penalty. They have already paid the money they should have. What more do you want from them? Compensation? The fans of Shadow fought back. This isn't a matter of breaching contract penalties. It's clearly a matter of character. These two have black hearts. They want to uproot the Alliance. Stop exaggerating. The fans from both sides instantly started an online brawl. Online bystanders collectively sighed. Now the Alliance is done for. There was hardly any chance of winning in the fight against Tribe Comics to start with, let alone now, with these two key figures gone. The clash between the Alliance and Tribe had far-reaching consequences. Netizens had been following it from start to finish. Now with this sudden turn of events, who wouldn't understand what's going on? It was definitely the Tribe poaching. This is a deadly plot, so ruthless. Can you believe it? There are so few manga artists in the Alliance who can make a significant contribution. Counting them all, there are only Shadow, Tianmin, and Yashinshin. Now, two powerful teammates have switched sides, leaving Shadow to fight alone. Is the entire Alliance going to survive solely on the comic Detective Chuyu in the future? Amid the shock of the entire web, the newly established official microblog of the Alliance also issued a new post. Tianmin and Yashinshin have betrayed us and broken their contracts with the Alliance, causing serious damage to the website's interests. From today, we officially declare, we will never work with these two again. Hereby notify everyone. There's no doubt now. Tianmin and Yashinshin have really stabbed the Alliance in the back. What the hell is the point of this? Shadow's fans are falling apart. The question now isn't about working with those two in the future. The question is whether this new site can continue to operate. Relying solely on Shadow's work won't be enough. Is he supposed to fight all alone in the future? No matter how popular Grim Reaper Elementary student is, he can't take on the whole tribe by himself. And when it came to this situation, top influencers Xian Yu and Chu Kuang couldn't help much. They were willing but unable. It's all about manga tactics. The competition among manga artists. Xian Yu and Chu Kuang couldn't get involved. The opponent was clearly targeting Shadow. Even if the Alliance won't collapse because of this, relying on a single comic by Shadow can only maintain a dying struggle at most. The tribe's capital is too strong. This is another ruthless crush on a new website by a large capital force. Just like how the tribe had blocked Shadow before. It was so powerless. In the face of such wealthy and ruthless capital, Shadow and the newly formed Alliance were utterly powerless. Even the name, Alliance, becomes ironic. Alliance. The people who allied with you have switched sides. Have you ever seen an alliance with only one person? At this moment, Shadow's fans were completely desperate. The casual netizens who supported the Alliance also sighed helplessly. A new manga website that originally had great potential has just suddenly cooled down. The story hasn't even started yet, and the curtain has already fallen prematurely. But just at this moment, Shadow's personal blog, surprisingly, updated its status again. Give me a week, and the Alliance will have two more outstanding new works to replace Tianmin and Yashinshin. A blast. At this moment, everyone who saw this post froze. Has Shadow gone crazy with anger? He actually said there would be two works to replace Tianmin and Yashinshin in a week? Where did he get the confidence? Or rather, where did he get the works? And there are two of them? Could it be that the Alliance can poach two manga artists from the tribe who are not weaker than Tianmin and Yashinshin? And even better? How is this possible? Would the tribe give this chance? The same tricks the tribe can use. How could they not be prepared? Besides, there's no reason for tribe's manga artists to join the Alliance. In the current state of the Alliance, who dares to go? But if they don't poach from the tribe, They won't be able to find any more powerful manga artists from other websites than Tianmin and Yushinshin, let alone more powerful. It's impossible even if they want to find two manga artists of the same level as these two. Tribe Comics has monopolized the entire industry. Could it be that Shadow plans to draw two comics himself and fill these huge gaps? Wait a minute. Could Shadow really be planning to draw them himself? This terrifying guess emerged in everyone's mind. Considering the current predicament, this seems to be the only possibility. Is he preparing to produce two comics that are more brilliant than the new works of Tianmin and Yushinshin in a week's time? 3 in a row? Impossible. This was everyone's first reaction. Creating one is believable. Detective Chu Yu can explain everything. As talented as Tianmin and Yushinshin are, their new comics are unlikely to surpass this classic. But the problem is, Shadow already has Detective Chu Yu. Where would he get the energy and ability to create two more works of the same level as Detective Chu Yu? Impossible. Not just the first reaction. No matter how everyone analyzed this post, they all came up with this conclusion. The task that Shadow set is simply impossible to complete. Maybe he was provoked too much? Shadow has truly gone mad this time. Chapter 747, 712. We are invincible in the world _1. Have you lost your mind? At Shadow Studio, Jinmu looked at Lin Yuan with disbelief. Today, when Han Jimei called to tell him that Tianmin and Yushinshin had betrayed the alliance, Lin Yuan had said he would fill these two gaps himself. But under the circumstances at the time, neither Jinmu nor Han Jimei took him seriously, because both of them knew that Lin Yuan was angry at the moment. When people are angry, they tend to make rash statements, even nonsense. While uttering such angry words or nonsense, the person doesn't take into account the reality. They only realize the impossibility of fulfilling their words after they have cooled down. Jinmu thought Lin Yuan should have cooled down by now. Out of respect for Lin Yuan's feelings, he didn't bring up those rash statements and nonsense again. But what Jinmu didn't expect was that Lin Yuan posted something akin to a declaration on his blog without telling anyone. In 1 week, two more exciting new comics will replace Yushinshin and Tianmin? Impossible. Jinmu's reaction was identical to the netizens. Even though Jinmu understood Lin Yuan's terror more than anyone else. Anything is possible. Lin Yuan played two jokes that Jinmu would never understand. You can always believe in the light. At this time, you still have time for jokes? Wearing a mask of pain, Jinmu said, I can force myself to trust you. That you might indeed have the ability to have 3 works simultaneously reach the quality of Grim Reaper elementary student, but certainly not within a week. Where there's a will, there's a way. This time Lin Yuan didn't joke anymore. He called Luo Wei and the assistants in. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Yuan. Everyone was aware of the declaration that Teacher Shadow posted on his blog. For a moment, everyone had mixed feelings. Comics were their profession, so everyone knew that what Teacher Shadow had said was impossible to achieve. Perhaps Teacher Shadow himself hadn't realized. He had lost his sanity. Do you want to try with me? Lin Yuan calmly met everyone's gaze. To create a miracle. You're my teacher. Luo Wei spoke with a smile, then looked at the other assistants. Let's do it. Ms. Luo Wei lacks interest. Teacher Shadow is our teacher too. Stop acting like we weren't taught by Teacher Shadow. Exactly. The debt of gratitude to the teacher is hard to pay. We'll accompany you even at the risk of our lives. Lin Yuan is Luo Wei's teacher, and their teacher too. They would support any decision made by their teacher, even if they knew it was impossible. There's no need to risk your lives. Lin Yuan spoke, a mysterious spark in his eyes. Of course, he knew the words he posted were a bit insane. Yes, insanity. Even Lin Yuan himself thought it was a bit insane. Starting a new comic and expecting it to quickly catch on like Grim Reaper elementary student, based solely on a few chapter updates, is very unrealistic. You need a lot of content. Grim Reaper elementary student became a hit by releasing a string of stored drafts all at once. You can't just throw out a few chapters and expect to be bombarded with praise by internet users, right? It's unrealistic. If you want the new comics to be equally popular, everyone must provide a large volume of updates. How quickly can a comic be updated? Besides, this is 3. But Lin Yuan wanted to give it a try. Indulging once. Going insane once. This time, he not only wanted to fiercely counterattack Tribe's insidious tactics. In the future, he would also make Tribe comics pay a much heavier price, such as taking their place. When was the last time he was this angry? It seems like it was when he was participating in The Masked Singer wearing a mask. The truth he realized back then was indeed correct. The world is ruled by the strong. Why does Xianyu remain unscathed? Why didn't anything happen to Chu Kuang? Why did something happen to Shadow, the one acknowledged as the weakest among the three bros? Because he's weak. In their eyes, Shadow is very weak. In that case, I'll prove Shadow's strength in the most magnificent way. Lin Yuan wants to push to the extreme. With only 3 series, within a week, he would surprise everyone with the speed at which the next 2 comics would blow up. Let's get to work. Lin Yuan walked into the drawing studio. Luo Wei and others followed him immediately. Jin Mu stared blankly as the crowd entered, his phone ringing off the hook. There were calls from Starlight, Hanjime, even from bloggers. All of them were asking what happened to Shadow. He said, "Have faith in light." Jin Mu was finally overwhelmed by this group of people, and this meaningless phrase was his response to all their questions. "Uncle Jin." Luo Wei suddenly poked her head out of the drawing room. "Could you go get some elixir?" "Elixir?" Jin Mu's expression twisted. Had these people gone mad? Luo Wei cleared her throat. "Coffee, Carabao, and some little blue pills." "The little blue pill isn't." The corner of Jin Mu's mouth twitched slightly. "All right, in short, coffee and some functional drinks I want. Everyone to stay energetic. We're likely going to be up for a week." Luo Wei clenched her fists. Jin Mu. For words flashed through his mind. Fiery, fierce, and formidable. He had no choice but to comply. If this doesn't work, nothing else will. When Luo Wei watched Jin Mu leave and turned her head, she saw Lin Yuan writing the names of 2 new comics on blank paper. They were named One Piece, Naruto. These were the 2 new series Teacher Shadow was planning for the triple series. Could these 2 new comics really replace Tianmin and Yashinshin, even overtake their new works? Luo Wei appeared lost. Her doubts disappeared completely an hour later. When everyone saw the plot of the story, when they witnessed each amazing storyboard script, when everyone, at some point, their faces began glowing with enthusiasm, their voices were trembling. This is King's Path Comics. Teacher Shadow can actually do a battle-oriented King's Path comic. This is the topic Yashinshin and Tianmin are best at. Yashinshin and Tianmin are nothing compared to this. Compared to these 2 works, their new works are shit. The way they were looking at Lin Yuan was entirely different. It was no longer just a student's respect for their teacher. It was more like reverence, as if to a god. Even Luo Wei was breathing fast. Her whole body was trembling. Her skills were higher than the rest of the assistants. That's why, after seeing these 2 comics, she was even more shocked than everyone else, regardless whether there were gods in the world. Once these 2 comics were published, Teacher Shadow would become a god, receiving the utmost respect from all the comic artists in the industry. Uzumaki Naruto, here I am. As Lin Yuan wrote this line in the first comic, he looked at Uzumaki Naruto created by his pen and spoke. "What you all said is correct." Without raising his head, Lin Yuan wrote another line on the second comic beside Luffy's smiling face. "I'm set on becoming the king of pirates." At the same time, Lin Yuan's voice continued to echo with an irresistible meaning. "We are invincible." Chapter 748, 713 Fiery, Fierce, and Formidable _1. That's right. It's One Piece. It's Naruto. They say a serious illness needs a strong remedy. These 2 works, they are the very definition of strong remedies. The well-known Dead Sea of Fire, the so-called legendary trio of popular manga. If time permits, if energy is sufficient, Lin Yuan doesn't mind bringing out Death God and a series of top-tier manga works all at once. Because he is very angry, but time and energy are just not enough at the moment. So, for now, using these 2 works, combined with Detective Chuyu, let's turn the world of manga upside down, which is already Lin Yuan's limit. But this wave will uphold the title of the manga world's unparalleled supremacy. Grim Reaper Elementary Student plus One Piece and Naruto. Aren't they deserving of the title Matchless Under the Heavens? If this is not enough, there will still be more in the future. There will be bread and milk. No more laziness. Really, no more laziness. I can achieve whatever the readers want. Thump. Lin Yuan suddenly heard a noise. Turning his head, he saw Luo Wei next to him abruptly go weak in the knees. She was kneeling. Teacher, please accept my salute. And then the other assistants, following her example, knelt down. A man's knees are filled with gold. Kneeling to heaven and earth, the ruler, parents, and teachers. Kneeling to your teacher. There's no shame in that. Ms. Luo Wei. We respect her as an absolute bro. Lin Yuan. You guys. Everyone. Teacher, I want to learn. Lin Yuan. Play basketball. Everyone up. Just at that moment, Jin Mu returned. As he pushed the door open, he saw what was going on in front of him, scratched his head, closed the door, and reopened it. Was it not opened correctly? What are you guys doing? Jin Mu's brain was a bit laggy. He had no idea what had happened in the studio while he was away. The scene was to some extent bizarre. Had these people really lost their minds? Get up and draw. Lin Yuan spoke helplessly. This round of applause was not accepted in vain. But going forward, each person was going to work on a manga. Everyone got up, chuckling weirdly, their laughter leaving Jin Mu somewhat shaken. These are the elixirs you asked for. He took out a bunch of functional drinks and some supposedly insanely effective brands of coffee. Get it brewing. Luo Wei yelled out. Grab your tools, bros. Jin Mu. Were they planning a midnight raid on a tribe? That's not even close. He was stunned by this fantastical atmosphere and stepped out of the room, dutifully brewing the elixir for everyone. The work began. Everyone was working tirelessly, working as if their lives depended on it. But in the end, they were only human. No matter how insane, hysterical, or energized by the elixir, people couldn't go on indefinitely. The group had been drawing nonstop till late in the night and began to falter. Dark circles appeared under the assistants' eyes. Even if they could hold on, their hands, used for drawing, were somewhat out of control. Go sleep if you can't cope. Jin Mu too was staying up all night with everyone else. Even if he couldn't fully understand the situation, he knew that everyone was giving it their all. It wasn't just for the two new manga. The ongoing Grim Reaper elementary student also needed updates. Even though in his heart he doubted the feasibility, at that moment, even he was influenced by Lin Yuan, Luo Wei, and the crazy assistants. His only regret was his inability to draw manga. If he had known how to draw, he would have certainly joined the others. In the end, he still couldn't forget the real reason Lin Yuan broke up with the tribe. Wasn't it just about enduring an insulting tirade? I could bear such an insult. That was Jin Mu's thought. But while he could tolerate the insult, he couldn't stand the affection and protection. Therefore, even when he knew it would be futile, Jin Mu still wanted to join them. The night was somewhat cool, but his heart was warm. Luo Wei yawned, and then poured herself a strong coffee. I'm fine. Uncle Jin, go to sleep. You don't need to stay with us all night, and anyone who can't hold on should first take a rest. I, as a seasoned night owl, am okay with it. Who among us isn't a night owl? An assistant named Zhao Chengming retorted on the side. He was responsible for a Grim Reaper elementary student. Only God knows how much he wants to be in charge of Naruto or One Piece. When someone else fails to keep up, maybe he could take over. Teacher, you go rest first. Your workload is the largest, and the energy you consumed is also the most. Another assistant spoke up, looking towards the hard-working Lin Yuan. The appellations had already changed. Before, everyone called him Teacher Shadow. Now it was just Teacher. Cunning boy. The others were also very cooperative. Teacher, you should rest first. Yes, leave it to us. You have explained your storyboard and plot clearly. We are young, we can handle it. Lin Yuan looked at them, showing a contemplative expression. In terms of age, including Luo Wei, all the assistants were older than Lin Yuan. Some were a few years older. Some were over 10 years older. Because when Jin Mu was hiring people, he said older people have more experience. Right. About my apprentices thinking they are younger than their master. Actually, Lin Yuan was also a bit tired. But even if tired, there was no time for rest. A week's time was really too short. The bragging he had done himself, even if it means shedding tears, has to be fulfilled. In reality, Lin Yuan was already regretting it a bit. He shouldn't have been so hasty. At the time when he posted that announcement, he was indeed overexcited. Now seeing everyone state after pulling an all-nighter, Lin Yuan realized how difficult this task really was, because everyone was already struggling to hold on. Following this pace, he really wouldn't be able to achieve his goal within a week. You should know, after system modification, Lin Yuan's physical fitness was actually higher than an average person's. He was already tired, so you can imagine the state of others. The real key here was himself. Moreover, he has things like the energy potion from the system. Hold on. Energy potion? How did he forget about that? Lin Yuan felt like he had outdone himself in stupidity. Couldn't he just buy some energy potions from the system and continue working? Lin Yuan had tested before that the energy potion had no side effects and could be used freely. If there was any side effect, it was probably that once he stopped using it, he would feel sleepy. Experience more tales on. Once Lin Yuan used the energy potion to stay up all night. He stayed awake without sleeping. After a night, when the effect of the medicine wore off, tiredness surfaced. He made up for all the sleep he had lost in one fell swoop. Apart from that, this stuff was harmless to the body. Worst case scenario, I will sleep for 2 or 3 days after 7 days. After having such a thought, Lin Yuan immediately exchanged some energy potions with the system. Though it was somewhat expensive, once his manga is published, it would pay for itself and even make a profit. After exchanging some energy potions, a sudden inspiration struck Lin Yuan, and he came up with another idea. System, can this potion work on others? That would be for others, extra charges apply. The system's response left Lin Yuan torn between satisfaction and dissatisfaction. All right, Lin Yuan looked at everyone. Is anyone busy with anything important after 7 days? Everyone was puzzled. Why are we talking about this now? No, me neither. Not really. It would be great if our teacher could give us a break. Does wanting to spend money on games count? I want to have a good meal. So, you don't have anything important to do? Lin Yuan nodded. So if anything comes up, just have your family contact our studio directly. Uncle Jean will help you out. As he spoke, Lin Yuan exchanged some more energy potions with the system until he had enough. Also, looking at the fatigued team, he added, from now on, everyone's salary will increase tenfold. Uncle Jean, take note. Everyone's eyes widened. Salary increased by 10 times. Jean Mu was dumbfounded for a while, but he still nodded. No problem. Even though it was the middle of the night. Explosive cheers suddenly filled the whole studio. I am full of energy. I suddenly feel power surging in me. Help me up. I can still draw. I am not tired at all. I can still work for 3 days and 3 nights. No, 7 days and 7 nights. Teacher, now you've gotten me all pumped up. Seeing everyone suddenly full of vigor, as if they had been injected with a shot of adrenaline, now it was Lin Yuan's turn to be startled. You might not believe it, but he hasn't used the energy potion on them yet. Keep it down in the middle of the night. I can't make it. Seriously, I can't. I'm going to sleep in the living room for a while. You all don't push yourselves too hard. Jean Mu, yawning incessantly, walked out the door, thinking, everyone's pay increased tenfold. You mean I'm included in that, right? Yeah, I most definitely am. Suddenly, Jean Mu didn't feel that tired. All right, he was still tired. He needed to get some sleep. Cultivation was no ordinary human's job. Jean Mu lay down on the sofa, closed his eyes, and immediately fell asleep. And Lin Yuan finally used the energy potion on everyone, constantly, apologizing in his heart. I'm sorry. Selfish. The energy potion took effect quickly. Luo Wei, who didn't even want to drink coffee and had bags under her eyes, shouted, Long live cultivation. Everyone shouted in chorus, Long live cultivation. No one found it strange. Our salaries increased tenfold. Under such a large stimulus, doesn't it seem normal for us to suddenly feel energetic? Very normal. They resumed work. Lin Yuan also took the energy potion, immediately feeling refreshed and awake, and led everyone to work until dawn. The coffee and Black Bull drinks and such on the side were long discarded. The real elixir is from the system. All-nighters king for all. Jean Mu didn't know how long he slept. When he opened his eyes and looked at his phone, he realized it was already 10 in the morning. The sun was shining outside. Those crazy kids should be fast asleep by now, right? He had no idea how late they stayed up until last night. He felt a pang of sympathy in his heart. Jean Mu tiptoed into the studio's painting room. The moment he entered, Jean Mu closed the door again. Taking a step back, he took a deep breath and reopened the door. Uncle Jean, good morning. Lin Yuan greeted him with a smile and continued drawing. Next to Lin Yuan, the assistants were discussing the plot vigorously while eating breakfast. It seemed that they were discussing the climax of a certain manga. Confusion was written all over Jean Mu's face. When did you guys wake up? Is the power of money so great? Everyone looked at Jean Mu, their expressions sympathetic. Wake up? We didn't sleep. Luo Wei laughed. You're getting old, Uncle Jean. It's not the same as us young people. We are used to staying up all night playing games. Jean Mu? Am I really that old? Actually, it's strange. I don't feel tired at all. I was falling asleep at 3 o'clock last night, but after the teacher mentioned the salary increase, I haven't felt sleepy since. The assistant named Zhao Qingming began to speak. The other assistants nodded one after another. Maybe this is the power of money. I'll sleep tonight. An assistant triumphantly declared. Don't push yourselves too hard if you can't hold on. I think I have a knack for staying up all night. I don't feel pressured at all to work through the day. I'm the man who parties till the wee hours. The other assistants were not to be outdone. Everyone felt like they had awakened some sort of talent for staying up all night. Everyone thought they were extraordinary. Everyone thought the others were just saving face. No more talking. Let's continue drawing. I don't feel like sleeping. After devouring 6 buns at one go, Luo Wei shouted. I'm the woman who parties till the wee hours. Damn, this group of youngsters. These are truly spirited and fierce. Jean Mu shook his head. When one gets to a certain age, one has to accept getting old. Chapter 749. 714. He will be crowned as King_1. Do you believe in? I will always believe in light. Miraclem. Miracles will definitely happen. If anyone had a conversation like this with Jean Mu, his answer would be as above without any hesitation. Why would he say that? Because he has witnessed miracles with his own eyes. Lin Yuan and his team are like liver emperors. For others, drawing manga might be a job, but when they do it, it's like they are staking their lives. Jean Mu swore. This is definitely not a matter of age. When he was young, the maximum number of times in a night seemed to be 7 times. But even that can't compete with what he has witnessed these past few days. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Apart from eating and sleeping Lin Yuan and his assistants. Sleeping my ass. They've never slept at all. A pig spends its day eating and sleeping. What they do every day is eat and draw, then repeat this cycle over and over again. Beyond eating, the only thing left in their eyes is manga. The 3rd day, Jean Mu is scared. He really started feeling scared. Is there something wrong with these people? One person staying up for 3 days, while hard, is understandable. Scientific research suggests that humans can indeed stay awake for many days without sleep. However, a group of people staying awake for 3 days isn't normal at all. They must be checked in a hospital. Jean Mu made a suggestion, but was mercilessly rejected. Everyone felt great, patting their chests and asserting that they're healthy and in good spirits. However, everyone also felt something was off. This constant alertness wasn't normal. They indeed needed to sleep. They can't risk any accidents. So, everyone started trying to sleep. It's magical. Everyone fell asleep as soon as they laid down. This is the magic of the energy potion. It keeps you energized, but won't make you too excited to sleep. If you want to sleep, you can sleep. You can wake up after sleeping for a few hours if you want to. However, doing so wastes the effect of the energy potion. It looks like there's no problem. People were relieved and continued toiling. Lin Yuan didn't dare let everyone stay awake for 7 days, so he wasted a bit of the energy potion's effect. He would even force everyone to sleep for a bit. Once he felt that their energy was restored, he'd wake them up to continue drawing. Everyone took turns sleeping, usually starting to switch out from midnight. Even though the energy potion has no side effects, if a bunch of people stay awake for 7 days then perform as vigorously as ever, it feels like magic. It's unknown whether it's due to the passion from the new manga or not, but everyone is very energized now. They espouse aggressive slogans at every turn. It's either long live cultivation, or sleep your ass off and get up to party, or I am the man/woman who parties the latest. Some are philosophical, such as, why sleep too much while living? Long sleep will come after death. There's only one point in these words. Which decent person needs to sleep? 1/3 of a person's life is spent sleeping. That's quite enough. Lin Yuan also symbolically slept for a bit. Assuming that work can be done, he doesn't want to end up sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights straight when he looks back. During the days when everyone in the studio was working hard on the manga, Jinmu was still constantly harassed from all sides. Still people from Starlight or the website or even bloggers. The reason is simple. As the date draws nearer, everyone wants to know how Teacher Shadow will conclude the boast he made on his blog. Until the 4th day, the harassment finally decreased. Let it be whatever it will be. There is already no way to conclude it. Anyway, no one believed it. Only if ghosts believe it. Netizens think that Teacher Shadow has gone crazy. At the same time, they all express understanding. Under such a huge stimulus, it's understandable that Teacher Shadow is talking nonsense. Netizens sympathize with Teacher Shadow and show remarkable restraint and tolerance. No one mocks Teacher Shadow for talking big. No one says, "Wait for Teacher Shadow's face to be slapped." The matter destined to be slapped in the face, there's no need to keep rambling about it. Compared to the harm caused by being slapped in the face, the closure of the Tribe Comics website is really killing. The cost has already appeared. The traffic of the Alliance's website is decreasing day by day, and the decline is very obvious. Only when Grim Reaper Elementary Student is updated does the traffic jump up a bit. This further proves that the entire site relies on Grim Reaper Elementary Student. It's as if everyone on the site was leeching off Grim Reaper Elementary Student. Day 5. No one was bothering Jinmu anymore. The site had truly given up. Let it be destroyed. They were tired. Perhaps only Hanjime was still fighting hard. Every day, Hanjime tried to encourage the editors, serving them motivational speeches like, "We can definitely find some powerful newcomers." Although unrealistic. What if, among these low-level artists in the Alliance, a genius like Shadow emerged? Unfortunately, everyone knew this was a long shot. Even if this long shot did happen, given the current traffic to the Alliance, could they really hold on to such a genius? But when it came to the 6th day, a genius didn't appear, while some of the comic creators the Alliance had attracted began to give up. In simple terms, they abandoned their own works. The site traffic was too low. No one was looking at their works. Netizens basically just opened the website to check the updates of Detective Chuyu, then closed the page. Turning their heads, everyone went to Tribe Comics to read the popular comics there. With so few readers, the comic creators of the Alliance had no motivation to update. A slow death, but it wouldn't really die. Because as long as Grim Reaper Elementary Student doesn't end, there will always be people updating on this site. A more accurate description would be, to struggle, Grim Reaper Elementary Student was keeping the site hanging on by a thread. Day 7. Even Hanjime no longer encouraged her editors, because she knew that hoping the editors could find newcomers was unrealistic. But she still didn't give up. Continue your journey with. She was desperately contacting the comic artists she knew from her time working at Tribe Comics. She tried hard to persuade them to serialize new works in the Alliance. She yearned for 2. No, 2 were too luxurious. 1 person would be enough. She hoped for a GOAT-level comic artist to extend a helping hand. That would at least help the Alliance to fill 1 gap. Such behavior was a severe violation of her personal work ethics. Before this, she didn't want to poach from her former employer. She even opposed such actions from the bottom of her heart. But now she didn't care about all these. All she wanted to do was to save the site's losses, then submit a resignation letter and leave this circle forever. Hanjime had a strong sense of self-esteem. She no longer had the face to stay in the Alliance. The betrayals of Yashinshin and Tianmin were her professional failures. If she had been more alert when signing contracts before, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. It was a fatal error. Driven into the abyss by Ling Kong's unscrupulous business methods, Hanjime's views on work and attitude have undergone a tremendous change. Unfortunately, the change seemed too late. She didn't succeed. Even though Hanjime had a good relationship with these authors, she didn't manage to convince anybody to join the Alliance. It was alright if they just politely refused. Some people just hang up when they receive her call. Some people did not even want to take the call, as if they were afraid of having any connection with Hanjime and the Alliance. She was at her wit's end. She had tried everything she could think of. It was of no use. It was of no use at all. By the evening of the 7th day, Hanjime called Jinmu with a bitter smile. Her professional career had reached its end. However, to Hanjime's surprise, The one who answered the call was not Jin Mu, it was a woman. He's asleep. I am Luo Wei. Even as desperate as Han Jimei, emotion welled up in her heart upon hearing this. Seemingly familiar scenario? Sorry, you guys. Ah. Luo Wei was shocked, then exclaimed, before soon getting a little annoyed. In these days, we've all been staying up late to work at the studio. Uncle Gene has been accompanying us through the night. His elder body can't take it. What does this woman want to say? Han Jimei quickly apologized. Sorry, that. You guys have been staying up late. Recently, Han Jimei was stunned. Luo Wei didn't mind, and sighed. Yes, we've been staying up late, and the results of that are now out. New comics too. Han Jimei felt a short circuit in her brain. She'd even forgotten the purpose of her call. Yes. The corners of Luo Wei's mouth curled up slightly. Teacher Shadow tripled his workload. Triple workload? Inform the site's technical department to prepare for an event tomorrow. At least it's just in time. What? I know you are more curious about the quality of the comics, but don't be anxious. Just wait and see. She cut off the other party. Luo Wei's smile fully blossomed. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, the crowning ceremony of our master needs a witness. We will make the entire comic world come and pay homage. He will be crowned as the king. Chapter 750, 715, 3*1. During the past 7 days when everyone at Shadow Studio worked themselves to exhaustion, the online discussions about Tribe, Shadow, the Alliance, and even the backstabbing of Tianmin and Yushinshin never ceased. This mega-scandal involving various capitals, magnates, and even the entire comic industry provided countless people with something to talk about over tea or dinner. The 8th day arrived, 8 a.m., on an online forum. Speaking of which, it's the 8th day today. The Alliance remains the same, and the idea of Shadow replacing the new works of Tianmin and Yushinshin with 2 comics is unrealistic. As expected, still concerned about that? Are there really people foolish enough to wait around for that? Obviously, this was never going to happen. This round truly goes to Tribe Comics. Shadow simply doesn't want to accept the reality yet. But it's understandable. Such a huge setback would cause anyone to crumble. Let's just pray that Shadow updates Detective Chuyu. This comic is no worse than Tribe's popular works. If it weren't for the traffic issues of the Alliance, the popularity of this comic might be even higher. By the way, have you guys checked out the works of Tianmin and Yushinshin? Setting aside their character, the quality of their new works is quite good. Plus, with Tribe Comics pouring resources into their promotion, their popularity is quite high. I checked them out too. They are indeed good. If these two had released their new works through the Alliance, it certainly would have helped the Alliance handle a lot of traffic. It's a pity that in the end, they chose to use the Alliance as a stepping stone to rise in the ranks of Tribe. Everyone doubted this affair from the beginning, and whenever it was brought up recently, there were always expressions of regret. As the netizens have pointed out, the new works of Yushinshin and Tianmin are very popular now. This is due to both the quality of their work and the allocation of site resources. Tribe's promotion of these two also carries the intention of annoying Shadow and the Alliance. Everyone could see that. Just as the forum was getting lively, suddenly, a post appeared. Hurry up and check out the Alliance site. Shadow has released 3 new works. Thump. All the netizens who saw the post felt their heartbeats spike. Then, they instinctively opened the Alliance site. Whoosh. The Alliance Comics website. 2 banners, each nearly covering half of the website, appeared before everyone's eyes. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened. 2 banners, neatly arranged. The first banner was dominated by an orange background. The 9-tailed fox established the style of the entire picture with its most elegant posture, and in front of it stood numerous figures. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi. Of course, netizens who have not started reading the comics would not recognize these characters, but that does not stop them from being stunned by the promotional image. Shadow's drawing skills are so amazing. The impact that seems to break out of the picture is too powerful. Below the image, in bold, breathtaking letters, Shadow's new work, Naruto. With great difficulty, everyone's gaze moved to the second banner. A blue ocean formed the backdrop of the entire picture, making a stark contrast with the orange hues of Naruto. In the center of the picture, Luffy held his straw hat, revealing only half of his face. Next to him was Zoro with green seaweed-colored hair, his tough face accompanied by a sword hilt in his mouth, presenting a cool classic three-sword style. There was also Nami's Grand Navigator image and her perfect figure. These were also characters that the netizens did not recognize yet, but they had an equally stunning and beautiful style. Shadow's drawing skills were thoroughly demonstrated in these two promotional images. Below that, there were these tangible words. Shadow's new work, One Piece. Sharp-eyed netizens even noticed a semi-transparent figure connecting the two images. That was Chuyu's figure from Grim Reaper Elementary Student. On his left was Naruto, on his right was One Piece, linking the three comics into a joint promo. Orange hue, flames leaping. Blue hue, waves crashing. Everyone was stunned at this moment. Innumerable eyes darted back and forth between the two shocking and glorious banners. Coming to their senses, astonishment suddenly covered everyone's expression. Triple release? Shadow really did a triple release. He hasn't given up. One Piece. Naruto? Are these the two works he said will replace Yashinshin and Tianmin? How is that possible? What could he draw in 7 days? My God! In tremendous shock, someone suddenly discovered an even more terrifying fact. Take a look at the style of these two manga covers. Don't tell me they are both King's Path mangas. Everyone was stunned, followed by scalp tingling. Goosebumps appeared all over. From the style of the covers alone, it seems like it is really the case. The same King's Path route as Tianmin and Yashinshin? This is absolutely insane. Not only did he draw 2 new manga in 7 days, but he also chose the battle-oriented King's Path route, the same as Tianmin's and Yashinshin's. Shadow never drew any battle-focused manga before, right? Stay connected via. Is this going to work? When would one add difficulty to oneself like this at such a time? As comparable as Fish Papa using the Sherlock Holmes theme song on the charts. But Shadow is not a freak like Xianyu. Even if it wasn't a battle-style manga, I think he wouldn't succeed, not to mention him stepping into a genre he never touched before. These two works are clearly targeted at Tianmin and Yashinshin. To surpass Tianmin and Yashinshin with new works, the popularity of these two pieces must reach the level of the Grim Reaper Elementary Student. No manga artist can achieve this. Crafting a piece like the Grim Reaper Elementary Student is enough to laugh at the entire manga world. But 3 of such works? The entire manga industry must kneel. Wait, damn it, what are you dragging out for? Why not just see if he can do it? No more debates. No more judging. Everyone hurriedly moved their mouses. Based on the first impression of the covers, some people clicked on One Piece. Some people clicked on Naruto. There were slightly more people who clicked on Naruto, because the art style of One Piece gave a bizarre feeling. As a proportion of netizens began to read these two mangas separately, the news of Shadow's triple release in the Alliance, like a showers of blossoms from a heavenly woman, quickly spread throughout the entire web. Flick, flick, flick. The entire web was stunned. All gazes were simultaneously drawn over, and the servers of the Alliance started to become unstable for a time. At the same time, the tribe also received news. Tribe Comics, CEO's office. Ling Kong summoned all the most experienced editors in the department to the meeting room in one breath. It also included the unimpressive-looking man from last time. You should know your tasks. As he said these words, Ling Kong's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Even he didn't know what was going on. Chapter 751, 716. Look down upon who_1. They met at the same club as before. Yashinshin and Tianmin sat across from each other. Yashinshin on the left was staring intently at the Alliance's advertisement on his phone. He didn't expect Shadow to actually plan to replace his and Tianmin's gap with 2 new works. Across from Yashinshin, Tianmin sneered. Not only will this not save the Alliance, but it will also impact the quality of Grim Reaper Elementary Student due to the dispersion of his creative energy. If Shadow's 2 new works truly surpass us, I will eat this table on the spot. 3 at once. And he targeted King's Path? How low does he think his own level is? Yashinshin also started to sneer. If these 2 new works he came up with in 7 days really can reach the level of Grim Reaper Elementary Student, make sure to give me half of the table when you eat it. He also felt belittled. What makes you so special, Shadow? To do something that no one else in the manga industry can do. Tianmin smirked. In that case, why don't we just sit back and enjoy his two great new works drawn in 7 days? All right. The two started reading their respective mangas. But it was surprising how many updates these two manga had in just 7 days. Tianmin was reading One Piece. What kind of art style is that? He had only taken a few glances when his expression started to become strange. Subway, old man mobile phone. Is this a desperate move? With this thought crossing his mind, Tianmin continued reading. Huh. As he read, his expression changed again. Pirates? Treasure? For some reason, his heart skipped a beat. Frowning, Tianmin continued to read. Yashinshin was reading Naruto. As a professional manga artist, he was very good at catching important details and read manga faster than the average reader. And the early pace of Naruto was by no means slow. In no time, Yashinshin had read several panels worth of content. Chakra, the Nine-Tails Seal, Uzumaki Naruto. The plot and setting were all laid out. The hand with which he held his phone suddenly began to tremble. In his heart, there rose a sense of foreboding. That was the instinct of a professional manga artist. It's only just begun. It's nothing. He calmed himself, adjusted his somewhat labored breaths, and continued reading. At the same time, the netizens were reading the manga. The editors were also reading the manga. Time passed slowly. 3 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour. More and more manga content gradually unfolded in front of the readers. The story of Naruto unfolded slowly. The story of One Piece unfolded slowly. The grand worlds of two manga had quietly opened. In the online world, because everyone was reading the manga, the forums related to this event were unusually quiet. 40 minutes later, the corpulent Tianmin picked up a tissue from the table to wipe his sweat. It's so hot today. He suddenly spoke in a low voice. Yashinshin subconsciously said, Why do I feel a bit cold? At this moment, both of them had read about 2/3 of the comics in their hands. Their simple conversation did not continue until they each finished the comics in their hands. About an hour or so, the two of them finally finished the comics they were reading. What about that Naruto? How was it? It was only when Tianmin spoke that he found that his throat was inexplicably dry. Seemed to be even hotter. Subconsciously, he reached for a tissue to wipe his sweat. The moment he looked up, he saw Yashinshin tighten his clothes. Yashinshin also looked up to see Tianmin's forehead and nose sweat. Both of their gazes met. How was it? Tianmin asked again, trying to make his voice sound more natural, but instead he sounded even drier, with a slight tremble even. It was just like that. Yashinshin avoided Tianmin's gaze. Tianmin suddenly grew angry. What do you mean, just like that? It was okay. Yashinshin tweaked his wording slightly. Tianmin's voice suddenly escalated. Can you be more specific? Everything about the plot and drawing style was great. 10 times better than that lousy comic of yours. Satisfied now? Yashinshin was startled by Tianmin's sudden raise in voice, then also became furious, as if venting. He stood up and yelled back at Tianmin. Tianmin did not expect the other's response to be bigger than his own. He opened his mouth, but found himself speechless. What about yours? Yashinshin sat back down, looked at Tianmin, and lowered his voice slightly. I mean One Piece. Anyway, there's nothing wrong with it. This time, it was Tianmin's turn to avoid Yashinshin's gaze. Be more specific. Yashinshin's tone elevated again. Didn't you just tell me to be more specific? How come when it's your turn you don't even dare to make a sound? How can I be more specific? Tianmin could no longer hold back his rage and stood up, his hands waving in the air. I don't understand what the hell he's drawing at all. I've never seen this style in my many years of drawing comics. Yet this comic is so damn unique, and it's exciting and shocking, don't you understand? It's 100 times more exciting than your lousy comic. What the hell does that mean? Yashinshin slammed the table. Tianmin fought back. I'm saying your lousy comic doesn't even deserve to carry other people's shoes. You'll never be able to create a comic like One Piece in your lifetime. The hell with you, can you? Yashinshin stood up as well. You can't even draw Naruto in 2 lifetimes. Tianmin sneered. At least my drawing skills are better than yours. Shadow's drawing skills are enough for you to chase for 3 generations. Yashinshin showed no mercy. So that's all you have left, your drawing skills. Don't think I don't know. Some of your story scripts are co-created with help from the company. You are clearly just an illustrator, but you still pretend to be original. Why you? You're despicable. Don't you think I don't know? I despise you. Sorry, I am the manager of this place. Could the two of you please keep your voices down? You are disturbing others. If you can't cooperate, please take your argument outside. The manager showed up. The two of them glanced at the manager, then at each other, and suddenly stopped arguing. They just sat back down dejectedly, and then simultaneously looked down at the table in front of them. Manager? Are these two sick? Why do they have the look in their eyes like they're going to eat the table? Explore more at. Of course, Tianmen and Yushinshin didn't really eat the table. After the manager left, the two of them were quiet for a long time. Neither of them spoke. One grew colder, the other hotter. Finally, it was Yushinshin who broke the silence, for words filled with complex emotions. He's become a god. Tianmen expressionlessly said. The comic industry has never had a so-called first person before. Now it probably has. No need for further confirmation. They believed each other's judgments. Each other's reactions had said it all. Either One Piece or Naruto, both are formidable works. If we add in Grim Reaper Elementary Student, that shadow who declared war on the entire tribe comics single-handedly, has won a miraculous victory with the grandeur of a trilogy. By stepping on their corpses. Chapter 752, 717 One person is an alliance _1. With the conclusions from Yushinshin and Tianmen, the rest of the readers from outside have finally finished reading the comics in their hands. The mysteries of Naruto and One Piece have finally been unveiled. It's roughly 9 o'clock now. The related forums inside and outside the circle are still terribly quiet. All the gossip posts born before and after this incident are still stuck in the previous phase of Shadows 3-in-1. All kinds of comments seem to be still on their way. And in this gap, the top-notch comic artist of Chu Continent, who'd already laid down his pen, looking through autumn water, suddenly broke the silence. With a lengthy post. The post reads, I read through Naruto and One Piece as fast as I could, and I have 3 things to say. Firstly, the comic genre that Shadow is best at was not brought out before his 3-in-1. Secondly, Shadow is destined to become a god in this battle. Thirdly, the dominance of tribe comics in the industry will be shattered by his 3 comics. He doesn't need anyone's help. Shadow alone is the alliance. Looking through autumn water. A top-tier comic artist on Chu Continent. Once hailed as the godfather of the comic industry, closest to godliness. Several of his comics during his career have led the trends in Chu Continent's comic scene. After he put down his pen, he was still recognized as the top veteran in the industry, and the words from him naturally carry significant weight. As soon as the post came out, boom, winds rise and clouds surge. Madness starts to sweep across. Earthquake in the comic world. Shadow alone is the alliance. As if echoing this post from afar, a storm of unprecedented comic reviews started. The comments section of the comic, One Piece. This comic is so freaking amazing. Thrilling, hot-blooded, and very touching. I thought the art style was a bit strange at first, but the more I read, the more I couldn't escape it. I really like the trio Luffy, Zoro, and Nami. Looking forward to the following plot. Although the current update rate is already very generous, I can hardly believe these are new. Works created by Shadow in just 7 days. I surrender. Absolutely a masterpiece. As a fan of King's Path hot-blooded comics, I bowed down in total admiration. Why didn't Shadow draw combat comics earlier? He was born to create this genre. He is even more suitable than Yushinshin and Tianmen, who are both rebellious. They are not even worthy to carry his shoes. Shadow is truly badass. Based on my decade-long experience of reading comics, if the length of One Piece is long enough, it would definitely be a dominating piece in the future for several years. Shadow didn't even need to go 3-in-1. Even going double with Grim Reaper Elementary Student was enough. This single comic equals the works of both Tianmen and Yushinshin. The theme of pirates is so creative. I can't think of any other comic that would be better than this one during the same period. Naruto Next Door definitely won't make it, but I have to go and read that Naruto too. One Piece, a stunning debut. The comments section is already conquered. At the same time, when One Piece's comment section is conquered, the comments section of the comic Naruto also exploded. Absolutely a masterpiece. What Shadow drew is too good. My mom asked me why I was reading comics on my knees. As a citizen of Chu continent, I'm almost moved to tears by the plot. The ninjas are just too cool. Aren't these exactly the best assassins in our Chu continent's ancient times? Who dares to criticize? Shadow, I'll fight him. From now on, he is my only faith. I submit. Who says you can't draw immortal characters on your first try with King's Path Combat Comics? Who dares to talk nonsense about Shadow's work now? This directly dominates without any explanation. Even if you add up the works of both Tianmin and Yushinshin, it can't match up to this level. Isn't this better than whatever story Tianmin wrote? Tribe, kneel down. Crawl away from me. Uzumaki Naruto is so awesome, but my favorite character is Kakashi. His character setting is just too appealing. And isn't this comic about two male leads? It seems the weight of Sasuke's story is no less than Naruto's. I'll go see One Piece in a moment. According to the reviews from Teacher Looking Through Autumn Water, it also seems to be an extraordinary work. Comments from both sides turned out to be strikingly similar. Stay connected through. Aside from the plot-related stuff, everyone's comments seem to be of the same nature. Cool theme. Awesome plot. Badass artwork. The same comments can be perfectly applied to both comics at the same time. And as everyone opens another comic with a shocked mindset, an even bigger shock takes hold of everyone's hearts. Comic world. Change is coming. On the other hand, Tribe Comics. The senior editors summoned by Ling Kong all lowered their heads. The entire conference room fell into a deathly silence. Clearly, they had also finished reading the two comics. They were too professional. And the more professional they were, the more they could appreciate what it meant for Naruto, One Piece, and even Grim Reaper Elementary Student to all be from the same person's hand. At this moment, everyone had a surreal feeling. Unbelievable. How could there be such a messed up comic artist in this world? Publishing 3 comics in 7 days and bringing every one of them to a quality that leaves other comic artists in the dust. As if his creativity was limitless. As if his energy could be used indefinitely. Like a building collapse. Everyone's mood fell into a deep valley. They didn't understand. How could Tribe Comics, as the monopolistic behemoth of the entire industry, end up with such a monster of a competitor? How about it? Ling Kong's voice was somewhat low. In fact, Ling Kong could already know the result from everyone's expressions. Even without the analysis of the editors, he had seen the result online himself. But he still couldn't resist asking. No one answered. If the end it was the man with the unremarkable looks who spoke. He's played this role before. These 2 new comics plus Grim Reaper Elementary Student. Don't say it. Ling Kong abruptly interrupted the man and waved his hand weakly. You guys can go. The editors looked at each other. Ling, get out. Ling Kong suddenly roared. His handsome face was somewhat twisted. The editors felt a tremor in their hearts, silently, stood up, and left the conference room. The comic world is really going to change. This has almost become everyone's consensus. Shadow's 3 comics could easily hold up an alliance, though it couldn't directly let the alliance's popularity surpass Tribe Comics' traffic. But the monopoly of Tribe Comics was indeed going to be broken by him. Regrettably, such a monster should have belonged to Tribe Comics. He should have been the core guarantee of Tribe Comics' monopoly in this industry. Yet because of some trivial differences, Shadow left. Yes, compared to the value that Shadow exhibits now, those differences indeed can be described as trivial. Our future isn't going to be good. An editor from Tribe Comics spoke with a bitter smile. After being online for 7 days, a miracle, the Alliance has already become Tribe's formidable enemy. This time there's no help from Chu Kuang, no aid from Xianyu. Shadow, single-handedly shaking the world. Chapter 753, 718. Why to C_1 when you can blend? Shadow has become a god. The Alliance's comments are just the tip of the iceberg of this critique storm. And soon, forums across all continents started discussing. The opening of Dead Sea of Fire is a milestone for the entire manga world. Shadow's achievements will be recorded in the history of manga. Forget Shadow, call him Shadow God from now on. I thought One Piece was the zenith of Shadow God's career until I opened Naruto. I'm the opposite of you. I thought Naruto was Shadow God's most invincible work until I watched One Piece. Grim Reaper Elementary Student is awesome too. Anyways, they're all created by Shadow. All I can say is Dead Sea of Fire is unbeatable. Who dares to call Shadow an unknown figure in the future? Xianyu in the south, Chu Kuang in the north, Shadow God is in the center. Shadow has become the #1 person in the manga world in everyone's eyes. Comic fans around the 5 continents are celebrating. This time, no one really makes fun of Shadow being the unknown figure among the 3 bros. Because this time, Shadow didn't rely on Chu Kuang and Xianyu, but made a comeback single-handedly. But Tribe, on the other hand, is being ridiculed by countless netizens. Everyone hasn't forgotten that Shadow was kicked out by Tribe. Slap after slap. The Dead Sea of Fire trilogy slapped so loud. Amidst the exclamation and praise, someone suddenly said, "Why did this wave seem a bit like a forced counterkill?" A forced counterkill? Everyone was stunned, and then they quickly reacted and laughed out loud. It seems to be exactly like that. Think carefully about what happened. Which step did Shadow not take as a forced counterfight? If Tribe had not forced Shadow to the point of angering him, we wouldn't have seen Shadow become a god and bring out a masterpiece like the Dead Sea of Fire trilogy. The Tribe is also unjust. Shadow disguises too well. Who the hell knew that he could create shonen battle manga, and to such an extreme? Despite the fact that this kind of shonen battle manga has the broadest audience, Shadow is reluctant to draw one and insists on drawing some niche and even unusual things. It wasn't until he had no choice but to show his truly terrifying side. First of all, you have to push him. If you don't, you won't see the extent of his ability. Wasn't it also the case last time? If he hadn't been ridiculed by the Chu continent manga artists, he wouldn't have brought out his peak skills in Death Note that he had kept for a long time. Why can there be such a lazy genius in the world? He obviously has such incredible talent, but he insists on being a couch potato. He should be called Xianyu, salted fish, instead. Shadow really proved that he's the kind of guy who, if he can slack off, he will. If he can lie down, why even bother? Despite having unbeatable carry ability, he chose to slack off. It wasn't until his teammates turned their backs on him that he realized his downfall was near and decided to save the world all by himself. No one else could be as lazy as him. If you had taken out any of the Dead Sea of Fire trilogy earlier, any trilogy like Grim Reaper Elementary Student, the Tribe wouldn't have kicked you out. Instead of calling him Shadow God, we should call him Lazy God. Shadow, being so slack, does Chu Kuang and Xianyu from your family? No. Netizens analyzed Shadow's past career and found out the truth. Continue your journey on. While laughing, they also felt a bit frustrated in their hearts. This person is fucking awesome. So lazy and so slack. No wonder he wasn't active for nearly a year. No one knows what he was up to. Everyone would believe it if you said he had gone off to play mahjong for a year. Obviously, in the world of manga, he's an invincible genius no less than Chu Kuang and Xianyu. His skills could suppress the contemporary manga world. Yet, he disguised himself as an unknown figure, unmoved no matter how much people made fun of him. Your true colors are completely exposed now. Don't think you can keep pretending. We won't give you a chance to rely on Xianyu and Chu Kuang anymore. You have to fight the opposing side yourself. As soon as this statement came out, it spread instantly across the internet. In the Tribe Comics office, Ling Kong is scrolling through the comments on the internet with a blank face. He needs to assess the harm this incident has done to Tribe Comics through public opinion. But then, Ling Kong saw the netizens' summary of Shadow. How annoyed the netizens were when they laughed, Ling Kong didn't know. But he knows he couldn't laugh at all. He almost had a cerebral hemorrhage and had to be hospitalized. Lazy? Slack off. Lay down. It turned out that Shadow had been playing the deceptive game with him all along. Which era are we in? Still, playing this face-slapping routine. Is it fun? Ling Kong was discouraged. When Conan was born, Ling Kong was not discouraged. He was not even discouraged when they were besieged by headquarters. Even in the huge explosion of Dead Sea of Fire, he managed to maintain his status. Only when he learned the reason justifying why Shadow burst through, Ling Kong couldn't maintain his composure anymore. He got frustrated beyond compare. How could there be such a person in the world? Ling Kong couldn't understand. Since he was a child, if he was 9 parts capable, he wanted to achieve 10 parts result, fearing others would underestimate him. And what about Shadow? Despite being so strong, refused to draw the most famous shonen battle manga, but chose to nest in the Tribe as a minor manga artist? Are you fucking kidding me? Ling Kong initially thought to clean up the mess of Shadow first, and then settle accounts with Xian Yu and Chu Kuang. After all, Shadow was always a little figure in Ling Kong's heart. In reality, who he really cared for were Xian Yu and Chu Kuang behind Shadow. But forget about Xian Yu and Chu Kuang. Just Shadow alone was enough to completely defeat Ling Kong. Now, Ling Kong's hatred for Shadow completely surpasses his anger towards Xian Yu and Chu Kuang. He was actually defeated by a couch potato. What he hates the most are the people who, despite having enough ability, don't make the effort to shine. Yes, the summary of the netizens. Ling Kong just took one look and knew it was all true. It's not difficult to prove this at all. Just pull out Shadow's previous records, and you can see it all clearly. Indeed, this person does possess tremendous creative ability, yet all he wants to do is draw some low-key manga to lazily pass the time. If he didn't have such an extraordinary ability, he wouldn't have been able to create a miracle in just 7 days that shocked the entire manga world and turned the tide. Just you wait. Just wait and see. Ling Kong swore secretly with a livid face. He won't admit defeat. With this in mind, he dialed a number. Dad. As soon as he opens his mouth, he softens his voice like a wronged child, not showing the cold decisiveness he had a second ago. On the other end of the phone, the man's voice is very cold. This time, I can't protect you either. Dad. Ling Kong called again. The man sighed lightly. I have to consider the thoughts of other senior management. Dad. Ling Kong's voice came again for the third time. The man's heart softened, and his voice is no longer cold. Come home for dinner tonight. Okay. Ling Kong hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that this time, he would still be safe. Chapter 754, 719, Dead Sea of Fire _1. After the release of the Dead Sea of Fire, Shadow Studio took a whole week off. Over the next few days, the update frequency of the Dead Sea of Fire would drop significantly. But there was no other choice. Everyone had been working tirelessly for 7 days, and they were all exhausted. As the effects of the energy potion wore off, Luo Wei passed out on the couch. She was even snoring. Lin Yuan could only arrange for someone to wake Luo Wei and take her home. Lin Yuan didn't immediately go to sleep. He used an energy potion to keep himself going and got some more work done. He had to ensure a basic update of Dead Sea of Fire. Okay, even Lin Yuan now uses Dead Sea of Fire to refer to all 3 comics. Who knows how bizarre he felt when he first heard netizens call it that. Well, this could also be called Dead Sea of Fire. Why not call it Chu Sea of Fire? The 3 great proletarian comics of his previous life have forcibly resurfaced on Blue Star in a different form. Just that the meaning of the word dead has completely changed now. Perhaps this is the will of the universe. Speaking of all this stuff about Shadow, the most baffling thing for Lin Yuan was the netizens' analysis of Shadow. Lazy, capable of carrying, but prefer to slack off? As if Shadow was nothing more than a slacker waiting for death. Forget it. They're talking about Shadow. What does that have to do with me, Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan has to admit, he lacks the motivation to draw comics and often neglects this pseudonym. From the reader's perspective, their analysis is not wrong. But that's just how it is. Drawing comics is really a time-consuming task. He earns way more money in the realms of literature and music than he does from drawing comics. The reason he keeps drawing comics is purely for the prestige value of painting. But now, Lin Yuan feels that he can't continue this way. Not just because Tribe has ticked him off this time, but also because he has realized that Shadow has accumulated a sizable fan base. Even for the sake of these supporters, he has to keep Shadow working hard. And moreover, Lin Yuan doesn't want his retaliation against the Tribe to end so easily. His anger hasn't subsided. Not just the Dead Sea of Fire. In the future, he wants to completely replace the Tribe with the Alliance. That's a small goal he has set for himself, a minor goal of superseding. Next to him, Jean Mu carefully pours tea for Lin Yuan. Boss, have some. Uncle Jean. Lin Yuan looks a bit helpless. Jean Mu giggles. He personally witnessed a miracle, the impact of which was so dramatic on him that he felt slightly uneasy every time he saw Lin Yuan now. Almost as if he was serving a god. A single man saves the Alliance, takes down the Tribe all by himself. Is this something a human can do? Suddenly, Jean Mu's cell phone rings. Looking at the caller ID, Jean Mu's eyelids twitch. I always get anxious when I see Han Jimei calling now. Lin Yuan. The call was indeed from Han Jimei. Please say hello to Teacher Shadow for me. Han Jimei's greeting was about Shadow. Jin Mu was utterly shocked by the triple release of the Dead Sea of Fire, and so was she. This kind of feeling, falling from heaven to hell in an instant, is something Han Jimei will never forget for the rest of her life. I deeply know how much loss my negligence has caused to the website. The money in my bank account is the savings of my past years, and I plan to compensate the website with it. The words Han Jimei said next changed Jin Mu's expression. I have handed in my resignation letter. Finally, Han Jimei spoke in a desolate voice. The Alliance is a subsidiary of Starlight, and her resignation letter must have already been submitted to Starlight. She was calling Jin Mu to thank Shadow for making up for her mistake, and also to say a polite goodbye. Jin Mu went silent. Then he looked up at Lin Yuan and suppressed the phone. She wants to quit. Quit. Lin Yuan frowned. According to the rules of the marketplace, Han Jimei should indeed resign. The mistake she made this time was too big. But Lin Yuan didn't really want things to end this way. After all, the problem has been solved now. This is precisely why Lin Yuan can't run a company. He doesn't have the determination of a capital holder or the bottom line of a qualified entrepreneur. Let it be. Lin Yuan finally spoke. Jin Mu was stunned for a moment, then nodded, telling Han Jimei. Teacher Shadow said you don't have to quit. You can continue to manage the website, but we won't make exceptions in the future. Jin, this is Teacher Shadow's decision. But Teacher Shadow will communicate with Starlight. That's it. I'll hang up now. Jin Mu hung up the phone, then curiously looked at Lin Yuan. Why didn't you just fire her? Although I don't understand business, I know that if she quits, she will have to leave this industry completely. If we don't use her, no other peers will use her in the future either. Lin Yuan explained. Jin Mu laughed, but she did make a mistake. Lin Yuan shook his head. She's just too human, too trusting. Although he did not know exactly what has happened, he knew that it was probably because the breach of contract clauses in the contracts with Tianmin and Yashinshan were too lax, and the cost of betrayal was not high enough. When he thought about it, his contract with the company was similar. Starlight even gifted shares to Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan betrayed them, Starlight would suffer a tremendous loss. Only, Lin Yuan wouldn't leave, but Tianmin and Yashinshan didn't have this integrity. Who could say for certain that Han Jimei was wrong? Ling Kong was intimidating enough, and his one move defeated the Alliance's momentum. But when Han Jimei was managing Tribe Comics before, everything was in order. Lin Yuan cooperated with her, and it had always been friendly. He had never thought about leaving Tribe Comics. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan simply couldn't get along with Ling Kong. How can you explain this? But in general, there should be stricter regulations and restrictions, which are the king's path to corporate management. Even if Han Jimei didn't understand this before, she surely does now. All right. Although Jin Mu seemed to question it, in his heart, he didn't think Lin Yuan's decision was inappropriate. Perhaps he was also a somewhat emotional person. Let me tell you some good news. What good news? The several comics of yours that had been held back have now been released. We won the lawsuit and got the copyright for the comics back. Tribe had no reason to keep holding on to our work, so they had to obediently hand it over. Of course, we did pay a tiny price for this, but nothing we can't afford. At this point, Jin Mu smiles. Of course, that also includes the previously banned the Kendaichi case files by the tribe. Lin Yuan, you call this good news? I'm already struggling with the triple release. If we get back the Kendaichi case files, that would mean I'm working on 4 projects. Find adventures at Chapter 755, 720, Shadow in the Center _1. The studio had a week off, but to Lin Yuan's surprise, the assistants reported to the studio 3 days later. Lin Yuan curiously asked, "Aren't you guys tired?" Luo Wei laughed. "I've been sleeping practically 3 days and 3 nights. Each time I had to eat, my mother had to wake me." In her words, if she didn't make a racket, I probably wouldn't wake up. What does a racket matter? An assistant named Qian. Duo excitedly added. To wake me up for food, my dad put headphones over my ears and set off a swana. Do you guys understand what a swana is? That sound is unbearable. Yours are still mild. Another assistant called Sun Jixiang chimed in. To wake me up, my sister sprayed water on my face from the shower head. Everyone was excited. They were discussing what had happened over the past 3 days. It seemed that their marathon sleep session had frightened their families. To wake them, a lot of effort was made. The only one who was okay was Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was awoken by an alarm from the system. He wasn't expecting that the system could do that, but the alarm sounded directly in his mind, making ignoring it impossible. The lively conversation went on for a while. Lin Yuan spoke with a smile. Thank you all for your hard work over the past few days. Since we are all here today, I will assign future work. Okay, everyone spoke in unison. Lin Yuan turned to Luo Wei. Your drawing style is most suitable for Naruto. From now on, you will be fully responsible for Naruto. Me? Luo Wei was stunned. Lin Yuan nodded. Leave the panel storyline to me. All you have to do is draw. Okay, Luo Wei excitedly agreed. Among all the manga in the studio, her favorite was Naruto. Based on the reader's response, this manga was extraordinary. The other assistants cast envious looks at Luo Wei, their eyes turning red. Previously, although Luo Wei's status was higher than other manga assistants, she was still mainly responsible for assistant work. But now, she had suddenly become a real manga artist, solely responsible for a piece of work, moreover, a top-tier work like Naruto. Then Zhao Qingming. Lin Yuan turned to another assistant and made another groundbreaking decision. One Piece is up to you. All the authors were stunned. Zhao Qingming was shocked. Me? One Piece? Lin Yuan nodded. Among the manga assistants, Zhao Qingming's skills were very outstanding, not inferior to Luo Wei. With his help, Zhao Qingming could handle One Piece. Thank you, teacher. Zhao Qingming's heart pounded as he nodded strenuously. He did not want to miss such an opportunity. Among the manga in the studio, the popularity of One Piece was not lesser than Naruto. Then there's Qian Duo. Lin Yuan didn't give everyone much time to react. Looking at the assistant called Qian Duo, you'll be responsible for Grim Reaper elementary student. No way. Qian Duo's eyes widened. Then he jumped out of sheer joy. Please rest assured, teacher, I will do my best. It's the Dead Sea of Fire. Just naming the three manga together indicated that Grim Reaper elementary student has an influence comparable to Naruto and One Piece. Lin Yuan smiled. Everyone had different styles they excelled at. Qian Duo's art style matched Detective Chu Yu very well. He was more suited than anyone else to take over this manga. The remaining two assistants stared blankly at Luo Wei, Qian Duo, and Zhao Qingming. Their faces had turned blank. Their feelings couldn't be fully expressed with the word envy. Sun Jixiang. Lin Yuan looked at the fourth assistant. The Kendaichi case files is available. You'll be in charge. Okay. Sun Jixiang hadn't expected this manga to be available. While this manga couldn't compete with Dead Sea of Fire in popularity, he knew his own weight. To be able to handle this manga, he was already very happy. What about me, teacher? With this, only the last assistant named Zhou and has not been assigned a work to be responsible for. He nervously glanced at the other assistants who had received their works. You and Sun Jixiang will draw the Kendaichi case files together. Lin Yuan has already made plans these past few days. Two people will be responsible for the Kendaichi case files. It'll be faster this way. Once you finish this manga, I will assign you new work. This manga has the shortest storyline compared to the Dead Sea of Fire. Understood. Zhou quickly nodded. He was just afraid that he wouldn't get anything. Now that he has a manga to work on, even though it's together with Sun Jixiang, it's not unacceptable. He was even very excited. After all, he knew that his abilities were somewhat lacking compared to the other assistants. Read the latest on. He must work even harder in the future. Let's proceed like this. Then, after Lin Yuan finished dividing the tasks, he said, there are still a few days left in the holiday. You can continue to rest. I'll cover the updates for now. No need. I'm ready to work. Luo Wei is eager to get started. After all, she is the one in charge of Naruto. The other assistants also said, we've got enough sleep too. 3 days and nights of sleep basically replenish their energy. Most importantly, they all got their hands on popular manga. Even the Kendaichi case files is considered super cool to most people. Whatever you like. From now on, Lin Yuan will be the main brain of the studio, responsible for the general direction. The specific drawing tasks will be given to the assistants, so that he can free his hands for other stuff. But the problem is, we don't have any assistants. Luo Wei smiled wryly. They each have their own manga to be responsible for. Without any assistance, work would be too laborious. Then recruit. Lin Yuan looked at Luo Wei. You were previously the president of the Qin Art Drawing Society. You should know some talent in this area, like Brother Zhongyu, whom we both know. Luo Wei once was the president of the Qin Art Drawing Society. Thus, she has a wide network. Lin Yuan also used to be part of the Drawing Society, so he knows some people, being most familiar with Brother Zhongyu. Lin Yuan even once asked Brother Zhongyu to look after his little sister at school. All right, I'll go find people. Luo Wei, receiving the order, immediately said, but they don't know yet that you are Teacher Shadow. Then it depends on your judgment. Jean Mu said from nowhere. Remember to bring in reliable assistance. We will sign a confidentiality agreement, not allowing the revealing of Teacher Shadow's identity. Understood. Luo Wei, her eyes flickering as if she has already started selecting candidates in her mind. She used to be the president of the Qin Art Drawing Society and knew many talented individuals who were interested in manga. Each of you can recruit 5 assistants. But at the initial stage, only 2 or 3 are enough, and we have to mainly rely on you. Lin Yuan spoke. The more people in the studio, the higher the chance of revealing Shadow. Even if he planned to divide everyone into groups later, there would still be chances of interacting with these assistants. Could these assistants not recognize Xianyu's face? When letting people in, one must be cautious. Lin Yuan now planned to use Shadow Studio as a talent training base for the Alliance. Later, Shadow Studio will prop up half the world of manga. After all, he still had many manga yet to be brought out. Among these assistants, those who perform excellently will receive personal training from Lin Yuan and be responsible for a separate manga in the future, just like Zhao Chengming and others. About the matter of the Alliance replacing Tribe Comics, Lin Yuan was serious. It wasn't enough for Shadow to become a god with the status of the world's first manga artist. To catch up with Xianyu and Chu Kuang, he must produce even more incredible achievements. After all, North Chu Kuang, South Xianyu. Shadow is in the middle. Chapter 756, 721, Yu Dynasty and Shadow Group _1. Ding dong. Not long after Lin Yuan finished assigning the tasks, a prompt suddenly appeared in Lin Yuan's system. Following Luo Wei, congratulations on receiving 4 new apprentices in the painting field. They are Zhao Qingming, Qian Duo, Sun Jixiang, and Zhouan. The system panel. In Lin Yuan's painting column, the identity information of Luo Wei and the 4 new apprentices appeared. Apprentices, huh? Lin Yuan looked at everyone, his heart feeling waves. The number of his apprentices seemed to be increasing. The assistants of the Shadow Studio have been promoted to full members. From now on, they will be bona fide cartoonists. Each of them is responsible for super best-selling popular comics. Even the phenomenon-level work like the Dead Sea of Fire. Before joining the Shadow Studio, none of these assistants could have imagined this. Perhaps from the moment they met Shadow, their fate started to undergo a drastic change. It also implies, from now on, their names would be written in the drawing panel of these few cartoons. In this aspect, Lin Yuan was never stingy. With the birth of the Dead Sea of Fire, plus the return of a few of Shadow's earlier manga like the Kendaichi case files, the traffic of the Alliance finally started to skyrocket. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a matter of days, the traffic of the Alliance has easily become the second largest in the manga world. Second only to Tribe Comics, which was pretty much monopolizing the entire industry. This was the power of the Dead Sea of Fire. Of course, thinking that these 3 mangas plus Shadow's previous works could defeat Tribe Comics was clearly impossible. At least for now. The Dead Sea of Fire was still a seedling. Only when the manga serial unfolds will the true terror of the Dead Sea of Fire be revealed. As of now, there are still too many top-tier manga artists at Tribe Comics. Their works individually might be hard to become a rival against the Dead Sea of Fire, but their large-scale operations give them their advantage. However, even so, it was enough to send shockwaves through the industry. The Alliance now holds a much greater attraction for other manga artists. After all, the website traffic has already risen. At this point, the tribe could only watch helplessly as their opponents took flight. Tribe Comics may still be the largest manga website in the industry, but the number 1 person in the manga world was in the Alliance. Was there anything more awkward than this? With Shadow's ascension in the manga world, his followers on the blog also started to skyrocket, actually exceeding 100 million. Well, with the merging of the 5 continents, Qin, Qi, Shu, Yin, and Han, with the sharp increase in population, reaching 100 million followers have become much easier, and the value had been greatly reduced. But Shadow's ascension was a fact. Industry-related media recently reported this news like crazy. Shadow becomes #1 in the manga world by opening 3 series with the Dead Sea of Fire. Retired old-school manga artist looking through Autumn Water praised Shadow as a rare genius in the history of manga that only appears once in 100 years. South admires the fish. North raves about Chu Kuang, with Shadow in the center. The difference in influence among the 3 brothers is gradually narrowing, completely shedding the title of invisibility. The no longer lazy Shadow is the toughest boss in the entire manga world. Shadow may lead the alliance to defeat Tribe Comics. Tianmin and Yashinshin become a joke. Their popularity drops to freezing point, already affecting the success of their comics. The news related to Tianmin and Yashinshin was true. Not knowing if it was because Shadow now had overwhelming popularity, becoming the #1 person in the manga world, their backstabbing behavior has now been berated by countless netizens, causing their works to also start being boycotted by everyone. The impact was not this big at the start. Some people think this has to do with the skyrocketing number of Shadow's fans. Those who are fans of Shadow could not possibly harbor any good feelings towards these two. Love me, love my dog. Hate me, hate my dog. Seemingly affected by public opinion, Tianmin and Yashinshin's recent work demonstrated a decrease in quality. This was the so-called state of being. If the creator's state was not good, the quality of their work would drop, especially for serialized works. Continuing in such a state would have a lethal impact on their work. The serializations of the Dead Sea of Fire and the Kendaichi case files were still ongoing. However, readers quickly noticed that the main artist for these comics has been replaced. Shadow is the author. He still holds the leading role in the content of the manga, acting as the core creators of the manga storylines, but the ones actually drawing them were his assistants. What? A lot of people were discontented. They even started swearing. This guy really is a terminal case of laziness, giving his manga to his assistants to draw so quickly. You're not supposed to do this. We knew you were tired. We knew long-term encroaching on multiple territories was unrealistic. But you should at least try a bit yourself. If not, at least one of the flagship works of the Alliance, the Dead Sea of Fire, you should personally draw it yourself. What's the meaning of giving everything to your assistants to draw? All right then. Even if you want to find someone to draw, why does it have to be the assistants? Are the assistants up to par? There are so many amazing artists in the industry, with Shadow's current influence. How hard could it be to find an artist? However, when the readers clicked on the content and read the latest updates, they were left dumbfounded. Was the latest update really drawn by the assistants? Why did it feel like there was no difference from when Shadow drew it himself? Not to mention the ordinary readers. Even some professional manga artists, after reading the latest updates of the 4 mangas, were left with their mouths agape. Such strong drawing skills. How could these be drawn by Shadow's assistants? Are they bullying us because we don't have assistants? Whose assistant is this exceptional? These must surely be personally drawn by Shadow, right? This is the first reaction of the fellow artists. Even they can't tell the difference between these updated comics and their previous painting quality. At this moment, the assistants of Shadow Studio have all registered their own blog accounts and officially certified as the artists for One Piece, then each posted an explanation. The teacher has always been working on these comics with us. He is responsible for the key parts. We are not just the teacher's assistants, but also his students. Yes, our painting skills were all taught by the teacher. We may not draw as well as the teacher, but he couldn't keep up with his energy, so his comics have always been drawn by us together. It's an honor that you can't tell the difference. Sorry, it's all thanks to the teacher's good teaching. Shadow was the one taught them? Are the assistants Shadow's students? The previous painting contents, a lot of them are made by the assistants, so everyone has already seen many paintings created by the assistants. Splash. Everyone was shocked by the assistants' words. Generally, the painting skills of comic assistants are not high. Even if occasionally there are some with exceptional talents, they are few and far between. But all the 5 assistants of Shadow Studio, they have exceptional talents too? No way. Then why are they so skilled? Is it really Shadow who taught them? Just how terrifyingly talented is Shadow? Boom. Everyone was stupefied. No one criticized Shadow anymore. It's not that people are unwilling to accept the transition of Shadow's comics to his assistants. After all, they know it's impossible for Shadow alone to be responsible for 4 series at the same time for a long period. People are just afraid that if the comics were handed over to assistants, they may not be skillful enough. But now, what's there to complain about? Any of these assistants, plucked from Shadow's team, has top-level artist skills. Who cares who drew them? As long as Shadow is in charge of the story, as long as the images are exciting, there is nothing to complain about. It wouldn't affect the readers at all. Damn. After all these times, Yashinshin and Tianmin have been fighting against Shadow's students, and they couldn't even win. No one criticized anymore. People were even excited. Without the burden of drawing, wouldn't Shadow have more energy to create storylines? No matter how good the drawing is, it's worthless without a story. The story is the soul of the comic. Like a naturally beautiful woman, the artist is just responsible for the styling and makeup to make her shine in front of everyone. That's awesome. Truly fragrant never fails. Some even proclaim directly that the Shadow Studio is a celestial team. It truly is a celestial team. Under Lin Yuan's guidance, any assistant in the studio can hold their own. At this time, other artists were probably the most dumbfounded. Ordinary people don't know, but they understand very well what level of artist is needed to cultivate these level of students. In the comic world, the master leads the apprentice into the door, but one needs to practice themselves. No matter who it is, even if they emptying their knowledge, it is unlikely to produce a prodigy capable of competing with the assistants of Shadow Studio. Yet, Shadow has done it, and he produced 5 at once. Actually, this is a point that everyone doesn't know about. Luo Wei's comic talent isn't entirely taught by Lin Yuan. As the president of Qin Art Club, Luo Wei's level is already very high. She is the type who could have made a name for herself in the painting circle even if she didn't meet Shadow. As for the other assistants, their drawings hardly differ from Shadow's, but that's not to say their level can compete with Lin Yuan. For instance, it's like a 100-point test. Lin Yuan can score 100, the assistants can score 95. It seems there is a small gap, but the difference between the assistants and Shadow is actually much more than 5 points. Because Shadow scored 100 because the paper has only 100 points. One can only say, letting Shadow do the examination paper for the comics is like letting a university student in the literature faculty write a primary student's essay. If that's the case, why should Lin Yuan do it himself? With the aid of the system's teacher's halo, wouldn't it be better to teach a few assistants to help him out? For a moment, these assistants of Shadow became famous, and netizens nicknamed this group of people the Shadow Group. A very fitting description. Someone even directly compared it to Xian Yu's Yu Dynasty. This was because a certain netizen commented, Shadow now has the Shadow Group. They are all insanely talented. These assistants are now similar to Xian Yu's descendants. This comment was widely recognized. After all, the names of these assistants are now directly associated with several super popular comics, and Shadow has provided them with a brilliant stage for self-display. What's more important is, they are now under the halo of being Shadow students. The more powerful Shadow is, the more powerful they are. The more powerful they are, the more powerful Shadow seems. And when Lin Yuan saw this Shadow group, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and then a strange thought arose in his heart. The Yu Dynasty? The Shadow Group? Chu Kuang. Am I the clown? Read latest stories on. Are the Shadow's thoughts drifting, or can I, Chu Kuang, no longer handle the knife? Forget it. Let's not dwell into this. We'll continue with the tribe later. The agitation in the comic circle has come to a stop for the time being. He is now getting ready to switch over to his main account, Xianyu. After all, the season leaderboard has only just reached halftime. What song should he release next? Chapter 757, 722 Olympics_1. The next day, Sunday, as Lin Yuan got up, he met Lin Yao, who had just come back from outside, her hand always leading the spirited Antarctica. Big Yao Yao complained. Brother has been sleeping a lot lately. These past few days it's Antarctica who's been walking me. Lin Yuan. Still the aftermath of the 7-day burst of the Shadow comic. He had recently been napping a bit more each day than usual to make up for the lost sleep. This in turn meant he had no time to walk the dog, so he had to let other people in the house help. Time for breakfast. Sister Lin Yuan called out. On her Sunday off, she took over cooking for Mom. Mom, on the other hand, took advantage of the rare rest to sit on the sofa watching the news. The older folks always seemed to like to turn up the TV volume. The passionate voice of the news anchor echoed through the living room. The Chin continent men's basketball team has recently been training in closed sessions. 4 years ago, at the Olympics, we lost regretfully to the Zhong continent due to a certain Zhou's unexpected pass while competing for the championship. This time we are fighting on our home ground. There's a lot of Olympics news lately. Mom got up and sat at the dining table, casually saying with a sigh. Sister said with a mouthful of food, murmuring, "After all, it is the biggest event in the sports world, held once every 4 years. Our company wants to promote more sports competitive novels on this hot topic." Lin Yuan didn't join the conversation. After finishing a bowl of porridge and eating a poached egg, he skillfully rubbed Antarctica's dog head, wiping off the possibly non-existent grease. "I'm off to work." The family continued to chat. Antarctica then began its daily activity of licking its fur. It won't be long before it looks shiny. Lin Yuan took the car the chairman had given him to Starlight Entertainment. The driver was not Gudong, but the driver assigned to him by the company. Unless there's a special circumstance, the driver would pick up and drop off Lin Yuan to and from work every day. The car's audio system was also broadcasting a piece of morning news. The Olympics is to be held on August 1st this year in Chin continent's largest grand stadium. The countdown has officially begun and athletes from all parts of the continent are actively preparing for the Olympics. Lin Yuan's lips curled up. The Olympics held every 4 years. Isn't that just the Olympics on Earth? Despite being in different time and space, Blue Star and Earth had a lot in common, a fact that always made Lin Yuan feel at home. 15 minutes later, inside the company office, Lin Yuan was holding the new toy given by Sun Yaohua in his left hand, propping his chin with his right hand, thinking about what song to use for the chart next month. The matter with Shadow had delayed him quite a bit. He had to hurry up and record the songs. Luckily, he had quite a few backup pieces. These were songs Lin Yuan had carefully selected from the system's song library and felt they had a good chance of hitting the charts. Just then, Lin Yuan suddenly saw Wu Yong, the deputy director of the composition department, rushing in a hurry. "What's wrong?" Lin Yuan looked up at him. Wu Yong, out of breath, said, "I just received news that the Olympics official committee is soliciting promotional songs for this year's Olympics from the industry." "Olympics promotional song?" Lin Yuan said. "Does the company want me to write one?" "It's not the company wants you to write. It's that you have to write, and it must be chosen by the committee. Otherwise, your path to a 12-time championship on the seasonal chart could be ended by this." Wu Yong sounded anxious. Lin Yuan was perplexed. "Why?" "Official promotion," Wu Yong said bittersweetly. "The Olympics promotional song will definitely be promoted by the officials. Add the recent influence of the Olympics. This song will inevitably top the charts next month, topping the charts without reason. It's hard for any song to match the heat of the official Olympics promotional song." "Oh," Lin Yuan suddenly realized. No wonder Wu Yong said he had to write one that was chosen by the Olympics committee. Official promotion. He had come across it before. The song he had previously written for Chunjiu, Change the World, which was originally destined for second place, ended up becoming champion as it was unexpectedly promoted by the officials and managed to beat Fei Yang at the end of last year. Continue your journey with. In his duel against Yang Zhongming, because Blue Star promoted Yang Zhongming's song, the suspense ended abruptly, causing Lin Yuan to miss out on a third consecutive championship in the Battle of the Gods. It can be said that his success was due to official support, and his failure was also due to official interference. Unexpectedly, he now encountered a similar situation, and it happened to be at the critical moment of his contesting for his 12th championship. The difference this time he learned the news in advance. Fortunately, Lin Yuan was somewhat relieved. According to Wu Yong, as long as his song gets official promotion, he won't have to worry about the championship next month. Thinking about this, Lin Yuan said, "I can submit a song." He didn't plan to compete with official promotional songs for popularity. Ordinary official promotions would have been fine, as Lin Yuan is confident of taking a risk or even using some of his top-notch works if necessary. However, this time it's the Blolympics, Blue Star's quadrennial sporting event. Considering Blue Star's enthusiasm for the Blolympics, any official promotional songs have a natural advantage and are incredibly popular. If you can't beat them, join them. For the sake of his 12th consecutive championship, Lin Yuan made a heartfelt decision. We definitely have to give it a try. Wu Yong added. Actually, there aren't any major demands for this song. It mainly needs to promote Qin continent, preferably in the popular form of a Stars collaboration, with lyrics about the host city. Because the Blolympics promotional song is decided by us in Qin continent, the officials take it very seriously. They remember it can take decades before each continent gets another chance to host the Blolympics, and at that point, the still unmerged continents will also broadcast the competitions. Lin Yuan nodded. Wu Yong suddenly sighed. Originally, the song wouldn't have had such a big impact, but who knew the officials would announce that the song would be released on the first day of next month? If the song is released on the first day, its effect on the championship will be huge. It will almost certainly become the champion's song, and other composers will wisely give way. After all, there's no way to reason with that kind of power. It's unstoppable. Lin Yuan, MHM. Wu Yong looked very troubled. You do your best this time. Even if it isn't chosen, it's not your fault. Lin Yuan read between the lines. Does the official committee have high standards? It's not about having high or low standards. Wu Yong reluctantly said. It mainly depends on the Blolympics organizing committee's tastes. Every Blolympics, Blue Star votes amongst the submitted songs. However, a terrifying fact is, the official promotional songs of the previous 3 Blolympics have all come from one person, the composer known as teacher Huang Dongzheng. He excels at official custom songs. Huang Dongzheng, Lin Yuan asked. Is he a maestro? Wu Yong shook his head. Like you, Huang Dongzheng hasn't reached the level of maestro. But his talent is unusual. He always effortlessly wins various official custom song awards, even outdoing the maestros. After all, these types of songs are unique. They don't compete on who has more intricate composition or who has deeper song concepts, but merely on things like how catchy the song is and how universally appealing it is. Those who can get official promotion are often simple melodies paired with straightforward lyrics. Lin Yuan nodded. A lot of official promotion songs are indeed like this. They're more about fitting expression than high technical skill. Like Good Luck. Saying it has high technical level isn't exactly appropriate. It owes its achievement mainly to creating the right mood. Simple and festive. It easily resonates with people. For instance, if you ask top game developers to make a game with strong operability and an incredibly grand worldview, they can definitely do it. Technical prowess is clear to see. But if you make these top developers compete against small game developers on who can make a more popular small game, the outcome of who will lose and who will win isn't guaranteed. After all, many popular small games are created by little-known game developers. That's their field of expertise. However, who dares say Lin Yuan isn't good at this kind of thing? Wu Yong didn't know what Lin Yuan was thinking. His mind was filled with regret, and it seemed he had already foreseen that this year's promotional song would again fall in a Huang Dongzheng's hands. It's not because Lin Yuan isn't capable enough. It's just bad timing that Maestro Jr., who is gunning for his 12th consecutive championship, has encountered the quadrennial Blolympics. And that Huang Dongzheng is too good at this type of song, to the point where he's almost become the spokesperson for official promotional songs. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Wu Yong reluctantly reassured Lin Yuan a few times, then left the office with a troubled expression. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan went ahead and searched for detailed news about the Blolympics. The web was full of related news, as the Blolympics was undoubtedly the most exciting event at the moment. In the end, Lin Yuan's eyes fell on the last few words of the official introduction to this year's Blolympics. Location: Beijing, Qin continent. Lin Yuan suddenly knew which song he should submit. Chapter 758, 723. Welcome to Qin continent _1. A few days later, Qin continent, Beijing. Blolympics Organizing Committee. 21 leaders of the Blolympics Organizing Committee were gathered in the same room, seriously discussing the major details of the Olympics opening ceremony. When some important rules and regulations were set, Zhou Jianqi, the person in charge of the Olympics, suddenly asked, "How's the collection of promotional songs going?" After we sent out the solicitation for the Olympic songs, the response within the industry was very intense. Many top musicians have joined in, including Huang Dongzheng, who we value the most, as well as some very famous maestros. We have already selected 20 songs, all of which sound excellent. It's time for us to make the final decision by voting today. Someone answered. A middle-aged man wearing glasses in the room laughed. Why bother voting? We'll surely choose the song composed by Huang Dongzheng this year. The quality of those maestros' works are indeed top-notch, but when it comes to this type of song, no one does it better than Huang Dongzheng. That's true. Someone on the side followed. I took a special listen to Huang Dongzheng's song before this meeting. It's called Holy Fire, and it fits our requirements perfectly. He indeed deserves his status for creating the promotional song for successive Olympics for 3 editions. Everyone laughed. Since the Olympics are only held every 4 years, Huang Dongzheng has composed promotional songs for the event thrice, an achievement that has spanned numerous years. Some people even said, Huang Dongzheng is the chosen one for the Olympics promotional song. At each Olympics, it's Huang Dongzheng's time to shine and outperform all other maestros. Of course, saying that Huang Dongzheng's song would be picked directly was just a joke. The due processes still need to be followed. The Olympics organizing committee would never act irresponsibly in such matters. Zhou Jianqi said, "We've been in this meeting for half the day. It's time to enjoy some pleasant music." Everyone nodded. Before playing the songs, the staff introduced the song information. The first song is called Come On, Olympics Athletes, created by the maestro Mr. Xinxin. Everyone remained silent. The song began to play. After listening to the first song, they nodded. Then, they whispered, exchanging opinions. They were generally satisfied. The standard of the maestro was evident. The song was very nice. But something seemed to be lacking. The discussion ended. Zhou Jianqi signaled to play the next song. The staff member nodded and continued to introduce the next song before playing it. The second song is called Charming Qin Continent. The creator is also a maestro. And so, they had listened to 12 songs in sequence. These songs were all good. With them having made it through from the large number of submissions, their quality was assured. However, none of them were yet to completely move everyone. Until the 13th song. When introducing this song, the staff's voice seemed to change. This song is called Holy Fire, created by Mr. Huang Dongzheng. There was a slight change in people's expressions. A few minutes later, smiles appeared at the corners of their mouths. Good. This one's good. As expected, it has to be Huang Dongzheng. Unless there's a surprise, this edition's promotional song will be Holy Fire. Huang Dongzheng is really good. It seems he's set to compose the promotional song for the Olympics for 4 editions consecutively, for a whole 10+ years. That's not easy. It's not worse than the promotional song from the last edition. Honestly, I think it's not as good as the one from the last edition, but it's certainly better than the other songs. The main thing is it feels more appropriate overall. He's a musician who understands the spirit of the Olympics. If the lyrics of Holy Fire could highlight our city, Qin Continent, that would be even better. The Olympics has a tradition of passing on the Holy Fire. Huang Dongzheng's choice of theme for his song is very fitting. Keep listening. Zhou Jianqi spoke softly. Even though they liked Huang Dongzheng's song the most so far, they still had to finish listening to the remaining songs. Everyone agreed. The 14th song, the 15th song, the 16th song. The songs that followed didn't impress them quite as much as Holy Fire. They fell short here or there. Zhou Jianqi frowned slightly. He was basically satisfied with Holy Fire, but being basically satisfied and fully satisfied were 2 different concepts. He felt Huang Dongzheng's song this year was slightly inferior to the ones he had created for the previous 3 Olympics. He wasn't a professional musician, and so he couldn't quite pinpoint where the issue was. However, it was this unexplainable flaw that was irking him slightly. He hoped that there would be a song coming up that could really dazzle him. However, as the number of songs left to play began to dwindle, he still hadn't heard anything better than Holy Fire. His irritation only grew. At this point, the voice of a staff member resonated again. Up next is the 19th song. The composer is Lin Yuan, and the song is called Beijing Welcomes You. Lin Yuan. Someone in the audience raised an eyebrow. I know this young man. He's an incredibly talented composer. It seems like he's aiming for his 12th consecutive season win. My daughter is a huge fan of his. Even said something about helping Lin Yuan top some chart. I, as an old man, don't really know what all that means. Who's this chart, and why are we hitting him? I think I've heard of this too. You old-fashioned bunch. Chart topping is the act of supporting musicians to win a ranking in the seasonal chart. If I'm not mistaken, Lin Yuan has already won 6 times in a row. No wonder he submitted a song. A female director spoke up with a hint of regret. If he wants to achieve a 7th consecutive win, he needs his new song in July to surpass our Olympics promotional song in popularity. That's practically impossible, so his only choice is to gamble on his song being chosen. It's not hard to guess Lin Yuan's intentions. Everyone chuckles upon hearing this. Haha, this kid sure is determined. We can't be blamed though. The Olympics is a major event currently, and this is the first time Qin continent is hosting after waiting in queue for decades. Too bad we have Huang Dongzheng here. If he could actually write a song better than Holy Fire, that would be something. I quite like the title though. The title is indeed good, but it is all about the overall quality. Huang Dongzheng's songs are always spectacular. Everyone seemed to have already assumed the song choice. They casually chatted among each other. Of course, everyone hoped for a better song than Huang Dongzheng's, but that just didn't seem likely. Zhou Jinqi quietly sighed. So, are they going to choose Huang Dongzheng's Holy Fire after all? He was not quite ready to accept this. There must be. Zhou Jinqi suddenly felt something. Unbeknownst to him, the room was already filled with music, and then a catchy tune was heard. Instant silence fell in the room. Welcome another dawn, bringing fresh air. The atmosphere changes, but the mood remains, filled with the aroma of tea and friendship. My home's doors are always wide open, holding open arms for you. An embrace builds an understanding. You'll fall in love with this place. No matter how near or far, you're all guests here. There's no need for formalities. We made a pact to be together. We welcome you. The room fell silent. The only sound left was the continued singing. Listening to this song, the Olympics directors who were previously engaged in casual chatter were all stunned. The next moment, everyone's faces lit up, quickly exchanging looks of excitement, as if they had discovered some priceless treasure. Simultaneously, Zhou Jinqi's breath began to quicken, like a rush of exhilaration had surged through him. Yes, finally, this was the feeling. This was what he was seeking. This was the message that should be conveyed by the Olympics promotional song of Qin continent. This was the sensation caused when our brainwaves completely matched the song, Beijing Welcomes You. The room buzzed with excitement. Such a nice song. This song feels so good to listen to. It seems even better than Holy Fire. Remove seems. Even though I really like Huang Dongzheng, I have to admit that this is simply better than Holy Fire. Do we even need to vote? Stay connected with. Surely, it has to be this one. The melody is good, the concept is excellent. Look at these lyrics, it really hits home. Isn't this song tailor-made for our Qin continent's Beijing? Beijing welcomes you. Qin continent welcomes you. We can find some stars in Qin continent to sing together, leveraging all the star power to help Lin Yuan's song achieve that. Chart topping. Yes, chart topping. We'll top this chart first. Chapter 759. 724 The song for cheering athletes _1. Was it selected? When Wu Yong received the notice from the Olympics organizing committee, he was stunned for a few seconds. Then his face turned red with excitement. They did it. Mr. Lin actually beat Huang Dongzheng, the man who composed the songs for the Olympics for 3 consecutive years, to win this opportunity. Fantastic. Initially, Wu Yong hadn't held out much hope, and had regretted it for several days, given the massive threat posed by Huang Dongzheng. But now, this surprise news filled him with happiness. Because Mr. Lin's song being selected by the Olympics also meant next month's season champion will certainly be Lin Yuan to take. What was originally the most challenging goal has now been effortlessly achieved. About 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan received the news. With vibrant enthusiasm, Wu Yong told him about the situation. The Olympics Committee also wants to invite you over to discuss areas for adjustment in the song. They're planning to make a video recording of this song sung by over 100 stars, and it will be broadcast on major TV stations and online networks starting from next month. The list of participating stars will also include you as the songwriter in the discussion and decision-making process. As a company, we hope that you can give our artists more opportunities. Got it? Lin Yuan nodded. It's all about having connections. This is why as long as a song is selected by the Olympics, it is bound to top the season chart next month. Who can stand against the bombardment of all the major TV stations and the internet, and also a chorus by over 100 stars? Even a mediocre song can easily take off and top the charts in this kind of promotional lineup. Moreover, this song is not bad. After all, it was the promotional theme song for the 2008 Olympics in the Celestial Dynasty on Earth, with such a wide influence that almost everyone could sing it. Plus, it matches the theme of the Olympics on Blue Star very well. Since this song was created from the perspective of ordinary people, it eschews fanciful elements, using a common folk song style that is catchy and easy to sing, making it suitable for widespread dissemination. Not to mention professional singers. As long as they're not tone-deaf, anyone can sing this song. What matters is to express the emotions of joy and welcome. The key point is that the feelings for Qin continent need to be sincere. That's why when Lin Yuan first saw the word Beijing, the first thing that came to his mind was this particular song. As for the invitation from the Olympics, Lin Yuan had no intention of refusing, and he believed that no musician would refuse to collaborate with the Olympics. We must remember that the Olympics, as one of the top sports events on the entire Blue Star, will attract the attention of people worldwide. It's an event that will be recorded in history. When people recall this Olympics in the future, they will undoubtedly remember this song. This kind of official collaboration project can not only leave a flamboyant mark on one's resume, but the potential prestige value is also terrifyingly high. Such a great opportunity. Lin Yuan wouldn't miss it. He planned to get all of the singers from the Yu dynasty involved. It's only natural to bring his own people along for such a good thing. With over 100 stars participating in the performance in his previous life, it wouldn't be hard to squeeze in the top-tier singers from the Yu dynasty. As said before, this is a song that everyone can sing. I'll reply to them then. Wu Yong was already impatient. Mr. Lin's collaboration with the official Olympics is exciting news for the entire company. Although the promotional theme songs for the past few Olympics were all composed by Huang Dongzheng was never involved in the song recording or singer selection process. This is the Olympics. You think you can get an official invitation just by writing a few songs that satisfy the Olympics Committee? That's too naive. Mr. Lin is different. As Xian Yu, he's already become a popular figure in Qin continent, and all the singers are compliant with Xian Yu's arrangements. In addition to him composing a well-received promotional theme song, the Olympics also invited Xian Yu in hopes of boosting the popularity of this year's Olympics in Qin continent using Xian Yu's fame. Xian Yu is worthy of this. Moreover, Xian Yu's personal image is excellent. He hasn't had any negative news since his debut, and if there's even the slightest unsuitable behavior, the Olympics surely wouldn't invite him. This top-level event on Blue Star won't tolerate any untowardness. Beijing is the largest city in Qin continent, and its development is comparable only to Sioux City where Lin Yuan resides, and a few other cities. This is why the Olympics in Qin continent chose to be held in Beijing. That afternoon, Lin Yuan headed directly to Beijing. The invitation from there seemed quite urgent, as the song would be released at the beginning of next month, so they had to settle everything as soon as possible for the recording. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yuan arrived in Beijing. He was received by an official Olympics staff member and directly moved into the official designated hotel with his assistant Gu Dong and a driver. The driver chosen by the company chairman for Lin Yuan actually had a part-time identity as a bodyguard, in case Lin Yuan ran into trouble when he was away from Sioux City. When he was alone, it was very likely he would need a bodyguard. The company even planned to provide Lin Yuan with a few extra bodyguards, but Lin Yuan declined. He didn't want to have a crowd around him whenever he did anything. Shortly after checking into the hotel, there was a knock at the door. Gudong opened the door to check and then became very careful. There were about 10 people outside the door, all dressed very seriously. clearly official personnel. Gudong recognized one of them. It was Di Fan, the most famous film and television director in Qin continent. It was rumored that Di Fan was the overall director for the opening ceremony of this Olympics. Hello. Di Fan greeted with a smile. Is Teacher Lin Yuan? Yes. Gudong nodded repeatedly with a submissive look, then stood aside. Leaders, please come in. Teacher Lin Yuan. She turned her head and called out. Lin Yuan was lying on his bed playing on his phone. Hearing the call, he got up and came out. His room was a high-end suite with several rooms connected together, so the space was very spacious. Teacher Admirable Fish, nice to meet you. I am Di Fan, the chief director of the Olympics. Di Fan recognized Lin Yuan at a glance and extended his hand with a smile. Nice to meet you. Hello, Mr. Di. Lin Yuan shook hands with him, meanwhile unveiled a smile that met social expectations. Hello, everyone. Hi, I'm Jin Hong from Qin Continent Sports Bureau. Hello, I am Jia Guanhao from Qin Continent Culture Bureau. The others also greeted Lin Yuan. These people were all big shots, carrying an imposing aura from their high positions, but no one tried to outdo Lin Yuan. Everyone was very enthusiastic and polite. Admirable Fish is also not a small figure in the music industry. A group of people took turns shaking hands with Lin Yuan. After various formalities, Di Fan said with a smile, "We all like this song by Teacher Admirable Fish, but we came today to discuss with you about modifying the song. How about changing the title of this song directly to Qin Continent Welcomes You? If it was a song with Huang Dongzheng, everyone could decide on their own. However, this song is created by Admirable Fish, so the Olympics wanted to give heads up and show respect." No problem. Lin Yuan was flexible. Of course, he didn't mind such changes. After all, the song needs to fit the occasion. If the title of the song is changed, the lyrics may need some minor adjustments. The leader of the Culture Bureau laughed and said, "The ending of the first verse of the song is, 'We welcome you.' The second verse ends with, 'Beijing welcomes you.' And we were thinking of changing the ending of the third verse to 'Qin Continent welcomes you.' How's that?" Okay. A leader from the Literature and Art Association said, "It would be better if you also join in. There are a few lines that are quite representative, and we think you would be the most suitable one to sing them." Okay. Lin Yuan was easygoing. Di Fan said, "Actually, there are hardly any modifications in the song. Our main purpose of coming here is something else." Lin Yuan asked, "What is it?" This time it was the turn of the representative from the Sports Bureau to speak. "It's still about writing songs. We want to ask you to write another song to cheer up our athletes from Qin Continent." "Cheer up?" Lin Yuan laughed. Olympics is a treasure trove of prestige. After clinching the theme song for promotion, Lin Yuan was still considering ways to further tap into the prestige from the Olympics, and the opportunity just knocked on his door. Discover stories at. This did not bother him at all. "I will write it tonight." Everyone was taken aback. "You are writing."